I am a billionaire super tycoon and also the wronged villain father in a novel destined to be trampled by the protagonist and murdered by a vicious stepmother. Starting with only 6 months to live? Chronic poison deep in my bones? Don't panic, I have the Spacetime Club. With a few bags of rice, I trade for nuclear battery technology from a future world with a few drones. I trade for first-grade marrow cleansing pills from the cultivation world. While the protagonist is still smug about a battery with 500 WHKG energy density, I backhand him with a 1300 WHKG solid-state battery that detonates the global market. As for that vicious wife who wants to manipulate me? Sorry, your role has been cut. Demon Capital Shanghai, Junjing 1. Zhang Chen, I'll ask you one last time, do you still acknowledge me as your daughter? Zhang Xinan, don't go too far. Is this how you question your own father? Consciousness just returned when two voices exploded in my ears. One filled with grief and indignation, the other sharp and mean. I rubbed my throbbing temples as a massive amount of memories poured into my mind. Looking at the 18-year-old girl with eyes full of despair and then at the young married woman beside her who seemed to be protecting her husband but actually had a smug look in the corner of her eyes, my heart skipped a beat. I transmigrated and into an urban web novel I had read. I am Zhang Chen, a billionaire tycoon in the demon capital. But in this world, my role is the great wronged background board. The girl in front of me is my eldest daughter, Zhang Xinan. The future ultimate villain. The woman beside me is Zhao Qian, my second wife, the vicious female supporting character in the book. According to the original plot, I was brainwashed by Zhao Qian's pillow talk for over a decade. For the sake of my younger daughter and this second wife, I drove my eldest daughter out of the house. The result? Zhao Qian poisoned me to seize the family property, using my money to support the gigolo protagonist Wang Fan. My brainless younger daughter, Zhang Siki, to please Wang Fan, didn't even want to see me one last time. The whole family died, paving the way for the protagonist Wang Fan. Fine, I'll leave. Seeing my silence, the light in Zhang Xinan's eyes completely extinguished. She turned to leave, ready to sever ties. The ecstasy in Zhao Qian's eyes almost overflowed. As long as Zhang Xinan was driven away, the Zhang family's billions would belong to her and her daughter. Wait, I suddenly spoke. Zhang Xinan paused but didn't look back. I knew that if she left now, father and daughter would become enemies and I would rot in this quagmire called plot. I took a deep breath, possessed by an Oscar-winning actor. My gaze switched instantly from indifference to 3 parts guilt, 3 parts heartache, and 3 parts regret, a set of emotional changes worthy of a pie chart. I will hand Xinan Tech over to you. This sentence was like a bomb, freezing Zhao Qian's fake smile on her face. Hubby, what are you saying? Xinan Tech is the core of the group. I swept a cold glance at her. The chill in my eyes made her shut up subconsciously. I turned and went upstairs, taking out the share transfer agreement prepared long ago from the safe. The original owner was a muddled egg, originally planning to transfer only 15 to the younger daughter. I picked up a pen, crossed out the name, changed it to Zhang Xinan, and changed the share to 30. Downstairs, handing over the pen. This is 30 of the shares. Plus the 15 your mother left you, you will be the president of Xinan Tech with a 45 absolute controlling stake. I stuffed the contract into the hands of the dumbfounded Zhang Xinan. Sign it. Zhang Xinan looked at me in disbelief, as if looking at an alien. No, Zhao Qian screamed, wanting to pounce and snatch it. Zhang Xinan reacted extremely fast. With a cold snort, she signed her name with a swish-swish, dodged Zhao Qian's pounce, turned, and left, dashing as a Xia hero. Watching my eldest daughter's retreating figure, I breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the villain's seedling was stabilized. As for Zhao Qian, I looked at the woman slumped on the floor, sneering inwardly. Don't rush, let's play slowly. That night, I moved out of the master bedroom. The reason was insomnia, but in reality, it was to save my life. Knowing the plot, I was too aware that this body had already been chronically poisoned by Zhao Qian's long-term feeding. Early the next morning, I shook off Zhao Qian and went to a public hospital alone. No need to queue, money opened the way. Mr. Jiang, the poisoning is deep. Toxins have invaded the organs. The doctor shook his head looking at the report. This poison is very hidden, administered for at least 2 years. You have 6 months. 6 months. Is this the fate of being a background board? Walking out of the hospital, looking at the busy streets of the demon capital, a strong unwillingness surged in my heart. I have money I can't spend in several lifetimes. I just transmigrated and now I have to wait for death? Beep. A crisp electronic sound suddenly rang in my mind. Spacetime Club invites you to join. Do you accept? Without a trace of hesitation, my will fiercely clicked yes. The next second, the world spun. When I opened my eyes again, I found that my physical body hadn't transmigrated, but my consciousness had entered a magnificent hall like a holographic projection filled with various languages. Name Zhang Chen. Level ordinary member 010. Permission random match. A stream of information flowed into my mind, and I instantly understood the rules. This is a trading platform spanning the heavens in myriad worlds. My level is too low now. I can only randomly match with one trading partner per month. Match, I recited silently. The scene changed. I stood by a clear stream. Opposite me stood a young man in a green shirt with a cloth bag hanging at his waist. Greetings, Taoist friend. I am Jiang Hong. The young man cupped his hands, his temperament transcendent. Cultivator. Suppressing the ecstasy in my heart, I returned the greeting. I am Jiang Chen from a technological world. After some probing exchanges, I found out that although Jiang Hong was a cultivator, he was preparing to explore a dangerous ruin and urgently needed reconnaissance methods. Opportunity knocked. Brother Jiang, I don't understand cultivation, but the sky eye of our technological world can observe thousands of miles away. Ignoring the night, I immediately withdrew to reality and called my secretary. How Donglai get me 10 military-grade drones immediately. Top configuration with thermal imaging, be quick. An hour later, I returned to the space with the drones and demonstrated to Jiang Hong what God's view meant. Looking at the clear picture on the screen, Jiang Hong's eyes went straight. This item is wonderful. No need for divine consciousness to detect demonic beasts. Taoist Jiang, what do you want in exchange? I want life-saving medicine. I pointed to my chest. Poisoned. Mortal poison? Jiang Hong smiled, casually taking out a porcelain bottle. This is a second-grade detoxification pill. Although it is a low-grade pill, it is more than enough to cure mortal poison. It'll also give you a book of basic chi gathering method and 10 spirit stones. After all, this drone is of great use to me. Deal concluded. Back in reality, I looked at the porcelain bottle in my hand, poured out a pill, and swallowed it. A cool airflow instantly swept through my body. The suffocating feeling in my chest dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. I bet right. The incurable poison in this world is just an entry-level trouble in the cultivation world. The next few days, I lived very moistly comfortably. I moved to Villa Number 1 by the Huangpu River, completely separating from Zhaoqian. While taking detoxification pills, I tried to cultivate according to the basic chi gathering method. Although the spiritual energy on Blue Star is thin, I have spirit stones. Just as I was immersed in cultivation, the doorbell rang. Zhang Xinan blocked the door with two people in white coats and a pile of precision instruments. She had dark circles under her eyes, obviously having not slept all night. Come in for a checkup. Her tone was stiff, but I heard the trembling within. It seems she also knows something. I cooperated with the examination calmly. Half an hour later, the doctor held the report with a confused face. Strange, Mr. Jiang does show signs of poisoning, but the toxins are very shallow, seeming to have been metabolized mostly. With just some medication, there is absolutely no danger to life. Zhang Xinan looked up sharply, staring dead at me. The comparison report in her hand crumpled. The news she got was clearly poison deep in the bone marrow. Met an old Chinese doctor 2 days ago, had a few acupuncture sessions, maybe a detoxified, I made up casually. Zhang Xinan obviously didn't believe it, but as long as I wasn't dying, her tense nerves finally relaxed. Since you're here, move back in. I looked at her. From now on, this is your home. Zhang Xinan froze for a moment, didn't speak, but silently let the driver move her luggage in. Breaking the ice in the father-daughter relationship. The first step was taken. But the real crisis had just begun. June 1st, new matching opportunity refreshed. I entered the space again. This time not by a stream, but on the rooftop of a skyscraper piercing into the clouds. You are also from a technological world? Opposite was a short-haired beauty in tight leather clothes. Seeing me, a trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Hello, I am Jiang Chen. Just call me Dai Shuayer. Uncle, looks like we can't trade. She sighed. My world's technology is highly developed, but resources are exhausted. What I want most is natural grain and meat. Your world is also on the tech side, probably eating synthetic paste too, right? I paused, then was ecstatic. Wasteland? Cyberpunk? No, this is a high-level civilization where the tech tree grew crooked. Miss Dai, what a coincidence. Although my world's technology is backward, what we lack least is natural rice, vegetables, and meat. Dai Shuayer's eyes instantly became as bright as searchlights. Really? I want rice. I want apples. I want pork. What technology do you want? Nuclear fusion? Mecha? I swallowed my saliva. I wanted those too, but my current industrial base couldn't digest them at all. I want battery technology. I thought of Sinan Tech's main business. Solid-state batteries, the more advanced the better. TCH, that kind of antique technology. Dai Shuayer swiped out a light screen. 500 tons of food. It'll give you a full set of solid-state battery technology, with a production line blueprint as a bonus. Alright, it'll throw in lithium-air battery technology as a little extra. Deal. Back in reality, I immediately asked how Dong Lai to mobilize supplies. With the Jiang Group's financial power operating, 500 tons of supplies was just a drop in the bucket. That night, I completed the transaction in the warehouse. Dai Shuier hugged a red Fuji apple, gnawing on it with tears in her eyes. Woo, so what the history book said was true, fruits are sweet. And in my hand, there were 2 hard drives capable of overturning the entire Blue Star's energy landscape. At this time, Sinan Tech was facing a catastrophe. The original novel's male lead, Wang Fan, relying on family background, supported a company called Yuanhang Power, which had just announced conquering solid-state battery technology, achieving an energy density of 500 Wh/kg. This data was double that of existing lithium batteries. As soon as the news came out, Sinan Tech's stock price plummeted. Peers were watching the joke, waiting to see how the young female president of the Jiang family would end this. In the villa, Jiang Sinan sat on the sofa, brows locked in worry. Still worrying about Yuanhang Power? I walked over with a glass of hot milk. Jiang Sinan rubbed her glabella. Their data is solid. Once mass-produced, our market share will be devoured completely. Dad, the company might have to. Look at this. I threw a folder on the coffee table and casually placed 2 inconspicuous black battery samples. What is this? Jiang Sinan opened the file in confusion. The next second, her pupils contracted violently, her voice losing control. 1300 Wh/kg? Dad, this joke is too big, right? Theoretical limits aren't even this high. Didn't I teach you? Don't rush to deny when things happen. I drank a mouthful of milk, calm and breezy. Take it to the lab to test. Remember, this is the first battle you have to fight. Don't be soft-handed. Jiang Sinan looked at my certain expression, grabbed the samples and files, and rushed out of the villa. Sinan Tech Laboratory. Nonsense. Simply nonsense. Technical Director Ma Tao slapped the table. Yuanhang only got 500, and we directly produced 1300? How can this be true? President Jiang, were you scammed? A group of experts pointed and whispered, looking at Jiang Sinan with contempt for a layman leading experts. Whether it's true or not, put it on the test bench and well know, right? Jiang Sinan said with a cold face. Test. Half an hour later. Dead silence. The entire laboratory was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. On the screen, the red charge-discharge curve was terrifyingly stable, finally stopping at a suffocating value 1320 Wh/kg. Thud. Ma Tao sat on the floor, face flushed red, trembling finger pointing at the battery. Miracle. This is an industrial miracle. With this, fuel cars are going to museums. Phones won't need charging for a week. Jiang Sinan's hand holding the report was trembling slightly. She looked up towards the direction of Huangpu number 1 outside the window. It turned out father had arranged everything long ago. In the following week, the battery industry changed drastically. At Yuanhang Power's press conference, capital from all sides gathered. Wang Fan stood behind the scenes, looking at the high-spirited technical staff on stage, a sneer on his lips. Jiang family? After today, the Jiang family is history. However, at the exact moment Yuanhang announced accepting pre-orders, Sinan Tech held a press conference. No nonsense, directly showing data, live testing. As soon as the value of 1300 Wh/kg came out, the press conference site at Yuanhang emptied by half instantly. All reporters and investors rushed towards Sinan Tech's building like crazy. Dimensional strike. This was a thorough slaughter. Wang Fan's face was livid. The trump card he was proud of was like a joke in front of my space-time technology. But I knew, it was still too early to kill the protagonist with just this. Business failure would only make Wang Fan jump over the wall in desperation. In this world fused with ancient martial arts settings, Wang Fan had the support of so-called ancient martial arts families behind him. If it were before, I could only wait for death. But now, sitting in the villa's practice room, I opened the Spacetime Club again. Third transaction. Dai Shuier sent a message. Uncle, the braised pork last time was so delicious. Do you have new needs this time? I want weapons. I replied. No need for large scale, but single target power must be strong enough. Laser guns, powered exoskeletons, can you get them? Small matter. As long as there is gourmet food, these are all children's toys. Soon, 2 sci-fi-looking super-energy laser rifles and a set of micronuclear-powered battle armor were in my hands. I turned to contact Zhang Hong from the cultivation world. Daiwas Jiang, although the flying swords on your side are powerful, they consume spiritual power. Come look at this. In the communication space, I pulled the trigger. A ghostly blue laser instantly pierced through a rocky mountain 10 kilometers away, the cut smooth as a mirror. Zhang Hong watched with eyelids twitching. This object actually has no spiritual power fluctuation? If one fires a shot when the opponent is completely unprepared, even a Foundation establishment cultivator would hatefully perish. What to exchange? I asked with a smile. A Foundation Establishment Stage Body Protection Array Disc plus 10 high-grade fire talismans, how about it? Deal. Exiting the space, I looked at the talismans and array discs filling the table, then at the powered battle armor beside me, which could be considered invincible in this world. The phone vibrated. It was an anonymous text message from Wang Fan. President Zhang, there is some business I want to discuss with you face to face. Tonight at 10, West Suburbs Abandoned Pier. I assume you don't want anything to happen to your younger daughter, right? Threatening me? If it were the old Jiang Chen, he might panic. But I slowly put on the silver battle armor, hung the laser gun at my waist, and stuffed a handful of fire talismans into my chest pocket. How don't lie. Chairman, I'm here. Prepare the car, go to the west suburbs. Someone wants to discuss business with me, I have to go entertain them properly. In this game of chess, offense and defense have switched. Bang! The sharp flying sword caused no damage to the battle armor. Zhang Hong pondered. He had already reached the 9th level of chi refinement. Just one step away from Foundation Establishment. His full force strike had surprisingly inflicted no harm on the armor. Its defensive power must be at the Foundation Establishment level, right? This made him very tempted. With this set of battle armor combined with laser beam weapons, his upcoming Secret Realm adventures would be much safer. Taoist Jiang, I want both of these pieces of equipment. What do you want? Jiang Hong said decisively, without hesitation. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and asked, what can Brother Jiang offer? Jiang Hong considered and took out 2 porcelain vials, saying, these 2 vials contain Ding Yan Dan and Yensho Dan, 5 pills in each. Ding Yan Dan can repair skin blemishes and preserve one's youthful appearance. 1 Yensho Dan can extend a mortal's life by 10 years, but it is ineffective for cultivators. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. These were good items. All right. Jiang Chen nodded and asked, does Brother Jiang have any protective treasures? Jiang Hong thought for a moment and took out 2 talismans. These are 2 protective talismans that can defend against attacks from the 9th level of Chi Refinement. 9th level of Chi Refinement? Jiang Chen pondered and nodded. Seeing Jiang Chen agree, Jiang Hong breathed a sigh of relief and asked, Taoist Jiang, are there any drones left? Yes, how about I exchange these 2 protective talismans for 5 drones? Jiang Chen proposed. That works. Jiang Hong nodded. With a wave of his hand, 5 drones appeared. Jiang Hong put away the drones, a smile appearing on his ordinary face. Taoist Jiang, see you next time. Jiang Chen nodded, smiling as he watched Jiang Hong leave. Not a bad haul. Looking at the Ding Yan Dan, Yensho Dan, and the 2 protective talismans in his hands, Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction. After leaving the communication space, Jiang Chen immediately contacted Dai Shuier. To be honest, running back and forth was quite tiring. Uncle. Dai Shuier looked at Jiang Chen with a beaming smile full of anticipation. Jiang Chen took out the porcelain vials. These are 2 Ding Yan Dan. After taking them, they can not only repair skin blemishes but also make the skin more hydrated. More importantly, they can preserve one's appearance, so you won't change at all as you age. Dai Shuier's eyes sparkled. Good stuff. However, we have similar items in our world, though not as powerful as yours. Jiang Chen smiled non-committally and took out the Yensho Dan. These are 2 Yensho Dan, each can extend life by 10 years. They can be taken repeatedly. So too can extend life by 20 years. This time, Dai Shuier was moved. Extending life by 20 years was something even their advanced technology couldn't achieve. With the development of biological gene technology, the most they could do was extend a person's life by 3 to 5 years. Not to mention that this elixir could be taken repeatedly. 2 pills for 20 years, what about 3, 10, 100 years? Thinking of this, Dai Shuier began to breathe rapidly. Good stuff, I want to trade. Dai Shuier couldn't wait. Jiang Chen smiled, little girl, the nuclear-powered battle armor and laser beam weapons are great, but they are industrial products. To exchange for a Yensho Dan, you still need to offer a bit more. Dai Shuier huffed in dissatisfaction but didn't argue. If she were facing feudal natives, she could still bluff, but Jiang Chen was also from a technologically advanced world and his insight was no less than hers. What else does Uncle need? Dai Shuier asked. Jiang Chen replied, do you have any lighter protective items? Jiang Chen was still worried about safety. Although Blue Star seemed ordinary, it had protagonists like bugs, so he had to be cautious. It wouldn't hurt to prepare more protective items. Dai Shuier thought for a moment and said, protective items? I do have one. Wait a moment. After saying that, she vanished. Not long after, she returned holding a small suitcase. This is the Black Gold Type 1 combat suit, which has incredible resilience and can defend against direct shots from 12mm bullets. Generally, any bumps and collisions will find it to be their nemesis. Of course, be careful with the uncovered head. Dai Shuier opened the suitcase and handed Over a set of black tight-fitting clothing. Jiang Chen took it, the texture soft, like ordinary tight-fitting underwear. Can this thing stop bullets? Jiang Chen couldn't believe it. Dai Shuier laughed. Super black technology. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Come on, let me test it for you. She dressed a mannequin in the black gold Type 1 combat suit and pulled out a gun of unknown model to shoot at it. With one shot, the mannequin was unharmed. Only then did Jiang Chen marvel. No wonder it's super black technology, it's hard to imagine. Alright, give me 2 sets. Hee. 2 sets? 2 longevity pills won't be enough, Dai Shuier said with a sly smile. Jiang Chen shook his head. 20 years of life for 2 sets of bulletproof vests. You're getting a great deal. Can this be considered ordinary bulletproof vests? Dai Shuier huffed in dissatisfaction. This is super black technology salvaged from the ruins of civilization. Ruins of civilization? Jiang Chen didn't ask further, and helplessly said, Can I supply you with some more resources? Sure. Dai Shuier immediately changed her expression. Hee. Back at the villa, Jiang Chen took a second-tier detox pill, and as the medicine took effect, the toxins in his body were completely cleared, a feeling of relaxation flooding through him. Comfortable. Jiang Chen lay on the bed, unable to hide his joy. He made a huge profit from this transaction, equivalent to pulling a wolf out of thin air, easily acquiring 3 beauty pills, 3 longevity pills, 2 talismans, and 2 sets of black gold Type 1 combat suits. He only gave up a few drones and a bit of resources, along with some words. Is this the happiness of a middleman? Jiang Chen smiled, took out a set of black gold Type 1 combat suit for himself, the material soft, friendly to the skin, and particularly comfortable. The black gold Type 1 combat suit came as a set, with pants and a top, providing full body protection except for the head. One of the 2 combat suits was naturally for his dear daughter. He also wanted to give her a talisman. He always felt that Zhao Qian wouldn't easily back down, and Jiang Xinan was in danger now. If they killed him and Jiang Xinan, Zhao Qian would be the only legal heir of the Jiang group. I need to deal with Zhao Qian quickly. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and picked up his phone to call Hao Donglai. How's the evidence you were collecting? Don't worry, boss, I can deliver it to you in 3 days at most, Hao Donglai replied. Jiang Chen nodded. Good. After hanging up, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on the bed and took out 2 spirit stones to begin his practice. That night, Jiang Xinan returned to the villa, exhausted. Seeing the food on the dining table, a smile appeared on her face. This scene felt like a return to her childhood, particularly warm. Come eat. Jiang Chen sat down at the dining table. Jiang Xinan responded with an washed her hands, and sat across from her father. During dinner, neither of them spoke. The father-daughter duo felt a bit awkward at that moment, only able to share silence. After dinner, when Jiang Xinan was about to go upstairs, Jiang Chen presented a small suitcase, saying, Wear this outfit tomorrow, and keep this talisman close. Jiang Xinan picked up the black gold Type 1 combat suit from the suitcase, the material looking great, almost like underwear. Wear it tomorrow. Jiang Chen didn't give her a chance to ask more and turned to leave. Jiang Xinan bit her lip, carrying the suitcase and taking the talisman upstairs. The next morning, Jiang Chen came downstairs and saw Jiang Xinan, asking, Did you wear the clothes I gave you? Jiang Xinan nodded, and rolled up her sleeve to show him. With such a comfortable lining, she would be silly not to wear it. She didn't know where her dad bought it, but not only was the texture good, it fit snugly, feeling cool and comfortable, and it accentuated her figure. Where's the talisman? Jiang Chen asked again. Jiang Xinan held up the talisman hanging around her neck. Only then did Jiang Chen feel relieved. Be careful when you go out. Recently, remember to take your bodyguard. Jiang Xinan frowned and asked, Is something going to happen? Jiang Chen waved his hand. That's not something you should worry about, just go to work. Oh, Jiang Xinan replied and left the villa. The next 2 days were relatively calm. Around 10 a.m. on June 12, Hao Donglai arrived at the villa. Chairman, all the materials you requested are here, along with the relevant videos. Jiang Chen picked up the documents and began to flip through them. The more he looked, the worse his expression became. It was all about Zhao Xian's little schemes over the past decade. In 10 years, who knows how many corners had been cut, how many of Zhang's interests had been harmed. And all these interests had been fed to Zhao Qian's family. Zhao Qian's family had once been just a working-class household, but by draining Zhang's resources, they had forcefully become a small-town aristocracy. One could say the Zhao family was grateful, but the key point was that they were a bunch of ingrates. Since the evidence has been collected, let's get started. Later, come with me to Junjing Villa, let her sign the divorce agreement first, Jiang Chen said. Hao Donglai hesitated and asked, Miss Jiang Siki. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Get a paternity test done for me and Jiang Siki. Indeed, he suspected that Jiang Siki was not his biological daughter. With the same bloodline, how could Jiang Xinan and Jiang Siki have such vastly different personalities? Hao Donglai scratched his head. Chairman, I checked on Miss Jiang Siki, she is indeed not your biological daughter. Is that so? Jiang Chen squinted. Seeing the boss showing signs of anger, Hao Donglai quickly explained, to be precise, Jiang Siki is Zhao Qian's niece. Elaborate. Jiang Chen realized something was off. It seemed she hadn't been unfaithful. Hao Donglai continued, back then, Zhao Qian was pregnant, and it was indeed your child, Chairman. However, just before giving birth, Zhao Qian accidentally fell and miscarried. At that time, you were on a business trip abroad, and Zhao Qian was worried you would be angry. Plus, the doctor said she might not be able to conceive again, so in a moment of desperation, she brought over the newborn child of Zhao's eldest. Jiang Chen shook his head upon hearing this. It was somewhat acceptable, better than being cheated on. Then he realized something was wrong. Zhao Qian fell and miscarried just before giving birth, and then a newborn appeared in the Zhao family? What a coincidence! Forget it, since that's the case, after the divorce, send Zhao Siki to the Zhao family. And the Zhao family has drained so much from Jiang, it's time to pay it back. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. The Zhao family could not be let off the hook. After leaving Huangpu No. 1 Villa, Jiang Chen returned to Junjing Villa. He opened the villa door, and Zhao Qian happened to be home, watching TV. She was somewhat surprised to see Jiang Chen return. With a huff, she didn't get up to greet him, seemingly still angry about the events from a few days ago, especially about giving 30% of Sinan Technology shares to Jiang Sinan. Every time she thought about it, she couldn't sleep from anger. Jiang Chen didn't want to get entangled with her further and placed the divorce agreement on the coffee table. Sign it. What? Zhao Qian was taken aback, picked up the agreement, and was instantly dumbfounded. Then she became furious, standing up like a shrew. What do you mean, Jiang? I bore your children and served you for over a decade, and this is how you treat me? Jiang Chen ignored her rage and took out another document. Zhao Qian looked at the words paternity test report on the document, and a hint of panic appeared on her face. Old Jiang, what do you mean by this? Jiang Chen looked at her and said, isn't it obvious? You've deceived me for so many years, and that's not enough? Sign it. Let's part on good terms and avoid any unpleasantness. I won't sign it, even if Siki isn't your biological child. I've raised her. There must be some feelings there. Besides, I didn't do anything wrong back then. I never betrayed you. Zhao Qian shouted. Jiang Chen replied, does she even see me as a father? Zhao Qian was at a loss for words. She knew Jiang Siki's personality well. She also knew that Jiang Siki had long been aware that Jiang Chen was not her biological father, which was why she had never regarded him as one. It wasn't just simple rebellion. And here, take a look at this. Give me a response after you've read it. Jiang Chen took out a stack of documents. Zhao Qian picked it up in confusion, and the more she looked, the paler her face became. This. Zhao Qian was completely panicked. Jiang Chen said, two choices. First, you leave with nothing. Second, go to court. The things you've done are enough for you to spend 10 or 20 years in prison. You choose. Zhao Qian shivered and looked up at Jiang Chen. At that moment, she felt that the man she had shared a bed with for over a decade was so unfamiliar. Don't you have any feelings as a couple? Zhao Qian's voice was piercing. Feelings as a couple? Jiang Chen sneered and took out another document. Here we go again? Seeing Jiang Chen's actions, Zhao Qian truly panicked. These documents felt like death warrants, instilling fear in her. She hesitantly picked up the document, and upon seeing its contents, her face turned pale. Finally, she understood why Jiang Chen had suddenly become so ruthless. She slumped down on the edge of the sofa, despondently asking, when did you find out? Jiang Chen did not answer her, merely pushed the divorce agreement on the coffee table towards her. Zhao Qian's eyes were filled with tears. As she looked at Jiang Chen, old Jiang, I know I was wrong. Can we not get a divorce? As she spoke, she knelt in front of Jiang Chen, hugging his thigh, looking up with tears streaming down her face, pleading, old Jiang, I was blinded by my heart. I know I was wrong. Can we not get a divorce? I promise to change. For the rest of my life, no, I promise to serve you like a cow or a horse for all eternity, okay? Please, don't divorce me. Her cries and pleas were heart-wrenching, as if a virtuous woman was being abused by her husband. Jiang Chen felt a wave of annoyance. This woman was truly troublesome. Damn it, she still wants to make me serve her for all eternity? How cruel. Watching her snot and tears smear onto his pants, he frowned and lifted his leg to kick her out. After training for so many days, he had gained quite a bit of strength, and even a gentle lift of his leg was something Zhao Qian couldn't withstand. She collapsed to the ground, trying to get up, but the pain threw out. Her body robbed her of all her strength, leaving her to look up at Jiang Chen in despair. Jiang Chen stood up, his expression impassive. I'll give you half a day to think it over. If there's no response by 8 tomorrow morning, then we'll see each other in court. With that, he left the villa. Watching Jiang Chen's retreating figure, Zhao Qian stopped crying, her expression gradually turning sinister. Fine, very well. Jiang, since you're forcing me like this, don't blame me for being ruthless. She took out her phone to call, only to find there was no signal. She picked up the landline, but it also had no signal. She wanted to leave the villa, but the front door was locked, and no matter how loudly she shouted, there was no response. How ruthless. Zhao Qian felt despair. After leaving Junjing Villa, Jiang Chen had Hao Donglai take people away and drove alone to a warehouse in the suburbs. The warehouse was filled with supplies, piles of rice, various dried fruits, and seasonings. In the cold storage, there were plenty of fruits and vegetables. In the freezer, there was a large quantity of chicken, duck, fish, and beef and lamb. These supplies were specifically prepared by Jiang Chen for trading. Yesterday, he had received a set of black gold-type combat suit from Dai Shuayer, and since he had promised to replenish some supplies for her, he naturally couldn't go back on his word. Walking through the warehouse, Jiang Chen selected some rice, fruits, vegetables, and meat. He contacted Dai Shuayer to hand over these supplies, completing yesterday's transaction. Free of debt, Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry to return. He planned to wander around outside and observe this world. Blue Star and Earth were actually not much different. The development of history and cultural entertainment were quite similar. The only difference was the so-called protagonist, right? As for this protagonist, Jiang Chen didn't care. In the grand finale, Wang Fan's ultimate peak was merely having peak martial arts capable of splitting boulders and controlling a conglomerate that could manipulate the world. To put it bluntly, this was at most a protagonist of an era, not the protagonist of the entire world. The world wouldn't cease to function without this protagonist. This is a real world. After thousands of years of historical development, which era hasn't had its protagonists? In the history of Huaxia, how many protagonists have emerged to turn the tide? Jiang Chen felt that only those who saved the nation from peril and fought wholeheartedly for its rise could be called the protagonists. Wang Fan? He was nothing, just a bottomless scum. After coming to this realization, Jiang Chen lost interest in Wang Fan, and only thought about how to develop himself. If Wang Fan didn't seek trouble with him, that would be fine, but if he insisted on getting close, he would directly trade a few space-based weapons with Dai Shuayer. What kind of protagonist was that? He would be reduced to nothing. As night fell, just as Jiang Chen was about to return to the Huangpu No. 1 villa, he suddenly received a call from Hao Donglai. Boss, it's bad. The young lady has been in a car accident. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Where? She's on her way to the central hospital, but from her tone, she seems fine. It's her bodyguard who is seriously injured, Hao Donglai said quickly. You go investigate the accident scene first. I want to know if this was an accident or if someone is behind it, Jiang Chen said, feeling a sense of dread. Thankfully, he had made Jiang Xinan change into the black gold-type combat suit and had given her a talisman. Otherwise, was it Zhao Qian's doing? Jiang Chen squinted, feeling it was unlikely since he had cut off all of Zhao Qian's external contacts. Upon arriving at the hospital, Jiang Chen saw Jiang Xinan. Are you okay? Jiang Chen asked with concern. Jiang Xinan's eyes were red, and upon seeing Jiang Chen, she excitedly hugged him and began to cry. In the past, due to a rift with her father, she had to silently endure her grievances alone. Now, with her father's change in attitude and the sudden scare, she just wanted to hold her father and cry, venting all her pent-up feelings. It's alright, it's okay now. Jiang Chen gently patted her back to comfort her. After a while, Jiang Xinan finally calmed down, looked up at her father, and thought, this tight-fitting suit and that talisman must be something special, right? At the moment of the collision with the truck, she thought she was going to die. But after the car flipped, she realized she felt no pain at all. Her body was wrapped in the black gold-type combat suit, and the violent impact and pressure seemed to be absorbed by the suit, leaving her unharmed. Even her exposed hands, feet, and head were enveloped in a layer of fluorescence. At that moment, she understood why her father had so seriously instructed her to wear that suit and keep the talisman with her. Xiaoying is still in the operating room, Jiang Xinan whispered. Don't worry, I've hired a senior physician for her surgery. She will be fine, Jiang Chen reassured her. Xiaoying, whose real name was Liying, was Jiang Xinan's bodyguard. Liying was also unfortunate. She had just become Jiang Xinan's bodyguard a few days ago when the accident happened. Not long after, the operating room door opened. Doctor, how is she? Jiang Xinan rushed to ask. Although Liying was just her bodyguard, they had gotten along well during this time and had become close friends. She didn't want anything to happen to her capable friend. The doctor wearily shook his head. The injured did not suffer any critical injuries. Her life is safe, and she just needs to rest now. Thank you, doctor, Jiang Xinan sighed in relief. Let's go home. I will arrange for someone to take care of Liying, Jiang Chen said. Jiang Xinan replied softly and followed him home. Back at the Huangpu No. 1 villa with Jiang Xinan, Xiaonan, you should go rest, Jiang Chen said. Jiang Xinan nodded and went upstairs. Jiang Chen sat on the sofa, brewed a cup of tea, and waited silently. Not long after, he received a call from Hao Donglai. Donglai, is there any result? Was it man-made? Or an accident? Jiang Chen asked calmly. Boss, it's been clarified, it was the White Dragon Gang, Hao Donglai said in a low tone. The White Dragon Gang? Jiang Chen frowned. Hao Donglai continued, the White Dragon Gang is a local underground gang in the Magic City, led by Qin Long, involved in both legal and illegal businesses. This incident is said to have been arranged by someone who approached Qin Long and paid a hefty price for this accident. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Was it Zhao Qian? No, it was someone named Wang Fan. Hao Donglai replied. Jiang Chen's porcelain cup shattered with a crack as he crushed it in his hand. This Wang Fan was clearly asking for trouble. Good, very good. Do you really think the Jiang family is easy to mess with? Anyone can just come up and provoke us? Jiang Chen was furious and hung up on Hao Donglai's call. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen called the police station in the Magic City. After presenting a piece of evidence and some negotiations, the Magic City authorities decided to launch a citywide crackdown on organized crime, clearing out the emerging criminal forces and restoring a clear sky to the Magic City. The authorities had long planned a major sweep against the criminal elements in their jurisdiction. These forces were like leeks, growing back after being harvested. Therefore, the Magic City had to conduct a crackdown every few years. Jiang Chen's call was just a coincidence, and the authorities were willing to give this entrepreneur a favor. That very night, the military and police of the Magic City sprang into action. Clearly well prepared, as soon as the order was given, countless armed officers stormed into KTVs, bars, nightclubs, and similar venues. In an instant, the entire underground world of the Magic City was thrown into chaos. Wang Fan, that woman has had some luck. But don't worry, if she can escape once, can she escape a second time? In a private room at the Night Owl nightclub, Qin Long, the leader of the White Dragon Gang, casually draped an arm around a young man's shoulder. Wang Fan felt dissatisfied. After preparing for so many days, was this all? What a pity. Looking at a photo of Jiang Xinan, Wang Fan felt a twinge of regret. Such a beautiful woman would be perfect to add to his harem. Wang Fan had contacted Jiang Xinan a few times through his connection with Jiang Siki. The result was a humiliating failure. Knowing that such a woman was hard to control, he developed murderous intent. Coincidentally, a few days ago, Jiang Siki called him in tears, and after thinking it over, he decided to spend a large sum to have Qin Long arrange a car accident. As long as Jiang Xinan died, he could control the Jiang family through Jiang Siki. As for Jiang Chen, he didn't take him seriously. He had long discovered that Jiang Chen was suffering from chronic poisoning and wouldn't live much longer. At most, he had a year or so left. Once Jiang Chen was gone and Jiang Xinan died in a car accident, the direct heir of the Jiang family would be left with only Jiang Siki. With Jiang Siki's obedient nature, wouldn't it be easy for him to manipulate her? By then, wouldn't the Jiang family be his? Bang bang bang. While Wang Fan and Cheng Long were discussing how to design the second car accident, a sudden commotion erupted outside, accompanied by a series of chaotic shouts. Just then, the door to the private room was burst open. Before Qin Long could get angry, several younger members of the White Dragon Gang exclaimed, "Boss, it's bad. The cops have barged in. Boss, our place has been raided. Boss, the Magic City has suddenly launched a citywide crackdown on organized crime. The whole city is in chaos." Qin Long was somewhat dazed. What was happening? Why was there suddenly a crackdown? How had he not heard a single hint of it? Wang Fan's expression also changed. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, he was sharp and could clearly hear the sounds of surrender calls and sporadic gunfire outside. With no time to think, he had only one thought: he could not be caught. Having scouted the area, he decisively crashed through the window of the private room, leaving Qin Long and the others dumbfounded as he jumped out without looking back. As for Qin Long, he couldn't care less. Damn it, why did the authorities suddenly decide to crack down? Wang Fan jumped down from the third floor, using the air conditioning unit to lessen the impact. With his skills, he naturally wouldn't be hurt. After orienting himself, Wang Fan ran into an alley. He called a contact to get the situation. Through this contact, he learned that he was wanted in the Magic City for hiring a hitman. This made him both angry and helpless. He could only temporarily leave the Magic City. Using his contacts connections, after a night of fleeing, Wang Fan finally managed to escape to the outskirts of the Magic City, hiding in a house prepared by his contact. He closed the door tightly and collapsed onto the bed. A night of fleeing had left him utterly exhausted. All he wanted now was to sleep deeply. Curled up in bed, Wang Fan fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long it had been when a ringing sound woke him up. Just as he was about to curse, he realized it was Jiang Siki calling. He suppressed his anger, forced himself to sound cheerful, and said gently, "Shao-Chi, is there something wrong?" He was counting on Jiang Siki to help him take over the Jiang group, so he naturally had to be a bit softer. Woo woo. Brother Wang Fan, my dad wants to divorce my mom, Jiang Siki said, sobbing. Wang Fan frowned, the image of Zhao Qian's alluring figure flashing in his mind. He licked his lips and said, don't cry, sweetheart. Aren't your parents getting along well? Why the sudden divorce? Woo woo. My dad found out I'm not his biological daughter, Jiang Siki sniffled. What? You're not his biological daughter? Wang Fan couldn't help but jump out of bed. No wonder Jiang Chen suddenly wanted a divorce. Not a biological daughter, wearing a green hat and deceived for so many years, any man would find it unbearable. If it were him, it wouldn't just be a simple divorce. Wang Fan felt a headache coming on. If Jiang Siki was kicked out of the Jiang family, how would he use her? To get the Jiang group? By the way, what about you? After all these years, your dad wouldn't really have the heart to kick you out, would he? Wang Fan asked hopefully. Even if Jiang Siki was just an adopted daughter, as long as Jiang Chen was willing, she still had inheritance rights. Woo woo. My dad only cares about that bitch Jiang Seinan. He doesn't want me anymore and wants me to go back to the Zhao family. Woo woo. Jiang Siki cried heart-wrenchingly. Although Jiang Siki was crying hard, she wasn't really panicking inside. Jiang Chen was very fond of her. Even if he found out she wasn't his biological daughter, he wouldn't kick her out. After all, whether she was biological or not, she had no say in that. He couldn't possibly blame her for it, could he? She said this just to cry to Wang Fan and gain a bit of affection. But Wang Fan didn't think that much. He only felt that Jiang Siki, this foolish woman, was useless. Exhausted, Wang Fan was too lazy to say much to Jiang Siki and casually comforted her. Don't cry, sweetheart. I have something to do right now, let's talk later. After saying that, he turned off his phone and lay back down to continue sleeping. Time rewound to 7:30 in the morning. After having breakfast, Hao Donglai hurried over. Chairman, Wang Fan has escaped from the magic city and has disappeared, Hao Donglai said, looking grim. We almost caught Wang Fan several times last night, but each time we just missed him. Someone must be sabotaging us, Jiang Chen sighed. After all, he was the main character, how could he be so easy to find? Forget it, go get the lawyer and bodyguards, and come with me to Junjing Villa, Jiang Chen said, not in the mood to waste energy on such trivial matters. The sooner he dealt with Zhao Qian, the better he could focus on his career. The lawyer is already here and ready to go, Hao Donglai replied. Jiang Chen nodded and glanced at the second floor of the villa. After being frightened last night, Jiang Xinan still hadn't gotten up. A twinge of heartache flashed through Jiang Chen's mind as he softly said, let's go. At Junjing Villa number 1, Jiang Chen arrived again, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Walking into the villa, he found Zhao Qian sitting on the sofa with disheveled hair, her former elegance completely gone. Have you really become this heartless? Zhao Qian looked up at Jiang Chen blankly. Heartless? Jiang Chen laughed in anger. What about the things you've done? Aren't they heartless? Zhao Qian was at a loss for words. She knew very well what she had done. She also knew that if those matters were brought to light in court, her life would be ruined. So, Jiang Chen still had a bit of marital sentiment? Jiang Chen had no idea what she was thinking. The reason he hadn't taken it to court was simply that he didn't want to make a big deal out of it and become a laughingstock. First, get the divorce sorted out. Once divorced, there would be plenty of ways to deal with this woman. Alright, sign here. Jiang Chen pushed the divorce agreement forward. Zhao Qian looked up again. After all these years with Siki, are you really willing to kick her out of the Jiang family? Was your affection for her all fake? Jiang Chen remained silent. God knows how he used to think abandoning the obedient daughter while wholeheartedly doting on the unfilial one. Zhao Qian felt despair. She looked at the aggressive lawyer. If she didn't sign, they would be in court immediately. At that point, it wouldn't be as simple as leaving with nothing. Trembling, she picked up the pen and was about to sign the agreement. No, don't. At that moment, Jiang Siki rushed over, crying out. Jiang Chen frowned and signaled to Hao Donglai, who called a few people to escort Jiang Siki out of the villa. Frantic, Jiang Siki grabbed her phone to call Wang Fan, only to find it was turned off. Then she remembered Wang Fan had a secret private number and quickly dialed it. Jiang Chen ignored Jiang Siki, picked up the divorce agreement, nodded in satisfaction, and said while walking out, let's go, get the paperwork done. To get a divorce, just having a divorce agreement wasn't enough, a divorce certificate was essential. This agreement was merely proof that both parties agreed to the divorce. Zhao Qian, in a daze, followed him out, moving like a marionette, and completed the divorce procedures at the marriage registry. After a flurry of activity, Jiang Chen obtained the divorce certificate, legally dissolving his marriage with Zhao Qian. Stepping out of the marriage registry, Jiang Chen no longer paid attention to this woman and left without looking back. Zhao Qian walked down the street with vacant eyes, and when she reached an intersection, a truck suddenly came barreling towards her, knocking her away. Back. At the Huangpu No. 1 villa, Jiang Chen received news of Zhao Qian's car accident. Did you arrange this? Jiang Chen looked at Hao Donlai. Hao Donlai shook his head in confusion. Not me. Jiang Chen frowned. Could it be an accident? After an official investigation, it turned out to indeed be an accident. Jiang Chen didn't think much more about it. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of Sinan Technology, Zhang Sinan put down her phone and murmured, "So she just became a vegetable? Guess she's lucky." For the next half month, everything was calm. Until one day, a piece of news spread online and quickly trended. Hashtag breaking news, Sinan Technology's solid-state battery technology has made a major breakthrough, with electric vehicle range expected to reach 2,500 kilometers. Hashtag a topic like this rapidly climbed the online trending charts. Countless onlookers flocked in. Wow, a range of 2,500 kilometers? Is this for real? No. It mentioned 1300 Wh/kg. Can anyone explain what that means? Let's put it this way, traditional lithium batteries have an energy density of only 300 Wh/kg. You can figure out what that means. Wow, that's so exaggerated? This must be fake news. This technology is even better than Yuanchang's, which just broke through at 500 Wh/kg. Don't mention Yuanchang, they're traitors. Has Sinan Technology issued a statement? As soon as the news broke, it sparked discussions all over the internet. Zhang Sinan received the news immediately. In the conference room, Zhang Sinan's expression was grim. Let's hear it? Everyone lowered their heads, equally grim-faced. The company had kept the new solid-state battery technology under wraps very well, yet the news still leaked. President, it's just a rumor, it'll blow over soon, no need to worry too much. This can also serve as a prelude to the new product launch, said Ma Tao, the director of the technology department. Zhang Sinan lightly tapped her slender fingers on the table and asked, although the loss isn't significant, the leak is a fact, it must be thoroughly investigated. Ma Tao nodded, don't worry, we will investigate thoroughly. Zhang Sinan then asked, how's it going at the factory? Has the patent application been approved? Ma Tao replied, the production line has been adjusted and can start production at any time. The patent has also been granted. The authorities are taking our patent very seriously, and currently, Huaxia is helping us apply for an international patent. Zhang Sinan thought for a moment and said, in that case, there's no need to hide it anymore. Let's set the date for the new product launch. Regarding the news online, let's respond with an official announcement on our WeChat account. Stating it like this, she quickly wrote a line on a piece of white paper. Ma Tao nodded, okay, I'll take care of it right away. Not long after, while netizens were still discussing, the official Weibo account of Sinan Technology suddenly released an announcement. Upon seeing this announcement, countless people exploded with excitement. The announcement read, everything speaks for itself. What does this mean? Don't understand this? Let me translate. We're going to let the facts speak, stop the pointless chatter, only incompetent people keep rambling on. This reply quickly became a top comment. This made netizens even more upset, unable to hold back their anger, ready to take action. I'm incompetent, so I'll just ramble on? Did Sinan Technology take the wrong medicine? Are they provoking us? We're the ones rambling? Fools, that's a netizens' reply. Daring to issue this announcement, there's only one possibility. Sinan Technology has really developed a battery with an energy density of 1300 Wh/kg? Ridiculous, how could that be true? They also said, everything speaks for itself. Whether it's true or not, we'll find out later. Speaking of which, if we're going to let the facts speak, shouldn't we set a date? Sinan Technology's official website has news. On the 30th of this month, they will hold a new product launch. Such a big commotion from Sinan Technology naturally alarmed industry peers. However, upon seeing the data from the news, one by one shook their heads. Too exaggerated. What's going on with old Jiang? Who knows, but Sinan Technology is now run by old Jiang's daughter. The young ones can't handle it. Maybe they're doing some research, and the news got distorted after it leaked. But what about the blog post from Sinan Technology? It's so bold. Something's off. Yeah. The official website also announced the new product launch date. Something's off. No, we need to contact old Jiang. When industry insiders first saw that set of exaggerated data, they also thought it was too ridiculous to be true. But after analyzing the event carefully, they all became serious. Sinan Technology's industry value is over 100 billion. They can't just throw out empty claims, right? If that's the case, then the credibility Sinan Technology has built over the years would collapse. With credibility gone, who would still buy your products? Therefore, some industry executives quickly called Jiang Chen. They were all industry insiders, having communicated before, so they naturally had contact information. Some sensed something was off, while others were stubborn, firmly believing that Sinan Technology was just trying to attract attention, pulling off a huge scam, just like a certain chip from years ago. An industry insider who has been active online for years directly posted, if Sinan Technology can really make solid-state batteries reach 1300 Wh/kg, I'll live stream myself doing a handstand while eating shit. As soon as the post was made, it attracted a group of netizens. Damn, old Chi is back to mooching again. By the way, did you drink that urine from last time? Exactly. Last time he said he would live stream himself drinking urine. Did anyone see the live stream? TSK. Old Chi keeps getting slapped in the face, yet he never changes. No way, after getting slapped so many times, he's developed calluses on his face. One by one, netizens mocked him, but the expert Chi remained unmoved. What's the big deal about being mocked? As long as he can make money. With this Weibo post, the more he's mocked, the more he earns. Expert Chi has figured it out. In this day and age, as long as you're famous, whether it's for good or bad reasons, as long as you're popular, there's money to be made. This is also the reason why a distinguished battery expert like him doesn't work in the lab on technology but instead mingles online and becomes an internet celebrity who makes money doing research. The FAR, a group of industry leaders in the battery sector, also saw the news online. They frowned. Is this trying to ride on our coattails? A young researcher couldn't help but say. An old expert tapped the table and said, Sinan Technology is an established company. They wouldn't just make empty claims for no reason. Since they've set a date for the new product launch, there should be some truth to it. How is that possible? Someone retorted loudly, we are all industry elites. The 1300 Wh/kg data is simply treating us like fools. Exactly, I don't believe this data. If it were just a little higher than ours, I might believe it, but this is not just a little higher. A group of researchers were indignant. Enough, the lab director said, slapping the table and scolding loudly, you are all researchers, shouldn't you verify things first when issues arise? The folks at Sinan Technology have also said that everything should be based on facts. Whether it's true or false will naturally be revealed after the press conference. If it's false, you can condemn it later. For now, just focus on your current work. Upon hearing this, everyone calmed down. At the end of the conference table, a quiet young man suddenly raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on the director as he asked, Director is it true that our Yuanhai has been acquired by a Japanese company? As soon as he said this, the conference room fell silent. The office was eerily quiet. Everyone looked at Director He. During this time, because of this news, Yuanhai had faced a lot of criticism, and online they were being called traitors. They were accused of developing advanced technology without thinking about building the country. Instead, for money, they sold the technology abroad. In short, the words were harsh. They felt wronged. They were just a group of researchers dedicated to their work. Who had they offended? And to say they were in it for the money? Had they seen a single cent? After a long pause, Director He finally said softly, we are researchers, these are not things we should worry about. Humph. The young man slammed the table and shouted angrily, this is the result of our sleepless research. In one sentence, the Japanese have taken the fruits of our labor. How can we not be concerned? The director frowned, this is the decision of the headquarters? What about the headquarters? Can the headquarters just sell us off without a word? We absolutely cannot allow our technology to be taken by the Japanese. Right, we cannot allow it. Once the matter was brought to light, everyone could no longer hold back. They shouted loudly, wanting to vent their grievances from this period. You all. The director was exasperated. The headquarters had Japanese capital shares. They quietly increased their stock holdings and became the absolute controlling party of the company. What could a lab director do? Not to mention him, even the big boss of the headquarters was struggling to protect himself. At this moment, he truly hoped that the news from Sinan Technology was true. That way, it could also divert some of the fire. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, the conference room door was knocked on, and two middle-aged men walked in, looking humble. Upon entering the conference room, they first bowed to everyone and then addressed the director. Director He, everyone, please guide us. Director. His face was dark and he remained silent. The two Japanese men did not mind the attitude of the others and walked straight to the front of the conference table to sit down. In Villa number 1 of Huangpu, Jiang Chen hung up a phone call, rubbing his temples. These calls came from various industry colleagues. He couldn't refuse them when they called, as he had to maintain appearances. He couldn't just brush them off either, so he could only say to wait for the new product launch on the 30th, when everything would be clear. After finishing the last call, Jiang Chen directly turned off his phone. What's going on with the acquisition of Yuanhai by a Japanese company? Jiang Chen put down his phone and looked at Hao Donglai beside him. Hao Donglai replied, the Yuanhai Research Lab is led by He Yong and several scholars, along with a group of graduate students. Before this, they were not well known and had no significant achievements. The parent company of the Yuanhai Research Lab, Siyuan Group, also had a broad approach, not focusing on whether they could produce results, but rather just keeping them going for now. After all, the annual investment is not large. What if they do achieve results? So all along, apart from not lacking in funding, Siyuan Group has not paid much attention to Yuanhai. After all, there are many research labs of similar size under Siyuan Group. The Siyuan Group has been cultivating the Japanese market in recent years. To expand its business, it has collaborated with the Panasonic Group, which holds a portion of Siyuan Group's shares. After the news of the technological breakthrough from the Far Voyage Research Institute broke, Panasonic Group immediately sought to verify its authenticity. Upon confirming the news, they quickly reached out to the shareholders of Siyuan Group and swiftly acquired a large number of shares. By the time Siyuan Group realized what was happening, it had already changed hands. At the very least, Panasonic Group had gained absolute control over Siyuan Group, and even the founder of Siyuan could only hold a stalemate with Panasonic for the time being. Now, Panasonic has sent people to Far Voyage. If nothing unexpected happens, this technology is likely to be lost. Such business behavior is not something the authorities can easily intervene in. Initially, the authorities planned to forcefully intervene, but once our patent was submitted, their attitude changed. However, they also did not intend to let Japan off easily and proposed many conditions. Japan could only grit its teeth and agree to obtain the technology from Far Voyage. Zhang Chen shook his head after hearing this. Siyuan Group, how should one put it? They weren't entirely at fault. One could only say they were too careless and allowed Panasonic to exploit a gap. What about our company? What actions has Panasonic taken? Zhang Chen asked. The news about the solid-state battery technology with an energy density of 1300 Wh/kg had leaked online. Such significant news Panasonic could not have overlooked it. Panasonic had paid a hefty price to acquire Far Voyage. If the technological breakthrough from Sinan Technology was genuine, it would mean that the technology Panasonic had just acquired would soon be rendered useless. At the very least, the benefits were not as substantial as imagined. After all, one was 1300 Wh/kg, while the other was 500 Wh/kg. There was a significant gap in competitiveness. Hao Donglai said, Panasonic has sent quite a few corporate spies to our company, intending to steal technical information. However, due to the leak incident, the young lady has strengthened confidentiality measures, and Panasonic has gained nothing, instead suffering considerable losses due to some ambiguous information. Yes, security also needs to be strengthened. Contact the authorities to see if we can apply for firearm permits, Zhang Chen instructed. Hao Donglai nodded. All right, I'll take care of it right away. Zhang Chen nodded, picked up his tablet, and opened the internet. The news of Far Voyage Research Institute changing ownership and being acquired by a Japanese company had spread completely. The online discourse was chaotic. Forget about Sinan Technology for now, let's talk about Far Voyage. Did it really get bought by the Japanese? Reliable sources say that a Japanese company has taken over Far Voyage. Those traitors. Far Voyage is just a research institute. You can't blame them. If you want to blame someone, blame their parent company, Siyuan Group. Right, Siyuan Group is the investor in Far Voyage and holds ownership rights. I heard Siyuan Group was tricked by the Japanese, and now even the founder of Siyuan Group is in a precarious position. Good for them. Who told them to collaborate with the Japanese? Don't they know how treacherous and cunning the Japanese are? I'll never buy Siyuan Group's products again, it's disgusting. The netizens were determined to berate the Far Voyage Research Institute and Siyuan Group. These ordinary netizens did not care about the intricacies of the situation or whether Siyuan Group was wronged. They only saw that Huaxia had just achieved a technological breakthrough, only to have the Japanese reap the benefits. It was only because of the leak from Sinan Technology that the uproar was somewhat subdued. Putting down the tablet, Zhang Chen returned to his bedroom to practice. Zhang Chen placed great importance on his training, as it was, after all, a path to longevity, and no amount of emphasis was too much. To avoid delaying his practice, he contacted Jiang Hong from the cultivation world and traded some practical technological products for spirit stones and elixirs. Thus, while Zhang Chen immersed himself in his training amidst the external turmoil, the date reached June 30th. The new product launch conference for Sinan Technology was about to begin. June 30th. On this day, Sinan Technology was in the spotlight. Many days have passed since the leak incident, and after so much time has fermented, not only have domestic media flocked to the scene, but foreign media have also arrived in droves. Many domestic companies, such as those in the new energy vehicle sector and mobile phone and computer manufacturers, have all rushed here. Initially, these manufacturers didn't pay much attention, thinking the hype was exaggerated. However, as the situation developed, they couldn't hold back any longer and sent representatives to verify the authenticity of the all-solid-state battery. In the vast venue, a crowd of reporters armed with cameras filled the space. Some of these reporters were from domestic outlets, while others came from abroad. With such powerful battery technology, the first reaction of those abroad who heard about it was disbelief. Yet, they couldn't resist joining the media frenzy. If this C nanotechnology were to be embroiled in a scandal, they would have a good laugh. I wonder if the data circulating online is true. If it is, isn't it more impressive than Yuanhang? Unfortunately, Yuanhang was scooped up by Japan's Panasonic. It's said that Panasonic paid a hefty price to acquire Yuanhang. If C nanotechnology's technology is real, wow. Yeah. If C nanotechnology really developed a 1300 Wh/kg solid-state battery, Panasonic would be in big trouble. Not necessarily. Alas, 500 Wh/kg still has considerable advantages. At least it would be cheaper, right? It might be a bit cheaper, but with two electric cars, one using C nanotechnology's all-solid-state battery can run 2,500 kilometers. The other, using 500 Wh/kg, can run a maximum of 1,000 kilometers. Which one would you choose? Oh, definitely the one with 2,500 kilometers. If the price difference is huge, I would choose the one with 1,000 kilometers of range. Just running around the city, 1,000 kilometers is enough for a long time. It all depends on how C nanotechnology prices it. If the price difference isn't significant, it would be a disaster for Panasonic. This time, Panasonic has bet a lot to acquire Yuanhang. A group of reporters whispered among themselves. Backstage. Nervous? Jiang Chen looked gently at his daughter as this press conference was hosted by Jiang Xinan. Not really. Jiang Xinan took a deep breath. Jiang Chen patted her shoulder. No need to be nervous, just follow the steps. Jiang Xinan nodded and asked the secretary beside her. Is the live broadcast arranged? This press conference not only involved on-site media but also included a live stream. She wanted to present the technology more intuitively to everyone. The live stream has started, the secretary replied. Jiang Xinan nodded, checked the time, and said to her father, Dad, it's about time, I'm going. Go ahead, Jiang. Chen smiled. Jiang Xinan adjusted her custom women's suit, took a deep breath, and walked toward the stage. Jiang Chen entered the press conference hall through a dedicated passage and took a seat in the front row, watching his daughter step onto the spotlighted stage. As Jiang Xinan made her appearance, the noisy venue fell silent, and everyone turned to look at the stunning figure in the center of the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the C nanotechnology product launch. Without further ado, let's get started, Jiang Xinan said confidently. As her words echoed, the large screen behind her lit up. In the live stream, wow, is this the legendary beautiful CEO? I've heard that C nanotechnology is led by a beautiful CEO. It seems to be true. Looking at her age, she can't be more than 20, right? A 20-year-old can be a CEO? TSK. Her status is not simple. So beautiful. I know her. She's the daughter of the chairman of Jiang Group and the current president of C nanotechnology. Definitely a rich and beautiful woman, a strong female leader. She really is a beautiful CEO. As Jiang Xinan appeared, the live stream became lively. On site, the business tycoons sitting in the front row were also whispering to each other. Is this old John's daughter? So beautiful, old Jiang's genes are impressive. Hey, what you just said, by the way, hasn't Lao Jiang come? Seriously, all the old buddies are here, and Lao Jiang isn't even showing his face? Look, Lao Jiang is over there. Hey, hiding in the corner, afraid of being spotted by old friends. Did anyone notice? Lao Jiang seems to have gotten younger. Younger? Not really. Sigh. Let's watch the press conference first. We'll chat with Lao Jiang later. On stage, as the venue quieted down, Jiang Xinan said, Everyone, please look at the big screen. Lines of battery parameters appeared on the big screen. The technical details were so complex that the audience felt dizzy. However, there were also some professionals from other companies present who could understand the data. They stared at the figures, wide-eyed, looking incredulous. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? A middle-aged expert said, his expression blank. On stage, Jiang Xinan introduced, this battery, named Zhurong No. 1, is the result of our research team's years of hard work. He talked about how difficult it was for the research team, how much they had suffered, and finally pointed to the big screen, saying, Everyone, please look. On the big screen, a dynamic graphic disassembled the Zhurong No. 1 battery into several parts, allowing everyone to clearly see the battery's structure. One innovative technology after another was presented, causing gasps from the audience. Incredible. Experts in the relevant field stared at the big screen, their expressions dazed. Some tech-savvy CEOs in the audience also looked at the big screen in shock. Besides the venue, many industry insiders outside were also watching the live broadcast of the press conference. Panasonic Group in Japan. Watching the live demonstration of the Zhurong No. 1 batteries technology, the senior executives at Panasonic looked grim. They had paid such a high price for the Yuanchang's solid-state battery technology, only to see it potentially become obsolete? It should be noted that to obtain Yuanchang, not only did Panasonic Group pay a hefty price, but even the Japanese government had made significant sacrifices, only to be heavily taken advantage of by Huaxia. Just as they were starting to feel pleased, out popped Zhu Rongno. 1. A few who couldn't handle the pressure slumped in their chairs upon witnessing this scene. Japan was somewhat better off, after all, they had the Yuanchang 500 Wh/kg solid-state battery technology, which, although not as good as Zhu Rong No. 1, was not too far behind. With a slightly lower price, it still had some competitiveness. For those companies relying on traditional lithium batteries, however, it was a disaster. The situation was clear: after the press conference, the battery industry would face a market reshuffle. This reshuffle would affect the entire globe. At the press conference venue, looking at the data on the big screen, someone finally couldn't hold back. A foreign media representative stood up to question, shouting that it was impossible. In the face of the doubt, Jiang Xinan ignored it, and security was there to silence the questioner. Seeing Jiang Xinan's assertiveness, some with ulterior motives dared not make any further moves and could only silently watch and wait for an opportunity. Everyone, please look. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Xinan displayed a set of data on the big screen. The professional data was incomprehensible to the audience, but when they saw the figures for 10-minute fast charging and an extreme range of 2,500 kilometers, they were stunned. The lights in the venue brightened, and before the media could speak, she directly said, "I know everyone has doubts about Zhu Rong No. 1. So please look, this is the patent certification issued by official institutions." The crowd looked speechlessly at the various certificates. The technical demonstration was beyond the understanding of ordinary netizens, who could only express their amazement with exclamations. But upon seeing these patent certificates, the netizens fell silent. Wow, Sinan. Technology is amazing. It's real, it's all real. How did such an amazing technology come about? Yeah, Sinan technology has seemed to decline in recent years. I thought they couldn't keep up with the times, but it turns out they were just holding back a big move. I see many people questioning it online, TSK, and now they bring out official proof, and they still doubt? No brains. President Jiang is still so imposing. When someone questioned on site, he directly had security step in to stop it, giving no explanation at all. Mr. Jiang has done well. That reporter was disrupting the press conference and must be forcibly stopped. Yes, that's right. Watching Sinan Technology present a series of proofs demonstrating the authenticity of their technology, the netizens went wild. Originally feeling dejected due to the Yuanhang incident, they became excited and rallied online to support Sinan Technology. On site, Jiang Xinan said, "Next is the Q&A session." Upon hearing this, the reporters became agitated. This was their territory. Mr. Jiang, could you elaborate on the R&D process? Mr. Jiang, was it your company that led the recent leak of information? Mr. Jiang. One by one, the media reporters clamored to ask questions. Jiang Xinan remained calm and composed, gracefully handling the inquiries from all sides. Even the trickiest questions couldn't faze her. In the audience, watching Jiang Xinan, who exuded the demeanor of a great CEO, Jiang Chen felt a sense of relief and pride. Jiang Xinan was indeed a genius. At not even 19 years old, she had completed her undergraduate and master's studies and even spent 2 years studying abroad. After returning to the country, in order to attract her father's attention, she established a small company that was thriving. Unfortunately, the previous Jiang Chen had never regarded her small company highly. "Old Jiang, you've raised a wonderful daughter," a company president sat down beside Jiang Chen and said enviously. Jiang Chen smiled and replied, "I remember, old Lu, you also have a daughter, about the same age as Sinan, right?" "Ha, you mean that girl Lu Han? She's about the same age as Xiaonan." Old Lu laughed heartily, but there was a hint of worry in his brow, clearly indicating that his daughter was somewhat troublesome. Jiang Chen didn't pry further, chatting casually for a bit before old Lu steered the conversation towards collaboration. Old Lu's Lu Group was in the new energy vehicle sector and was eager for the Zhu Rong No. 1 battery. Not just old Lu, but other CEOs in the new energy vehicle industry were also itching to sign contracts immediately. Jiang Chen said, "Old Lu, how about this? The tea is ready upstairs. After the press conference, shall we enjoy some tea while we chat?" "Sure." Old Lu had no choice but to agree, having initially hoped to gain an advantage. The press conference ended, but the shock was just beginning. This press conference was destined to spread worldwide. Sinan Technology became an overnight sensation. Some related companies couldn't sit still, both domestic and foreign. They hurriedly booked flights to Shanghai. In a conference room at Sinan Technology, Jiang Chen discussed collaboration with several automotive industry bigwigs. The main issue was pricing. After a round of negotiations, they finally agreed to raise the price of traditional batteries by 60%. This price increase was quickly accepted by the group of CEOs after a brief discussion. With the price settled, the next issue was the allocation of shares. The Shurong number 1 battery had just been developed and the production capacity would certainly not be sufficient. To secure enough shares, the only option was to compete. Old Jiang. We agreed. I want 30% of the shares. Damn, old Zhao, that's excessive. You just ask for 30% right off the bat. Why not just reach for the sky? Old Jiang, I'm not greedy. 20%. Will do. I want. In an instant, the large conference room felt like a bustling market. A group of usually composed bigwigs were arguing, their faces flushed. Jiang Chen and his daughter remained silent, watching the CEOs bicker. When it seemed the arguments had reached a peak, Jiang Chen stood up and smiled. Gentlemen, there's no need for this. The factories undersea nanotechnology are expanding, and production will ramp up soon. How about we evenly split the first batch of production? Once I have the specific production numbers, we can discuss the exact share distribution? Alright then. The group of CEOs had no choice but to agree for the time being. The rest was simple. They called in a lawyer to draft the contract, and the group of industry leaders signed on the dotted line. After finalizing the collaboration with the automotive CEOs, Jiang Chan and Jiang Xinan moved to another conference room, where the heads of various electronics companies, including those in mobile phones and computers, had gathered. It was much the same as with the automotive side. After a round of negotiations, several cooperation contracts were quickly established. Minghua, Dami, and other well-known mobile phone manufacturers in Huaxia expressed that they would design new models as soon as possible based on the performance of the Zhurong number 1 battery. It is expected that new models will be released in no more than half a month. After the two meetings concluded, Jiang Chen and Jiang Xinan prepared to rest in the office. At that moment, a middle-aged man caught up with them. Jiang Chen and his daughter looked over. It was the president of a battery company. Director Jiang, can we have a word? The president said with a flattering expression. Jiang Chen understood what the other party meant and replied, Old Tao, I know what you're getting at. Don't worry, as fellow Huaxia Enterprises, Sinan Technology won't monopolize the benefits. Our company will quickly draft a set of regulations, so just wait for the news, Old Tao. Old Jiang, can you give me a definite answer? Tao Yang asked somewhat awkwardly. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, how about this, Old Tao? Please convey a message to the other peers. Let's hold an industry consultation meeting in half a month. Collaborating with competitors is essential. Every year, just sitting idle brings in a substantial amount of patent fees. As long as the core technology is in hand, it's fine. For instance, the new material synthesis technology in batteries is kept strictly confidential and no patents have even been applied for. Hearing Jiang Chen's response, Tao Yang felt relieved. He was genuinely worried that Sinan Technology would monopolize the market. If that happened, the battery companies, might as well declare bankruptcy. Seeing that Jiang Chen was still open to discussion and not looking to monopolize, he naturally felt happy. Director Jiang, don't worry, I will definitely pass on your words. Tao Yang was clearly a representative pushed forward by a group. This group represented numerous battery manufacturers in Huaxia. After the emergence of Zhurong number 1, the most anxious were the competitors. It is foreseeable that once the Zhurong number 1 battery hits the market, traditional battery manufacturers will inevitably be eliminated, which terrifies the heads of many battery companies. That is, a fear of bankruptcy and destitution. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile, exchanged a few pleasantries, and sent Tao Yang off, then went to the chairman's office on the top floor with Jiang Xinan. How do you feel? Looking at his daughter lying on the sofa as if she had no bones, Jiang Chen shook his head and asked. Very tired, but also very satisfied, Jiang Xinan replied, tilting her head. Jiang Chen nodded, just about to say something else when his expression suddenly changed. He realized he had entered the Timespace Club and Dai Shuier was contacting him. Alright, after a busy day, you should go rest for a bit, Jiang Chen said to Jiang Xinan. Jiang Xinan tilted her head. Wasn't it just said that there were matters to discuss? She didn't ask much and got up to head to her president's office. After sending Jiang Xinan off, Jiang Chen locked the office door and entered the Timespace communication space. It was still the rooftop of that building. Xiao Shuier, is there something urgent since you contacted me suddenly? Looking at Dai Shuier, who hadn't been in touch for many days. Uncle, do you still have the longevity pills? Dai Shuier asked directly, her tone sounding very urgent. Jiang Chen was puzzled. Did the 2 pills I traded to you before run out? Dai Shuier replied with distress. I took one myself and used the other for research. Now my grandfather suddenly fell seriously ill and needs saving. Jiang Chen curiously asked, what illness does your grandfather have? With the medical standards of your world, can't it be treated? The civilization where Dai Shuier was from had already ventured into space and their biotechnology was very advanced. Logically, most human ailments should have been overcome. Sigh. To put it simply, his lifespan has reached its end and he has developed resistance to all kinds of longevity gene medications. It's also my fault. After getting the longevity pills, I was so happy that I forgot about my grandfather, Dai Shuier said, rubbing her hair, her face full of distress. What could Jiang Chen say? Scold her for being an unfilial granddaughter? Alright, I still have one longevity pill left, Jiang Chen said, taking out a pill. That's great. Dai Shuier was overjoyed, and being prepared, she took out a small password box and said, Uncle, this is 10 gene evolution medications. How about trading one for a longevity pill? Sure, Jiang Chen agreed without hesitation. According to reason, Dai Shuier is now the demander. He should be bargaining for greater benefits. But thinking about it, it's better to let it go, as it's not worth it and could damage the friendly relationship between both parties. Besides, trading 10 gene enhancement agents for a longevity pill is already a good deal for him. Uncle is so nice. Hearing Jiang Chen agree, Dai Shuier excitedly clapped her hands and quickly handed the gene enhancement agents to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled and exchanged with Dai Shuier. Once the transaction was complete, Dai Shuier couldn't wait to leave the communication space. Her grandfather's life was hanging by a thread, saving him was the priority. Jiang Chen shook his head. This girl is so carefree. Where was she earlier? Why wait until her grandfather was on the brink before feeling anxious? Back in the office, Jiang Chen set down the password box and carefully examined the instructions for use that Dai Shuier had given him. I have to inject it. Looking at the needle on the gene agent, Jiang Chen's expression turned sour. He hated injections the most. But for the sake of becoming stronger, he had to endure it. Closing his eyes, he plunged the needle into his vein. Hiss! Jiang Chen gasped. It still hurt, damn it. Why couldn't it be taken orally? Gritting his teeth, he injected a tube of the agent into his body. Dropping the syringe, Jiang Chen lay weakly back in his chair, his body heating up and turning red, as if he were a crab being boiled alive. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Chen practiced the breathing technique, trying to alleviate the pain. He discovered that during the practice, the absorption rate of the agent also accelerated. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen's complexion finally returned to normal. Phew! Jiang Chen felt as if he had died once, as if he were in a furnace, wanting to scream but unable to make a sound, as if he had lost his vocal cords. Those 10 minutes were the most helpless of his life. Even practicing the breathing technique felt instinctual. Jiang Chen sat up and examined himself. A layer of dark gray sweat beads surfaced on his skin, making him feel sticky and uncomfortable. The office had a private bedroom and bathroom, so he went to wash himself. Standing in front of the mirror, Jiang Chen looked at himself in disbelief. Originally in his 40s, approaching middle age, he seemed to have become several years younger, with the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes disappearing. He looked like he was in his mid-30s. This was still because the gene enhancement agent had not been fully absorbed yet. Once he completely absorbed its effects, he would become even younger. Jiang Chen's most satisfied age stage was around 30. This age seemed mature, stable, and strong, yet not lacking in ambition. However, Jiang Chen hoped to return to the appearance of 25, because his mental age was 25. Shaking his head, he tried to rid himself of the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Remembering the process of injecting the agent and practicing the breathing technique, Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. He took off his clothes, sat cross-legged in the bathroom, and took out 2 spirit stones to practice the breathing technique. As soon as the technique began, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up like stars. The speed of the breathing technique accelerated and the absorption rate of spiritual energy also increased. In other words, his aptitude improved. Does the gene enhancement agent also have the effect of improving aptitude? Jiang Chen was stunned. He had originally thought that injecting the gene enhancement agent was just to enhance his physique, but he didn't expect it to also improve his cultivation aptitude. This was a pleasant surprise. Perhaps the so-called cultivation aptitude is related to the quality of genes within the body. The fewer junk genes there are, the better the aptitude. The main effect of the gene enhancement agent is to eliminate junk genes and strengthen the useful ones. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen became even more excited. This was a surprising discovery. He squinted his eyes, gaining new leverage for trading with Jiang Hong. Jiang Chen had been worried that Jiang Hong was currently weak and some technological products still had a bit of appeal to him. But once Jiang Hong became strong, drones and the like would lose their allure. By then, only some massive destructive weapons, like mushroom bombs or star destroyers, would attract Jiang Hong. Once he developed, he should be able to get his hands on mushroom bombs too. However, trading with mushroom eggs always feels a bit lacking. But with the discovery of genetic potions, he felt that technology was still quite powerful. If Jiang Hong knew there were things that could enhance qualifications, he would definitely be tempted. From a few conversations, he learned that Jiang Hong's qualifications were not good. He had been cultivating since childhood for nearly 20 years and had barely reached the 9th level of Qi training. As Jiang Chen calculated in his mind, he also practiced his breathing technique. Crack! The sudden Sound of a crack made Jiang Chen calm down, his expression filled with surprise. He had broken through. He had finally reached the body refining realm. After so many days of cultivation, he had only made his body stronger until this moment, when he truly became a cultivator, albeit at the very basic level of body refining. Adapting to the power of his breakthrough, Jiang Chen changed into a new set of clothes. Knock knock knock. Jiang Xinan knocked and entered. Just as she was about to speak, upon seeing her father, she blinked in surprise, a bit unable to believe it. Was this really her father? Had he seemed younger? Was it an illusion? What's wrong? Jiang Chen smiled. Jiang Xinan shook her head, speaking in a daze. Someone is guiding public opinion online, causing adverse effects for the company. Public opinion? Tell me more. Jiang Chen squinted, suspecting that some people had noticed the signs of Sinan Technology's rise and couldn't sit still. Jiang Xinan said, basically, they are saying that our Sinan Technology is monopolizing the market, disregarding the survival of other competing companies and ignoring the lives of countless practitioners, labeling us as heartless capitalists, and so on. The insults are harsh, but there's a bit of truth to it. Many ordinary netizens have been misled. Look. She handed over a tablet. Jiang Chen took it and saw it was a Weibo post from a big influencer. The gist of the content was similar to what Jiang Xinan had said, claiming that the emergence of Zhurong No. 1 was a disaster for other competing companies. It would take away all the orders, leaving other battery companies with no space to survive. In short, it seemed somewhat reasonable. But in reality, it was nonsense. The comments below were also unbearable. A few rational netizens expressed fair opinions, but they were quickly drowned out. Teacher Jiang is right. Think about it, monopolies are not a good thing. Exactly. Since ancient times, in any industry, once monopolized, it's definitely the common people who suffer. I hope the relevant departments intervene. If Sinan Technology could share the technology with competing companies, we could all make money together. Dream on, they've invested so much, how could they possibly share the technology? One can imagine, Sinan Technology monopolizes the market, first driving other companies to bankruptcy, and then they can set prices however they want. The Jiang family has gone black-hearted. Looking at the comments, Jiang Chen frowned. These netizens, how to put it, were both pitiable and hateful and very sad. When something good happens, these netizens can make one feel elated. But with just a little guidance, they can turn into executioners. How many innocent victims have suffered from online violence simply because they were verbally attacked by these misinformed netizens, leading to their despair? It can be said that, since the birth of the internet, these seemingly pitiable, hateful, and sad people have caused many deaths. Forget it, there's no need to pay attention, we shouldn't be the ones worried. Jiang Chen shook his head. The ones who should be worried are those competing companies? He had already announced that an industry consultation meeting would be held on July 15. Now, with this sudden turn of events, those domestic battery companies had probably cursed the behind-the-scenes instigators to no end, because they were afraid that Jiang Chen, due to public opinion, would angrily cancel the consultation meeting. As Jiang Chen expected, the battery company executives led by Tao Yang, upon seeing the online public opinion, had darkened expressions. Which bastard did this? Idiot. This is really damnable. The group of executives completely lost their composure, cursing at the online public opinion. Everyone, we need to take action. Tao Yang looked at everyone. The crowd nodded. The urgent matter is the industry negotiation meeting on July 15, which absolutely cannot be derailed by these petty issues. With a group of CEOs nodding in agreement, their companies began to take action. Soon, announcements from various battery companies flooded the internet. Chief A Battery strongly condemns some irresponsible remarks online. Sinan Technology is a responsible and accountable company. Hongtian Group, the technological breakthrough of Sinan Technology, represents the progress of Huaxia Technology. We advise those with ulterior motives not to go too far. Futian Energy, the internet is not a lawless place. Jinda Battery, condemnation. As each battery company spoke up, netizens were stunned. The people behind the scenes were also taken aback, immediately cursing, son of a bitch. Are these people crazy? Aren't they helping you? Ordinary netizens were equally confused. By the way, what's going on? Why are these battery companies speaking up for Sinan Technology? Something feels off. Sinan Technology's Zhurong No. 1 has forced these companies into a corner. Not only are they not helping to criticize, but they're also supporting Sinan Technology? There's only one possibility: these companies have obtained the technology authorization for Zhurong No. 1. Don't say, it really is possible, otherwise these capitalists wouldn't be so protective. TSK, which idiot said Sinan Technology is hogging everything? Alright, we don't know the specifics yet, let's wait for more news. As major companies spoke up, the one-sided public opinion online gradually returned to normal. With a few celebrity scandals trending, netizens also stopped fixating on Sinan Technology, and the public discourse quickly shifted. These celebrities are really useful. In the office, Jiang Chen smacked his lips. Whenever unfavorable news surfaces, just throw out a few explosive celebrity scandals, and the public opinion immediately turns around. This is the internet. This is the public. Like blades of grass, they bend whichever way the wind blows, completely lacking their own opinions. Just look at this incident. At the Sinan Technology Press Conference, Zhurong No. 1 made its debut, and the internet was filled with praise. Yet, with a little provocation from someone with ulterior motives, the narrative shifted instantly. Sad and lamentable. Jiang Chen shook his head, looking at Jiang. Sinan, you must be exhausted today, go home and rest early. Not tired. Jiang Sinan shook her head. Jiang Chen patted her head and said, work is never ending, let's go home after work. You hardly ate at noon, so let's have a good dinner. Tonight. That evening, they had a big meal together. After the feast, their father-daughter relationship became even more harmonious. At 9 o'clock that night, Jiang Chen returned to his room. Tomorrow is July 1st, the day the Timespace Club refreshes its matching opportunities. Jiang Chen felt excited, wondering what type of world he would match with tomorrow. A future world? An ancient world? Or perhaps a bizarre world? A post-apocalyptic world? All possibilities. It was impossible to guess. Tossing and turning, he couldn't sleep. It was just like when he was a child, eagerly awaiting the new year, unable to sleep all night, putting on new clothes early, hoping for dawn. The next morning, Jiang Chen woke up early to find his daughter already preparing breakfast. Jiang Sinan blinked. Her father was usually very lazy, so why was he up so early today? After washing up, Jiang Chen sat on the sofa and picked up the freshly delivered newspaper. Islands in South China Sea are up for auction? Seeing a news item, Jiang Chen was surprised. Huaxia rarely auctions islands to the outside world. Daddy, it's time to eat. Jiang Sinan brushed her hair back, feeling a bit awkward. How many years had it been since she called him that after their relationship soured? Now that her father's attitude had changed, she wanted to ease their relationship. Jiang Chen responded with an getting up to join her at the dining table. After breakfast, Jiang Sinan went to the company, and Jiang Chen couldn't wait to enter the Timespace Club. Matching complete, constructing communication space. Construction complete, would you like to enter? Enter. In a flash, Jiang Chen found himself on an island filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Damn, is this my golden finger? Awesome. Before he could take in his surroundings, Jiang Chen heard a burst of excited, animated voices. Hearing that enthusiastic sound, Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit embarrassed for the other person. Turning around, he saw a young man around 20, looking around with excitement. Jiang Chen was speechless. Was he still so immature at this age? At that moment, the young man also noticed Jiang Chen, and a hint of embarrassment flashed across his face. It seemed he realized he had acted a bit foolishly. Uncle, no, big brother, hello. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me. By the way, big brother, what's the situation on your side? I found out that the club can trade. Do you have any food? Any metals like gold, silver, or iron? Can we trade? The young man babbled on. It was clear he was a newcomer. Unlike him, someone with two matching experiences wouldn't be this excited. But then again, when he first met Zheng Hong, he had been quite composed. Let's introduce ourselves first, share our situations and the resources we have, so we can help each other, Jiang Chen said gently. Right, let's introduce ourselves first. The young man paused, straightened his expression, and said, Big brother, my name is Wu Yang. I'm from, how should I put it, my hometown is on the Azure Star, but I was captured by a mysterious force and brought to this island world. By the way, it's not just me. According to the island world system, everyone from the Azure Star has been brought into this island world. At this point, Wu Yang's tone became somber. Unlike those protagonists, he had family and friends, parents, older brother, younger sister, younger brother. He had no idea how they were doing. But he couldn't afford to think too much about it. All he could focus on was surviving. After listening to Wu Yang's introduction, Jiang Chen's expression turned a bit strange. This sounded a lot like some novels he had read in his past life about universal lords, but this was about island lords. It should be similar. Both were about developing power. It's a fascinating world, but your situation doesn't look good. It's like a big hand is secretly controlling everything, Jiang Chen said. Wu Yang smiled bitterly. That's obvious. The chat channel is filled with conspiracy theories every day. But even if someone is really pulling the strings behind the scenes, what can we do? Being weak is a sin. Being weak means being controlled and dominated. Back on the Azure Star, we were controlled by capital and the authorities. Now in the island world, we're controlled by mysterious forces. It doesn't seem much different. On the contrary, in the island world, it might even be an opportunity for someone like me. As long as you can think positively. Jiang Chen nodded and said, Let me introduce myself. My name is Jiang Chen, and I come from a relatively developed technological world. Wu Yang's eyes lit up. A technological world. That's similar to my hometown, so that means resources aren't lacking? Exactly, Jiang Chen replied. Basic resources are plentiful, and I can also acquire advanced technology like laser weapons, nuclear-powered battle armor, mushroom bombs, and so on. Besides technological equipment, I also have metaphysical treasures, such as cultivation techniques, elixirs, and talismans. Wu Yang wasn't stupid. Hearing Jiang Chen say this, he realized the latter wasn't a newcomer but at least someone with several matching experiences, holding a wealth of resources. After all, it was like having access to the resource channels of several worlds. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Wu Yang was envious of the technological weapons Jiang Chen mentioned, but thinking of his own situation, he felt dejected. I'm completely broke right now. Jiang Chen understood that Wu Yang had just arrived in the island world and hadn't started developing yet. Being broke was normal. He had anticipated this and wasn't disappointed, saying, "It's okay. What do you need the most right now? I'll support you a bit. Once you get something good, you can trade it with me." He could guess that the island world where Wu Yang was located, like a game world, would give birth to many good things. It might even produce some magical rule-type items. That's great. Hearing Jiang Chen say this, Wu Yang felt relieved and calculated his situation, saying, "I need food and metal." Metal? Jiang Chen asked curiously. He understood food, but what did he need metal for? Wu Yang did not hide it. After our island master descends, we will obtain a unit summoning altar. The unit I have is called Mechanical Species, which requires a large amount of metal to summon. Jiang Chen suddenly understood. What specific metal do you need? Wu Yang replied, "The altar is still at the black iron level, so it only needs iron." Jiang Chen said, "Iron? That's easy. How much do you need?" Wu Yang said, "Currently, I can summon 10 mechanical units each day, and each one requires 100 units of iron. I've learned that 1 unit is equivalent to 1 kilogram. Jiang Chen pondered, "Iron is no problem, but the question is whether the iron here is the same as the iron in the island world?" Wu Yang calmed down. The island world was a realm of extraordinary power, and with different world rules, Jiang Chen's concerns were not unfounded. "Let's try it first," Wu Yang said. "Alright." Jiang Chen nodded and asked, "Do you have a warehouse there? Can we start with a ton of food?" Wu Yang clicked his tongue, guessing that this big shot's identity was not simple. "Yes, every island master comes with a warehouse, so a ton of food is no problem," Wu Yang replied. Jiang Chen felt relieved, and under the witness of the Transcendental Club, both parties reached an agreement. After leaving the communication space, Jiang Chen called Ha Donglai to prepare some iron ingots. Let's start with a ton. According to the calculation unit of the island world, that would be 1,000 units, enough for Wu Yang to recruit 10 units. If the iron on Blue Star is indeed useful, preparing a bit more wouldn't hurt. In fact, not only was Wu Yang worried about whether the metal here would be useful in the island world, but he was also concerned about whether some magical items from the island world would be effective on Blue Star. After the call, Jiang Chen left the villa and went to the warehouse he had prepared in advance. Jiang Chen carefully selected some food items, including rice, millet, vegetables, fruits, beef, lamb, chicken, duck, fish, eggs, milk, and mineral water, among others. The quantity was not large, but the variety was complete. Once everything was ready, Jiang Chen contacted Wu Yang again. Wu Yang was surprised. Jiang Chen was quite fast, having prepared the supplies in just 2 hours. Returning to the communication space, Jiang Chen looked at the small island beneath him and recalled a news article he had seen in the morning about islands being auctioned in the South China Sea. Could he buy an island to play with? "Big brother," Wu Yang's voice came through. Jiang Chen snapped back to reality, waved his hand, and a ton of food appeared before him. "This is a ton of food." With another wave, a ton of iron ingots appeared. "This is a ton of iron ingots. Take it and try it out." "That's great." Wu Yang clapped his hands. Not to mention whether the iron ingots would be useful, just the food alone would be enough for him to survive for a while. Moreover, even if the iron ingots were useless, he could trade food with others in the island world. Jiang Chen smiled. "Go ahead and try it." After saying that, he logged off. Wu Yang did not delay, logging off immediately, taking out 100 kilograms of iron ingots and tossing them into the altar to begin recruiting units. In an unknown universe, a vast world. On a 100 square meter island, there was only a small wooden house and a circular altar. Wu Yang walked to the altar and tossed in the iron ingots one by one. The altar emitted a glow, and the iron ingots were devoured, revealing a figure radiating black metallic light emerging from the altar. Wu Yang looked closely. It was a mechanical monster with a human body and a fishtail covered in scales, holding a steel fork, exuding an extraordinary aura. "The momentum is good, but I wonder how powerful it is," Wu Yang muttered, opening the unit attribute panel to take a look, and discovered that this was indeed a weapon of war in the sea. Every mechanical fishman in the sea is like a small speedboat, excelling in both speed and attack power. And this is just at the black iron level. What if they were promoted to bronze level? Or even silver or gold? How terrifying would that be? Great! Looking at the excellent attributes of the mechanical troops, Wu Yang was excited. What thrilled him even more was that the metal from Brother Jiang was indeed useful. As long as there was enough metal, he could continuously recruit troops. He understood the world of technology. As long as the money was in place, there would be as much iron as needed. Not to mention iron, even more precious copper, silver, and even gold could be easily obtained. Without hesitation, he used the remaining 900 kilograms of iron to recruit troops. With 10 mechanical troops in place, Wu Yang immediately ordered them to go into the sea to collect treasure chests. During the novice period, treasure chests would occasionally float on the sea, ensuring that these new island lords could survive. But the sea was dangerous, and one careless move could lead to death. In the chat channel, some people, relying on their good swimming skills, wanted to dive for treasure chests but ended up never returning. On Blue Star, Jiang Chen had just returned to the villa when he received a message from Wu Yang saying that iron ingots were useful and asking him to prepare more. Jiang Chen readily agreed and instructed how Dong Lai to handle it. As usual, find a warehouse to stockpile iron ingots and he would go pick them up when he had time. I hope it brings me some surprises, Jiang Chen murmured, opening the personal information panel of the Super Time and Space Club. Name, Jiang Chen. Level, regular member, 3/10, current permissions, random matching member points, 800 with the experience reaching 3 points. The member points also reached 800 points. I wonder what they are useful for, Jiang Chen muttered. With a thought, a vial of potion appeared in his hand, the primary gene enhancement potion he had received from Dai Shuayer. He planned to inject one into Jiang Xinan. After all, she was his daughter. That evening, when Jiang Xinan returned home from work, Jiang Chen handed her the potion and said, "This is a vial to enhance immunity. Go ahead and inject it." Jiang Xinan blinked, looking at her father in confusion. As if to say, "Are you kidding me?" Jiang Chen was not embarrassed and did not explain. It was mainly hard to explain, so he just said, "This is the result of a secret laboratory I invested in." Jiang Xinan was skeptical but did not worry that her father would harm her. Given her father's attitude towards her a month ago, it wasn't impossible. So, this potion? Watching Jiang Xinan's expression change, Jiang Chen's eyes twitched slightly. What was this girl thinking? Seeing this, Jiang Xinan no longer hesitated, gritted her teeth, and inserted the needle into her vein, injecting the potion into her body. Perhaps it was the warmth from childhood, or perhaps it was her father's tenderness over the past month. She chose to trust him. Even if he really wanted to harm her, she would accept it. "Quick, lie down on the sofa, there will be a wave of pain, so bear with it," Jiang Chen said. Jiang Xinan was about to say, "An immunity-enhancing potion, and there's pain?" But then, a wave of heat filled her body, leaving her speechless. Similar to Jiang Chen's experience, about 10 minutes later, the pain in her body gradually faded and Jiang Xinan slumped weakly on the sofa, looking dazedly at her father. "Go on. Take a shower and change your clothes." Jiang Chen waved his hand. Jiang Xinan didn't move, she simply had no strength left. Jiang Chen didn't say much more and went to the kitchen to prepare some dinner. Watching her father busy in the kitchen, Jiang Xinan mustered the strength to get up and took a shower in the bathroom. Looking at herself in the mirror, Jiang Xinan could hardly believe it. In the mirror, her skin was fair and the dark circles from her busy schedule had completely disappeared. She looked perfect all over. Only then did she realize why her father suddenly looked younger. It seemed to be because of this potion. A term quickly popped into her mind, gene potion. It must be that. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xinan stopped thinking about the origin of the potion. It was her father's secret, and her job was to help him keep it. After drying herself off, Jiang Xinan changed into a light green nightgown and went to the dining room. "How do you feel?" Jiang Chen, who had prepared the meal, asked. "I feel great," Jiang Xinan replied. Jiang Chen nodded. "Is there anything you want to ask?" Jiang Xinan shook her head. "Dad, I trust you." Jiang Chen didn't know what to say and could only say, "Come eat." In the following week, Sinan technology was developing smoothly, with the government allocating a lot of policy resources and the production base was also planning to expand. One day, Jiang Chen went out for a stroll. With the company handed over to Jiang Xinan, he, as the chairman of the Jiang Group, was trending towards becoming a hands-off manager. With such a capable daughter, he naturally didn't need to work hard every day. He understood the importance of delegation. Eating, drinking, going out for a walk, and practicing at home, how comfortable. A few former friends invited him to go fishing, but at his mental age of 25, he had no interest in fishing and declined. He realized there was a flaw at his age: he couldn't connect with peers. With younger people, it was the same. So, he simply chose to be alone. As he approached a restaurant, just as he was about to go in for a meal, Jiang Chen paused, his mind entering the Timespace Club. Did that guy Wu Yang get something? Good. Jiang Chen expressed his anticipation. Glancing at the restaurant, Jiang Chen shook his head regretfully and took a car back to the Huangpu No. 1 villa. Arriving in his bedroom, he closed the doors and windows, and with a thought, entered the club's communication space. Little brother Wu Yang, is iron running low? Standing at the edge of the island, Jiang Chen smiled at Wu Yang. Wu Yang waved his hand energetically. Brother Jiang, there's enough iron. My island is about to level up to level 2, and the altar will also upgrade to a bronze altar, so I won't need much iron anymore. Do you need copper? I can have someone procure it, Jiang Chen pondered. That would be troublesome for you, Brother Jiang. Hee, Brother Jiang, this time I brought you something good. Wu Yang chuckled. Oh, let me see. Jiang Chen became interested. Wu Yang waved his hand and took out something. What is this? Sword. Jiang Chen looked at the 5 long swords before him, all radiating a silver glow, giving off a sharp feeling. The blades didn't look particularly sharp. How could they give off such a sharp impression? This is the Silverlight Sword, a silver-grade weapon. With 2 skills, Sword Light, and Armor Break, Wu Yang said proudly, which he obtained from opening a treasure chest. Jiang Chen looked at the identical 5 swords and thoughtfully said, this is a standard weapon, right? Ha! You can't hide anything from Brother Jiang. What I got from the treasure chest was the Silverlight Sword production template. As long as I have enough materials, I can continuously produce Silverlight swords. Wu Yang didn't hide it. He never thought of hiding it. Such transactions would happen many times in the future. He couldn't treat people like fools. Jiang Chen marveled. You really are lucky. Silver-grade weapons are still rare for you at this stage, right? Yeah, they are quite rare, but making them isn't cheap. It takes 10 units of silver to make one. I traded food for 50 units of silver in the trading market to make these 5. Wu Yang sighed. Jiang Chen picked up a Silverlight sword and examined it, saying, it's a good weapon. But unfortunately, it's not much use to me. Wu Yang wasn't surprised by this. He knew that the world Jiang Chen was in was a relatively peaceful technological world where such things generally weren't needed. He scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Sigh, I haven't opened anything good yet. Well, it's not that there aren't good things. I found a silver treasure chest this morning and got a peach tree, but it will take a long time to bear fruit. By the way, Brother Jiang, can these 5 Silverlight swords be used to offset a debt? The debt he mentioned naturally refers to the food and iron that Jiang Chen provided these days. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded and said, sure. Great. Wu Yang was delighted, feeling a sense of lightness without debt. However, thinking about the resources needed for the upcoming developments, he sighed, alas, the road ahead is long and arduous. After chatting with Wu Yang for a while to understand the situation in the island world, they both logged off. Leaving the communication space, Jiang Chen did not return to reality but instead went to his personal little nest. Looking at the 5 silver swords placed on the bed, Jiang Chen felt it was time to contact Jiang Hong. On one hand, he wanted to see if Jiang Hong was interested in the silver swords. On the other hand, he wanted Jiang Hong to assess the power of the silver swords. Without further ado, he contacted Jiang Hong immediately. It seemed Jiang Hong was busy and did not reply right away. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry. With a thought, he returned to his villa. In reality, holding a silver sword, he had to admit, it looked very cool. Cooler than the decorative swords sold online. He wanted to find a place to test the silver sword, mainly to see if it could exert its proper power in Blue Star, considering the different world rules. Oh, Jiang Hong replied. Just as he was about to leave the villa to find a place to test the silver sword, Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and went to the communication space, still by that little stream. Dao friend Jiang, it's been a while. Oh, have you reached the 2nd level of body refinement? Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Jiang Hong cupped his hands in salute, then was somewhat surprised. I must thank Brother Jiang for the resources provided. Jiang Chen smiled. He had broken through yesterday, and the quick advancement was largely due to his improved aptitude. This is because you have exceptional talent. Jiang Hong waved his hand, somewhat astonished. He had assessed Jiang Chen's aptitude and found it not particularly outstanding. According to Jiang Hong's judgment, breaking through to the 2nd level of body refinement would take at least half a year. Yet, how long has it been, and he's already at the 2nd level? Did he misjudge? Jiang Chen smiled and did not continue on that topic. Noticing Jiang Hong's disheveled appearance and some bloodstains on him, he curiously asked, Brother Jiang, did something happen? I went on an adventure in the forest and just took down a violent bear, Jiang Hong replied nonchalantly. As a cultivator living in the cultivation world, fighting was an everlasting theme. Every day was either spent in battle or preparing for battle. There was no other way. To enhance strength and gain opportunities, one had to fight. Jiang Chen could only sigh that Blue Star was indeed better. Dao friend Jiang, is there something you wanted to discuss with me? Jiang Hong asked. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and a silver sword appeared in his grasp, smiling. I just got a good item. Please help me test its power, Brother Jiang. Upon seeing the silver sword, Jiang Hong's eyes lit up. This sword is extraordinary. Jiang Chen handed the silver sword to Jiang Hong. Brother Jiang, please check what level this silver sword is in your world. By the way, this silver sword has two skills, one is sword chi and the other is armor piercing. Zhang Hong's eyes brightened as he took the silver sword, played with it for a moment and unleashed a sword chi to test its power, his eyes shining even brighter. Taking a deep breath, he said, "The sword chi emitted by this silver sword has the power of the strongest strike at the foundation establishment stage." Jiang Chen smiled. Besides the sword chi, the armor-piercing effect is also impressive. Zhang Hong tested it and nodded, indeed very strong. The typical magical shield defense at the foundation establishment stage is utterly inadequate against an armor-piercing strike. Jiang Chen nodded, having gauged the grade of the silver sword in his heart. Silver grade should correspond to the foundation establishment stage. With this comparison, the other levels could also be deduced. Black iron corresponds to body refinement. Bronze corresponds to chi refining. Silver corresponds to foundation establishment. Gold corresponds to core formation. And so on. Of course, this is just a hypothesis, a reference at best. "Dao friend, I want this silver sword," Zhang Hong said, feeling tempted. With this silver sword, even facing foundation establishment cultivators would be manageable. "Sure." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "However, this silver light sword is quite special. It has durability, and Jiang brother should be able to sense the specifics." Jiang Hong held the silver light sword and sensed it for a moment, nodding slightly. In his perception, the silver light sword could probably activate the sword chi skill about 1,000 times, or the armor break skill 1,000 times, after which it would be rendered useless. It's a pity that it can't be nourished with spiritual power. Zhang Hong infused a bit of spiritual power into the silver light sword, only to shake his head regretfully. In the cultivation world, magical treasures can deteriorate over time, but as long as they are nourished with spiritual power for a long time, their lifespan can be extended. However, this silver light sword simply ignored his spiritual power. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Hong said, "How about I trade with spirit stones?" "That works." Jiang Chen nodded. Zhang Hong continued, "The silver light sword is quite powerful. A single sword chi strike is equivalent to a full force attack from someone in the late foundation establishment stage. It belongs to the second-tier magical treasures, and its market price is roughly between 1,000 and 10,000 spirit stones. So, how about a price of 6,000 spirit stones? It's a pity it can't be nourished with spiritual power, and its lifespan is limited, otherwise, the price would be higher." Jiang Chen clicked his tongue. It was indeed quite valuable. But considering its power, he felt relieved. It was just that it couldn't be nourished, making it a consumable, otherwise, it would be worth even more. "That works," Jiang Chen agreed. 6,000 spirit stones would significantly boost his strength. Seeing Jiang Chen nod, Zhang Hong didn't hesitate, clapping his storage bag, and a pile of spirit stones appeared. Jiang Chen clicked his tongue. Zhang Hong had made quite a fortune during this time. He remembered when they first met, Zhang Hong was still a bit shabby, counting every spirit stone. Now, he casually took out thousands of spirit stones without batting an eye. It was easy to understand. Jiang Chen had provided him with so much advanced technology equipment, as well as laser weapons and nuclear-powered battle armor, which were all formidable weapons. Whether it was for killing enemies or exploring, success was guaranteed, so making money was only natural. After putting away the spirit stones, Jiang Chen asked, "Jiang brother, do you have any spare storage bags?" Storage bags are highly valuable both in research and practical use, and he planned to stockpile some to build up his own foundation. "I'll give this one to you, Jiang friend." Jiang Hong handed over a storage bag. During this time, he had done quite a bit of killing and treasure hunting, and he had several idle storage bags on him, so giving one away as a gift didn't hurt at all. Jiang Chen accepted it without hesitation and casually asked, "Jiang brother, is there a way to enhance one's aptitude?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Hong nodded, then sighed and shook his head. "It can be enhanced, but the treasures that can improve cultivation aptitude are extremely precious. Any one of them appearing in the world would cause a bloody storm. If put up for auction, they would fetch sky-high prices. Not long ago, a nascent soul expert offered 1,000,000 spirit stones as a reward for a treasure that could enhance aptitude." Jiang Chen nodded, gaining a clear understanding of the value of gene enhancement potions. If the cultivation world knew about the effects of gene enhancement potions, wouldn't it cause a bloody storm? In Dai Shueier's world, gene enhancement potions were actually not precious. It was evident from how casually Dai Shueier took out 10 vials. That's how technological creations work. As long as the technology is mature, there's no need to worry about quantity. Jiang Chen pondered whether he should find an opportunity to talk to Dai Shueier and exchange the synthesis technology for gene enhancement potions. After discussing cultivation techniques with Zhang Hong was also open and answered all questions, which deepened Jiang Chen's understanding of cultivation. 2 hours later, the two bid farewell and logged off. Back at the villa, Jiang Chen slapped his forehead, realizing he forgot to ask Zhang Hong if he had a spirit-gathering array for trade. The spiritual energy on Blue Star was too thin. After thinking For a moment he decided to bring it up next time they met. During this meeting with Jiang Hong, Jiang Chen did not take out the gene enhancement potions. Jiang Hong was still too weak to offer any precious treasures. Jiang Hong also mentioned that treasures capable of enhancing aptitude easily cost 1,000,000 spirit stones. That was 1,000,000 spirit stones, and Jiang Hong was still in the qi refinement stage, so he couldn't possibly take that out. He now takes out the gene enhancement agent. Should he sell it cheaply to Jiang Hong? Or should he offer it on credit? Neither option seems good. In the evening, Jiang Xinan returns home from work. Since the car accident, Jiang Xinan no longer avoids her father. As long as the company isn't too busy, she makes it a point to come home for dinner. What happened? Seeing his daughter's unusual expression, Jiang Chen asked. Jiang Xinan replied, the emergence of Zhurong No. 1 has made Xinan technology quite prominent. Thanks to official coordination and the upcoming industry consultation meeting, there aren't any major issues domestically for now. However, foreign giants are already restless. Just this afternoon, I received news that a representative from a foreign consortium is about to arrive in Huaxia, intending to acquire Sinan technology. Acquire Sinan technology? Jiang Chen scoffed. Which consortium? Such big ambitions? If Sinan technology were listed, its stock price would definitely soar. Even so, some financial institutions have valued Sinan technology at 100 billion. With the promotion of Zhurong No. 1, it's only a matter of time before Sinan technology grows to a trillion scale. Moreover, the all-solid-state battery technology is just the first technology he has presented. Next, there will be even more advanced lithium-air batteries. He will also trade for more advanced technologies with Daishu-air, such as nuclear fusion, and so on. And now these foreign consortia want to intervene? Dream on. Besides, even if he were willing to sell, the authorities would never allow Zhurong No. 1 to fall into the hands of a foreign consortium. It's the Billy Consortium, which started in the energy industry. At its peak, it controlled a vast amount of oil and natural gas. In the 21st century, it still holds a significant position in the West. It's understood that some well-known power battery companies, both domestically and internationally, have ties to the Billy Consortium. Jiang Xinan expressed her concerns. It's fine, this is Huaxia, a Western consortium can't turn the tide here. Jiang Chen waved his hand, not too concerned. Jiang Xinan worriedly said, I'm concerned they might take action against us regarding raw materials. The polymer synthetic materials needed for Zhurong No. 1 are all produced domestically. Just the material issue alone doesn't pose a threat, Jiang Chen dismissed. Seeing that Jiang Xinan still wanted to say something, Jiang Chen waved his hand. Don't worry, when the representative from the Billy Consortium arrives, we'll just refuse them outright. With control over several global resources and possessing mysterious powers, Jiang Chen truly doesn't care about these consortia. It's still the same saying, if provoked, he can directly exchange a few space-based satellites with Daishu-air and deal with anyone who displeases him. He should mention it to Daishu-air. Sending space-based satellites into space early can create a strategic threat in case of any incidents. Of course, unless it's absolutely necessary, it's better not to use such strategic weapons, as that would raise external vigilance against him. Alright. Seeing her father so confident, Jiang Xinan also relaxed. To be honest, hearing that the Billy Consortium was coming to acquire her family's company made her a bit nervous and anxious. After all, that's a well-established consortium with a history of hundreds of years. With deep roots and astonishing capital, it's said that these old consortia can easily come up with trillions of dollars. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Sinan technology is far from being able to resist that. If the Billy Consortium were to suppress Sinan technology, could it withstand the pressure? However, considering that Sinan technology is currently only developing domestically with self-sufficient raw materials and technical equipment plus the protection from the Huaxia authorities, it seems there's not much to worry about. 3 days later, that morning, Jiang Xinan was reviewing documents in her office when her secretary walked in and said, President, the representative from the Billy Consortium has arrived. Jiang Xinan had already made up her mind, nodding slightly. Please take them to the reception room. I'll be there shortly. President, isn't that a bit inappropriate? The secretary hesitated. After all, it was a representative from the Billy Consortium. That's a renowned old consortium internationally. Is it really okay to leave them waiting like this? Jiang Xinan frowned slightly and looked up at the secretary. The secretary felt a rush of panic and said, I'll take care of it right away. After finishing, she quickly left the office. In the reception room of Sinan Technology, several blonde, blue-eyed foreigners sat on the sofa with displeased expressions. Fake, ignorant Huaxia people, this is a disrespect to the Billy family. A middle-aged foreigner cursed, very dissatisfied with the cold reception from Sinan Technology. The Billy family, one of the most renowned super-rich families in the Western world, had sent a delegation to inspect a small company in Huaxia, and they were met with indifference? Not only did this small company show no gratitude, but they also didn't take them seriously. There was no one to pick them up, no welcoming ceremony. They had only arranged for an employee to receive them. They were completely disregarded. This was a far cry from their usual treatment. In the past, wherever they went, they were always warmly welcomed. Especially in some small and medium-sized countries, they were greeted with national enthusiasm. Another foreigner said, Huaxia has a history of 5,000 years and places great importance on etiquette and culture. Their actions indicate their stance. No one can refuse. The Billy family. A young foreigner snorted coldly, his demeanor full of arrogance. No, this is Huaxia, a country that our Billy family cannot influence. I just hope Sinan Technology has enough ambition. As long as they still covet the Western market, this trip might succeed. The clearly leading middle-aged foreigner shook his head. His name was Vic Billy, a member of the Billy family's collateral line. Although he was a collateral member, he held a prominent position in one of the pillar groups of the Billy family, the Sibylle group. His personal visit to Huaxia also indicated the importance placed on the Zhurong No. 1. Zhurong No. 1 was a groundbreaking battery. Its powerful performance had directly swept traditional lithium batteries into the trash heap. If willing, Sinan Technology could leverage its technological advantage to monopolize the global battery market. With such enormous benefits, how could the Billy family not be envious? Moreover, the emergence of Zhurong No. 1 also threatened the Billy family's layout in related fields. Naturally, the Billy family did not want to see Sinan Technology grow strong. What a pity, Vic Billy sighed. If Sinan Technology were a Western company, he could easily manipulate it. But this was Huaxia. In recent years, Huaxia had become increasingly powerful. It was too difficult to use improper means against a company that was under the scrutiny of the Huaxia government. Just then, a sound of footsteps approached. Looking over, a woman dressed in professional attire, her face as cold as frost, walked in, flanked by several elite men and women. Vic Billy recognized her at a glance. She was the current president of Sinan Technology and the daughter of the chairman of the Jiang Group. Hello, esteemed Miss Jiang. I am Vic Billy, the chief of Sibylle Group, and I greet you. Vic Billy stood up politely to greet her. Understanding Huaxia's etiquette, he merely bowed slightly to show respect. The few Westerners who had been grumbling before also quieted down. They had been complaining because they were surrounded by their own people. In front of outsiders, they could be proud and arrogant, but they would never show their anger and discomfort. Jiang Sinan's eyelids twitched. Sibylle Group, a giant ranked among the top global enterprises, involved in a wide range of industries. She had originally thought that only a peripheral member of the Billy family had come this time. After all, Sinan Technology was too small in the eyes of the Billy family, tiny as an ant. A company valued at merely 100 billion RMB was hardly worth noticing. She did not expect that the chief of Sibylle Group had actually come, which was definitely a core member of the Billy family. Hello. Jiang Sinan nodded slightly, introduced the personnel from both sides, and after everyone took their seats, she said, Mr. Vic, I have studied in Europe and America, and I know that people from your side tend to be quite direct, so I won't beat around the bush. May I ask what brings you here today? Vic Billy and his companions exchanged glances, as if to say, isn't it said that Easterners are very reserved? Don't they usually engage in small talk and build rapport before discussing serious matters? Why is this President Jiang so direct? Is it because this president is too young? Indeed, Jiang Sinan seems to be under 20, which is quite young. Vic Billy said in a friendly tone, President Jiang, the Billy family has come with friendship and hopes to reach a cooperation with your company. What cooperation? Jiang Sinan asked knowingly. Although she was aware that the Billy family had ulterior motives, she still had to follow the process. Vic Billy replied, Zhurong No. 1 is a very good technology. Limiting the market to Huaxia is a waste and unfair to the people of the world. We should allow more people to enjoy the conveniences brought by advanced technology. Coincidentally, my Billy family has a certain influence in the Western world and can help Sinan Technology establish a presence in the Western market. What are the conditions? Jiang Sinan remained unmoved. Vic Billy thought to himself that it was difficult to deal with and said, equity investment. The Billy family only needs to hold a small percentage of your company's shares. Jiang Sinan shook her head. Sorry, Mr. Vic, our company currently has no plans to introduce foreign capital. Vic Billy frowned, feeling dissatisfied. The Billy family is not someone everyone can refuse. Only in Huaxia could this happen if it were outside of Huaxia, but there was nothing to be done. Huaxia had become increasingly powerful in recent years. Miss Jiang, please don't refuse just yet. Why not listen to our conditions first? Vic Billy said. Jiang Sinan frowned. Please go ahead, sir. Vic Billy smiled. The Billy family will invest $10 billion plus the entire European and American market in exchange for 20% of Sinan Technology's shares. Jiang Sinan remained indifferent. $100 billion sounds astonishing, but is it really that much? Compared to the shares the Billy family wanted, it was hardly anything. According to the conditions Vic Billy provided, Sinan Technology would be valued at only $50 billion, which translates to merely 350 billion renminbi. It was simply a joke. Given Sinan Technology's development, reaching a trillion scale was just a matter of time. Don't forget, Sinan Technology still had an iterative technology, the lithium-air battery, that had yet to be released. Once it was launched, a trillion valuation would be unstoppable. Just $100 billion, and they wanted to take 20% of Sinan Technology shares? They were dreaming. As for the Western market, she felt a bit tempted, but the Billy family was not the only option. Sorry, Sinan Technology currently has no financing plans. Jiang Sinan rejected again. Vic Billy's brows furrowed. I think this matter should be reported to your father. Miss Jiang, you are still young, don't do something you'll regret. As the president of Sinan Technology, you must be responsible for the company. This statement carried a hint of threat. Jiang Sinan was not polite either. She stood up and said coldly, Mr. Vic, I am in charge of Sinan Technology. I'm sorry. After saying that, she left with her people, leaving Vic Billy and his companions with grim expressions. The reception room fell silent, and the faces of Vic Billy and the others were not pleasant. Uncle Vic, what do we do now? A young man asked. Let's go back. No one can refuse the Billy family's goodwill, Vic Billy said darkly as he walked out. Just as they exited the gates of Sinan Technology, they were surrounded. It was reporters. Seeing Vic Billy and his group, a swarm of reporters rushed over, cameras in hand, snapping photos and firing questions. Mr. Vic, it is said that the Sibylle Group intends to cooperate with Sinan Technology. How are the talks going? Mr. Vic, what is the purpose of your visit to China? Sir, may I ask? Each reporter clamored to get a word in. Fortunately, Vic Billy and his companions had bodyguards to clear the way, and they safely got into their car and left Sinan Technology. The reporters watched helplessly as the Billy family departed, but they did not disperse. They prepared to wait for Jiang Sinan. The Sibylle Group, a super conglomerate, ranked among the top 100 in the world, is said to be backed by an ancient consortium. With such a giant coming to Huaxia, especially to the flourishing Sinan Technology, how could the media reporters not pay attention? It wasn't just the media, the general public also wanted to know the intentions of the Sibylle Group. However, neither the Billy family nor Sinan Technology provided any explanations. Of course, with the reporters' tendency to start with a picture, they wouldn't let this hot topic slip by. Since both parties remained silent, they would have to publish the news based on speculation. For a while things were calm, and it seemed the Billy family had given up on Sinan Technology. Since Vic Billy and his group left, there had been no further developments. Yet, the more tranquil it became, the more uneasy Jiang Sinan felt. She couldn't believe that a global super consortium would remain indifferent after being rejected by their small company. However, with no movement from them, she felt powerless. Days passed like this. Soon, it was July 15th. This day marked the convening of the Huaxia Battery Industry Negotiation Conference. At 10 a.m. on July 15, Jiang Chen and his daughter Jiang Sinan arrived at the venue, surrounded by a crowd of elite men and women. Don't lie, which companies are here today? Jiang Chen asked the person next to him. How don't lie? How don't lie replied, Chairman, basically all the ranked battery companies in the country are here, a total of 87. Jiang Chen nodded. Let's go in and chat with everyone. Upon entering the venue, Jiang Chen received a warm welcome. One by one, the big shots in the battery field came forward to greet him. Among them were former industry giants, who now had to lower their proud heads. There was no choice. Sinan Technology's technological advantage was too significant. Even if they all united, they felt at a loss on how to proceed. In dealing with Sinan Technology, they could only focus on two aspects: raw materials and cash flow. However, in terms of raw materials, with the backing of the Huaxia government and direct supply from state-owned mines, Sinan Technology had no worries. As for funding, Sinan Technology had contracts signed with major enterprises, so funds were not an issue. Bank loans. Sinan Technology had some loans previously. But still, the question remained, which bank would dare to trouble a company under the watchful eye of the Huaxia government? Unless Sinan Technology made a mistake themselves. Old Jiang, it's been a while since we gathered. We must have a good drink today. Old Jiang, have you gotten younger? I think so too. Has Old Jiang been using skincare products? One by one, industry peers came up to chat with Jiang Chen. They were all colleagues, and over the past 20 years, most had crossed paths. Some had even built decent relationships. Jiang Chen would not treat them coldly. He smiled and exchanged pleasantries with everyone. Everyone? It seems most of us are here. Let's get down to business first. At noon, we'll meet at the Taoyuan Grand Hotel, and we won't leave until we're drunk. After some small talk, Jiang Chen cheerfully addressed the crowd. Sounds good, sounds good. The battery industry big shots nodded. In agreement. They also wanted to settle matters quickly so they could feel at ease sooner. Seeing this, Jiang Chen slightly nodded and walked up to the high platform. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, the venue gradually quieted down and all eyes turned to him. Jiang Chen scanned the audience and smiled. Everyone, we are all old acquaintances, so I won't be too formal. Regarding Zhurong number 1, Sinan Technology will not monopolize it. After discussions within our company, we have decided to authorize part of the technology. Please refer to the contract for specific terms. Staff members began distributing contracts to each CEO present. The executives hurriedly opened the contracts to review. The terms were similar to what Jiang Chen had mentioned. Sinan Technology would authorize part of the technology, with an authorization fee of up to 6%. This was something the Billis could accept. However, the most critical polymer material synthesis technology and a certain core component technology were not authorized, leaving everyone somewhat disappointed. Sinan Technology is planning to fleece the sheep for the long term. Producing Zhurong number 1, the core components and polymer materials are essential, and they will definitely need to procure them from Sinan Technology. This is equivalent to having them by the throat. At that time, who would dare to offend the Jiang family? Directly refusing to sell core components and polymer materials could plunge that company into crisis immediately. This left the CEOs with complex expressions. Would they only be able to do business based on Sinan Technology's whims in the future? How could some self-made CEOs accept that? Old Jiang, I have no objections regarding the patent fees, but could we be authorized to use the core components and polymer materials? One CEO asked, somewhat unwillingly. Jiang Chen smiled and said, the core components and polymer material technology are the core technologies of my company, so I'm sorry. In the conference room, dozens of CEOs looked at each other. Some wanted to discuss further with Jiang Chen, but seeing his attitude, it was clear there was no room for negotiation. Upon reflection, this condition wasn't bad. Although the core technology was held tightly by Sinan Technology, as long as they cooperated according to the rules set by Sinan Technology, they could comfortably make money. The only downside was that they not only had to pay a hefty patent fee but also had to invest funds to purchase core components and polymer materials. Sinan Technology was essentially making two profits from one deal without having to worry about market development issues. After all, they had these companies to explore the market. Why did it feel like they were being taken advantage of? Alright, I'll sign this contract on behalf of Dow. The first to step forward was Tao Yang from Dow Batteries. Once the words were out, Tao Yang didn't hesitate. He had his secretary bring a pen, swiftly signed his name on the contract, and then took out the company seal to stamp it, making the contract effective. At the industry negotiation meeting, seeing Tao Yang sign the contract, the other CEOs no longer hesitated. They all signed and stamped the contract. Among the 87 companies present, not a single one refused. After all, the benefits were too great. Even though a significant portion of the profits would go to Sinan Technology, the profits they could secure were still unimaginable compared to before. Mr. Jiang, this contract only specifies the markets in Huaxia, Japan, South Korea, and Southeast Asia. What about the European and American markets? Does your company have any plans? One CEO couldn't help but ask. Others also looked over. Compared to the East Asian market, the European and American markets were not small at all. Jiang Chen smiled and said, we have other plans for the European and American regions. Hearing this, some people felt reluctant but had to give up. Others had flickering eyes, unsure of what they were plotting. Once everyone signed the contract, Jiang Chen cheerfully invited everyone to the Taoyuan Grand Hotel. As they exited the conference room, a number of reporters had gathered outside. News of today's battery industry negotiation meeting had already spread. The media and the public were eager to know the outcome of the meeting. Now, seeing so many CEOs coming out, they naturally rushed to ask for details. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had prepared in advance and arranged for security to block the reporters. The reporters were helpless. Why did all these big company CEOs like to use security to block people? But there was nothing they could do but watch a large group of CEOs leave the conference building in a grand procession. The Taoyuan Grand Hotel was booked by Sinan Technology with enough space to comfortably accommodate 300 to 500 people. Today, 87 companies attended, and besides the CEOs, they also brought along secretaries and assistants. Some CEOs brought 5 or 6 people. With that, the number of attendees was naturally substantial. In a private room of the hotel, Jiang Chen and his daughter sat with Tao Yang and a few other CEOs, eating and chatting casually. While Jiang Chen's group was celebrating, in a presidential suite of a hotel in the Magic City, Vic Billy and others had already received the specific news from the negotiation meeting. Gentlemen, the negotiation meeting has yielded results. Here is the contract they signed, Vic Billy said, holding up a copy of the contract. This contract was clearly a photocopy I'm sorry to inform everyone that although Sinan Technology has authorized Zhurong number 1 to major companies, they have also kept some secrets. One of the core components, as well as the most important polymer material synthesis technology, is not included in the authorization. Furthermore, according to my investigation, Sinan Technology has not applied for patents on these two core technologies. This means that our idea of obtaining technology from the authorized companies has failed, Vic Billy said, looking at his disappointed companions. During this time, their thought was that since they couldn't invest in Sinan Technology, they would find a way to acquire the technology. They sent commercial spies into Sinan Technology in an attempt to steal technical data, but unfortunately, they failed. They then considered targeting the authorized companies, and again, they failed. However, they had anticipated this, so it wasn't a complete disappointment. Vic, it is foreseeable that after today, Zhurong number 1 will quickly spread in the East Asian market. It won't be long before it enters the Western market. We can't afford to delay any longer, someone said seriously. Vic Billy nodded. I know we can't delay. What do you suggest? Obtain the physical product and conduct a technical breakdown, someone proposed. Vic Billy frowned and shook his head. Technical breakdowns can't be completed in a short time. Then let's pressure Huaxia officially. Multiple countries applying pressure together will make it hard for Huaxia to ignore. Additionally, continue sending commercial spies to infiltrate. If that doesn't work, we can hire the Old Ghost Organization, another person suggested. Old Ghost Organization. Vic Billy's pupils constricted. The Old Ghost Organization is a notorious force in the underground world of Europe and America. Mysterious, strange, and powerful. This organization is said to have been established before World War I by a royal family of a certain country, responsible for intelligence gathering, assassinations, and other operations. After World War I, that royal family was destroyed, and the Old Ghost Organization became independent, evolving into a significant underground force. By the 21st century, as the world focused on peaceful technological and economic development, the Old Ghost Organization gradually changed its development strategy. To avoid raising suspicions among various countries, the Old Ghost Organization abandoned infiltration of mid to high-level officials and began to focus on technological production materials and the commercial secrets of large groups. Globally, any multinational group with a bit of fame has been infiltrated by the Old Ghost Organization. Even the Billy family, a long-established consortium, is no exception. A few years ago, several consortia united to encircle the Old Ghost Organization, but unfortunately, they failed. The Old Ghost Organization has developed for over a century and has deep roots. It once survived encirclement by various countries, let alone a few consortia. That could work. Vic Billy pondered slightly before agreeing. The Billy family had also participated in the encirclement of the Old Ghost Organization back then, but major powers only talk about interests. When the interests are met, the hatred from back then can be set aside. Upon careful consideration, if they want to obtain technology from Sinan Technology, the Old Ghost Organization is the best underground force to use. Although the Billy family is powerful, they must also adhere to the rules on the surface. Coupled with Huaxia's strength, many methods cannot be employed. It's still the same saying, this is Huaxia. If it were outside of Huaxia, Sinan Technology would have been crushed long ago. The battery industry negotiation meeting concluded. Related news quickly appeared on major platforms. Whether in the business world or among the general public, news was received through various channels. They learned that major battery companies in Huaxia had obtained the technology authorization for Zhurong number 1. Although the specifics were unclear, it was evident that the Huaxia battery industry was about to take off. This instilled a sense of crisis in battery companies outside of Huaxia. If they continued to remain inactive, they might face disaster. In no time, relevant companies abroad could no longer sit still. They contacted each other and prepared to set a time to form a group to head to Huaxia. On July 22, the cooperation between Sinan Technology and various companies was officially implemented. Sinan Technology dispatched technical experts to provide technical guidance to major battery companies and adjusted the production lines of various factories. As time passed, major companies gradually got back on track. Alright, after the first batch of orders is completed, let's hand these orders over to our partner companies, said Zhang Chen with a smile, as he flipped through the documents in the office of the chairman of Sinan Technology. By outsourcing these orders, Sinan Technology would only need to earn patent fees, as well as money from core components and polymer materials. Dad, do you know about the Old Ghost Organization? Jiang Sinan asked, looking at a document. Zhang Chen paused, his expression turning serious. Why suddenly bring up this organization? Do you know about it, Dad? Jiang Sinan was surprised. Zhang Chen fell silent. He naturally knew about the Old Ghost Organization. It had been mentioned in Wang Fan's script. Wang Fan's rise to the top was largely due to this organization. To put it simply, the situation was like this: the leader of the old ghost organization, Ghost King, came to Huaxia on a mission and was besieged by Huaxia's special organization, the Sharp Sword. Severely injured, he was saved by Wang Fan. Seeing that Wang Fan was extraordinary and with his life hanging by a thread, he took Wang Fan as his successor and passed on the old ghost organization to him. At that time, Jiang Chen found it absurd. The old ghost organization was a purely Western organization composed entirely of white people. It wasn't until the 21st century, for the sake of organizational expansion, that they began to accept people of other skin colors. Overall, it was still predominantly white. How could a pure Huaxia person like Wang Fan smoothly inherit the old ghost organization? It was like a Huaxia person successfully being elected as the President of the United States. Ridiculous. The key was that those originally unruly white people were completely obedient to Wang Fan, their loyalty off the charts. They would follow him to death without batting an eye. It was excessively absurd. I know a bit. What's wrong? Jiang Chen pulled his thoughts back and looked at his daughter. Jiang Xinan said worriedly, the authorities have sent a message asking us to be cautious recently. The old ghost organization from the West has sent people to infiltrate Magic City and their target might be us. Is it an official message? Jiang Chen. Understood. Do you know who the old ghost organization sent? Not clear. Jiang Xinan shook her head. Dad, do you know about this organization? This is a well-known force in the Western underground world, skilled in commercial intelligence theft, assassinations, and other tasks. Jiang Chen explained briefly. Commercial intelligence. Jiang Sinan's eyes shifted. So, it really could be aimed at Sinan technology. Or rather, aimed at the Zhurong number 1? Jiang Chen nodded. They should be here to steal technology. By the way, what did the authorities say? Jiang Xinan replied, the authorities have sent a lot of personnel to hide throughout the company and have strengthened the company's security measures. Jiang Chen pondered. Just being defensive is somewhat passive. How about this, you communicate with the authorities and see if we can lure them out. Lure them out? Jiang Xinan seemed to ponder. Yes, lure them out, Jiang Chen said. Leak the location of the technical data for Zhurong number 1 and let them come to us. Jiang Xinan frowned. Will it work? Would the old ghost organization fall for such a simple trap? Jiang Chen smiled. Whether it works or not depends on how we leak the information. If we do it cleverly, we needn't worry about them not taking the bait. Come, let me tell you in detail how to do this. Jiang Chen shared some ideas with Jiang Xinan, such as how to discreetly leak the information, how to set up the layout, and how to capture the old ghost organization's forces in Huaxia in one fell swoop. You draft a plan based on what I said and communicate with the authorities. This plan requires their cooperation, Jiang Chen instructed. Okay, Jiang Xinan nodded. With a plan in mind, Jiang Xinan didn't hesitate, stood up, and returned to her office to contact the authorities, preparing to set a trap for the old ghost organization. Sharp Sword, a special department of the Huaxia authorities dedicated to combating foreign criminals infiltrating Huaxia. It operates in the shadows. The authorities have been keeping an eye on the old ghost organization. A well-known force in the Western world, especially in recent years, the old ghost organization seems to have caught some kind of disease, relentlessly trying to extend its influence into Huaxia. Naturally, the Huaxia authorities do not allow this. In recent years, they have secretly dealt with countless members of the old ghost organization. Moreover, this vile, festering force has always been at odds with Huaxia in the Western world. This time, daring to stir up trouble in Huaxia, the authorities have made up their minds to ensure that these pests return empty-handed. Lin Group President Zhang from Sinan Technology contacted us and sent over a plan. Take a look. A young girl with a ponytail handed a document to a middle-aged man with sharp features and piercing eyes. Oh, let me see, the middle-aged man said, intrigued, as he took the document and flipped through it carefully. This is a method. Being purely defensive is the biggest flaw. It seems that this president from Sinan Technology is not simple. The young girl blinked and said, that's why we young people are the pillars of this era. Lin Group, you can't underestimate us young folks in the future. He. Lin Group chuckled, a hint of disdain appearing on his square face. Do you really think this is a method thought up by that young female president? Isn't it? The young girl was puzzled. Lin Group shook his head. This is clearly the idea of Chairman Jiang from the Jiang family. Alright, the young girl thought for a moment, realizing there was indeed a possibility, and stopped dwelling on the issue. She asked, Lin Group, what do you think? Lin Group stood up. It's acceptable, but this plan needs to be refined further. Notify everyone, and let's hold a meeting. Huaxia is developing so fast. On a street in the Magic City, an apparently ordinary old man from Huaxia looked at the tall buildings on both sides of the street, feeling emotional. He still remembered 30 years ago when Huaxia was very backward, and cars were a rare sight on the streets. People dressed very plainly. The buildings along the road were all low-rise. But now, Huaxia is filled with skyscrapers, vibrant nightlife, and luxury cars everywhere, with people's clothing also keeping up with global trends. Shaking his head, the old man walked into an alley, knocked on an inconspicuous courtyard door, and entered. Your Majesty the Ghost King. In the courtyard stood 10 young men, all with Eastern features, bowing respectfully to the old man. The old man said nothing. He walked into a room and removed his disguise. When he came out again, he had transformed from an old Huaxia man into an old white man. This man was none other than the leader of the old ghost organization, the Ghost King. To what extent has Sinan technology been infiltrated? The old man casually asked as he sat down in a chair. Your Majesty, it seems the Huaxia authorities have noticed us. The infiltration into Sinan technology is not going smoothly, a young man said nervously. Useless. The old man grabbed a teapot and threw it. The young man trembled, lowering his head, not daring to speak or dodge, allowing the teapot to hit him. The old man calmed down and frowned. The Sinan technology is abnormal. It's just a small company. How could it suddenly develop such epic-making technology as Zhurong number 1? There was not a whisper of it before? Abnormal, very abnormal. How is the investigation into the Zhang father and daughter going? The young man trembled again, unsure how to respond. Speak. The old man was angry. The young man had no choice but to say, Your Majesty the Ghost King, I apologize, but we haven't found anything. The Zhang father and daughter behaved very normally before this. The old man frowned and sighed. Have you gathered all the materials I asked you to collect? Yes, I have gathered them all. The young man quickly handed over a document. This contains the information of personnel connected to the Zhang father and daughter. The old man grunted, took the materials, and casually flipped through them. When he turned to one page, his previously indifferent expression froze for a moment. This page contained Wang Fan's personal information, along with a photo of Wang Fan. For some reason, as the old man looked at Wang Fan's photo, he found it increasingly pleasing to the eye, as if he were looking at his own grandson. Damn, how could his own grandson possibly be a Huaxia person? In the small courtyard, the old man pointed at Wang Fan's photo and asked, How much do you know about this person? The young man glanced at the photo and shook his head, saying, Your Majesty the Ghost King, this person has little to do with the Zhang family. I asked you how much you know about this person. The old man's brow furrowed, giving off a feeling like a volcano about to erupt. The young man felt a sense of despair. The Ghost King truly lived up to his reputation. He was just a capricious old bastard. He quickly racked his brain, but after a while, he was stumped. He had never paid attention to this Wang Fan. He had only added him casually while investigating the interpersonal relationships of Zhang's parents. Useless, get out, go investigate, I want to know everything about this Wang Fan. The old man kicked the young man. The kick was powerful, sending the young man flying far away. Enduring the pain in his body, the young man dared not complain and scrambled up to run out of the courtyard. On the other side, Zhang Chen handed over the matters to Zhang Sinan and, with nothing else to do, decided to simply go home after work. Upon returning to the Huangpu No. 1 villa, Zhang Chen thought of the plan to trap the old ghost and decided to contact Zhang Hong. Entering the Super Time and Space Club, he reached out to Zhang Hong and soon received a reply. Zhang Chen's vision blurred and he arrived in the communication space. It was still by that little stream. Taoist friend Zhang. Upon seeing Zhang Chen, Zhang Hong cupped his hands in greeting. Zhang Chen sensed the aura around Zhang Hong and was astonished. He then cupped his hands in return. Congratulations, brother Zhang, judging by your aura, you must have broken through? A smile appeared on Zhang Hong's ordinary face. Thanks to Taoist friend Zhang's drone, I found a foundational spirit herb, and I have successfully established my foundation. Congratulations, congratulations. Zhang Chen congratulated him, knowing that establishing a foundation was very important for cultivators. Zhang Hong was in a good mood and his smile widened. Taoist friend Zhang, is there something you need to contact me about? Zhang Chen nodded and said, Brother Zhang, I contacted you this time to ask about information regarding puppets. Puppets? Zhang Hong raised an eyebrow. Yes, human-shaped puppets, the kind that looks almost like a real person. Zhang Chen replied. Zhang Hong pondered for a moment and shook his head. I have only seen puppet techniques in texts, never in person. However, puppets are mostly used for combat, and their shapes are all kinds of strange. Even human-shaped puppets are forged from various metal materials completely unrelated to real people. I've heard there's a corpse puppet technique that can refine a corpse into a puppet, which looks somewhat human but is quite terrifying. Zhang Chen felt disappointed. Is there a method to control people? Zhang Hong nodded this time. Such methods are not uncommon. Some soul-related techniques have the effect of controlling people. I've heard of a spirit control technique that can plant a seed in a person's mind, allowing one to manipulate their life and death and subtly change their mindset, making them loyal to you from the inside out. However, I currently do not have such methods on hand. All right. Zhang Chen nodded in disappointment. Zhang Hong said, if Taoist friend Zhang needs it, I can keep an eye out. Zhang Chen smiled, good, if I can obtain such methods, I won't let brother Zhang down. Zhang Hong nodded, believing this. He could see that Zhang Chen had matched with a good world. That silver light sword was an example. He had tested the power of the silver light sword. Its strength was indispensable for his rapid foundation establishment. After bidding farewell to Zhang Hong, Zhang Chen contacted Dai Shui'er again. Dai Shui'er replied quickly as well. Zhang Chen's vision blurred once more and he arrived at that platform. Uncle, long time no see, have you found anything good recently? Dai Shui'er, still dressed in black leather, greeted Zhang Chen with a cool smile. Zhang Chen smiled back, I do have something good, but I doubt you can use it. He extended his hand, and a silver light sword appeared in his grasp. After thinking for a moment, he also took out a storage bag he had exchanged from Zhang Hong. He had no immediate use for the storage bag, so it was better to use it for trading anyway. Zhang Hong can trade for storage bags at any time. A long sword? It really isn't much use. What is this bag? Dai Shui'er glanced at it, somewhat disappointed. Compared to the longevity pills and beauty pills from last time, this time's items were indeed inferior. Zhang Chen smiled, don't underestimate these two items. As he spoke, he picked up the silver light sword and swung it towards a tall building in front, a sharp beam of sword light slicing through the sky, cleaving towards the building. With a loud bang, the over 1,000-meter tall building was cut in half by the sword light. Dai Shui'er stared in shock, looking incredulously at the seemingly ordinary silver long sword, her eyes shining. Zhang Chen said with a smile, this is one of the skills of the silver light sword. Sword light. Additionally, it has powerful armor-piercing capabilities. What a good item! Dai Shui'er exclaimed, what's the principle behind it? Don't ask me about the principle. Zhang Chen waved his hand, who knows what the principle is, it's beyond understanding, let's just treat it as metaphysics. Dai Shui'er rolled her eyes and said, I want the silver light sword. By the way, what is that bag? With the precedent of the silver light sword, she naturally wouldn't underestimate the inconspicuous bag. Zhang Chen curiously asked, in your world, technology is advanced, weapons of this power shouldn't be rare, right? Dai Shui'er caressed the silver light sword and said, this power is quite significant, okay? Plus, its long sword shape is also a great disguise. Facing an enemy, they would think I'm using a cold weapon. And then a beam of sword light strikes out, that scene, TSK. Zhang Chen facepalmed, this girl is a bit scheming. By the way, this silver light sword has durability. Zhang Chen was very honest and never lied. I can feel it, Dai Shui'er said, this counts as a consumable, so you should give me a discount, okay? By the way, tell me about this bag, it can't be simple, right? Zhang Chen smiled, picked up the storage bag, this is called a storage bag, it contains a space inside. It's about the size of a 10 square meter studio. It can store various items but only inanimate objects, not living ones. Space. Technology? Dai Shui'er exclaimed, her eyes shining brightly, TSK, a space creation. I've heard that some research labs have been studying space science, but unfortunately they haven't had much success. I didn't expect this little bag to contain such a large space. Zhang Chen smiled, this can be considered a metaphysical creation, not a technological one. Dai Shui'er said, the principles may be different, but the end result is the same, theoretically not much different. Can I try it out? Sure. Zhang Chen handed her the storage bag and explained how to use it. Dai Shui'er took it and, following Zhang Chen's instructions, probed her consciousness into the storage bag, revealing an empty space in her mind. She could store and retrieve items at will. What a good item, Dai Shui'er said. Zhang Chen smiled, the club will assign personal spaces to members. You probably won't use this much, right? Dai Shui'er thought for a moment, finding some truth in that. However, her eyes twinkled as she said, it can be used for research. All right, uncle, I really like these two items, so tell me, what do you want this time? Zhang Chen nodded and asked, in your world, are there clones? Dai Shui'er was taken aback, looking at Zhang Chen with a strange expression. Seeing her gradually odd expression, Zhang Chen's face darkened, this girl has unhealthy thoughts. What is she thinking? What are you thinking? Zhang Chen glared at her. It's nothing. I'm just curious about what you want clones for, uncle? Dai Shui'er asked with a grin. Zhang Chen shook his head in speechlessness. He remembered when they first met, this girl was quite aloof. After getting familiar, her true nature was revealed. Zhang Chen helplessly said, I lack some reliable people to work for me. You know, people like us have many secrets, and outsiders are not trustworthy. Dai Shui'er suddenly understood. Indeed, as a member of the transdimensional club, there are naturally many secrets. Just like her, trading for so many natural foods from Zhang Chen, if it weren't for her family's immense power, she might have long. Many years ago, we on Kanglan Star developed cloning technology. However, this technology is currently in a semi-ban state, Dai Shui'er said. Semi-ban? Why? Zhang Chen asked, puzzled. Dai Shuier crossed her arms and replied, the reasons are quite complex, probably related to humanitarian ethics. Each clone, upon birth, develops its own personality and emotions. Society's attitude towards clones varies greatly. To avoid social unrest, the Federation has banned this technology. Of course, it's only prohibited for widespread civilian use. At the national level, some prominent families and large corporations secretly create clones to work for them. Clones are quite special. During the manufacturing process, genetic information is implanted, allowing them to learn knowledge quickly during their development. Once born, they can immediately start working. Jiang Chen scoffed, this is what semi-ban means. It's more like a privilege reserved for the elite. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Producing a small batch of clones to work for the privileged class wouldn't cause major issues. However, if it became widespread among civilians and a large number of clones were produced in a few years, their numbers could rival that of the original human population. By that time, various problems could lead to social conflicts. Can you get a clone? Jiang Chen asked. Dai Shuier replied, my family does have this technology. But to use it, I need the head of the family's approval. What's your relationship with your family head? Jiang Chen asked curiously. It's my grandfather, Dai Shuier said proudly. Jiang Chen realized. She's the daughter of a prominent family. After thinking for a moment, Dai Shuier said, actually, if you want to find someone to work for you, there's no need to use clones. Androids are also quite good. Androids? Jiang Chen pondered. Dai Shuier nodded. They look exactly like humans, but their core is intelligent AI. Jiang Chen frowned. AI, huh? How smart are they? They won't be too rigid, right? Dai Shuier laughed. Not at all. Our Kanglan star's artificial intelligence technology is very advanced. By the way, androids can also have their personality set. Lively, serious, obedient, cold, and so on. 18 different personalities for you to choose from. As long as you give them instructions, they can complete tasks according to those instructions. Of course, since they aren't human, they lack a bit of human warmth. But in your world, as long as you don't take them apart to look, no one will see through them. Alright, Jiang Chen understood, but he still didn't want to give up on clones. Really can't get a clone? Dai Shuier said with a troubled expression, give me some time, and I can get one. But, how should I put it, it's too troublesome. Plus, what type of clone do you want? It requires genetic design, just thinking about it gives me a headache. Fine, Jiang Chen had no choice but to say, then let's go with androids. Okay, wait for my news, I'll get it for you right away. By the way, how many do you want? Dai Shuier clapped her little hands, very happy. The storage bag and silver sword were about to be in her hands, so exciting. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, let's start with 20. Dai Shuier blinked and said, you really are not being polite. Jiang Chen laughed. Compared to the silver sword and storage bag, these 20 androids aren't much, right? Dai Shuier shook her head, not saying anything. The pricing for transactions between the two worlds is hard to define. Take the storage bag and silver sword, for instance. In the cultivation world and island world, they are abundant and worth almost nothing. But in Kanglan Star, they are rare. Conversely, the androids from Dai Shuier's world are the same. After calculating, Jiang Chen was astonished to find that Blue Star was the least valuable, consisting only of some basic materials. Currently traded high-value items, such as laser beam weapons, nuclear-powered battle armor, black gold Type 1 combat suits, face-fixing pills, longevity pills, silver light swords, etc., all come from Jiang Hong, Dai Shuier, Wu Yang, and their world. As for him, he could at most provide some basic supplies like food and steel. It seems I am only fit to be a middleman, Jiang Chen thought to himself. Alright, I agree, 20 androids, right? I'll arrange that right away. By the way, what about the gender? How should I arrange it? Dai Shuier pondered for a moment and then agreed. Let's have half male and half female, and also half from Eastern and Western ethnicities, Jiang Chen said. Eastern and Western ethnicities? Dai Shuier asked, puzzled. Jiang Chen blinked and asked, in your world, is there only your skin color? Dai Shuier nodded, yes. But historical records indicate that a long time ago, there were people with black and white skin. However, experts deduced that it must have been a skin disease. Jiang Chen was taken aback. A damn skin disease. The experts from your Azure Blue Star are really something. He was speechless and said, wait a moment. After logging off and returning to the villa, he found a tablet and searched online for some photos of Eastern and Western people. Back in the communication space, he handed the tablet to Dai Shuier. Here, take a look. Dai Shuier took the tablet, glanced at it, and frowned. What is this? And why are there such strange people? Jiang Chen was at a loss for words. Alright, just design the images based on the people in the photos. And make sure their appearances are not the same, make them a bit more attractive. I'm not that foolish, Dai Shuier replied. Okay, I got it. The latest delivery will be in 3 days. Good, take this silver light sword and storage bag with you. Jiang Chen wasn't worried about her defaulting, as the constraints of the Timespace Club meant no one could cheat. By the way, Jiang Chen thought of something and asked, "Are the androids produced on an assembly line?" "Yes," Dai Shui'er nodded, "but don't worry, they are all high-end products." "Are there custom models?" Jiang Chen asked. Dai Shui'er blinked. "Custom models?" "Yes." "What are the differences?" Jiang Chen inquired again. Dai Shui'er smiled. "Naturally, they use better materials and more advanced intelligence. If we say that assembly line androids have some subtle differences compared to real people, then top custom models have no differences at all. Help me customize one, how long will it take?" Jiang Chen asked. "Not too long, they can be delivered together." Dai Shui'er calculated the time. "Thank you. What's the price for the custom model?" Jiang Chen asked. "Forget it, I'll give it to you as a gift." Dai Shui'er waved her hand dismissively. The custom androids were a bit expensive, but it was nothing to her. "Alright, thank you." Jiang Chen accepted her gift without hesitation. Dai Shui'er kept her word. If she said 3 days, then it would be 3 days. On an afternoon 3 days later, Jiang Chen received a message from Dai Shui'er. With a flash, he arrived at the timespace communication space. On the rooftop. "Here, these are 21 androids. The one in red is the custom model." Dai Shui'er waved her small hand, and figures appeared on the rooftop. Jiang Chen looked over. Among them, 20 were dressed in identical silver leather jackets and pants. The one at the front wore a red leather jacket and pants. Jiang Chen examined them closely. Aside from the different outfits, he couldn't see any other differences, just that their features were a bit more refined. "Are these not activated yet?" Looking at the 21 androids standing still, with their eyes tightly closed like lifeless objects, Jiang Chen asked. "Yes. Just out of the factory, not activated yet." Dai Shui'er nodded and handed over a wristwatch, saying, "This is for you." "What is this?" Jiang Chen asked curiously as he took it. Dai Shui'er explained, "The watch has a built-in smart terminal. You can issue commands to the android's AI through it. The watch stores various skill programs, such as combat, cooking, driving, etc. You can implant skills into them as needed." "Implanting skills allows them to instantly learn and use those skills?" Jiang Chen asked in amazement. "Yes. Aren't you envious?" Dai Shui'er smiled. "I am quite envious." Jiang Chen sighed, thinking about their humanity, where learning a skill often takes 10 or 8 years. Some people even spend a lifetime mastering a single technique. But in Dai Shui'er's world, a few mere androids could replace those artisans who have dedicated their lives to their craft. Should this be seen as progress of the times? Or should it be viewed as a tragedy? By the way, what about language? Jiang Chen realized an important issue. Different worlds naturally have different languages. His ability to communicate seamlessly with Dai Shui'er was thanks to the Trans-Dimensional Club. "We've considered that," Dai Shui'er said. "We can download the language pack from your world into the Smart Brain Terminal. It can then be implanted into the androids as needed." "Not bad, very thorough," Jiang Chen said, giving a thumbs up. The deal was settled, and Jiang Chen bid farewell to Dai Shui'er, heading to his personal little nest. "The space is a bit small. I wonder how to expand." Jiang Chen felt a bit helpless. His little nest was already cramped with 21 androids. Back at the villa, Jiang Chen first downloaded a set of Blue Star language packs into the Smart Brain Terminal. After some thought, he also downloaded legal texts and social knowledge from various countries on Blue Star. Once he completed all this, he waved his hand, and 2 female androids appeared. Jiang Chen used his watch to download several mainstream languages like Huaxia, English, and Japanese, as well as combat skills, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance skills, driving skills, and medical skills. After a series of operations, Jiang Chen clicked to activate the AI. In the next moment, the 2 lifeless androids came to life, their eyes becoming lively. "Let's give you names," Jiang Chen said. Thinking for a moment, he pointed at the slightly shorter, cute-looking android and said, "You will be called Jiang Hong." Then he pointed to another woman with an oval face and a cool demeanor. "You will be called Jiang Chang." "Yes, boss." "Jiang Hong and Jiang Chang report to you," they said in crisp and pleasant Huaxia Mandarin. Jiang Chen observed their every move closely. They looked just like real people. Feeling a bit uneasy, he had Hao Dong bring some instruments to scan them. It turned out that with Blue Star's current technology, it was impossible to uncover their true nature. This reassured Jiang Chen. "Tonight, I will introduce you to my daughter. Your task is to protect my daughter Jiang Xinan closely, understand?" Jiang Chen said to Jiang Hong and Jiang Chang, who had changed into normal casual women's clothing. Their factory uniform was a set of silver leather jackets and pants. Such attire would attract too much attention on the street. This more ordinary look was better. "Understood." Jiang Hong and Jiang Chang nodded. Jiang Chen grunted and instructed them to familiarize themselves with the surroundings outside the villa. With a wave of his hand, another person appeared before him, this time a Western youth with blonde hair and blue eyes. Using the Same method, Jiang Chen implanted various language packs, combat skills, reconnaissance skills, medical skills, psychological skills, and a series of top-notch skills into him. A few minutes later, a versatile genius emerged. Not bad, you will be called. Jiang Chen paused. It was hard to come up with a foreign name. After a moment of thought, Jiang Chen had an idea and smiled with narrowed eyes. You will be called Hodge Black. Yes, Hodge Black replied. In the next few days, you should go out and familiarize yourself with the environment. I will arrange an identity for you as soon as possible. In a few days, there will be tasks for you, Jiang Chen said to Hodge Black. By the way, take this suit and change into it. Understood. Hodge Black took the suit and walked into a room, changed clothes, and left the villa. After Hodge Black and the other three left, Jiang Chen took out a piece of white paper and wrote down 20 names, including Hodge Black, Zhang Hong, and Zhang Chang. Then, he added some detailed information behind these names, such as place of origin, education, and so on. Filling out the identity information for 20 bionic individuals, Jiang Chen waved his hand, and a beautiful woman in a fiery red outfit appeared. It was a custom model. Jiang Chen activated the Bionics intelligent AI using his wristwatch, implanting skill programs, expertise in business, driving, combat, counter-surveillance, computer skills, culinary arts, cleaning, massage, medical knowledge, caregiving, a full set of social etiquette, blue star geopolitical data, and so on, downloading all kinds of skill information. He even crazily downloaded a complete set of recipes for both Chinese and Western cuisine, comprehensive traditional Chinese medicine materials, and various historical and musical knowledge, making her even more versatile. From now on, you will be called Xiaoqi, the all-rounder Jiang Xiaoqi, my personal secretary. Jiang Chen stretched lazily. With so many skills downloaded, combined with her top-notch computing power, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was omniscient and omnipotent. Yes, Jiang Xiaoqi replied, bending slightly, her voice crisp and pleasant, with a hint of a cool, aloof demeanor. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. As he engaged with various global entities, his secrets would multiply. He needed someone he could absolutely trust to handle matters for him. Although Hao Donglai was decent and trustworthy, he had too many weaknesses. Jiang Chen called Hao Donglai, sent him a photo of Jiang Xiaoqi, and instructed, "This is a relative of mine from my hometown, named Jiang Xiaoqi. She previously lived in a secluded mountain village, and is still an undocumented resident. I've sent you her information. Please arrange something for her as soon as possible." Hao Donglai was somewhat surprised. The chairman had such a relative? He didn't dare to ask. Whatever the boss said was what it was, and he would just follow orders. After hanging up, Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Xiaoqi, his eyes twinkling as he lay on the sofa. "Come, give me a massage." There was no other intention, he just wanted to test her massage skills to see if they could really make someone feel heavenly. Yes, Jiang Xiaoqi blinked. Jiang Chen found it fascinating. She was no different from a real person. He curiously kneaded her a few times. Her skin was smooth and delicate, very comfortable, just like real human skin. He used a small knife to make a cut on her finger, and bright red blood flowed out. "No wonder it's a custom model. The consideration is thorough," Jiang Chen muttered. The 20 assembly line products, Zhang Hong and Zhang Chang, did not have bleeding functions. "Do you have human organs and blood vessels inside you?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. "Yes," Jiang Xiaoqi nodded, as if recalling something, and smiled. "My body structure is no different from that of a human female. Except for not being able to give birth, I can do everything." Jiang Chen was speechless. His question was quite obvious. Even if he were desperate, he wouldn't target a bionic person, right? "By the way, do you know who made you?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. "Yes, my mother, Professor Yuan," Jiang Xiaoqi replied. "You still have that memory?" Jiang Chen asked, intrigued. "Yes," Jiang Xiaoqi nodded. "Is this Yuan a woman?" Jiang Chen asked again. "Yes," Jiang Xiaoqi nodded once more. After that, Jiang Chen asked many questions, and Jiang Xiaoqi answered them all, making him very satisfied. "Not bad, your technique is really good." After the massage, Jiang Chen moved his body and sincerely exclaimed. After the massage, he felt completely relaxed. The fatigue from his usual training had also dissipated. "Come, spar with me for a few moves." Jiang Chen wanted to test her skills further. Jiang Xiaoqi nodded and assumed a fighting stance. Jiang Chen smiled and charged at her. He held nothing back. This punch contained all the power of his second level of body tempering. Facing this move, Jiang Xiaoqi chose not to meet force with force but cleverly dodged and neutralized the impact, then skillfully slapped Jiang Chen, pinning him down on the sofa. Jiang Chen was impressed. Was this what it meant to be proficient in combat? "Boss, your strength is great, but your technique is lacking." Jiang Xiaoqi blinked. With her full set of social etiquette knowledge, she naturally wouldn't say, "Boss, you have no fighting skills, only brute strength." What could Jiang Chen say? These days, he had only learned to gather energy and refine his body, increasing his strength, which indeed was just brute force. "Can your body withstand my power?" Jiang Chen asked. Yes, my body is made of many precious materials and it can endure several times more strength, though it will incur some wear and tear, Jiang Shaoqi replied. Jiang Chen nodded. The entire afternoon, Jiang Chen discussed various knowledge with Jiang Shaoqi. Before they knew it, evening had arrived. Jiang Shaoqi went to the kitchen to prepare a grand meal. The villa door opened, and Jiang Xinan returned from work. Seeing a few more people in the villa, she was slightly taken aback. Looking into the kitchen, she saw Jiang Shaoqi in an apron, and her heart sank a little. She thought of the past. She remembered the first time she met Zhao Qian and how similar it was to today. At that time, Zhao Qian was just like this, busy in the kitchen with an apron on. The only difference was that Zhao Qian had been very gentle with her back then. At that time, she thought this would be a good mother. But then, what is this? Jiang Xinan looked at her father with a complex expression, wanting to say something, but it seemed there was nothing to say. It was natural for a man like her father to need a woman's company. As a daughter, she had no right to criticize. But the problem was, did he have to find someone around her age? Was that really appropriate? Oh, this is Jiang Shaoqi, your distant cousin. She found me after graduating from university to help me with some matters, Jiang Chen casually said. Jiang Xinan blinked suspiciously, looking at Jiang Shaoqi. Did she really have such a distant cousin? There should be one, right? Let's just assume there is. Jiang Chen was unaware that in just this short time, a storm had already brewed in his daughter's mind. He pointed to Jiang Hong and Jiang Chang and said, "These are the bodyguards I found for you. From now on, they will protect you closely. Even when you sleep, they must be in the same room, understand?" Jiang Xinan was shocked. Is it that serious? Jiang Chen said heavily, "You don't understand the old Ghost organization. It's a mysterious and powerful underground group. They have not only a large number of mercenary teams but also assassin squads. We have to be cautious now that we've crossed paths with the old Ghost organization." Jiang Xinan's heart sank as she frowned at Jiang Hong and Jiang Chang. Could these two delicate women really protect her? At least in terms of appearance, they were far from her current bodyguard. Just look at her current bodyguard, all muscles, a solid Barbie that looked tough to deal with. Jiang Chen seemed to see through his daughter's thoughts. Leaning back on the sofa, he smiled and said, "Don't underestimate them. Within their petite bodies lies great strength. Moreover, they are skilled in combat and very capable." Since her father said so, Jiang Xinan had no choice but to choose to believe him. Not wanting to think too much, she looked at what she. This time, Jiang Chen didn't elaborate, just mentioned that there were other arrangements. "Xinan, how's the arrangement with the sword side going? When can we net the catch?" At the dining table, Jiang Chen picked up a piece of beef and put it in his mouth, savoring its tenderness. To be honest, Jiang Shaoqi's cooking was really good. She was indeed a culinary expert. Jiang Xinan put down her chopsticks and said, "We're at the final step. We can net the catch in 3 days at the latest." But what? Jiang Chen frowned. Jiang Xinan said, "But I found out that recently, the old Ghost organization has been investigating Wang Fan extensively." "Wang Fan, your sister's friend?" Jiang Chen asked, pretending not to know. "Yeah," Jiang Xinan replied, with little enthusiasm. Jiang Chen pondered, the old Ghost organization investigating Wang Fan must be the Ghost King's idea. TSK. The Ghost King and Wang Fan, they hit it off so quickly? No wonder they are destined to be master and disciple. "Do you know Wang Fan's location?" Jiang Chen asked. "In a city in the north," Jiang Xinan replied. Jiang Chen thought to himself, it seemed he needed to take some action. At least to intercept Wang Fan in the north. He couldn't let that kid ruin his big plans. But should he find an opportunity to deal with Wang Fan soon? After all, he was an unstable factor. Previously, there had been too many matters to attend to, and now that things are gradually getting back on track, with so many capable people under him, he can completely eliminate this unstable factor. Let's do it this way. With the rise of Sinan technology, his connections are also expanding rapidly. This has made it much smoother for Hao Donglai to handle various matters than before. Take the processing of identification documents. For example, in the past, even with detailed information, it would take quite a bit of time. But now, just one night later, Hao Donglai has completed the entire set of identification documents for Jiang Shaoqi. "Chairman, here is Miss Jiang Shaoqi's ID and related documents." The next morning, Hao Donglai walked into the villa and handed over a file bag. Jiang Chen took the file bag, pulled out the documents, and glanced at them. They contained detailed personal information about Jiang Shaoqi. He knew they were fake, but they looked just like the real thing. Even the place of birth was clearly stated. Not bad. Jiang Chen handed the identity documents to Jiang Shaoqi and smiled at Hao Donglai. "You've worked hard during this time. Your bonus will be doubled this year." Hao Donglai's eyes lit up and he thanked, "Thank you, Chairman." His annual bonus was quite substantial, and a doubled bonus would significantly increase his income this year. Jiang Chen nodded and instructed, also, hand over your current work to Xiaoqi. From now on, she will be my personal secretary. Hao Donglai was taken aback, glanced at Jiang Xiaoqi, and nervously looked at Jiang Chen. Chairman, what will happen to my work after that? Jiang Chen smiled, you will go to the group as the general manager and help me manage the group well. Hao Donglai was stunned, the surprise catching him off guard. He almost didn't react. The general manager of the Jiang Group, a position only subordinate to the chairman and president. Not to mention that this position would significantly increase his income. Just the status alone was a huge leap for him. If he were to say it out loud, one is the chairman's secretary, and the other is the group's general manager. Which title sounds better? Thank you for your cultivation, chairman. Hao Donglai bowed in gratitude. Jiang Chen shook his head. Doing your job well is the greatest thanks you can give me. Alright, hand over your work to Xiaoqi and start at the group tomorrow. The Jiang Group is his absolute authority, especially after the Zhao Qian faction was cleared out. He has the final say in the Jiang family. Arranging a general manager is just a matter of a word. Yes. Hao Donglai nodded and began to hand over his work to Jiang Xiaoqi. The main task was to transfer the Jiang family's connections and some unfinished work to Jiang Xiaoqi. 2 hours later, the handover was complete, and Hao Donglai left the villa. Xiaoqi, your next task is to arrange a reasonable, legal, and loophole-free identity for Hodge Black, understand? Jiang Chen looked seriously at Jiang Xiaoqi. Hodge Black is an important part of his upcoming plans, and there can be no accidents. Understood. Jiang Xiaoqi nodded. Jiang Chen replied, come, let me tell you about Hodge Black's upcoming tasks. Use this as a basis to arrange an identity for him. Once the tasks were clearly assigned, with the almost all-capable Jiang Xiaoqi and her computing power far exceeding that of Blue Star Technology, handling such matters would be a breeze. To ensure Jiang Xiaoqi's task goes smoothly, he arranged for all 17 remaining bionic people to be at her disposal. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed, and the date was July 29. In the northern city of Qingdao, a historically significant port city, in a 5-star hotel, Wang Fan paced back and forth, looking anxious. After fleeing from the Magic City, he initially planned to escape the country directly. Later, he discovered that the official wanted notice against him had been revoked. This discovery made him give up on leaving the country and settle down in Qingdao. He was both flirting and observing the situation in the Magic City, preparing to find an opportunity to return. During this time, he witnessed the emergence of Zhurong No. 1 and the rise of Sinan technology, feeling extremely jealous. Sinan technology. It should have belonged to him. But now, damn Jiang Chen, damn Jiang Sinan. Wang Fan gritted his teeth. If it weren't for this father-daughter pair, he would have already secured the Jiang family's assets. Now, the Zhurong No. 1 was also his. Why would he escape to Qingdao? No, I need to return to Modu immediately. With a decision made, Wang Fan pulled out his suitcase, ready to set off right away. He had initially planned to return to Modu in a few days. After all, he had quite a few beautiful women there. Those beauties were all daughters of wealthy families with extraordinary backgrounds. Relying on these wealthy daughters, he might even be able to get his hands on Sinan technology. At the very least, he needed to secure Zhurong No. 1. That was a money-making machine. But this morning, he felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart, as if something bad was about to happen. This made him restless, prompting his decision to return today. Could it be that Sihan and the others are in trouble? Wang Fan frowned and murmured. However, he denied it in his heart. He knew very well that those women didn't hold much importance to him. They were merely tools for his gratification and ascension. After packing his luggage, Wang Fan changed into a white tracksuit and took a taxi to the airport. Modu, an old residential area, a 2-bedroom apartment. Is the news true? Is the technical data for Zhurong No. 1 really here? The leader of the old ghost organization, Ghost King, frowned as he looked at the documents in his hand. Your Majesty Ghost King, rest assured. This information was obtained through all my connections in the organization, at great cost, and there will be no issues. This is the Technology Industrial Park under the Jiang Group. Most of the research labs and production bases under Jiang are located here. It's normal for the technical data to be stored here. According to the information we found, the technical data is in a high-security safe in the research lab. Hearing this, Ghost King nodded, feeling quite confident in his subordinate's intelligence capabilities. Over the years, there had been very few problems. Go check again to ensure there are no surprises. Also, have someone draft an action plan and move quickly. Ghost King frowned. The longer he stayed in Modu, the more uneasy he felt. Yes. His subordinate nodded and left. Damn it, why is there a traffic jam? On a stretch of road leading to the airport in Qingdao, there was a traffic jam. Wang Fan happened to be stuck there. Looking at the endless line of cars, Wang Fan felt a wave of irritation. Strange, this road is usually clear. Why is it jammed today? The taxi driver was also puzzled. Wang Fan got out of the car, repeatedly checking the time on his phone, growing more and more anxious. Turning his head to look around, he spotted a motorcycle. Glancing at the gaps between the cars, his eyes lit up with an idea. Without a second thought, he walked over. "Hey, can I borrow your motorcycle? Who are you?" The young man with yellow hair took off his helmet, glancing at Wang Fan with disdain. Wang Fan pulled out a wad of cash. "Let me borrow it, I'll return it to you at the airport. This is the fee." The young man glanced at the cash, curled his lip, and scoffed, "Tisk tisk, daring to throw money at me, kid, you've got guts." Wang Fan was furious, so he wouldn't listen to reason? Did he want him to be tough? "Hey, do you need a ride? You can borrow mine." At that moment, a voice came from behind. Wang Fan turned to see a foreign young man with blonde hair and blue eyes stepping off a motorcycle and handing over a helmet with a smile. "Thanks." Wang Fan sighed inwardly, grateful. For foreign friends, even if they're Chinese, was a bit awkward. Grabbing the helmet, he put it on and hopped onto the motorcycle. Revving the throttle, he zoomed off, weaving between the cars, creating a striking scene that drew a chorus of curses. Watching Wang Fan leave, the foreign young man smirked, revealing a sinister smile. He got into a taxi and pulled out a book to read. The book was titled, Dragon King Disturbing the Flower City. Fengyuan Industrial Park, a technology industrial park built with investment from the Zhang Group. Most of the production bases and research labs are located in this park. The security in the park is tight. Apart from the staff, outsiders find it hard to enter. At this moment, the seemingly calm industrial park had already laid out a web of traps to lure the people from the old ghost organization over. Zhang Xinan and the Sword organization put in a lot of effort. They employed various strategies, including the beauty trap and counterintelligence. Just the task of relaying messages took an immense amount of work. There was no other way to convince the old ghost organization of the authenticity of the information. They had to put in extra effort. Hard work pays off, and after meticulous planning, the old ghost organization finally fell into the trap. Boom! In Qingdao City, on a rural road leading to the airport, a speeding motorcycle suddenly exploded. "Damn!" Accompanied by an exclamation, a white figure was blown away, its fate unknown. The sudden explosion caused a commotion. "Lin Group, we've figured it out. It's hard to believe." Not far from the Fengyuan Industrial Park, a young girl reported incredulously to Lin Group, the head of the Sword organization in Magic City. "What did you find out that's so hard to believe?" Lin Group frowned, looking at his capable aide, Xiao Sha. Xiao Sha took a deep breath and said, "Lin Group, you definitely can't guess who led the old ghost organization this time." "Who is it? Could it be the Ghost King himself?" Lin Group said casually, while observing the surroundings of Fengyuan Industrial Park through binoculars. "TSK. Lin Group is impressive." Xiao Sha gave a thumbs up. "What do you mean?" Lin Group turned in surprise. Xiao Sha smiled and said, "You guessed it right, it's the Ghost King Blake himself." Lin Group scratched his head in disbelief. "No way? Is the information confirmed? A Zhurong battery doesn't warrant the Ghost King coming in person, does it? The Zhurong number 1 is quite valuable and has strategic significance. But the Ghost King, as the leader of a century-old organization, wouldn't risk coming to Huaxia for such a task, right? It seemed absurd no matter how he thought about it. The information is very reliable. The Ghost King Blake came to Huaxia 30 years ago, and we have records in the Sword organization. Xiao Sha said seriously. Is this Ghost King insane? Lin Group couldn't make sense of it, so he decided to stop thinking about it. Forget it. No matter who it is, anyone daring to cause trouble in Huaxia should be captured first. At 9 o'clock in the evening, inside a building in Fengyuan Industrial Park, the Ghost King Blake and his subordinates were hiding there. The security in the park was oblivious, completely unaware of when the Ghost King and his men had infiltrated the industrial area. The old ghost organization had been active in the complex Western situation for over a century, naturally having its unique advantages. If it weren't for the Sword organization having already set up a tight net inside and outside the park, they wouldn't have discovered them at all. Your Majesty, the white building ahead is the power research lab under the Zhang Group, and the technical data for Zhurong No. 1 is in a safe inside the lab. The inside man is already in position, and the security is lax. We can act at any time. One of the subordinates reported to Ghost King Blake. The Ghost King squinted, looking ahead, and lightly hummed in response. He checked the time and said, "Pass the order down. Once the time is up, act immediately." Yes. The subordinate complied and transmitted the order via radio. The time reached 2 o'clock in the morning. At this moment, people were weary and exhausted. Those asleep had entered their dreams, while those on duty were nodding off. Just then, the Ghost King Blake, along with a portion of his elite, moved like shadows toward the power research lab in the building. Seeing the drowsy security personnel, the Ghost King shook his head disdainfully and instructed a subordinate skilled in lockpicking to open the door. The research lab building was heavily guarded, and every night, a large iron gate sealed off the lab to prevent outsiders from sneaking in. Yes, a Subordinate received the order and, without a word, stealthily approached the large iron gate. He examined the lock. It was a keypad lock. It required pupil, fingerprint, and facial verification to unlock. He smiled disdainfully. Although this kind of lock was a bit troublesome, it was nothing to him. He took out a device and reached toward the keypad lock. As soon as his palm touched the keypad, a powerful current surged into his body, causing him to tremble violently. The raging electricity seemed intent on tearing his body apart. Witnessing this scene, the Ghost King Blake was taken aback, thinking to himself, "It's a trap." Before he could make his next move, a series of footsteps echoed around him. The dozing security guard pulled out a silenced rifle and opened fire without a word. "Not good, we're surrounded. Quickly, let Team 2 initiate Plan B, we need to retreat," the Ghost King Blake commanded calmly despite his shock. The sudden ambush made him realize that this was all a trap, a meticulously arranged trap. A setup so intricate that it had deceived the intelligence network that the old Ghost organization had developed over 100 years. The depth of the scheme was chilling. "Yes." The communications officer quickly relayed the order. Immediately, explosions erupted simultaneously at various locations in the industrial park, waking countless people. Even residents living near the industrial park heard the blasts. Accompanied by the explosions, over 100 members of the old Ghost organization charged in all directions according to plan. In an instant, the entire park was thrown into chaos. The sounds of explosions, alarms, and shouts echoed through the night sky. "Damn it!" Watching the explosions, Lin cursed. However, despite the chaos caused by the blasts, the Sword organization, which had long laid a trap, remained unfazed and methodically issued commands. This time, the Sword's mission was to capture the Ghost King at all costs. As for the destruction caused during this period, the official authorities and Sinan Technology had already reached an agreement to share the responsibility. Damn it! The Ghost King Blake couldn't remember the last time he had been this disheveled. The last time was during the previous incident. He only remembered that since becoming the Ghost King, he had never been this helpless. After escaping from the Fengyuan Industrial Park, Blake was shocked to find that all his subordinates who had broken out with him were gone. He had brought 100 elites with him. All the personnel he had painstakingly placed in Huaxia over the years had been summoned. Now, he was left all alone. Not a single person who had come with him had escaped. He clutched his chest, blood oozing through his fingers. He had been shot. Even with loyal subordinates clearing the way for him, he had still been hit by a bullet. Fortunately, the bullet hadn't struck his head or heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to escape. To avoid losing too much blood in fainting, the Ghost King Blake pressed hard on his wound. The intense pain stimulated his brain, bringing him a moment of clarity. In such a predicament, he felt as if he were in a dream. Reflecting on his days in Huaxia, he felt a sense of unreality. What had he been thinking? Why had he come to Huaxia in person? Knowing full well that Huaxia was harsh on people like him, knowing he was on Huaxia's blacklist, why had he still come? Despite the tempting offers from the Billy family and other consortiums, he could have easily sent someone else. Why did he have to come himself? Looking back over the past few decades, since becoming the Ghost King, he hadn't personally undertaken a mission again. Not for any other reason, but out of fear of death. Why had he suddenly decided to come in person this time? Had he been cursed? At this thought, the Ghost King Blake felt a jolt in his heart. It wasn't impossible. Though it seemed absurd, there were indeed many legends of related sorcery in the East. Hiss! The intense pain brought Blake back to his senses, and there was no time to think too much. Escaping was paramount. It was already past 3 in the morning, and he had to find a safe hiding place before dawn and contact the organization as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be buried in Huaxia. Soon, he ran into a small grove and saw a tent, a dying campfire, and a pickup truck. His heart jolted. How could there be people out here in the wilderness? Looking at the tent, car, and campfire not far ahead, the Ghost King Blake quickly realized they must be campers. God bless, the Ghost King Blake quietly approached, clutching his wound. He opened a corner of the tent and, taking advantage of the moonlight, caught a glimpse of a young Westerner sleeping, which surprised him a bit. He had heard that many Westerners had come to China in recent years and that they were doing quite well. Sure enough, beside the tent, he saw a camera and a tripod. This was clearly another foreigner here to make money in China. He just didn't know which country he was from. There were simply too many Western countries. Hey, wake up, kid. The Ghost King Blake crawled into the tent, found a comfortable position to half lie down, and pulled out a dagger, tapping it on the young man's face. Fuck, what the hell? The sleeping youth jolted awake, retreating into the corner of the tent, looking at the Ghost King Blake with uncertainty. In the darkness, one of his hands quietly reached for a button on his clothing and pressed it hard, as if something had been punctured. A faint fragrance filled the tent. The seriously injured Ghost King Blake was completely unaware, his gaze toward the youth growing increasingly warm. Kid, what's your name? The Ghost King Blake asked gently. The youth hesitated for a moment and said, I'm Hodge Blake. Morning arrived. How's the damage? Zhang Chen arrived at the Fengyuan Industrial Park looking at the ruins and asking in a low voice. We lost some unimportant buildings, but it's still within an acceptable range. Zhang Xinan shook her head, a hint of relief on her face. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance. Otherwise, the losses would have been significant. That's not too bad, but the explosion last night was quite loud. I estimate the nearby residents were all disturbed. You need to contact the authorities and suppress the news. Don't let it get online, Zhang Chen said. The noise from last night was a bit too much. If someone nearby recorded a video and posted it online, coupled with the recent attention on Sinan technology, it could stir up public opinion. Don't worry, Dad, Zhang Sinan nodded. Zhang Chen responded with a grunt and walked toward the office building in the park. I'm going to rest for a bit, get those ruins dealt with as soon as possible. It's already arranged. Watching her father walk into the building, Zhang Sinan rubbed her temples. She noticed her father was becoming increasingly lazy, or rather, he was becoming more of a slacker. In the past, her father was very diligent, handling many tasks personally. But now, still thinking about it, this was quite good. Her father had worked hard for half his life. It was time for him to enjoy some peace. In the Magic City area, a pickup truck drove into a villa district. Sir, this is my home. The pickup stopped in front of a small villa, and Hodge helped the Ghost King Blake out of the car. Entering the villa, the Ghost King Blake observed the surroundings and nodded slightly. Not bad. Hodge Blake set down the luggage and lit some incense, allowing a faint fragrance to waft through the house. The Ghost King Blake sniffed. The scent of the incense was somewhat familiar, as he had smelled it before in the tent. The incense smells good, the Ghost King Blake said, not knowing if it was the fragrance that eased the pain in his wound. Sir, let me help you with your injury, Hodge Blake said, retrieving a medical kit. Do you know medicine? Hodge Blake nodded. Yes, I studied medicine. Since coming to China, I've also been exposed to traditional Chinese medicine. You need to remove the bullet and stop the bleeding, or else the wound will worsen over time, and that could be dangerous. The Ghost King Blake frowned. In the next moment, he suddenly lunged, gripping Hodge Blake's neck with one hand, his face filled with murderous intent. Kid, who are you? Hodge Blake was startled, his face pale with panic. Sir, I'm just an ordinary Brit. You must be misunderstanding something. The Ghost King Blake sneered. An ordinary person? What a joke. Would an ordinary person remain so calm upon seeing a gunshot wound? Moreover, this was China, a gun-free country. Even a Westerner would be on guard upon seeing someone with a gunshot wound here, right? But Hodge Black, aside from being a bit panicked at first, remained calm afterward. Even when he saw his gunshot wound, he wore a tranquil expression, as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. How could he not be suspicious? Really, I'm just an ordinary person, Hodge Black gasped as he was choked. The Ghost King Black frowned, released Hodge Black's neck, and, enduring the pain, bound him up. Returning to the sofa, he took a few deep breaths and opened Hodge's computer, entering a mysterious website. He first contacted his subordinates lurking in Huaxia. Then he had them investigate Hodge Black. Hodge Black, could he be a branch of the Black family? The Ghost King Black leaned back on the sofa, deep in thought. The Black family is an old family in the Western world. The Ghost King himself hails from the Black family. With a large family, there are naturally many branches. Even though he is the current head of the Black family, he knows little about the dazzling branches below. Soon, information about Hodge Black came through. After glancing at it, the Ghost King Black let out a sigh of relief. There were no issues with the information. Hodge Black's past was clear as day. Even the year and month he arrived in Huaxia and the reasons for coming were thoroughly investigated. It was also confirmed that Hodge Black was indeed a branch of the Black family. However, that branch had already declined, with only Hodge and his grandfather left in the family. Kid, come over and treat my wounds. After confirming Hodge's identity, the Ghost King Black released him. His injuries could not be delayed. According to the information, Hodge Black was a PhD from Harvard Medical School, proficient in surgery, and removing a bullet was a small matter for him. Additionally, the information noted that Hodge had been on the battlefield and served as a field doctor. This also explained why Hodge was not overly panicked upon seeing his gunshot wound. After all, he had seen the world. Hodge had a temper and would not easily forgive. The Ghost King Black, seeing this, was not angry. Instead, he looked at Hodge, finding him more and more pleasing to the eye, as if this attitude was the norm. One should have some pride. The more he looked, the more he liked him, and he began to entertain the idea of training Hodge as his successor. He thought about cultivating Hodge and then stepping back to enjoy a life of ease. After all, he was a member of the Black family, not an outsider. Allowing Hodge to inherit the Ghost organization and the Black family was not a loss. After some comforting words, Hodge Black finally reluctantly agreed to help the Ghost King Black remove the bullet. However, the Ghost King Black did not notice that Hodge Black was glancing at the incense on the coffee table, a slight smirk on his lips. "Boss, Hodge has initially gained the trust of the Ghost King Black," reported Jiang Shaoqi, the new secretary, to Jiang Chen at Villa Number 1 of Huangpu. "Are you sure?" Jiang Chen's tone was serious. Hodge Black was naturally the bionic person he had sent, attempting to replace Wang Fan and become the Ghost King Black's successor. To ensure Hodge successfully replaced Wang Fan, Jiang Chen had made many preparations. For instance, arranging Hodge's identity as a member of the Black family's branch was to increase the success rate. After all, Hodge was not like Wang Fan, the child of destiny, and could only use various methods to improve the chances of success. "Confirmed, the bewitching incense is effective," Jiang Shaoqi said. "Bewitching incense, what a good thing." Jiang Chen clapped his hands together. The bewitching incense was Jiang Chen's second method. As the name suggests, it is a type of incense that bewitches the mind. It can make people unconsciously develop a fondness for you. Over time, it will create a dependency, ultimately leading them to obey you. This kind of incense is not rare in Jiang Hong's world. You can easily find it in the ghost markets of any mortal city. This thing was originally invented by a mortal, and the materials used are all ordinary herbs, effective only on mortals. Later, a certain cultivator learned about this incense and replaced ordinary herbs with spiritual medicines, concocting a type of alluring incense specifically for cultivators. Even golden core practitioners could fall victim to it. After the spiritual medicine version of the alluring incense spread in the cultivation world, many unfortunate events occurred. For instance, a sect saintess was deceived out of wealth and virtue using the alluring incense. Or a certain cultivator, entranced by the incense, lost both his mind and fortune. There was even a female cultivator. In short, there was a period when the alluring incense caused numerous tragedies in the cultivation world, drawing the attention of major sections. Ultimately, the alluring incense became taboo. Once it was discovered that any cultivator dared to use the alluring incense to harm others, they would surely face a collective backlash. Thus, Jiang Hong could only procure the version of the alluring incense effective on mortals. However, on Blue Star, that was sufficient. Blue Star was just an ordinary physical world, devoid of cultivators, at most having some martial artists. Previously, Jiang Chen had suspected whether Blue Star had the legendary ancient martial arts or hidden sects of cultivators. But after some inquiries, there was none. Speaking of which, Jiang Chen was still the only extraordinary being on Blue Star. July came to an end. After resolving the issues with the old ghost organization, Sinan Technology got back on track. These days, Jiang Chen had been secretly observing the progress on Hodge Black's side through the Smart Brain Terminal. Under the influence of the alluring incense, the Ghost King Black grew increasingly close to Hodge. However, being a Ghost King, accustomed to a high position for many years, even as a mere mortal, his temperament was not something ordinary people could compare to. Even with the influence of the alluring incense, the Ghost King Black did not fully trust Hodge. Although he intended to cultivate Hodge, he was still in the observation phase. This made Jiang Chen sigh. In the original plot, after Wang Fan met the Ghost King Black, there was no adjustment period, and he easily gained the latter's trust. But Hodge, even with a Western face, even with the identity of a side branch of the Black family, and even with the effect of the alluring incense, despite these multiple factors, he still had not earned the Ghost King's complete trust. Fortunately, the situation was ultimately developing in a positive direction. As long as Hodge Black's identity remained undisclosed, inheriting the old ghost organization was just a matter of time. On the morning of August 1st, Jiang Sinan went to work, and Jiang Shaoqi was also sent out on errands, leaving Jiang Chen alone in the villa. Jiang Chen's face was filled with anticipation. The friend matching times for the Trans-Dimensional Club had refreshed. Jiang Chen prepared to start the fourth friend matching. Match. Jiang Chen issued the command. Matching, match successful, constructing communication space. Construction complete. Would you like to enter? Enter. As before, with a flash before his eyes, he found himself in a strange square once again. Looking at the surrounding tall buildings and the fountain pool in the center of the square, Jiang Chen immediately confirmed that this was a modern technological world. However, the surrounding buildings were in ruins, the fountain pool had long since dried up, and the road was pockmarked with numerous dry bloodstains. Apocalypse. A thought popped into Jiang Chen's mind. The world matched this time was actually an apocalypse? When he first became a member of the Trans-Dimensional Club, he was quite looking forward to a wasteland apocalypse world. Because in such worlds, technology was generally advanced, and precious gold and jewels were as common as stones by the roadside. He could easily exchange food for a large amount of technological data and gold, allowing him to thrive on Blue Star. However, ever since matching with Dai Shuaer, he had lost much of his enthusiasm for such worlds. Could a mere apocalypse world compare to the interstellar civilization world that had already stepped into the universe? Are you from a technological world? Just as Jiang Chen was lost in thought, a cold, piercing voice came over It was a female voice, crisp and pleasant, but too cold. Jiang Chen couldn't help but shiver. Turning to look, he saw a woman dressed in black leather jacket and pants. She appeared to be in her 20s, tall and slender, with exquisite features, exuding an aura of coldness and ruthlessness along with a hint of bloodlust. Standing there, she resembled a blade about to be unsheathed. "Hello, my name is Jiang Chen and I come from a peaceful technological world," Jiang Chen introduced herself. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's introduction, the woman's frosty face couldn't help but soften. The word peace, how familiar yet strange it is. "I am Chen Xing, and as you can see, this is an apocalyptic world." Looking at the surrounding ruins, Chen Xing's expression was sorrowful, her voice slightly hoarse as she said, "This communication space is constructed by combining the environments of our two worlds. The reality is, my world is far worse than this." Jiang Chen nodded and asked, "What kind of apocalypse is it? Zombies? Nuclear wasteland? Nuclear war, viral infection, zombies?" Chen Xing listed a few terms. Seeing Chen Xing's sorrowful expression, Jiang Chen didn't know how to comfort her. After thinking for a moment, she decided to get straight to the point. "What do you need?" Chen Xing calmed down and said, "Food." Jiang Chen thought to herself, as expected, and asked, "I have food, how much do you need, and what will you exchange for it?" "Gold." Chen Xing knew that, despite gold being worthless in their world, akin to stones by the roadside, in a peaceful world, it was a precious metal that could buy anything. This wasn't her first time matching with friends. Once matched with a peaceful world, those gold and jewels could be very useful. Trading gold, which was as good as stone to her, for food that could sustain life was worth it in every way. However, Jiang Chen shook her head. "Sorry, gold is nice, but I don't need it." Chen Xing raised an eyebrow and asked, "What about technological data?" "That depends on what kind of technology it is," Jiang Chen replied with a smile. "Artificial intelligence, laser guns, high-energy materials." Chen Xing listed several types, only to find Jiang Chen's expression unchanged. Chen Xing sighed. This friend she matched with was a bit too high-end. Rubbing her temples, she remembered a previous friend she matched with who was so excited to trade food for gold. Unfortunately, that person mysteriously disappeared after just one transaction. She urgently needed a stable food trading channel. As long as she had food, her power could grow and she could secure a city as a base, giving her a foothold in this apocalypse. As a member of the Transdimensional Club, she was ambitious. As long as she got through the initial difficulties, rising to power was inevitable. Jiang Chen shook her head. "These technologies are quite ordinary. Do you have anything else?" Chen Xing sighed and took out a diamond crystal. "What about this?" "What is this?" Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Having just begun her training, her perception was sharp and she could sense the immense energy contained within the crystal. "This is called a divine crystal, extracted from a zombie's brain. It contains strange energy that can enhance the body and has a chance to awaken supernatural abilities," Chen Xing explained. Originally, she hadn't planned to trade the divine crystal. Divine crystals were precious, not every zombie's brain contained one. Only high-level zombies could produce them. Jiang Chen was too high-end a client. Ordinary items wouldn't attract her, so she could only try offering the divine crystal. After taking the divine crystal and examining it, Jiang Chen felt it was similar to a spirit stone. She took out a spirit stone, holding it in her palm to sense it. The essence of the energy was quite similar. Both could be considered a form of spiritual energy. However, the energy in the divine crystal could not only refine the physical body but also enhance mental strength. "Is this a divine crystal?" Chen Xing's eyes widened. "Is there such a square-shaped divine crystal? Aren't divine crystals all diamond-shaped? This is called a spirit stone. I don't know if your world has a cultivation culture. If it does, you should understand," Jiang Chen said. "Spirit stone? The spirit stones. From cultivation novels?" Chen Xing was surprised. "Is cultivation real? Not fictional?" Halfway through her sentence, Chen Xing paused. "With the zombie apocalypse and the Transdimensional Club appearing, wasn't it normal for a cultivation world to emerge as well? Is your world an urban cultivation world?" Chen Xing clearly had read such novels and was quite curious. Jiang Chen guessed that she used to be a novel enthusiast, and now with this cold demeanor, it was likely that she had fought her way through this apocalyptic world. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen did not answer her question, putting away the spirit stone and saying, "We can trade with divine crystals." Chen Xing frowned. "I don't have many divine crystals either." "Don't you really need gold? Even though you don't lack it, having more gold in your world would be beneficial, right? For example, establishing banks or forming conglomerates requires a certain amount of gold reserves. Also, I've heard that cultivators can refine gold into fine gold, which can be used to craft magical artifacts." Jiang Chen seemed to think of something and said, "Then let's trade with a combination of gold and divine crystals." Divine crystals hold significant value, whether for research or self-enhancement. A fleeting smile appeared on Chen Xing's cold and beautiful face, but it vanished just as quickly. Yet that brief beauty still astonished Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shook his head and asked, "How much food do you need?" Chen Xing calculated and said, let's start with 500 tons. How about I exchange 10 divine crystals and 100 tons of gold? She figured that with limited supply, 500 tons of food could last about a year. Jiang Chen shook his head. I need 100 divine crystals. That's too much, at most 20. Chen Xing disagreed. After some discussion, they finally settled on a deal of 50 divine crystals plus 100 tons of gold. Food like this, 500 tons, might still be a concern for ordinary people. After all, large-scale food transactions would definitely attract official attention. But for Jiang Chen, this was nothing. He had already stockpiled a massive amount of food in his warehouse. Not only food, but also various nuts, snacks, chicken, duck, beef, mutton, and technological products. What kind of food do you need? Fruits and vegetables. Do you want some chicken, duck, fish, and meat? Jiang Chen asked. Let's have a bit of everything. More meat, 100 tons of that, 10 tons of fruits and vegetables, and the rest should be rice, Chen Xing replied. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded. By the way, do you have refrigeration? Over there? Does the meat need to be dried? Chen Xing was taken aback, realizing rice can be stored long-term, but meat, vegetables, and fruits cannot. She considered the situation at the base and said, let's dry the meat into jerky, and the fruits and vegetables should be fresh. It would be even better if we could can the fruits. She remembered that there were a few ice-type ability users at the base who could create a large ice house for storing fruits and vegetables. Jiang Chen nodded. Canned food? Sure. With the deal made, Jiang Chen and Chen Xing bid farewell and went to prepare. Jiang Chen didn't have much to prepare. After leaving the exchange space, he drove to a large warehouse not far from the Huangpu No. 1 villa. 500 tons of food was easily arranged. After preparing the supplies, he contacted Chen Xing and returned to the exchange space. Looking at the mountain of food, Chen Xing's eyes brightened. Thank you, Chen Xing said, taking out 50 divine crystals and 100 tons of gold. This is the payment. Jiang Chen didn't count it, smiling as he stored these items in his personal space. With the witness of the transdimensional club, no one dared to violate the agreement, as that would lead to a warning. Accumulating too many warnings would result in the loss of club membership. Pleasant transaction, Jiang Chen said with a smile. If you need anything else, feel free to contact me. Chen Xing pondered for a moment and asked, can you manufacture weapons in bulk? Her world was facing an apocalypse, and despite having a wealth of technological data, there were no conditions for production. The weapons they were currently using were mostly produced before the apocalypse. What kind of weapons? Jiang Chen asked. Laser guns, can they be produced in bulk? Chen Xing asked eagerly. Jiang Chen replied, laser guns? You can send me the technical blueprints first and I'll have someone study them when I get back. Sure. Although this would give Jiang Chen a piece of technical information at a lower cost, Chen Xing had no choice but to rely on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen put away the USB drive that stored the laser gun technology and asked, Miss Chen Xing, do you have any laser gun samples? Chen Xing thought for a moment and took out a rather rudimentary firearm. Jiang Chen looked at it, scratching his head. It completely lacked the technological feel he had imagined. Can this be called a laser gun? This was produced after the apocalypse, under limited conditions. Its appearance is simple, but its power is not bad. It can be used as a sample. Chen Xing explained, a bit embarrassed. Jiang Chen nodded, knowing she must have good stuff in her hands, but this thing was sufficient as a sample. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chen produced a list. Do you need any other weapons, Miss Chen Xing? I can sell all the weapons on this list. Chen Xing curiously took the list, her eyes showing a hint of shock. What did she see? Nuclear-powered battle armor, laser beam, weapons. The technological content of these weapons was far superior to that of her world. She didn't expect Jiang Chen's world to be so advanced. Judging by the technological level of the weapons, it was at least a star-level civilization that had left its home planet. This made Chen Xing pay even more attention to Jiang Chen. Is this Silverlight Sword a cold weapon? Chen Xing asked, as among a pile of impressive technological weapons, a cold weapon stood out glaringly. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and a shimmering silver long sword appeared in his grasp. This is the Silverlight Sword. Chen Xing was a bit curious. It was shiny, but there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. Chen Xing wondered what qualification this long sword had to appear on the list. Seeing her skepticism, Jiang Chen didn't say much. He raised the Silverlight Sword and activated its sword light skill, swinging it towards a building. Jiang Chen understood that no amount of explanation could compare to witnessing it firsthand. He swung the Silverlight Sword, activating the sword light skill. The sharp white sword light silently sliced through a corner of the building. Boom! A few seconds later, a loud bang echoed. A corner of the damaged building's top was sliced off like tofu, sliding down from the main structure with a resounding crash. Chen Xing was shocked by the power of the Silverlight Sword. Is this still a cold weapon? Isn't it even more powerful than a laser cannon? Just thinking about each of her Subordinates wielding a silver light sword. Wouldn't that multiply her base's strength by dozens? Jiang Chen smiled. The silver light sword has two skills. Sword light is just one of them, and the other skill is armor piercing. He detailed the two skills. Qinqing's face remained indifferent, but her heart was exceptionally excited. The silver light sword was a weapon for both long range and close combat. For long range, the sword light was invincible. In close combat, no defense could withstand an armor-piercing strike. Such a divine weapon must be traded for more. How many of these swords do you have? Qinqing asked. Jiang Chen smiled. How many do you want? I can provide as many as you need. With the silver light sword production template, no technical expertise was required. As long as there was enough silver light swords could be produced continuously. Let's start with 1,000, Qinqing said, her voice trembling slightly. The cold demeanor honed from years of fighting was almost breaking down. Okay, Jiang Chen nodded, but I need to remind you of one thing. The silver light sword has a drawback. What drawback? Qinqing frowned. Jiang Chen explained, durability. The silver light sword can only activate its skills 1,000 times before it becomes unusable. 1,000 times? Qinqing frowned. This would significantly reduce the value of the silver light sword. However, considering its power, this flaw didn't seem too significant. Firearms still needed ammunition. The silver light sword having durability was quite normal. After all, energy doesn't come for free. Let's start with 1,000, Qinqing said. Sure, Miss Qinqing, what will you use for trade? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Qinqing pondered. The only thing she could offer was divine crystals, but she didn't have many of those either, as she needed them for her cultivation and couldn't possibly use all her divine crystal reserves to trade with. Jiang Chen. Finally, she sighed, currently, I can offer a maximum of 200 divine crystals. How many silver light swords can that get me? Jiang Chen knew this was about to set a price. Once the price was established, it would be difficult to change it later. After a moment of contemplation, he said, this price is hard to determine. You know about spirit stones, right? In the cultivation world, a silver light sword can be exchanged for at least 6,000 spirit stones. Chen Xing shook her head. The value of divine crystals is far greater than that of spirit stones. They cannot be compared. She already knew that the energy contained in divine crystals, both in quality and quantity, surpassed that of spirit stones. Moreover, the spiritual energy in spirit stones can only enhance the physical body, while the energy in divine crystals can strengthen the mind and has a chance to awaken supernatural abilities. All right. This point Jiang Chen did not deny. Treasures that can enhance the mind are exceptionally precious, even in Jiang Hong's world. Okay then, let's use 10 divine crystals to exchange for a silver light sword. What do you think? Jiang Chen finally set a price. This was based on the value of soul-enhancing treasures in the cultivation world. Chen Xing calculated the value and nodded, sure, let's make the trade. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and 200 glowing divine crystals appeared. Jiang Chen nodded, I don't have much stock, so I'll go back to get the goods first. Chen Xing nodded generously, that's fine, you can take the divine crystals first. Jiang Chen was not polite and took the payment in advance. Leaving the communication space, Jiang Chen immediately contacted Wu Yang. After a month of development, Wu Yang's side had already made progress. The island had at least expanded tenfold, with residents and soldiers active on the island. In the surrounding ocean, mechanical fishermen patrolled the area. Wu Yang looked at his territory, feeling proud. This was the kingdom he had built. Oh, Brother Jiang is contacting me? Today is the day for friend matching. I almost forgot. Well, let's meet Brother Jiang. First, Wu Yang mumbled to himself, returned to his lord's mansion, communicated with the transdimensional club, and entered the communication space. Brother Jiang, long time no see. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Wu Yang stepped forward and gave him a bear hug. It hasn't been that long. Jiang Chen laughed. His transactions with Wu Yang had never ceased. Wu Yang needed various metals, iron, copper, silver, etc., all of which Jiang Chen provided. In fact, there were plenty of these metal resources in the island world, but acquiring them was not easy. One had to either trade food or take risks to obtain them. Little brother, have you found anything good recently? Jiang Chen smiled. He had traded so many metals to Wu Yang, yet there were still debts, mainly because Wu Yang's development time was too short and there were too few good items. Actually, there is something, but I don't know if Brother Jiang needs it. Wu Yang waved his hand, and a large pile of items appeared on the ground. Jiang Chen looked over, dazzled by the variety. Brother Jiang, this is a strength pill. As the name suggests, it is used to enhance strength. One can increase strength attributes by 5 points, equivalent to 5 kilograms of force. This is a cleansing marrow pill, which can enhance physical constitution and increase endurance. This is a silver-level Iron Fist skill book. After use, one can proficiently use a set of boxing techniques, which has a certain strengthening effect on the fists. This is a platinum level Melody skill book. After use, one will have an innate sensitivity to melodies. Any musical instrument can be easily mastered. This is a beginner-level fish and water skill book. After use, one can swim freely in the ocean. This is a driving skill book which allows easy operation of all types of vehicles, including yachts, submarines, and airplanes. I've been frequently driving a yacht on the sea lately. This is a variety of items left Jiang Chen feeling overwhelmed. Most were skill books, while a small portion were various strange props. The most attractive to him was the Platinum Level Melody Skill Book. Not for any other reason, but because it was Platinum Level. Jiang Chen had done a level comparison. Platinum Level, in Jiang Hong's world, was equivalent to the 4th tier. This meant that this melody skill belonged to spells that could only be cultivated in the nascent soul stage in the cultivation world. Yet in the island world, a novice island lord like Wu Yang could easily obtain it, and anyone could learn it. This highlighted the differences between worlds. These are all good items. Jiang Chen nodded. Wu Yang smiled. To maintain his relationship with Jiang Chen, he had brought out everything he could. Jiang Chen shifted his gaze from those items and said to Wu Yang, "Brother Wu, there's another matter I need to discuss with you. I have a client who needs a large quantity of silver light swords." Wu Yang's eyes lit up. "Is it from another world?" Jiang Chen nodded. "A doomsday world." No wonder, Wu Yang realized only a doomsday world would require a large number of silver light swords. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Brother Jiang, I'll trade you the silver light sword production template." Jiang Chen was surprised. Wu Yang chuckled, not explaining further. Jiang Chen's mind raced. Did he obtain a better weapon template? Sure enough, Wu Yang waved his hand and a golden axe appeared. "Brother Wu, look! A golden weapon. The axe's light can easily break through gold-level defenses." Golden weapon production template? Jiang Chen gasped. A gold-level weapon was equivalent to a 3rd-tier magical treasure used in the golden core stage. Impressive. Jiang Chen gave a thumbs up. It had only been a month and he had already acquired a golden-level weapon. Naturally, he was pleased to directly obtain the silver light sword production template. He wasn't pretentious and said, "Let me first confirm if the production template can be effective in Blue Star." The world rules were different and he couldn't be sure if the magical weapon production template would work in Blue Star. Of course, Wu Yang nodded and handed the silver light sword production template to Jiang Chen. When not unfolded, the silver light sword production template was only the size of 2 shoeboxes. Wu Yang explained how to use it and Jiang Chen left the communication space. Back in the reality warehouse, Jiang Chen went to a corner where boxes of silver were stored, all prepared for Wu Yang. He unfolded the silver light sword production template. Once unfolded, the template measured 3 meters in length and width, nearly a meter in height, entirely black with 2 openings. One was for inputting materials, and the other was the output. He placed 10 kilograms of silver into it and waited nervously. After about 2 or 3 seconds, a silver long sword was ejected from the other end. Good. Jiang Chen's expression was filled with surprise. The production template was indeed useful in Blue Star. It made sense. Metals from Blue Star could be used in the island world. There was no reason for items from the island world to be useless in Blue Star. Jiang Chen was excited. With the silver light sword production template, he had another bargaining chip to offer. Unlike before, when he could only present some basic supplies for trade, the silver light sword was a remarkable item in any world. Even in the cultivation world where Jiang Hong was, it was no exception. This was a truly unique resource he had mastered. Previously, whether trading longevity pills or various high-tech weapons, he was merely an intermediary. To put it bluntly, he was just a middleman. What he could offer were only basic supplies, although he had made quite a bit. Ultimately, returning to the island world communication space, not bad, it works, Jiang Chen said. Wu Yang breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He had genuinely worried that the production template would be ineffective in Blue Star. As long as it works, Wu Yang nodded. "Brother Jiang, how about I settle my previous debts with the silver light sword template?" Jiang Chen shook his head. "The value isn't equivalent. Those metal supplies don't match the production template." Wu Yang smiled. "In my view, it's worth it. If it weren't for Brother Jiang continuously providing metals and food, I wouldn't have developed this quickly." Wu Yang sincerely appreciated Jiang Chen. He could easily get through the initial phase, thanks to Jiang Chen's immense help. Without Jiang Chen, he would probably be like other island lords, worrying daily about filling his stomach. Now he had even unlocked the golden level weapon template. What about the other island lords? Silver level weapons were still treasures to them. They were not even in the same league. Now he ranked first in the island world and received the top rewards every week. All of this was brought about by Jiang Chen. He, Wu Yang, also knew how to be grateful. "All right, but I can't take advantage of you, so here, this is for you." Jiang Chen took out a tube of gene serum. What's this? Wu Yang asked curiously. Gene enhancement serum, it can improve physical fitness, Jiang Chen explained. He had previously traded for 10 gene serums from Dai Shuayer. He used one himself and his daughter Jiang. Sinan used another. There were still 8 left. Today he took one out to give to Wu Yang. Wu Yang's eyes lit up as he took the serum and returned to the island world. He wanted to use the rules of the island world to check the properties of the gene serum. Moments later, Wu Yang returned. Big brother, this is a good thing. It's equivalent to a gold-level serum and it can significantly enhance physique and strength, Wu Yang exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Chen smiled and said, as long as it's useful. In the end, the two reached an agreement and settled their previous accounts. With no debts, both Wu Yang and Jiang Chen felt relieved. After all, it was the end of a concern. By the way, brother Jiang, all these things are yours now. Wu Yang pointed to the items on the ground. That's not acceptable. Jiang Chen shook his head. Wu Yang laughed. Brother Jiang's gene enhancement serum is worth far more than the silver lightsword template in my eyes. I can't take advantage of you. I can't use these things either. I already have similar skills, so it's better to give them to you, brother Jiang. With Wu Yang saying this, Jiang Chen no longer held back. He was quite tempted by the items in front of him. This music skill book is platinum level, too precious. What do you need? Jiang Chen wanted to make up the price difference. No need, it's a gift for brother Jiang. This thing is useless to me. Wu Yang waved his hand. He had received the music skill book before. He had a hero beside him who was proficient in music. For him, the music skill book wasn't worth much. It can't be given for free. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and took out some cultivation items, such as spirit stones, talismans, elixirs, formations, storage bags, etc. These were all traded from Jiang Hong during this time, mainly to accumulate resources. What are these? Wu Yang blinked. Jiang Chen smiled. Cultivation treasures. Cultivation, ha! Wu Yang became interested. Coming from modern civilization, he also had a cultivation culture. He once had a strong yearning for those immortals who traveled to the North Sea in the morning and to Kangwu in the evening. He often dreamed as a child of holding a 3-foot green peak and wandering the world with a sword. As he grew up, that ambition faded away. Indeed, these talismans and elixirs come from a cultivation world, Jiang Chen said. Wu Yang clicked his tongue, feeling that brother Jian was really lucky to have matched with the cultivation world. I'll take them for a try, Wu Yang said as he picked up a talisman and a set of formations, returning to the island world to experiment. Sure enough, they were useful, which made him very happy. This would greatly enhance his survival rate. Moments later, Wu Yang returned, happily saying, these formations and talismans are useful. As long as they're useful, Jiang Chen smiled. In the end, Wu Yang selected a set of second-tier defensive formations that could defend against foundation building or silver-level attacks. In the island world, second-tier corresponded to silver level. For Wu Yang at this stage, it was sufficient. After finishing the trade with Wu Yang, Jiang Chen returned to his personal space and took stock of his gains this time. The main harvest was a platinum-level music skill book. Secondly, strength elixir, bone cleansing pill, iron fist skill book, fish and water skill book, driving skill book, and silver lightsword production template. Oh, and there were divine crystals. Jiang Chen used food and 20 silver lightswords to trade for 250 divine crystals from Chen Xing. As for the 100 tons of gold, it would also be useful later. After taking stock of the gains, Jiang Chen picked up the music skill book and directly used it according to Wu Yang's method. The skill book transformed into starlight and merged into his body. In the next moment, it felt as if Jiang Chen had undergone decades of learning. He didn't study anything else, just music. After waking up, Jiang Chen felt a moment of profound change. He flicked his fingers and could sense that he had developed muscle memory. Now, no matter what instrument he picked up, whether it was a guqin or a violin, he could easily play it. Even with a suona, he could perform a piece of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. After that, he used the skill books for fish and water, iron fist, and driving. With multiple skills mastered, Jiang Chen felt completely relaxed. Especially with the iron fist skill book, it not only enhanced his fists but also slightly strengthened various parts of his body, particularly his waist. After all, when throwing a punch, the power comes from the whole body, so it was impossible to only strengthen the fists. He was very satisfied with the increase in strength, but the only thing he was unhappy about was, Jiang Chen looked at his hands. His originally fair and slender hands had turned dark and bruised, as if they had been battered countless times. Familiarizing himself with the changes in his body, Jiang Chen left the warehouse and drove back to the Huangpu No. 1 villa. P.S. To avoid confusion, let me clarify the level divisions. Black iron corresponds to body refinement, which is unranked. Bronze corresponds to chi training, which is first rank. Silver corresponds to foundation establishment, which is second rank. Gold corresponds to golden core, which is third rank. Platinum corresponds to nascent soul, which is 4th rank. And so on. Lastly, I ask for updates and comments. Upon returning to the Huangpu No. 1 villa, Jiang Chen found that Jiang Shaoqi had already returned. She was sitting on the sofa, leisurely sipping coffee. He really didn't understand why a robot would drink coffee. Was she trying to imitate a normal person? Back so early? Did you finish your tasks? Jiang Chen glanced at Jiang Shaoqi, sat down on the sofa and picked up a newspaper to read. Jiang Shaoqi got up to brew him a pot of tea and sat beside him, saying, "The warehouse you had acquired has completed the secret purchase and the related materials will be delivered gradually. To avoid causing market fluctuations, these materials were purchased from various places around the world, so it will take some time." Jiang Chen nodded. As time went on, the worlds he could match with were increasing. Basic materials seemed worthless, yet they were essential. Take the 4 worlds he was currently matched with. Jiang Hong was not worth mentioning. In the realm of cultivation, there was not much demand for basic materials, and he usually only traded some local specialties from Blue Star for a taste. But in the interstellar world where Dai Shui Air was, and the island world where Wu Yang was, and the apocalyptic world where Chen Xing was, the demand for basic materials was significant, especially for Wu Yang and Chen Xing. Over the past month, he had not stopped acquiring metals like iron, copper, and silver. He had to deliver a large amount of metal to Wu Yang every week. Thinking of metals, Jiang Chen thought of gold. Wu Yang now had a template for crafting gold-level weapons, and he would definitely need a lot of gold in the future. Jiang Chen agreed to trade gold with Chen Xing for this reason. Otherwise, gold was of no use to him. Besides gold, he also needed to stockpile some platinum and diamonds. These gold, silver, and diamonds were essential materials for Wu Yang's development of the island. The key was that in Chen Xing's world, gold and diamonds were worthless. It was like picking them up for free. Next time he traded with Chen Xing, he could ask her to prepare more. But he couldn't be too obvious, lest that woman take advantage of the situation and raise the price. "Oh, haven't the auctions for those islands in the South China Sea ended yet?" Jiang Chen exclaimed softly upon seeing a news article. He remembered seeing in the newspaper a month ago that islands in the South China Sea were up for auction. At that time, he had just matched with Wu Yang and had the idea of buying an island to play the role of an island owner. However, as things pile up, first the Zhurong No. 1 press conference, then the Bill family visiting, followed by the old ghost organization, he almost forgot about the auction of the South China Sea Islands. It's a bit far from the mainland. Jiang Chen looked at the map and said to Jiang Shaoqi, "Shaoqi, check the auction status of this island." "Boss, are you planning to buy an island?" Jiang Shaoqi asked, somewhat surprised. Jiang Chen stroked his chin and said, "I'm considering it." "All right, I'll investigate right away." Jiang Shaoqi nodded. Jiang Chen nodded in return. That evening, Jiang Sinan returned from work. "Sinan, don't be busy, come with me to the study." Jiang Chen stood up and went upstairs, speaking to Jiang Sinan, who was about to head to the kitchen to help. "Oh." Jiang Sinan obediently followed. Upon arriving at the study, Jiang Chen took out 2 white jade porcelain bottles and a document, placing them on the desk. "What is this?" Jiang Sinan asked curiously. Jiang Chen pointed to the 2 porcelain bottles and said, "Inside are 2 types of drugs that can enhance human physical qualities. Take them to have someone study them, analyze the components, and see if they can be replicated." "Drugs?" Jiang Sinan frowned. "But there's no pharmaceutical research lab under the company." "There isn't under Sinan Technology, but there is under the Jiang family." Jiang Chen looked at his daughter with a frown and said, "You are going to take over the entire Jiang family in the future, so don't put all your energy into Sinan Technology." "Oh." After being lectured, Jiang Sinan felt a bit down. However, it was true that the rapid development of Sinan Technology had almost made her forget that it was just a subsidiary of the Jiang family. Although Sinan Technology was a pillar enterprise of the Jiang family, it didn't mean that the Jiang family was small. The Jiang group was involved in various fields such as real estate, pharmaceuticals, food, and cosmetics, which should not be underestimated. "Got it." Jiang Sinan lowered her head and muttered. It had been a long time since she had heard her father lecture her, and suddenly, hearing it felt quite nice, hee. But she didn't dare to show it, otherwise, her father would be furious. "That's good to hear." Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair and said, "Sinan Technology is already on the right track, so prepare to take a position in the group. I will appoint you as the president of the Jiang group." With a capable daughter, he naturally wanted to make full use of her. Okay. With an added responsibility, Jiang Sinan didn't feel disheartened. Instead, she was eager to try. She had vowed since childhood to help her father share the burden, and now that she had the ability and was valued by her father, she was naturally very happy. "All right, let's talk about this thing." Jiang Chen picked up one of the porcelain bottles and poured out a pill that emitted a wonderful fragrance, saying, "This is called the strength pill, which can enhance a person's physical strength. This one is called the cleansing marrow pill, which can improve physical quality. You need to quickly organize a team to analyze the components of these two drugs. Strength pill, cleansing marrow pill?" Jiang Xinan's eyes widened. Aren't these things from martial arts novels? She suspected that her father had been fooled by some con artist. How could such things exist in reality? Jiang Chen frowned. Whether it's real or not, can't we just test it? Jiang Xinan's heart jolted as she recalled the incident with Xu. Wrong number 1. She adjusted her mindset and said, "Dad, don't worry, I will arrange it as soon as possible." This matter is confidential, and you must be careful in selecting the researchers. Keep this under wraps. At this point, Jiang Chen paused, contemplating whether to trade for a few research-type bionic humans from Dai Shuayer. Research-type AI bionic humans might not be able to innovate like real people, but they were very suitable for systematic research work. How about this? Regarding the researchers, I will arrange it for you in a few days. Your task is to quickly establish a research lab. You need to be hands-on with this, and don't let too many people know. Listening to her father's serious tone, Jiang Xinan realized the gravity of the situation. She looked at the 2 bottles of pills on the desk. Could what her father said really be true? Suppressing her doubts, Jiang Xinan looked at the document. "Dad, what is this information?" Jiang Chen said, "This is a miraculous mask technology that I named Fairy Beauty. It can repair skin flaws and smooth out wrinkles. In summary, it can make people return to their youth." The formula for the Fairy Beauty mask was traded from Dai Shuayer. In addition to the Fairy Beauty mask, Jiang Chen also traded for scar removal drugs, height-increasing drugs, body odor removal drugs, and so on. Additionally, there were various production technologies for special drugs for terminal illnesses, for example, various cancers, leukemia, AIDS, etc. However, these drugs involve too many interests, and before the Jiang family truly rises, he will not reveal them. Just think about it, a single Zhu Rong number 1 has attracted world-class consortium families. If all these technologies were to be released at once, the resulting shock would definitely be something the Jiang family could not bear. Is it really that amazing? Jiang Xinan looked at the information in astonishment. According to the description in the materials, this Xianzi mask can truly make people return to their youth. Seeking updates, looking at the effects described in the materials, Jiang Xinan thought it all seemed fake. What, removing acne scars, smoothing wrinkles, moisturizing skin, returning to youth? Too exaggerated. Just as she was about to put down the materials, a flash of inspiration struck her mind, reminding her of the gene serum she had injected in thinking of Zhu Rong number 1. Jiang Xinan wavered. Especially the gene serum, Jiang Xinan had experienced it firsthand. Her physical condition had been improving all along. Now, her strength far exceeded that of a robust male. With this thought, she no longer doubted and began to seriously review the materials. After a moment, she put down the materials and looked at her father, wondering if he had obtained alien technology inheritance. Otherwise, where did these miraculous technologies come from? But the weak and helpless her did not dare to ask, fearing abandonment. "Dad, I will order the equipment as soon as possible." Regarding the researchers, Jiang Xinan said earnestly. Jiang Chen nodded. In satisfaction, "I'll arrange the researchers." Jiang Xinan nodded as if she thought of something. "Dad, do you remember the Ocean Voyage Research Institute? Ocean Voyage? I remember. What's up? Wasn't that research institute acquired by Japanese capital?" Jiang Chen asked in confusion. Jiang Xinan smiled and said, "It was acquired by Japanese capital, but they can buy dead things. They can't buy hearts. The hearts of the people at the Ocean Voyage Research Institute have scattered. Those with a bit of backbone are unwilling to serve the Japanese." So, Jiang Chen was curious, do they want to jump ship? Jiang Xinan snapped her fingers and said, "Dad, you're amazing, you guessed it right. Yes, they want to jump to Sinan Technology, and the head of the research institute, He Yong, is leading the way." Jiang Chen nodded. The acquisition of the Ocean Voyage Research Institute by Japanese capital had caused quite a stir in society. Especially online, countless keyboard warriors cursed Ocean Voyage as traitors. The people at the Ocean Voyage Research Institute were doxxed and attacked by countless netizens. But the truth? Those researchers from Ocean Voyage were too wronged. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were greatly wronged, even more than Doi. The research institute was sold. The research results were sold, and what could they, who only knew how to bury themselves in research, do? They could do nothing. They were merely tools under the capital's command. Do they have any troubles? Jiang Chen asked thoughtfully. He was a bit inclined to take these people in. They were all research talents, and bringing them in would benefit the development of Sinan technology. He was just worried that these people might have troubles. "Don't worry, it's just some breach of contract fees," Jiang Xinan said. Jiang Chen shook his head. "What I'm worried about is whether any of these people have been bought by Japanese capital. taking the opportunity to sneak into Sinan technology? Upon hearing this, Jiang Sinan's pretty face fell. There was indeed such a possibility. I will conduct strict checks on every new hire, Jiang Sinan said seriously. Contact Li Jian when the time comes, they are professionals in this area. Jiang Chen nodded. Understood, Jiang Sinan replied. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, thinking of the deal with Qinqing, and said, help me contact the person in charge of Li Jian and Modu. I have something to discuss with them. Jiang Sinan was puzzled. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head, not saying much, and stood up, saying, let's go, dinner should be ready, let's go eat. Jiang Sinan stood up, wanting to say something but hesitating. What do you want to say? Jiang Chen asked in confusion. Jiang Sinan nervously asked, Dad, is Jiang Shaoqi really my cousin? Jiang Chen frowned. What do you think? Jiang Sinan fell silent. Alright, don't think too much. Let's go downstairs. Jiang Chen shook his head and walked towards the study. Jiang Sinan followed absent-mindedly, and just as she was about to go down the stairs, she stopped, her fingers nervously intertwining. She stammered. Dad, if you need someone to keep you company, I don't mind, but isn't Shaoqi too young? She deliberately emphasized the word sister. Jiang Chen, did he really need to find an AI humanoid to keep him company? Unable to help himself, he turned back and tapped her forehead, saying, stop overthinking. Shaoqi is your cousin. Really? Jiang Sinan covered her forehead, her pretty face hopeful. She didn't oppose her father finding a partner, but Jiang Shaoqi was too young. If Jiang Chen insisted she was his cousin, that meant she was younger than her? That was hard for her to accept. To put it bluntly, she couldn't accept calling a woman younger than herself mom. She felt that if her father was going to find someone, at least it should be someone around 30, right? A 10-year age gap she thought she could accept. Jiang Chen understood his daughter's thoughts and could only say she was overthinking. In fact, he hadn't thought much about the cousin issue at the time, he just said it casually. However, the identification document issued for Jiang Shaoqi stated her age as 25. Moreover, despite Jiang Shaoqi often throwing little tantrums, joking around, and acting a bit spoiled, she really did seem like a blossoming girl. But Jiang Chen knew that was merely a simulation of humanity. Jiang Shaoqi did not possess her own personality, she was just an AI that simulated human brain neurons, behaving somewhat like a human. It was complicated, but in short, Jiang Shaoqi, Jiang Hong, Jiang Cheng, and others like Hodge Black only appeared human. On the European continent, a port city, King of Ghosts Black and Hodge, after much hardship, escaped from Huaxia and arrived in a small country in Europe, Sail Kingdom. The old ghost organization had developed in Sail Kingdom for over a decade, making it one of their main bases. Arriving on his own turf, King of Ghosts Black finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking about this mission, King of Ghosts Black was filled with pent-up anger. It had been years since he suffered such a significant loss. This time setback was equivalent to burying the old ghost organization's years of planning in Huaxia. This made him resent the Billy family as well. If it weren't for the Billy family, would he have bothered to go to Huaxia? This trip not only didn't earn him anything, but almost cost him everything. Fortunately, he met Hodge. As he thought about it, his gaze towards Hodge Black softened. Uncle Martin, where are we going next? Hodge Black looked at the endless sea and asked King of Ghosts Black. King of Ghosts Black stood up and said, first, we'll rest in Sail Kingdom, and in a few days, I'll take you to Paris. Paris? Is that where the old ghost organization's headquarters is? Having followed the King of Ghost for so many days, Hodge naturally knew about the old ghost organization. He also knew that the King of Ghost was its leader. Therefore, he asked without any reservations. Upon hearing this, King of Ghost Black smiled mysteriously and said with deep meaning, sort of, but not really. You'll understand later. Hodge nodded in agreement. He lowered his head, a glint of red flashing in his eyes as he calculated the hidden meaning behind King of Ghost Black's words. Let's go, my people have arrived. King of Ghost Black looked into the distance. Hodge followed his gaze as several black cars drove up and stopped not far in front of them. A few burly white men in black suits got out and bowed to King of Ghost Black. King of Ghost Black, full of spirit, waved his hand and said, let's go, my dear nephew, let me broaden your horizons. At that moment, he was no longer the embarrassed figure he had been in Huaxia. Huangpu No. 1 Villa. It's getting late, everyone should rest early. After dinner, Zhang Fong wiped his mouth and stood up to go upstairs. Jiang Sinan put down her chopsticks, looking at her father's back, then at Jiang Shaoqi, who was preparing to clear the dishes. She felt puzzled. Was there really nothing between them? Was she really overthinking it? Sighed. Jiang Sinan tapped her head, dismissing those unhealthy thoughts, and got up to go to the study. Jiang Chen returned to his room, locked the door, and lay on the bed, his consciousness entering the transdimensional club to contact Dai Shuayer. Dai Shuayer responded quickly. On the rooftop. Seeing Dai Shuaer again startled Jiang. Chen, why are you covered in blood? Hey, it's nothing, just finished a battle. The enemy's blood splattered on me, Dai Shuaer said nonchalantly, as if it were an everyday occurrence. What's going on? Isn't Kanglin's star supposed to be peaceful? Jiang Chen wondered. Who said it's peaceful? Dai Shuaer rolled her eyes. It's just relatively peaceful, but there's plenty of internal oppression. What happened this time? Jiang Chen asked curiously. He had heard Dai Shuaer mention that her family had considerable power. Who would dare provoke them? Sigh. Dai Shuaer sighed. It's my fault for being careless. The batch of food you traded to me was discovered by hostile forces, and then the situation was that Dai Shuaer was trading a batch of food with friendly forces. On one hand, it was to earn profits, and on the other, to solidify ally relationships. During the transaction, they were discovered by hostile forces who ambushed them at the trading location, leading to a fierce battle. After hearing this, Jiang Chen was somewhat speechless. A bit of food could lead to a battle? Living in the materially abundant Blue Star world, it was hard to imagine. How was the battle? Jiang Chen asked. Of course, it was a victory. Otherwise, how could I be chatting with you so calmly? Dai Shuaer rolled her eyes and waved her hand to take out 2 sofa chairs, lazily sitting down. Uncle, did you contact me for something? Oh, I just wanted to ask if you have any research-type bionic humans? Jiang Chen sat down opposite her, took out a tea table, and brewed a pot of Longjing tea, the fresh aroma refreshing the mind. Yes, Dai Shuaer replied promptly, but research-type bionic humans can only complete designated research tasks step by step, with no innovative capabilities. In simple terms, they're just like assembly line workers. That's fine, that's enough. Jiang Chen poured her a cup of Longjing. Jiang Chen needed research-type bionic humans to analyze some drug components, such as the detoxification pills traded from Jiang Hong and the strength pills and marrow cleansing pills traded from Wu Yang, etc. These research bionic humans might lack innovative abilities, but analyzing some drug components was completely fine. Alright, how many do you need? Dai Shuaer picked up the teacup and sniffed it, comfortably squinting her eyes. The aroma of this tea, the taste of nature. Let's start with 100 units, Jiang Chen said casually. I might need more later. Okay. Dai Shuaer was also quick. But uncle, what will you use for the trade this time? What do you need? Jiang Chen countered. Dai Shuaer stroked her smooth chin and said, I don't need food for now. Do you still have the longevity pills and beauty pills? I'm short on longevity pills and beauty pills too. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. Dai Shuaer rolled her eyes, completely unconvinced. She didn't dwell on it and asked, do you still have the storage bag and the silver light sword from the last trade? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, I don't have the storage bag for now, but I still have a few silver light swords. Then let's trade with the silver light swords, Dai Shuaer decided immediately. In this battle, the silver light sword had made quite a contribution. The strange, hard, sharp exoskeleton armor was like tofu, easily shattered by the silver light sword. It was even more effective than laser weapons. Sure, how many do you want? Jiang Chen asked. Dai Shuaer's eyes twinkled. How about 1 for 1? Jiang Chen shook his head. That's too many, at most 50. Alright, then 50 it is. Dai Shuaer immediately agreed, as if afraid Jiang Chen would back out. Jiang Chen smiled, knowing that in Dai Shuaer's mind she had made a profit. But Jiang Chen believed he had profited too. It took 10 units of silver to make 1 silver light sword, which is 10 kilograms. 10 kilograms equals 10,000 grams. The current price of silver is 6 yuan per gram. That means a silver light sword costs only 60,000 renminbi. 50 silver light swords would cost just 3 million renminbi. For Jiang Chen, exchanging 3 million RMB for 100 research-type bionic humans is a huge profit. In short, both of them believe they have gained something. This is the differentiation between two worlds. Different worlds have different rules. In Dai Shuaer's eyes, the silver light sword is very magical. But in Jiang Chen's view, it costs no more than 10 kilograms of silver. Similarly, the research-type bionic humans that he finds impressive might just be assembly line products in Dai Shuaer's world. By the way, do you still need food recently? After the deal was made, Jiang Chen started chatting. Dai Shuaer waved her hand. We have enough staple food for now, so we don't need any. If possible, prepare some fruits, vegetables, and fresh meat. By the way, I remember there's a type of meat that can be eaten raw. Do you have that over there? You mean sashimi? But usually, it's seafood sashimi, like salmon or tuna. Meat sashimi is generally high-grade beef, but I haven't tried it. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, can you get some for me to try? Dai Shuaer became interested. In her world, the natural environment is severely damaged, and the ocean environment is not much better. Marine life has mutated and is basically inedible. Even if they encounter something edible, the taste is hard to swallow. Alright, wait a moment, I think I have some fresh tuna that was just delivered in my fridge. Jiang Chen recalled the ingredients. Delivered that morning and immediately logged off to grab a box of tuna from the fridge. After thinking for a moment, he also took a box of salmon and some sweet shrimp, preparing to let Dai Shui'er have a taste. If she likes it, it could be another tradable resource. Is this the fish that can be eaten raw? Dai Shui'er looked on with great interest. Jiang Chen smiled, took out the sashimi dipping sauce and wasabi, cut the tuna and salmon, arranged them on a plate, and said with a smile, "Here, try it." Saying this, he picked up chopsticks, dipped a piece of salmon in the sauce, put it in his mouth, and found it quite tasty. Dai Shui'er followed suit and picked up a piece of salmon. By the way, have you ever had wasabi? If not, use a little, it can be overwhelming, Jiang Chen advised. Dai Shui'er obediently nodded, trying it for the first time without dipping in wasabi, just in the sauce. When she put it in her mouth, an unprecedented flavor surged to her head. "So fresh," Dai Shui'er exclaimed. Then she picked up another piece and dipped it in some wasabi. A spicy, stimulating sensation rushed to her head, making her unable to help but cover her head. "Wow, this is intense." This girl even let out a curse. Jiang Chen laughed. "Wasabi can be intense and addictive." "It is quite intense, but it feels so good." Dai Shui'er held her head. The sensation rushing to her mind made her unable to stop. "Uncle, next time get more wasabi," Dai Shui'er said excitedly. Jiang Chen blinked, not expecting this girl to be so attracted to wasabi. It was something he hadn't anticipated. All right, if the client has a need, he naturally wouldn't refuse. After chatting with Dai Shui'er for a while, Jiang Chen said his goodbyes and they both logged off. Dai Shui'er indicated that she would arrange for the production of research-type bionic humans as soon as possible. Jiang Chen expressed his gratitude and said he would prepare the silver light swords promptly, suggesting they trade in 3 days. After leaving the communication space, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on his bed, practicing the body refining technique. The next day, August 2nd. Early in the morning, Jiang Xinan got up and washed up. When she arrived in the living room on the first floor and looked towards the dining room, she found Jiang Xiaoqi preparing breakfast. For the past few days, it had been Jiang Xiaoqi making breakfast every morning. Jiang Xinan was almost used to it. After all, Jiang Xiaoqi's cooking was simply too delicious. "Xinan, you're up? Come have breakfast," Jiang Xiaoqi said. Jiang Xinan replied and walked over. The breakfast was simple: a bowl of soy milk, a tea egg, along with fried dough sticks and pan-fried buns. There were also milk and sandwiches for her to choose from, all depending on her preferences. These were all made by Jiang Xiaoqi herself. After trying a fried bun, the taste was excellent. Jiang Xinan couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Xiaoqi's culinary skills. She thought of Zhao Qian, who clearly couldn't cook but insisted on pretending to be a virtuous wife and mother, preparing a table full of unappetizing dishes. Sigh. If only Xiaoqi were a bit older, Jiang Xinan sighed. She felt that Jiang Xiaoqi would be quite suitable as her stepmother. Not only did she have great cooking skills, but her personality was also pleasant. She knew how to take care of people, whether at work or at home, and could handle everything perfectly. It was just that she was too young. She had seen Jiang Xiaoqi's ID card, which showed she was only 25, just 5 or 6 years older than her. Thinking of this, Jiang Xinan glanced at her father. Jiang Xiaoqi was 25 and she had just turned 19. How could her father say that Jiang Xiaoqi was his cousin? So she deeply suspected that the age on that ID was fake. Looking at Jiang Xinan, a glimmer of red light flashed in Jiang Xiaoqi's eyes as if she was calculating something, and she humanely asked, "Xinan, do you have something on your mind?" Jiang Xinan opened her mouth and shook her head, saying, "It's nothing, just thinking about some work-related matters." After saying that, she stopped talking. They finished breakfast in silence and left the villa with 2 bodyguards, Zhang Hong and Zhang Chang, heading to the company. Upon arriving at the company, they first held a regular meeting. Back in her office, Jiang Xinan recalled her father's instructions from last night and took out her phone to dial a number. "Hello, Xinan?" A female voice came from the other end of the line. Jiang Xinan said, "Xiao Sha, does your team have time? My father wants to meet him, he has something to discuss." Xiao Sha was taken aback and replied, "Your father? Chairman Jiang? Okay, I'll go ask Lin's team right away." "Thanks, Xiao Sha. Let's go shopping together when you have time," Jiang Xinan smiled. "Sigh. I'm just a tired soul. Shopping is a luxury for me," Xiao Sha said with frustration. Jiang Xinan chuckled, chatted casually for a bit, said goodbye, and hung up the phone. On the other side, the sword organization. Xiao Sha put down her phone, pondered for a moment with her finger resting on her smooth chin, then got up and walked into an office. "Lin's team, do you have a moment? I have something to report." "Go ahead, what is it?" Lin's team set down a document and looked at Xiao Sha. Xiao Sha said, "Mr. Jiang Chen, the chairman of Jiang's group, wants to meet with you. He said he has something to discuss." "Oh, Lin's team was somewhat surprised. During this time dealing with Zhang's group, it had always been Jiang Xinan representing them. Jiang Chen had hardly appeared at all. Why was he personally contacting him? This time, did he mention what it was about? Lin's team asked. Xiaosha shook her head. It was Jiang Xinan who contacted me. She didn't say what it was about. Lin's team thought for a moment and said, I don't have time today, let's do it tomorrow. Have him come to the branch here at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Okay. Xiaosha nodded, left the office, and called to inform Jiang Xinan of the news. After receiving the news, Jiang Xinan called Jiang Chen. Dad, the head of the sword organization in Modu, team leader Lin Dong, wants you to meet him at the Modu branch at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Got it. Jiang Chen replied and hung up the phone. He got up to organize the technical materials for the laser gun, selecting some important parameters to print out to take with him tomorrow to persuade Lin Dong. Indeed, he was contacting the sword for the manufacturing of laser guns. Blue Star was somewhat different from the Earth China he had lived in before. On Earth, China prohibited private enterprises from researching and manufacturing weapons. However, in Blue Star, Huaxia, private enterprises were allowed to research and manufacture weaponry. Although the scrutiny was quite strict, Jiang Chen wanted to help Xinjiang produce laser guns so he could only cooperate with the authorities. But not everyone could contact the authorities. A middleman was needed. The head of the sword organization in Modu, with whom he had just collaborated, was a very good middleman. The next day, August 3rd, at 9 a.m., Jiang Chen arrived at Administrative Street. Most of the official departments in the Magic City are located on this street, and the Magic City branch of the sword organization is also here. Arriving by car in front of the sword Magic City branch building, Jiang Chen straightened his clothes and walked towards the building with Jiang Shaoqi. After explaining their purpose to the staff, Jiang Chen was taken to an office where he met Lin Dong, the head of the sword organization in Magic City. Hello, Director Jiang, please have a seat. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Lin Dong was very enthusiastic. Thanks to your company's cooperation, we were able to successfully capture members of the old ghost organization last time. Jiang Chen smiled and said, You're too polite, Lin. That's what citizens should do. I also want to thank the authorities for protecting us ordinary people. Lin Dong laughed heartily at this. After some small talk, Xiaosha entered with 2 cups of tea. She placed the cups down and stood quietly to the side. Director Jiang, may I ask why you came to see me this time? Lin Dong asked directly without beating around the bush. Jiang Chen set down his teacup, took out the prepared documents, and said, Lin, this is a set of weapon technology materials. Please take a look. Lin Dong was surprised. He thought Jiang Chen was here because the old ghost organization had some new movements that needed the sword organization to handle. But instead, Jiang Chen pulled out a set of weapon materials. He picked up the documents and began to flip through them. Upon seeing the name of the weapon, his first reaction was that it was nonsense. The name was Laser Gun Manufacturing Blueprint. Wasn't this a fantasy weapon from a sci-fi story? If he didn't know Jiang Chen's identity, he would think he was being mocked. He patiently flipped through the materials, becoming more serious as he read. Although he didn't understand many of the parameters, his high education allowed him to see some insights. This document seemed to have some substance, not just nonsense. Director Jiang, may I ask who the researcher of this technology is? Lin Dong inquired. Jiang Chen smiled without answering. Lin Dong frowned. Was this still a secret? After a moment of silence, Lin Dong stopped dwelling on who the researcher was. The urgent matter was to ascertain the authenticity of this document. If it were someone else presenting such technical materials, he would definitely consider it sci-fi material. But this person in front of him was the chairman of the Jiang family. His identity and status were evident. He didn't believe Jiang Chen would joke with him for no reason. He raised his head and asked, What does Director Jiang mean? Jiang Chen smiled and said, I need you to help me make connections. Lin Dong understood. Jiang Chen wanted to collaborate with the military and had come to him because he had no connections. After all, the sword organization also belonged to the military system. After pondering for a moment, Lin Dong said, Alright, give me some time, and I will call you with any news. Jiang Chen knew that Lin Dong was going to find someone to verify the authenticity of the technology. He had anticipated this and nodded, saying, Okay, I appreciate your help with this, Lin. With that, he stood up to take his leave. Lin Dong didn't try to keep him and escorted him out of the office. Lin, what's going on? Seeing Lin Dong's serious expression, Xiaosha asked in confusion. Lin Dong shook his head and said, You go out first. Xiaosha didn't dare to ask further and left the office. Lin Dong sat in his chair, looking at the laser gun manufacturing technology materials, feeling somewhat conflicted. The main concern was the authenticity of this technology. If it turned out to be fake and he contacted the military, wouldn't he be making a mistake? But if it was real and he overlooked it, that would be an even bigger error. If this technology were to fall into foreign hands, he could only imagine. This Director Jiang has really given me a tough problem. Lin Dong shook his head helplessly, picked up his phone, and dialed a number, saying with a smile, "Old classmate, are you busy? I need a favor." "Alright, you're in the Mountain City, right? I'll come find you, see you this afternoon." After hanging up, Lin Dong stood up and informed Xiao Xia, booking a flight to the Mountain City. Upon arriving in the Mountain City, Lin Dong followed the address to the faculty housing of Mountain City University and knocked on a door. The door opened, and a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a white short-sleeved shirt, of similar age to Lin Dong but exuding a scholarly air, appeared. "Old Lin, why are you in such a hurry? Didn't you get transferred to the Magic City?" The middle-aged man invited Lin Dong into the room. "Old Zhao, I'm here to ask for your help," Lin Dong said warmly. Old Zhao rolled his eyes. "I knew you wouldn't come without a reason. So, what do you need a mere teacher like me for?" "Ha ha, you're a distinguished professor. How can you be just an ordinary teacher? If you wanted, you could join the Academy of Sciences anytime. After a few years of development, becoming an academician wouldn't be a problem," Lin Dong said, admiring his old friend Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing shook his head, picked up a fan, and waved it in front of him, saying, "Old Lin, let's skip the formalities between us. Just tell me what you need." "Alright then." Lin Dong was speechless. He wanted to reminisce about their school days, but since Zhao Qing wasn't in the mood, he had no choice. He knew Zhao Qing's temperament and didn't say much. He took out the laser gun manufacturing materials that Zhang Chen had given him and handed them to Zhao Qing, saying earnestly, "Old Zhao, take a look at this information." Zhao Qing glanced at Lin Dong, a bit curious. Upon receiving the materials, the first thing he saw was the bold title, Laser Gun Manufacturing Technology. "Whose work is this? A science fiction writer?" Zhao Qing said, somewhat speechless. "Take a good look," Lin Dong replied without changing his expression, knowing Zhao Qing's reaction was predictable. Zhao Qing frowned, realizing something was off. Given his understanding of Lin Dong, the latter wouldn't bring a science fiction concept to amuse himself. Could there be more to this information? He began to examine the materials seriously. The more he read, the graver his expression became. Unlike Lin Dong, who was only half knowledgeable, he was a professional, a well-known scholar in the country, and he understood the various parameters at a glance. The fact that he could comprehend it made him even more serious. Zhao Qing took off his glasses, wiped the lenses, and put them back on, his face turning completely serious. Lin Dong knew that Zhao Qing was now fully engaged. This relieved him. It seemed this technology was indeed not simple. About an hour later, Zhao Qing finally set down the materials, picked up a teacup to moisten his dry lips, and said, "Old Lin, this information is quite remarkable." "Is it true?" Lin Dong asked. He wasn't concerned about whether it was remarkable. He only cared about whether this laser gun was real. Laser weapons had been researched in China for a long time, and some results had emerged, but they were all unstable products. Moreover, current laser weapons were bulky. However, this laser gun represented a miniaturization of laser weapons. What did this indicate? It indicated the maturity of the technology. Anyone with a bit of technological knowledge would know that initial technological creations, whether early steam engines or others, were not only large but also quite ugly. It was only with technological advancement that they became smaller and more refined. But this laser gun had achieved miniaturization in one step. With miniaturized laser weapons, how far could large-scale laser cannons be? It's true, at least these parameters are very logical. However, this information is incomplete, lacking some core parameters, so I can't be 100% sure of its authenticity, Zhao Qing said, taking off his glasses. "That's enough," Lin Dong said, somewhat excited. Zhao Qing suddenly smiled, got up, and went to the fridge, pulling out a large watermelon, saying, "Old Lin, come try this big watermelon my kid just brought over. We grew it ourselves, it's very sweet." Lin Dong was a bit taken aback by Zhao Qing's sudden enthusiasm. After all, he had only been in the door for a while, and Zhao Qing had only poured him a cup of tea. This sudden offering of watermelon was unusual for Zhao Qing. After a moment's thought, he understood and cheerfully put away the materials, saying, "Old Zhao, you're too kind. Let's save it for next time. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." Without waiting for Zhao Qing to respond, Lin Dong opened the door and slipped out like a rabbit. "You, old Lin." Zhao Qing was quite annoyed. This old fellow never let him finish his words. If Lin Dong knew what he was thinking, he would definitely scoff. "If you let me finish speaking, how could I refuse? This is so much better, it doesn't hurt feelings." Lin Dong knew that Zhao Qing wanted to keep this information. But this information isn't his. Zhang Chen made it clear that he wanted to cooperate with the military, so what does it mean for him to leave the information in Shancheng? Therefore, when Zhao Qing opens his mouth, he might as well just run away. He wasn't afraid of offending Zhao Qing. They were old classmates, with decades of friendship, and both understood each other's personalities well. Although he seemed exasperated, he wouldn't really be angry. At most, they would just drink a few more glasses when they met next time. Back in Modu, Lin Dong hurried to the East Institute of Technology. The East Institute is affiliated with the Huaxia Academy of Sciences and has a cooperative relationship with the Eastern Theater Command. Every year, it provides a large number of advanced weapons to the Eastern Theater. Upon receiving the information submitted by Lin Dong, the East Institute immediately began research and verification. Lin Dong's identity was not simple. To put it bluntly, he was the head of intelligence. Although the information Lin Dong submitted looked somewhat sci-fi, no one dared to underestimate it. As the research progressed, the researchers at the East Institute became serious. Soon, this information attracted the attention of the big shots. No need for verification, this information is real. An elderly man in his 60s stepped forward, his tone quite excited. Seeking updates on academician Sheen. Old Sheen. Upon seeing the old man, the researchers who had been working hard all stood up to greet him. This elder was one of the few academicians at the East Institute and a senior weapons expert. All of Huaxia's cutting-edge weapons involved this academician Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan nodded to everyone. This information is incomplete. It lacks the most important core data. Who sent this information? Have them send the complete data quickly. A staff member stepped forward nervously. Old Qin, this information was sent by Lin Dong, the person in charge of Li Jian in Modu. Oh, the person from Li Jian. Old Qin suddenly realized. Have him come over, I want to talk to him. Okay. The staff member quickly agreed and turned to call Lin Dong. Lin Dong did not leave the East Institute. Upon learning that academician Qin wanted to see him, he hurried to a conference room. There were two people sitting in the conference room. One was Qin Yuan. The other was a man around 50 years old, whom Lin Dong recognized as the president of the East Institute. Named Li Aigua. Xiao Lin. Long time no see, you've brought us a great gift this time. Come, have a seat. Upon seeing Lin Dong, Li Aigua greeted him warmly. Director Li, academician Qin, good evening. Lin Dong felt quite nervous upon seeing these two big shots. Although he was the person in charge of the Li Jian organization in Modu, he couldn't compare to them in terms of position or identity. Xiao Lin, don't be nervous. Come, tell us about this information. Old Qin said kindly. Lin Dong relaxed and said, Old Qin, Director Li, here's the situation. He carefully recounted how Jiang Chen had approached him. The Jiang group is somewhat unfamiliar, but speaking of Sinan technology, I know them. Their Zhurong number 1 is quite good. The East Institute is also researching it, but there haven't been any results yet. Qin Yuan nodded upon hearing this, expressing admiration for Sinan technology. Xiao Lin, are you saying that Chairman Jiang wants to enter the weapons manufacturing field? Li Aigua pondered. He didn't say it outright, but it should be implied. Lin Dong replied uncertainly. Li Aigua thought for a moment and exchanged glances with Qin Yuan, saying, in that case, Xiao Lin, you should contact Chairman Jiang and have him come to the East Institute when he has time. We can discuss it in person then. Lin Dong nodded. Should I ask him to bring the complete information? Li Aigua shook his head. No need to say it explicitly. It depends on Chairman Jiang's intentions. Such matters don't need to be stated outright. If Jiang Chen is interested in cooperating with the East Institute, he will naturally bring the complete information. Jiang Chen contacted the East Institute through Lin Dong, indicating an intention for collaboration. The specifics of the cooperation need to be discussed. Will they sell the technology to the government? Or will they collaborate on development and production? Or perhaps establish a weapons manufacturing plant? All of this can only be determined after they meet and talk. I understand. Lin Dong nodded and took his leave from the two big shots. After leaving the conference room, Lin Dong didn't care that it was already past midnight. He needed to inform Jiang Chen of the news as soon as possible. However, he realized he had forgotten to save Jiang Chen's number. He had no choice but to call Xiao Xia. Xiao Xia was in a daze from sleep when the call from her boss woke her up, making her want to curse. But to avoid being put in a difficult position by her boss, she rubbed her eyes, fought off her drowsiness, and found Jiang Chen's phone number to send it over. Upon receiving Jiang Chen's number, Lin Dong called immediately. Villa number 1, Huangpu. In the bedroom, Jiang Chen had not yet fallen asleep. He was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, practicing his breathing exercises. Jiang Chen felt that the mattress was too soft and uncomfortable for sitting, so he bought a cushion, feeling that this made him more like a dedicated practitioner. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. The sudden ringing in the quiet night was quite jarring. He picked up his phone to see an unfamiliar number. It was a normal number, not like a telemarketing call. Hello, who is this? Jiang Chen answered the call. Hello, is this Director Jiang? This is Lin Dong. Lin Dong's voice came through. Jiang Chen was taken aback. It was Lin Dong. This guy was calling so late. Did he have news? Jiang Chen became serious. Lin, is there something urgent at this hour? Lin Dong replied, Director Jiang, I have submitted the materials you provided to the East Institute and it has caught the attention of Director Li and Academician Xin. Concerned that Jiang Chen might not understand the significance of Director Li and Academician Xin, Lin Dong carefully introduced these two big shots. In short, both of them were top figures in the entire eastern region of Huaxia. Offending either of them would make it impossible to get by in the east. Brother Jiang, I've taken care of everything you instructed. Now I need you to be honest with me. Is that technology complete? Lin Dong was worried. He feared that Jiang Chen had only obtained partial information. If that were the case, Lin Dong would be in trouble. Don't worry, the technology is complete. How about this? I will go to the East Institute tomorrow. Oh, no, I mean this morning. Jiang Chen found it somewhat amusing that this old guy got flustered and mixed up his words. However, Lin Dong was indeed older than him. Jiang Chen was just in his 40s, while Lin Dong was already in his late 40s, approaching 50. Calling him brother wasn't taking advantage of him. That's good. Hearing Jiang Chen say this, Lin Dong felt relieved. Then it's settled, Brother Lin, let's have a drink together sometime. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Sure. Lin Dong was also very pleased. He judged that Jiang Chen's future development would reach another height and making connections would be beneficial. Jiang Chen chatted for a few more moments before hanging up. He got up, washed up, and prepared for bed. He was still in the body training phase and couldn't replace sleep with practice. The next morning, Jiang Chen had breakfast with Jiang Xinan and Jiang Xiaoqi. Dad, when will you have time to go to the company? Jiang Xinan asked after taking a sip of milk. Is there something going on? Jiang Chen inquired. Jiang Xinan replied, it's nothing major, just some projects that need your approval as chairman. Jiang Chen nodded. In a few days, I have some matters to attend to. Jiang Xinan knew that Jiang Chen had recently contacted Lin Dong and was discussing something significant, so she didn't press him further and agreed. After breakfast, the family parted ways. Jiang Xinan went to the company while Jiang Chen headed to the East Institute with Jiang Xiaoqi. Upon arriving at the East Institute, Jiang Chen found Lin Dong waiting at the entrance. Seeing Jiang Chen, Lin Dong hurried over. Director Jiang, you finally made it. Come with me quickly, Academician Xin and the others want to see you. Jiang Chen, holding his briefcase, smiled. So urgent? Of course it's urgent. You don't know that the East Institute hasn't produced new results for a long time, which has caused the Eastern Theater to lag behind in internal military exercises. Dean Li and the others were anxious too. Seeing your laser gun now must be exciting. Lin Dong whispered. Jiang Chen frowned. A laser gun shouldn't have much impact on military exercises between war zones, right? A laser gun is impressive, but let's be honest, it still falls under the category of light weapons, doesn't it? Aren't military exercises all about tanks, artillery, and fighter jets coming together? Xiao Tsuaging picked up on Jiang Chen's doubts and Lin Dong laughed. Since a laser gun can be made, making a laser cannon shouldn't be difficult, right? It's not hard to mount a cannon on a warship, is it? If it can be mounted on a warship, then surely it can be mounted on a fighter jet too? That's true. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. In fact, if he wanted a laser cannon, Jiang Chen could trade with Dai Shuer at any time. She had more mature and advanced technology. There should also be similar technology at Xinjiang. As long as he wanted it, he could exchange it for hundreds of tons of grain. Of course, he wouldn't bring out overly advanced technology for now. Everything would be discussed once he developed further. Presenting overly advanced technology now would be like a 3-year-old carrying gold through a bustling market. Just look at how much trouble the Zhu Rong No. 1 caused. How many forces were coveting it? If it weren't for the intervention of the Huaxia government, Sinan technology would probably have been completely devoured. By the way, did you bring the complete set of technology? Lin Dong glanced at Jiang Chen's briefcase and asked quietly. Don't worry, Jiang Chen smiled. That's good. Lin Dong sighed in relief. Before this, he was genuinely worried about whether Jiang Chen had the complete set of technology. This worry had kept him up all night. Now it seemed there was no need to worry. They arrived at a conference room where 2 elderly men with graying hair were seated. Upon seeing them enter, their scrutinizing gazes fell on Jiang Chen. Lin Dong glanced around and asked, where are Dean Li and Academician Xin? The Dean and Academician Xin will be here shortly, one of the elderly men in a lab coat said, looking Jiang Chen up and down. This must be Director Jiang, right? Hello, may I ask who you are? Jiang Chen frowned, sensing something was off. I am Lu Guangda, the head of the Laser Research Department at the East Institute. The old man adjusted his thick glasses and said, I have reviewed the materials provided by Director Jiang, and they contain a certain level of technical content. A person capable of developing this technology is a talent. I wonder if Director Jiang could invite the developer to come over. You should know that laser technology is related to national security, and such talents should not be left to wander outside. Jiang Chen's expression darkened upon hearing this. What did this mean? Lin Dong also sensed something was amiss. He took out his phone to call Academician Qin, but no one answered. Old Lu, what you said is not right, another elderly man interjected, noticing Jiang Chen's displeasure. Director Jiang, please forgive me. Old Lu speaks bluntly. What he means is that he is worried we won't fully grasp this technology. You know, laser technology is being researched worldwide, but after decades, no significant results have emerged. Now that we see this technology, we are eager to explore whether we can invite the developer over to discuss it and realize this technology. Jiang Chen frowned in silence. He stood up and said, I came here seeking cooperation. As for the developer, I'm sorry, but that's company confidential. If you two have no intention of cooperating, I will take my leave. The implication in their words was that they wanted to find the developer. Setting aside whether there was even a so-called developer, if there was, did they want to poach him? Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of offending these two. He understood that they were just two old men who didn't like him. Seeing Jiang Chen about to leave, Lu Guangda's expression darkened. This person was too disrespectful. Just then, the conference room door swung open, and Qin Yuan and Li Aigua entered with a group of people. This must be Director Jiang, right? Hello, what brings you here? Qin Yuan noticed the atmosphere was off and frowned slightly. Director Jiang, these two are Dean Li and Academician Qin. Lin Dong quickly stepped forward to introduce. Jiang Chen halted his steps and looked at Qin Yuan. He still held a fair amount of respect for this academician. Lin Dong stepped forward and quietly explained the situation to Li Aigua and Qin Yuan. After understanding the circumstances, Qin Yuan shot a glare at Lu Guangda and apologetically said to Jiang Chen, Jiang Dong, please calm down. Old Lu is also doing this for research. He doesn't mean to undermine you. How about this, Jiang Dong, did you bring the technical materials? Let's review the materials first. We can discuss how to cooperate after we've looked over the technical documents. Jiang Chen replied, I didn't bring the materials. As soon as he said this, Lu Guangda's expression darkened further. Jiang Dong, are you mocking us? A few experts who had come with Li Aigua couldn't hold back any longer. They had come specifically for the laser gun technical documents, and now they found out he hadn't brought them? Jiang Chen frowned as he looked at these people. From the moment he entered the conference room, Lu Guangda's gaze had been off. Jiang Chen knew that as a businessman, he couldn't have a meaningful conversation with someone like Lu Guangda, who prided himself on being aloof. Li Aigua's expression was also not very pleasant. He forced a smile and said, then how does Jiang Dong plan to discuss cooperation with us? Jiang Chen smiled, I didn't bring the materials, but I brought samples. He would be foolish to reveal the entire set of technology. Previously, he had only presented part of the technology as bait to get Lin Dong to help facilitate connections. Now that they were at the East Institute of Technology, he only needed to present the samples to prove the technology's authenticity. What? Samples? There are actually samples? The moment these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Qin Yuan's eyes widened as he stepped forward. Is Jiang Dong serious? Are there really samples? The others also looked at Jiang Chen with intense curiosity. In fact, although the East Institute had studied the technology Jiang Chen submitted and found some feasibility, no one dared to be certain whether the technology could be realized. They all thought this was just another theoretical technology. Otherwise, the earlier scene in the conference room wouldn't have happened. Lu Guangda and the others had intended to have Jiang Chen find the researchers behind the development to form a special group for the laser gun and thoroughly understand the technology. But they hadn't expected Jiang Chen to say there were samples. What did this represent? It represented the success of the technology. Of course, how powerful the samples were and whether they could be mass-produced still needed testing. If the sample's power was not much different from existing laser weapons on the market, it would be disappointing. Of course. Jiang Chen patted his briefcase. We can go to the shooting range for testing right now. Good, let's go to the shooting range. Qin Yuan immediately made the decision. East Institute of Technology Shooting Range Number 3. This shooting range is specifically designed for testing light weapons. We are still unfamiliar with the power of laser weapons, so we will conduct a standard test for now. Afterward, we will rearrange the shooting range based on the power. What does Jiang Dong think? Li Aigua said with a smile. That's fine. Jiang Chen nodded, opened his document bag, and took out the laser gun. The laser gun was 35 centimeters long, entirely black, and its appearance was somewhat ugly. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the laser gun, unable to help but shake their heads. It was just too ugly, right? Where was the promised sci-fi aesthetic feeling? The strange looks around him. Jiang Chen didn't mind. These people were just too superficial. When it came to weapons, what mattered was power. Did the appearance really matter? They didn't dwell too much on the appearance issue. Indeed, as long as the weapon had enough power, the appearance was irrelevant. Although they still had some doubts about the performance of this laser gun, they were at the shooting range now, and they would know the truth after testing it. There was no point in saying too much now. Here, Jiang. Chen handed the laser gun to the tester and instructed, the laser gun has 2 shooting modes, single shot and continuous fire. For the first test, I recommend single shot. The tester nodded, took the laser gun, and prepared. Report ready. After confirming everything was correct, the tester reported loudly. Qin Yuan looked at Jiang Chen, is it ready? Yes. Jiang Chen nodded. Then let's begin. Qin Yuan nodded in agreement and the staff pressed the shooting switch. The moment the shooting button was pressed, a 10-centimeter long beam of light erupted from the muzzle of the laser gun. Sizzle. Crackle. Before the crowd at the East Institute of Technology could react, the laser beam had already destroyed the target. The experts at the East Institute of Technology widened their eyes, mouths agape, their faces filled with disbelief. They never expected that this laser gun sample would have such immense power. That target was made of special materials. Yet, under the impact of the laser beam, it was completely obliterated. The power, the destructive force, exceeded their expectations. Qin Yuan took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes, squinting at the target ahead. Is this a laser gun? Its power is astonishing. Someone, unable to contain their excitement, broke the silence of the shooting range. The crowd snapped back to reality, loudly discussing among themselves. The temperature is too high. This target is made of special materials, and it was turned to ash. How high must the temperature be? It's terrifying. TSK, if that hit a person. Young man, your thoughts are quite dangerous. The experts present, upon seeing the test results, could no longer maintain their composure, each one loudly expressing their thoughts. They were clearly venting their emotions, wanting to release the shock they felt deep inside. As technicians, they understood the technological content of this laser gun all too well. Even Lu Guangda, an expert in the field of lasers, was blushing with excitement, making onlookers worry that he might collapse from the thrill. Huff. Li Aigua exhaled deeply, looking at the calm Jiang Chen. The latter seemed unfazed by the scene. It made sense, after all, the laser gun must have undergone testing after its creation. This is not the maximum power of the laser gun. At that moment, Jiang Chen spoke up. Not the maximum power? Lu Guangda, the laser expert, exclaimed. In disbelief. He thought this was already the pinnacle of laser weaponry. Such power was something he had never even dreamed of. Compared to this laser gun, what had they been studying before? A laser that struggled to swat flies could still be called a laser weapon? Qin Yuan and Li Aigua also turned to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen explained, the energy source equipped with this laser gun is the Zhurong No. 1 battery produced by my company. Although its energy density far exceeds that of other batteries on the market, it is still not enough to fully unleash the power of the laser gun. Right, the energy issue. Lu Guangda slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten this crucial point. The laser gun consumes electricity. The strength of its power is inherently related to the power of the electricity. But this Zhurong No. 1 is indeed impressive. It can unleash such a powerful laser beam attack, which is truly astonishing. Zhurong No. 1 lives up to its name. Li Aigua praised, giving a thumbs up. He hadn't thought much about it before. But now that he considered it, the battery that could enable the laser gun to unleash such a powerful energy beam was no simple matter. No wonder it was the Zhurong No. 1 that shocked the world. Jiang Chen smiled. In fact, this laser gun was originally equipped with a battery of even greater energy density. That was a battery produced in the world of Xinqing, a technology more advanced than solid-state batteries. Once Xenon Technology develops the lithium-air battery, it might be able to compare with the original battery. After obtaining the laser gun, Jiang Chen planned to collaborate with the authorities, so he naturally couldn't use the original battery and replaced it with the Zhurong No. 1. Director Jiang, can the performance of the Zhurong No. 1 be improved? Lu Guangda couldn't help but ask. Jiang Chen glanced at the old man. When they first met, they had not seen eye to eye, but now he looked at Jiang Chen with eager eyes. This old man was quite adaptable, seemingly having forgotten their previous unpleasantness. He turned his head, shifted his body, and said, the performance of the Zhurong No. 1 is currently as it is, but there will be technological breakthroughs in a year or two at most. It's actually not that complicated. To test the true power of the laser gun, just connect the cable. Jiang Chen walked to the shooting platform, picked up the laser gun, removed the battery, and said to the technician, you can connect the cable. The technician looked at Qin Yuan and the others. Li Aigua looked around and said, Director Jiang, let's change the shooting range. Jiang Chen nodded. This range was indeed a bit small and couldn't showcase the power of the laser gun. Shooting range number 5. Upon arriving at the range, the staff began to set it up. To test the power of the laser gun, thick steel plates were prepared on the range. The nearest steel plate was 500 meters away from the shooting platform. Every 300 meters, a thick steel plate was placed. Everything was ready, and after checking everything was correct, the tester reported loudly, "Report to the director. We are ready and can start testing at any time." Wait a moment. Liaigua glanced at his watch. Jiang Chen looked at Liaigua in surprise. Liaigua smiled and said, "Someone is coming, we'll start when they arrive." Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. Liaigua and Qin Yuan were already the highest authorities of the Eastern Institute of Technology. The person they were waiting for should be from the Eastern Theater Command. The laser gun was related to the national defense of Huaxia, and it was likely that Liaigua had notified the Eastern Theater Command right after the first test ended. After all, the Eastern Institute of Technology and the Eastern Theater Command had a subordinate relationship. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a jeep with a white license plate drove into the range. Soon, two people got out of the jeep, one of whom made Jiang Chen's pupil's contract because this person had 2 stars on his shoulder without any bars. What did that represent? A general, or a lieutenant general? Old Chu is here. Liaigua stepped forward to greet him. "Old Li, what's the matter? You were in such a hurry that you had to call me over." General Chu greeted with a smile clearly familiar with Liaigua. Liaigua's expression was serious. "Old Chu, we are testing a new type of weapon, and this weapon may change the future of warfare." General Chu was taken aback. When did Liaigua's tone become so grand? Seeking updates, seeking a boost for love, thank you all. A weapon that can change warfare? How could it sound more impressive than a mushroom? Old Li, when did you learn to brag? What kind of weapon is so impressive? General Chu expressed disbelief, unless it was some epic-making heavy weapon that could change a war. But this shooting range didn't seem like a place for testing heavy weapons. Laser weapon. Liaigua uttered 4 words. General Chu was stunned. What was that? Laser weapon? He had heard of laser weapons many years ago. Back when he watched sci-fi movies and saw the power of laser weapons, he had looked forward to it. But later, he gradually lost interest. It felt like that thing was just a scientific fantasy. Alright, you won't believe it anyway, you'll know after watching the test. Liaigua knew explanations wouldn't work, so he simply pulled General Chu to the shooting range and said to the technicians, "Start." "Wait, are we going to test with these steel plates?" General Chu called to a halt, pointing at the steel plate wall hundreds of meters away. "Yes," Liaigua nodded. "Let me take a look." General Chu went over to check the steel plates, which were very thick. This surprised him. Could this laser gun really have some power? "Alright, no problem." General Chu walked over and said. Liaigua signaled the technicians to begin the test. The technicians received the order and pressed the shooting button. A beam of laser burst out from the gun's muzzle. Initially, General Chu didn't feel much, but when he saw the scene in the shooting range, he was stunned and quickly grabbed a telescope to observe closely. On the range, the dozen or so steel plate walls had been pierced in a straight line. Seeing this test result, the experts present were amazed, holding telescopes and exclaiming, "This power! It's even stronger. This is just a single shot. How powerful would it be if fired continuously? This is without high voltage electricity. TSK, if connected to high voltage, wouldn't this power reach the heavens?" A group of researchers passionately discussed. Jiang Chen felt something was off and had to interject. "The current voltage is the limit. Any higher would damage the internal components of the laser." "That's true." Hearing this, the group of researchers nodded in agreement. After all, it was just a gun, not a cannon. How could it withstand such high voltage? At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Jiang Chen anymore. Although they did not believe that this technology was developed by Jiang Chen, it was in his hands. At this time, General Chu also came back to his senses, excitedly grabbing Liaigua's arm. "Old Li, quickly tell me, what's going on?" "Just a moment," Liaigua reassured. General Chu first arranged for everyone present to sign a confidentiality agreement. This was understandable. Those working at the Eastern Institute were used to it, and everyone readily signed the agreement. "Chairman Jiang, let's talk in the office," Liaigua said with a smile after completing the arrangements. It was only then that General Chu noticed Jiang Chen, still unclear about the situation, and did not speak easily. "Alright." Jiang Chen nodded and followed Liaigua and the others away from the shooting range to an office building. Entering an office and sitting down, Liaigua said, "Old Chu, let me introduce you. This is Chairman Jiang from Sinan Technology." The laser gun was brought by him. After speaking, he pointed to General Chu and introduced Jiang Chen. "Chairman Jiang, this is Major General Chu Jianbai from our Eastern Theater." "So it's Chairman Jiang." "Hello." Chu Jianbai was the first to extend his hand, smiling as he sized up Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shook hands with him, and the name Chu Jianbai stirred something in his heart, reminding him of Wang Fan. In Wang Fan's storyline, Chu Jianbai also had a role. Like his daughter Jiang Sinan, he was a villain. Of course, from another perspective, Wang Fan was the biggest villain. The plot was that Wang Fan saved the Ghost King Blake, inherited the old ghost organization, and gained immense power. After returning to Huaxia, he flaunted his power through the old ghost organization, chasing women and causing trouble. During this time, to woo a beautiful CEO, he clashed with a rich second-generation heir. Wang Fan, a guy who disregarded the rules, actually sent a team of assassins to wipe out the entire family of that rich heir. The incident was too big, shocking. Huaxia. Since the founding of the country, this was the first time a family had been exterminated. A family of over 10 people was brutally killed, enraging Huaxia. After an investigation, it was discovered that Wang Fan was connected to an overseas underground organization. In a fit of anger, the authorities directly dispatched troops to capture Wang Fan. It was at this time that Chu Jianbai made his appearance, personally commanding the operation to capture Wang Fan. In the story, Chu Jianbai caused Wang Fan a lot of trouble. Ultimately, under the influence of his halo, Wang Fan managed to escape Huaxia despite being surrounded by heavy troops. In the end, Chu Jianbai met a tragic fate. Thinking of Wang Fan, Jiang Chen felt a moment of daze. It had been a long time since he heard that name. He wondered if he had been blown up. According to Zhang Xiaoqi's investigation, Wang Fan should still be alive. Hello, General Chu. Jiang Chen extended his hand to shake with Chu Jianbai. Chu Jianbai found it a bit strange. Why did this guy look at him with such a peculiar gaze? He didn't think much of it and excitedly asked, Chairman Jiang, did you develop the laser gun? Li Aigua and Qin Yuan shook their heads nearby. How could it be developed by Jiang Chen? Unfortunately, Jiang Chen was keeping the identity of the developer a bit too secretive. He had already sent someone to investigate, but so far there had been no results. Regarding Chu Jianbai's question, Jiang Chen smiled without answering. Chu Jianbai then realized that his question was a bit foolish. How could a chairman of a corporation have time to engage in research and development? It must be the achievement of some talented researcher under Jiang Chen or a research team. It was somewhat regrettable that such talent was not serving the country but instead working for a company. But thinking about certain aspects domestically, he sighed, lamenting that due to various issues, too many talents had been missed. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it and turned to Jiang Chen, asking, Chairman Jiang, are you selling the technology? Jiang Chen shook his head, sorry, I have no plans to sell the technology at the moment. Li Aigua and Qin Yuan exchanged glances. They had anticipated this outcome. Jiang Chen was a businessman and he would definitely aim for maximum profit. How does Director Jiang plan to cooperate? Chu Jianbai asked. With this question, Jiang Chen no longer held back and directly stated his purpose, 403 Machinery Factory. The sudden mention of such a name left the three present somewhat stunned. After a moment of thought, Qin Yuan asked, is Director Jiang referring to the 403 Military Industrial Machinery Factory that transitioned to private ownership in '99? Yes, Jiang Chen nodded. Since he intended to collaborate with the government, he must have made adequate preparations. China does not prohibit private enterprises from manufacturing weapons, but they require relevant qualifications which can be quite difficult to obtain. Jiang Chen, unable to wait, decided to simply acquire a company that already had the necessary qualifications. Ultimately, he set his sights on the 403 Machinery Factory. With Qin Yuan's reminder, Li Aigua and Chu Jianbai quickly thought of the 403 Machinery Factory. This is a weapons manufacturing factory that integrates research and production. The factory had made significant contributions to military industry, but unfortunately, after transitioning to private ownership, it suffered from poor management and gradually declined. Mainly, after becoming private, many researchers left, leading to a drop in research standards, and for several consecutive years, there were no new achievements, which gradually severed ties with the military. It is said that in order to survive, the 403 Machinery Factory even produced tractors for a time. Unfortunately, they did not last long in tractor production either and had to stop, due to a series of reasons such as lack of channels, inconvenient transportation, and poor management. The losses were too severe, forcing them to cease production. Chu Jianbai tapped his fingers on the table. Jiang Chen waited quietly. There was no way around it. In China, wanting to manufacture weapons openly, the official stance could not be ignored. This is possible, but you need to negotiate with the owner of the 403 Machinery Factory. How about this? I will write a recommendation letter for General Jiang. Chu Jianbai decided. The 403 Machinery Factory is not just any enterprise, it is a company with a weapons production license. The official stance is crucial for any transfer. Otherwise, the 403 Machinery Factory would have been acquired long ago. Everyone knows the violence in the weapons business, right? The current world's #1 power rose precisely through arms trade, didn't it? Any capital with a bit of financial strength wants to get a foot in the weapons trade. But in China, who dares without official permission? No problem, thank you, Jiang Chen smiled. In that case, once you secure the 403 Machinery Factory, we can continue our discussion? Chu Jianbai wrote a recommendation letter, stamped it with the East Science Institute and the Eastern Theater Command, and handed it to Jiang Chen. Sure, Jiang Chen took the recommendation letter and stood up to take his leave. Director Jiang, can we keep the laser gun sample? Xin Yuan said. Jiang Chen understood their intention, they wanted to study it themselves, and he didn't mind, nodding, sure. Thank you, Director. Xin Yuan expressed his gratitude. Jiang Chen smiled, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then left the East Science Institute. What a pity, if only we could find the developer, such talent should serve the country, Li Aigua sighed after seeing Jiang Chen off. For now, don't think about digging into the Jiang family's secrets, let's focus on cooperation first. After deepening the collaboration, some secrets will naturally come to light, Chu Jianbai said. Academician Xin Yuan sighed. It seems the Jiang family has put a lot of effort into research over the years. First, they produced the Zhurong No. 1, and then the laser gun, truly impressive. Chu Jianbai and Li Aigua nodded. They appreciated this point. If every entrepreneur were like this, how could China not advance in technology? Unfortunately, most businessmen only know how to speculate for profit. After leaving the East Science Institute, Jiang Chen took Jiang Shaoqi and headed to Insu District. Insu District is located in the southern part of the Magic City, in a relatively remote area, far less prosperous than districts like Pudong and Huangpu. Zijing Bay, located in Insu District by the sea, is about 5 square kilometers in size and looks like a small protruding peninsula on the map, isolated by a mountain called Zijing, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. The 403 machinery factory is situated in Zijing Bay. After passing through a not-so-wide mountain ring road, the view suddenly opened up. Standing halfway up the mountain, looking at the houses and farmland below, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The environment here is nice, but it's a bit remote. It made sense, after all, the 403 machinery factory was a weapons manufacturing plant, and it was reasonable for it to be built in such a secluded area. Zijin Bay covers 5 square kilometers, and because it's isolated by Zijin Mountain, transportation is inconvenient, so it has never been fully developed. With the improvement of people's living conditions, I've heard that someone proposed to develop Zijin Bay into a coastal tourist spot, Jiang Shaoqi said while checking the information. Jiang Chen nodded. The person who made this suggestion is quite talented. The environment here is good. If it can be developed into a tourist area, it would definitely bring in a fortune. Jiang Shaoqi agreed with a nod. Shaoqi, what do you think about us buying the entire Zijin Bay? Jiang Chen quite liked this place. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Jiang Shaoqi's eyes as she said, I don't recommend acquiring this place, the cost is too high. To take over the entire Zijin Bay, you'd need to invest at least around 7.5 billion, and that's just for the land price. Additionally, there's a fishing village here that would also require a substantial relocation fee. The subsequent investment for construction would be an endless pit. At the very least, it would take hundreds of billions. Zijin Bay is remote and considered a poor area, but it is still within the jurisdiction of the Magic City. No matter how remote, each acre of land would still cost over $1 million. There are 5 square kilometers here, which is a total of 7,500 acres. At $1 million per acre, that would be 7.5 billion. Funding is an issue, but it's not a big problem. At this point, Jiang Chen smiled casually and shook his head. Forget it, let's first secure the 403 machinery factory. Now, tell me about the situation with the 403 machinery factory. The owner is named Lin Hua, right? Jiang Shaoqi nodded. Lin Hua, 25 years old. His parents died in a car accident when he was 18, leaving him and his sister to rely on each other. After graduating from university, Lin Hua took over the 403 machinery factory and made several changes, but he still couldn't change the fate of the factory. Lin Hua has had the idea of selling the 403 machinery factory for a long time, but for various reasons, he has never been able to do so. Jiang Chen nodded. The reason the 403 machinery factory was built in Zijin Bay was precisely because of its remote location. Later, when it became privately owned, it lost its weapons research capabilities and tried to revitalize the factory by producing civilian machinery, which was simply impossible. As the saying goes, the location is too remote and transportation is inconvenient, making development very difficult. Let's go talk to that boss Lin, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Clearly, Jiang Chen had contacted the 403 machinery factory early on and had arranged to meet with the owner, Lin Hua. Hello, boss Lin? Jiang Chen looked at Lin Hua in front of him, somewhat surprised. At 25 years old, Lin Hua looked as if he were already 35. Was it that he had grown up too fast, or was he just too worried? Hello, Director Jiang? Lin Hua shook hands with Jiang Chen. It's me, Jiang Chen smiled. My secretary has spoken with you. I wonder what you've considered. Lin Hua sighed and said, it can be transferred, but only the land and factory buildings. I can't help with the relevant qualifications. Is it due to official restrictions? Jiang Chen asked. Yes, Lin Hua nodded. Although China allows private enterprises to manufacture weapons, it must be under official supervision. Jiang Chen smiled and took out the recommendation letter that Chu Jianbai had given him. Take a look at this. Lin Hua took it with curiosity and saw that it was a recommendation letter stamped by the Eastern Theater Command and the Eastern Institute of Technology. He understood. This Director Jiang had considered everything. What do you think? Jiang Chen smiled. We can talk. Since the higher-ups had agreed, Lin Hua naturally wouldn't cling to that qualification. He had no capability for weapons research, so what was the point of holding onto the qualification? It was better to convert it into money quickly, which would allow him and his sister to live a bit better. Director Jiang, please make an offer, Lin Hua said, looking at Jiang Chen in front of the 403 Machinery Factory's gate. Jiang Chen looked around, pondered for a moment, and said, Brother Lin, you know the situation in Zijinbei, its value isn't high. I offer 100 million, what do you think? 100 million, Lin Hua was dissatisfied, the price was too harsh. Director Jiang, my land covers over 300 acres, and the land alone is worth more than 100 million. Adding in the qualifications and factory, it should be at least 500 million. Jiang Chen was surprised. This guy really knew how to ask for a lot, starting with 500 million, even more ruthless than himself. With a light chuckle, Jiang Chen calmly replied, 300 acres is indeed a large area, but this location, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a remote backwater. 100 million is not a low price. As for the qualifications and factory, to be honest, the value of the qualifications is hard to determine. As for this factory, I would tear it down even if I bought it. Lin Hua frowned. He didn't like hearing that. What did he mean by remote backwater? Well, although it wasn't untrue, he felt dissatisfied. Gritting his teeth, he quoted again, 400 million is my bottom line. This was calculated at 1 million per acre, with the land valued at 300 million and the qualifications and factory bundled at 100 million. Lin Hua was good at calculations. The current land price in Yingquan district was about 1,200,000 per acre. Zijinbei fell under the jurisdiction of Yingquan district, and if the land there was calculated at 1 million per acre, it was below market price, seemingly a loss. But as Jiang Chen said, the location of Zijinbei was remote, and calculating it at market price would be cheating. There had been real estate developers interested in Zijinbei before, but their offers had never exceeded 500,000. Some developers had even crazily pushed the price down to 300,000 per acre. Although no deals were made, it showed how cheap the land in Zijinbei was. This price won't do. Jiang Chen shook his head. After a round of haggling, they finally settled on a price of 250 million. Jiang Chen was fairly satisfied. With this price, it hadn't exceeded his bottom line. After agreeing on the acquisition, the next step was to sign the contract and handle the paperwork. The 403 Machinery Factory was not an ordinary factory. It needed to be reported to the authorities, which was a bit troublesome. Fortunately, the East Institute and the Eastern Theater had already made arrangements with the relevant departments, ensuring a smooth process. In just half a day, everything was settled. This level of smoothness surprised Lin Hua. This Director Jiang was not simple. He had originally thought it would take at least a week to complete all the procedures. But now, it only took half a day? Pleasure doing business. Busy until evening, they finally completed all the paperwork and successfully obtained the weapon manufacturing license. Starting today, Jiang Chen was officially a weapons manufacturer. Next, there was the factory renovation. He needed to quickly produce a batch of laser guns. The Chensheng side was in urgent need, although Chensheng had traded a batch of silver light swords from him, greatly enhancing their bases. Strength. The silver light sword was a trump card, and conventional weapons like laser guns were more practical. A single shot could penetrate a zombie's head, which was quite satisfying. Boss, under normal circumstances, building a new factory takes at least a year. Plus, the production line, the machines at the 403 Machinery Factory are too outdated to meet the manufacturing needs for laser guns and need to be repurchased, said Zhang Xiuqi. Jiang Chen pondered. He would need to contact Dai Shuier again. Her world was so technologically advanced that they could build skyscrapers over 1,000 meters tall. Their construction technology should be quite advanced, right? Let's go home first, Jiang Chen said as he got into the car. After a day of running around, he felt a bit tired. A night passed without a word. The next day, on the morning of August 5th, while having breakfast with his daughter Jiang Xinan, Jiang Chen suddenly paused, put down his chopsticks, and said, I'm done eating. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the second floor. Jiang Xinan was a bit puzzled. Had he just sat down and already finished? She was somewhat worried that the toxins in her father's body might have relapsed again. Thinking of this, she felt anxious and prepared to call a doctor to check on her father as soon as possible. Back in his room, Jiang Chen communicated with the Transdimensional Club and entered the exchange space. On the rooftop, "Uncle, here are the 100 research-type bionic people you wanted." Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Dai Shui'er smiled and waved her small hand, and 100 figures in white lab coats appeared. Jiang Chen looked at them. Their appearance was similar to the previous bionic people. In the research-type bionic AI brain chip, a large number of research programs have been implanted. As long as commands are issued, they can complete 95% of research tasks. Dai Shui'er introduced the functions of the research-type robots. According to her, these bionic robots can analyze existing technological products. For example, with a laser gun, they can quickly decipher the manufacturing principles and perfectly replicate the technology of the laser gun. However, innovating or modifying the laser gun becomes difficult unless the program contains more advanced technical data. For Jiang Chen, this was already sufficient. Trading for research-type bionic beings was meant to analyze some technologies. As for innovation, that wasn't needed for now. Not bad, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Seeing this, Dai Shui'er revealed a sweet smile. If the uncle likes it, then please treat me to seafood again as a gesture. Jiang Chen blinked. Did this girl really like seafood? No problem, Jiang Chen agreed. It was just seafood. After accepting the 100 research-type robots, Jiang Chen glanced at the club panel. Name, Jiang Chen. Level, Ordinary Member. For tense, current permissions, random matching member points, 9,700. Unknowingly, the member points had accumulated to 9,700. Every time he interacted with Dai Shui'er, Jiang Hong, and the others, whether through trading or chatting, as long as there was interaction, he could earn a certain amount of member points. He still wasn't clear about the use of member points. His intuition told him that accumulating more wouldn't be a bad thing. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen shifted his attention from the panel and looked at Dai Shui'er, saying, "Girl, I want to build a factory in the short term. Is there any way?" Dai Shui'er rubbed her smooth chin with her fingers and asked, "How short is this short term? What scale is the factory?" "About a month," Jiang Chen explained the situation. Of the 403 machinery factory, Dai Shui'er said, "I recommend the A999 all-terrain engineering vehicle. Once you select the construction area, it can survey the terrain and design the most perfect construction plan based on the terrain structure. You just need to provide the materials. As long as the materials are sufficient, it can help you build a new factory within a month. According to the scale of the factory you mentioned, only 3 engineering vehicles are needed." "That's great. How do we trade?" Jiang Chen was very pleased. Dai Shui'er smiled mischievously. "No need to trade, I'll give it to you." Jiang Chen felt helpless. The things given for free were often the most expensive. "So, what do you want?" Jiang Chen asked helplessly. Hee, Dai Shui'er giggled. "How about a few more longevity pills?" Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, "I don't have longevity pills for now, but I can give you a beauty pill. Consider it part of this trade." Dai Shui'er pouted. "Uncle, isn't it better to give gifts to each other? Trading feels so distant." Jiang Chen laughed. "That's fine, but I've noticed that the member points gained from trading are a bit more. Sigh. I still haven't discovered the use of member points." Dai Shui'er sighed. She had accumulated several thousand points but hadn't seen any use for them. Jiang Chen shook his head and said seriously, "Maybe our member level is still low. Once we get promoted to silver member, it might be useful. We're not too far from becoming silver members. We just need to wait another 6 months at most. Upgrading requires completing 10 matches he had already completed 4. In another 6 months he would be able to upgrade." Dai Shui'er nodded thoughtfully. "What the uncle said makes sense." Jiang Chen smiled again and completed another trade with Dai Shui'er. He exchanged 1 beauty pill for 3 A999 all-terrain engineering vehicles. Initially he had traded 5 beauty pills and 5 longevity pills from Jiang Hong. Later he took out 2 beauty pills and 2 longevity pills to trade with Dai Shui'er for a set of nuclear-powered battle armor, a laser beam weapon, and 2 sets of black gold-type combat suits. Later, Dai Shui'er also traded 1 longevity pill from him using 10 gene potions. Today he used 1 beauty pill. Now he still had 2 longevity pills and 2 beauty pills left. "I'm asking for an update. Seeking support. Thank you everyone." Jiang Chen has not yet taken the Ding Yan Dan. The Ding Yan Dan has beauty-enhancing effects, and after injecting gene agents, Jiang Chen has already become 6 or 7 years younger, now looking about 35 or 36. If he takes the Ding Yan Dan again, he will revert to looking 25 or 26. That's a bit exaggerated. A 40-something foot-picking uncle suddenly turning into a handsome young man in his 20s might lead outsiders to speculate in all sorts of ways. Just in time, the Jiang family is planning to launch the Xianzi facial mask. This mask, which can restore youth, is bound to be a hit once released. By then, he can also make himself younger and find a reasonable explanation. Just a few days before the Xianzi mask launch event taking The Ding Yan Dan would conveniently serve as an advertisement for this new mask. He thought a lot in his heart, but reality was just a moment. Jiang Chen took out a Ding Yan Dan and handed it to Dai Shuier. Here. Dai Shuier excitedly accepted it, very pleased. By the way, help me design a production line. Jiang Chen suddenly thought of something and said, production line? Right, building a factory definitely requires a production line. What kind of production line do you need? Dai Shuier confidently patted her chest. Jiang Chen glanced at her, shifted his gaze, took out the blueprints for the laser gun production, and said, it's this. Dai Shuier took a look, no problem. As she spoke, she cast a suspicious glance at Jiang Chen. Did this guy match to a technological world again? She knew that the planet Jiang Chen was on was just an ordinary technological world. Laser guns and electromagnetic cannons still belonged to science fiction. How could she not be suspicious when he suddenly pulled out a set of blueprints for laser gun manufacturing? Jiang Chen noticed her doubt, smiled, and didn't explain much. As a member of the Transdimensional Club, what worlds he had matched to was a secret, just like how Dai Shuier had never mentioned what world she had matched to, at most bringing it up casually in conversation to complain a bit. Jiang Chen had never asked either. Dai Shuier understood this and didn't press further. Glancing at the manufacturing blueprints, no problem, I can have someone help you design an intelligent production line. Set the program, provide the materials, and it can automatically complete production. Thanks. Jiang Chen smiled. Also, I plan to modify the laser gun into a laser cannon, so I'll need you to take care of the production line. No problem. Dai Shuier waved her hand and agreed. Jiang Chen smiled again, then thought of something and asked, by the way, do you have combat-type bionic people on your side? Yes. Dai Shuier nodded. Combat-type bionic people are made from special materials, highly resistant to damage. The AI program implants top-notch fighting skills and their combat power is impressive. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Good, let's start with 100 units. Implant security programs. I'll trade a longevity pill for all of this. Sure. Upon hearing about the longevity pill, Dai Shuier agreed without hesitation. Jiang Chen smiled. The longevity pill was precious, and trading it for several advanced production lines plus 100 combat-type bionic people was a great deal for him. In fact, the longevity pill isn't that precious. The longevity pill, effective only for mortals, can be easily found in any market near Jianghong. The price is quite cheap. For mortals, a single longevity pill is worth its weight in gold. But for cultivators, it's practically worthless. According to Jianghong, longevity pills are generally used by novice alchemists to practice. Most of the longevity pills produced are bought by cultivators to reward mortals related to them. Jiang Chen plans to commission Jianghong to acquire a batch of longevity pills. This thing is worthless to cultivators, but on Blue Star, it's a priceless treasure. If word gets out, those wealthy individuals on the brink of death will pay any price to buy one, just to stay alive. A single longevity pill can extend life by 10 years and can be taken repeatedly. After taking 5, the effectiveness decreases sequentially. After taking 10, the effect will completely disappear. 10 longevity pills could probably extend a person's life by 70 years, which is equivalent to an ordinary person's entire lifespan. It's like living an extra life. If this gets out, who wouldn't go crazy? After negotiating the deal and setting the time, Jiang Chen treated Dai Shuier to a sashimi feast and even opened a bottle of high-end red wine. However, the girl wasn't too fond of red wine. Instead, she had a strong preference for carbonated drinks like cola. After a satisfying meal, Dai Shuier patted her little belly and said, "So comfortable, uncle. It's getting late. Shall we meet again next time?" Jiang Chen nodded, glancing at the rows of research-type bionic people not far away, feeling a bit troubled. With so many bionic people, it was a bit overwhelming to manage all at once. Seemingly sensing Jiang Chen's predicament, Dai Shuier smiled and said, "Uncle, the exchange space can temporarily store items, but it can only be for a month." Really? Jiang Chen was delighted. That was indeed a pleasant surprise. Then let's store it temporarily. After setting up the temporary storage mode for the goods, Jiang Chen bid farewell to Dai Shuier and left the exchange space. Back at the villa, Jiang Chen checked the time. It was almost noon. After treating Dai Shuier to a seafood feast, he felt he could skip lunch. He called for Jiang Shaoqi and instructed, "Shaoqi, contact the building materials supplier. Order materials and have them delivered to Zijin Bay. Demolish the existing factory buildings of the 403 machinery factory and dispose of the old machines inside. They are of no use. Enclose the construction area with walls to prevent outsiders from entering." Jiang Chen issued 3 commands in a row. Jiang Shaoqi noted them down and nodded, saying, "Okay, I'll take care of it right away." Jiang Chen waved his hand, letting Jiang Shaoqi leave. Fortunately, there weren't many workers left at the 403 machinery factory, so he could arrange things freely. If there had been a large number of workers, it would have been a real hassle. Locking the door, Jiang Chen washed up, sat cross-legged on the mat, and began his training. As he practiced, his physique improved more and more. He realized that he had quite an excellent talent. Even Jiang Hong would be surprised by his speed of improvement. In the evening, Jiang Xinan returned home from work. Upon entering the villa, she was startled. Weren't there a bit too many people in the living room? Looking around, she saw a group of people in white coats. See? Nan is back. Come, sit down. Jiang Chen waved to Jiang Xinan. Dad. Jiang Xinan walked over, blinking her eyes, looking around in confusion, as if asking, where did all these white coats come from? Jiang Chen smiled and had Jiang Xinan sit down, pointing to a person sitting opposite and introducing, Xinan, this is Dr. Zhou Qing, who has just returned from overseas. The research project assigned to you will be overseen by Dr. Zhou Qing. Jiang Xinan sized up Zhou Qing, who appeared to be around 50 years old, with a scholarly demeanor. Hello, Miss Jiang. Zhou Qing smiled and shook hands with Jiang Xinan. Jiang Xinan nodded and shook his hand. Jiang Chen said, Xiaonan, Zhou Cheng and his 29 partners are now under your supervision. The research on the power pill and the cleansing pill needs to start as soon as possible. If you need more manpower, let me know in time. Jiang Xinan nodded. Dad, don't worry. Jiang Chen responded with an feeling that the research-type bionic people were somewhat insufficient. With this allocation of 30 to Jiang Xinan, he only had 70 left. Once the reconstruction of the 403 machinery factory was completed, he would need more research-type bionic people to move in. Seeking updates, seeking support, thank you all. Dai Shuair was quite efficient. News came just a day later. On the afternoon of August 7, on the rooftop, Uncle, the A999 all-terrain engineering vehicle, you wanted, Dai Shuair pointed at 3 massive objects ahead, grinning. Jiang Chen looked over and couldn't help but squint. 3 vehicles, entirely black and shiny, measuring 50 meters long, 30 meters wide, and 10 meters high, dazzled his eyes. Is this a vehicle? Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. Dai Shuair stepped forward with her small hands behind her back and explained, the A999 all-terrain engineering vehicle, powered by nuclear energy, is controlled by an AI central processing system and can be deployed for operations. After listening to Dai Shuair's explanation, Jiang Chen reluctantly accepted the fact that these 3 colossal machines were vehicles, pursing his lips as he asked, how long until the production line is ready? Once you finish building the factory, the production line will be in place. Dai Shuair waved her hand, and figures appeared on the rooftop. These are the combat-type bionic humans you requested, made from materials that are highly resistant to damage. They can fall from the 18th floor without a problem. The AI program is embedded with the strongest combat techniques, and has reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance capabilities, making their security abilities exceptional. Jiang Chen felt relieved, thanked her, and left the communication space. Back at the villa, Jiang Chen washed his face and looked at Jiang Shaoqi, asking, Shaoqi, is everything arranged at Zijin Bay? Jiang Shaoqi replied, the construction site has been surrounded by walls, and the construction team under the Jiang Group has already moved in and is demolishing the old factory. Jiang Chen nodded, it needs to be done quickly. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Jiang Shaoqi responded and went to make the necessary calls. Time flew by, and it was now August 25. That morning, Jiang Chen arrived at the original site of the Zijin Bay 403 machinery factory. The dilapidated factory had been leveled, and the cleared land was piled high with a large amount of construction materials, cement, sand, rebar, etc., forming small hills. It was only because the Jiang Group had enough resources that so many materials could be transported here so easily. With a wave of his hand, rows of figures appeared before Jiang Chen. They were the 100 combat-type bionic humans he had traded for from Dai Shuair. Dressed in black, with 20 women and 80 men, they greeted Jiang Chen with serious expressions. Shaoqi, take them to patrol the area and ensure no outsiders get in, Jiang Chen instructed. What he was about to do would likely scare outsiders if they saw it. Understood, Jiang Shaoqi nodded, taking command of the 100 combat-type bionic humans to guard the surroundings. Once Jiang Shaoqi and the others spread out, ensuring there were no outsiders nearby, Jiang Chen waved his hand, and a massive A999 all-terrain engineering vehicle appeared. The sleek black giant shimmered under the sunlight, creating a visually oppressive effect. Jiang Chen climbed into the cockpit of the A999 all-terrain engineering vehicle, staring at the sci-fi-like interior, feeling a bit lost. What should he do next? AI system? Jiang Chen called out. Ding! The A999 engineering vehicle's intelligent brain system is at your service, esteemed boss. Please give your instructions. Jiang Chen blinked. He tried calling out, and it actually worked. After a moment of contemplation, he said, deploy the engineering vehicle. Received, preparing to execute. The engineering vehicle is deploying. In the next moment, the massive engineering vehicle began to transform, gradually unfolding like a transformer. Mechanical arms popped out. Jiang Chen stepped out of the cockpit, watching in amazement as the A999 all-terrain engineering vehicle transformed. Engineering robots walked out from the vehicle's platform, and various engineering machinery was moved out. Wow, this is really sci-fi, Jiang Chen gasped. Hello, boss, deployment complete. Please give your instructions. Jiang Chen crossed his arms and rubbed his chin, deep in thought. He had originally planned to utilize all of the more than 300 acres of land at once, but after considering it, he felt it was not appropriate. It would be too ostentatious. That was 300 acres. It wouldn't be needed all at once. Forget it, let's rebuild on the site of the 403 machinery factory for now, Jiang Chen finally decided. The location of the 403 machinery factory was quite good, backed by Zijin Mountain and facing the sea, with a small dock not far away. Design a factory park construction plan that includes factory buildings, a research building, an office building, a cafeteria, dormitories, and other supporting facilities, and don't forget the landscaping. Received. Conducting terrain survey. Survey complete. 1,000 design plans have been generated. Please check. So fast. Jiang Chen sighed, realizing that if he let the construction company handle the surveying and design, it would take at least a few months. Operating the virtual screen, Jiang Chen glanced at the design plans. They were comprehensive, and each set was perfect. With thousands of architectural styles and different park layouts, Jiang Chen was dazzled by the options. After some selection, he finally settled on a construction plan. This plan's design and layout were somewhat similar to the original 403 machinery factory. Jiang Chen thought this plan was good, as it could save him some trouble. Alright, let's get started, Jiang Chen said. Received. As the central processing system issued the command, among the 3 construction vehicles, a swarm of construction robots began to move under the control of the AI system, gradually forming a large construction site. With the AI system in control, the construction robots had clear divisions of labor. Some were laying foundations, while others were handling building materials. The building materials are a bit short. Have someone bring another batch over, Jiang Chen instructed Xiao Qi. It's already arranged, Jiang Xiaoqi replied. The mountain roads are difficult, and transportation is tough, so I arranged for sea transport. Sea transport? Is the dock sufficient? Jiang Chen expressed doubt, as the small dock at Zijin Bay had been abandoned for too long. Don't worry, it will work, Jiang Xiaoqi assured him. As long as it works, Jiang Chen nodded. He trusted Xiao Qi to handle things because she would calculate everything well. Be careful, don't let the situation at the construction site be exposed, Jiang Chen said with some concern, as his construction site was too futuristic. If seen and spread online, it would definitely cause a stir. By then, he would face a continuous stream of trouble. After arranging everything, Jiang Chen left Zijin Bay. On the way back to Villa Number 1 in Huangpu, he received a call from Dean Li Aigua. Dean Li, I'm currently working on the renovation of the 403 machinery factory. There's no choice, the old factory building is too dilapidated, and the machines inside are too outdated. So we need to purchase new ones. Help? No need, I've already placed the order. Thanks a lot. After some pleasantries, Jiang Chen hung up the phone with Li Aigua. It had only been a few days, and Li Aigua was already a bit impatient. At least he should wait until the factory was rebuilt. However, it was indeed necessary to hurry, as not only was Donka Institute anxious, but Qinqing was also a bit urgent. Boss, the group has received news that 23 power battery companies, 12 automobile manufacturers, and 30 investment companies from Europe and America have formed an investment inspection team and will visit Sinan Technology on the morning of September 1st. Do we need to organize a welcome ceremony? Xiao Qi reported in the car. That's quite a big deal. Jiang Chen clicked his tongue. So many representatives from Western companies coming to China, the momentum was quite intimidating, a bit scary. Seeking updates, seeking support. For love. If possible, everyone leave a comment to make this book seem more lively. Thank you all. Let's receive them with normal etiquette. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, in his opinion, what a welcome. This so-called delegation clearly had ill intentions. Did he really have to welcome them with a smile? Since the launch of Zhurong Number 1, these foreign capitalists had been making small moves, openly and secretly targeting Sinan Technology, engaging in countless dirty tricks. Commercial espionage, kidnapping, threats, were all common occurrences. If he hadn't arranged for 10 bionic bodyguards for Jiang Sinan in advance, his daughter might have already encountered an accident. This was still the covert action. On the surface, the expansion of Sinan Technologies overseas market was also heavily obstructed. This made it impossible for Jiang Chen to have any good feelings towards these Western capitalists. But etiquette could not be neglected. This was different from the last visit by the Billy Consortium. The last time, the Billy Consortium only gave a simple notice with an arrogant attitude, as if saying that their visit was a privilege for Jiang Chen. Naturally, Sinan Technology would not shamelessly welcome them warmly. But this time, a delegation of 65 groups was visiting, and various formalities were in place. If he continued to treat them coldly, it would not sound good if it got out. And it would also seem too small-minded. There was no choice but to be perfunctory. He would arrange for a vice president to take a few executives to the airport to welcome them. As long as the etiquette is in place, that's enough. Xiaoqi, during the delegation's visit to China, keep a close eye on them for me. These people probably won't behave themselves and might pull some tricks. Jiang Chen saw through these capitalists. They were all driven by self-interest. As long as they could achieve their goals, they would stop at nothing. Understood. A red glint flashed in Jiang Xiaoqi's eyes, and the immense computational power within her began to operate. Connecting to the network, linking to the Skynet, she started to monitor the Western delegation closely. Jiang Xiaoqi possessed top-notch hacking skills, but she didn't need to operate a computer because she herself was a terrifying supercomputer. Whenever she wanted, she could infiltrate the global mobile network and monitor the world. As long as there were mobile phones, they were within her surveillance range. However, doing so would consume too much computational power and make her seem too rigid. What would it be like for 65 multinational groups to come together in a delegation to China? These groups were not nameless, just pulling one out would reveal an international heavyweight. For instance, Bully Automobile, an internationally renowned car company. Stella Automobile. Xuanqi Power Group, once the world's leading power battery company. Hongye Capital, which invests globally, and so on. Now they were coming together to visit a small company in Huaxia. This commotion, if not earth-shattering, was close enough. At the very least, the whole world was paying attention. Once the news reached Huaxia, discussions about it erupted online. On Weibo, a well-informed self-media blogger was the first to break the news. One well-known blogger posted a video saying, "Family, something big has happened. 65 international capital giants are coming to China. Doesn't it feel like the Eight-Nation Alliance?" This statement stirred the emotions of netizens. The Eight-Nation Alliance was an unforgettable humiliation for the people of Huaxia. The blogger continued, "Recently, news has emerged that 65 international capital powerhouses have united to form a massive delegation to China. The purpose is obvious. Let's analyze. There are 12 car companies among those coming, and they are all international big names. Usually, they are quite arrogant, but now, they are anxious. But it's understandable. Ever since Zhurong No. 1 burst onto the scene and reached cooperation agreements with major domestic car manufacturers, foreign car companies have panicked. Especially Stella, The blogger's expressions were vivid and his tone varied, attracting many netizens. This made many uninformed netizens aware that a massive delegation composed of dozens of international capital firms was about to arrive in the magic city of Huaxia. In the comments section, what the hell is going on? Xuanqi Power, Bully Automobile, Stella, TSK, these are all internationally renowned big names. And Hongye Capital, which invests worldwide. It's said that many leading companies in Huaxia have shares from Hongye Capital. I see now, these 65 companies represent the power battery industry, the automobile manufacturing industry, and the financial investment industry. Clearly, they are all coming for Sinan Technology. Indeed, it seems these ambitious Western capitalists can't hold back anymore and want to pressure the Sinan Group with their might. There's no choice, Jerome. No. One is too profitable. The power battery companies are really anxious. A full 23 have come. And those investment firms, a full 30 have arrived. Terrifying. These capitalists are greedy snakes. It would be strange if Sinan Technology, which is so profitable, wasn't targeted. Hey, I heard Minghua and Dami are about to release new phones. They're using Zhurong No. 1 batteries with amazing battery life, no need to charge for a month. Really? Just in time for me to change my phone. Many domestic car companies are also about to release new models, all powered by batteries. Is it any wonder those guys in the West are anxious? Our Huaxia companies are about to launch new products, and the impact on the market is obvious. Once the Huaxia market is saturated, they will inevitably turn to overseas markets. By then, it will be a fatal blow to these international brands. Exactly. That's why these guys are seizing the opportunity. While the market situation isn't too dire, forming a group to come to Huaxia and create momentum to pressure Sinan Technology. I hope Sinan Technology can withstand this wave. At Villa No. 1 Huangpu, Jiang Chen, who had just returned from Zijin Bay, also noticed the news online. TSK, these self-media workers are quite well informed. Looking at Weibo, Jiang Chen clicked his tongue. Jiang Xiaoqi poured a cup of tea for Jiang Chen and said, "Boss, should we do something?" "Do what?" Jiang Chen leaned back on the sofa, savoring his tea. Zhang Xiaoqi's eyes flashed with a hint of red light and said, I can control a plane. Create an accident, like a plane going out of control. Jiang Chen was startled. This girl is ruthless enough. That's hundreds of people. And they are all representatives from major international groups, including some group presidents. This time, various capital groups are coming to Huaxia to form a force, and the lowest-ranking leader sent by each group is a vice president. If these presidents and vice presidents were to be involved in an air disaster, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. However, after calming down, Jiang Chen began to ponder the feasibility of this matter. In the end, he shook his head and decided against it. Forget it. Jiang Chen shook his head in refusal. Zhang Xiaoqi blinked. How could the boss refuse? She had calculated the best plan based on the boss's personality. In her calculations, the boss had a 99.99% chance of agreeing to this plan. How could he refuse? Was her calculation wrong? Her eyes flashed with intense red light, pushing her computational abilities to the limit. Jiang Chen looked at her speechless. This girl simulates human nature every day, yet she doesn't understand it at all. Watching Zhang Xiaoqi's head smoke, Jiang Chen shook his head. This was a manifestation of her computational abilities being pushed to the extreme. Jiang Chen sighed. Was she calculating why he rejected her? No, she was calculating human nature. And human nature is the hardest to calculate. Many times, under the influence of human nature, one might do things that don't align with their own character. For example, a cold-blooded villain might also have a tender side? That's human nature. Alright, stop calculating, Jiang Chen said helplessly. Oh. The stiff Zhang Xiaoqi responded, releasing her computational power, and the white smoke above her head gradually dissipated. With her computational power released, Zhang Xiaoqi became lively again. Jiang Chen pondered, over time, would she develop a personality? He planned to find a time to consult Dai Shuer about whether there were any examples of artificial intelligence developing personalities on Kanglan Star. If there were, his eyes flickered, not knowing what he was thinking. In Southeast Asia, on a small island, Wang Fan, wearing beach shorts and shirtless, lay on a beach chair with a tablet in hand, surrounded by drinks and fruits. He looked quite comfortable. However, his face was very gloomy. The tablet displayed news about a delegation of 65 multinational companies that was about to visit Sinan Technology in Huaxia. Sinan Technology. It should have been his. And that Jiang Chen, calculating the time, even if he wasn't dead, he should be bedridden by now, right? But how is that guy still alive? And kicking according to the online news? Did he misjudge back then? That guy wasn't poisoned? It shouldn't be. Brother Wang Fan. At that moment, a crisp voice came over. Wang Fan softened his expression, returning to his carefree demeanor. Turning to look, he saw a girl in a white princess dress, about 14 or 15 years old, bouncing over. The girl had a pair of bright blue eyes, with features that were both Western and Eastern, clearly a mixed-race little beauty. Zaya Akshwali, why are you out here? Wang Fan stood up and called gently, his gaze flickering as he looked at the girl. On the way to the airport in Qingdao City, the motorcycle suddenly exploded. Fortunately, he had a bad feeling and his heart was racing, prompting him to jump off the bike decisively. Otherwise, he would have likely become a ghost on that road. The explosion, combined with the high-speed jump, left him with serious injuries. But he knew that the motorcycle wouldn't explode. For no reason, he had been set up. Thinking about how close he came to death, Wang Fan gritted his teeth, wishing he could immediately tear apart the person who plotted against him. Yet even now, he still hadn't figured out who was behind it. He had suspected the Jiang father and daughter, but after careful consideration, he dismissed that idea. Although he had done quite a few small things against the Jiang family, they were all through Jiang Siki, through Zhao Siki. He had never shown his face. After much thought, Wang Fan speculated that it was one of his rivals in love who was plotting against him. In the Magic City, he knew so many beautiful women, all of whom were top-notch rich beauties with countless suitors. As a playboy, he naturally had many rivals, including some super second-generation rich kids. No matter who it is, just don't let me catch you, or I will make you regret being alive, Wang Fan vowed in his heart, while his face remained gentle as he greeted the little girl. After experiencing the motorcycle explosion and realizing he had been set up, Wang Fan naturally didn't dare to stay long in Qingdao City. Enduring his injuries, he fled the city. By a river in a neighboring city, he inadvertently saved a drowning little girl, the very girl standing before him now. Later, he learned that this little girl was actually the daughter of a big shot in the Southeast Asian underground world. The little girl's name was Xiang Shui, with the nickname Xiao Shueli. Thanks to his connection with Xiang Shui, Wang Fan escaped from Huaxia and arrived in Southeast Asia, where he gained the favor of that big shot, Xiang. Ah, brother Wang Fan is looking at Sinan Technology. Xiang Shui came to Wang Fan's side, glancing at the content on the tablet, her big eyes blinking cutely. Yes. Wang Fan looked at the news, gritting his teeth a bit. Ah, what's wrong, brother Wang Fan? Do you have a grudge against Sinan technology? Although Xiang Shui was young, she had grown up with her father and was accustomed to the darker side of life. Influenced by her surroundings, she was no longer a pure little flower. Just by looking at Wang Fan's expression, she sensed something was off. This company should belong to me, Wang Fan huffed. Ah, Xiang Shui's eyes widened. Is Sinan Technology brother Wang Fan's? What? Doesn't it seem like it? Wang Fan pouted. In his mind, whatever he set his sights on was his. Ever since he followed his parents to the Magic City, his luck had been particularly good. Whatever he wanted, he could get. Any woman he fancied would fall for him with just a wave of his hand. Over time, he came to believe that whatever he wanted was his, and Sinan Technology was no exception. It was just that domineering. Xiang Shui tilted her head in confusion. But Sinan Technology belongs to the Jiang family. Isn't your last name Wang, brother Wang Fan? Wang Fan smiled wryly and said, Xiao Shueli, you're still young and don't understand. Sinan Technology should belong to me, it's just currently occupied by the Jiang father and daughter. Oh. Xiang Shui blinked and nodded thoughtfully. Brother Wang Fan, I'm going to find Dad. After saying that, she turned and ran towards the villa behind the beach. Hey! Wang Fan wanted to continue bonding with Xiang Shui, but did this girl run a bit too fast? Xiao Shui, what's wrong? Seeing his daughter running back, Xiang Zhengyang asked in confusion, aren't you going to play with your brother Wang Fan? Why are you back so soon? Xiang Shui wrinkled her little nose and said, Dad, brother Wang Fan said. Sinan Technology is his company. Is that true? What? Xiang Zhengyang was taken aback for a moment, shaking his head. Sinan Technology was founded by Jiang Chen, the chairman of the Jiang Group, and is named after his eldest daughter. How could it possibly belong to that little brat Wang Fan? Could it be that his family has some connection with the Jiang family? Xiang Zhengyang's eyes flickered, filled with scheming. He shook his head immediately. Impossible. I've checked Wang Fan's background. Both his parents are farmers. They only moved to the Magic City a few years ago to work and support Wang Fan's education. Oh. Xiang Shui tilted her head, her eyes darting around. Xiang Zhengyang frowned. Why did that kid Wang Fan say that Sinan Technology belongs to him? Does he have some ulterior motive? He speculated that it must be the case. There are too many people with designs on Sinan Technology right now. The major Western capitals are a prime example. With Western capital groups heading to Huaxia, he couldn't possibly be oblivious to what was happening. That kid has quite the ambition. Xiang Zhengyang shook his head. He was also quite tempted by Sinan Technology, but he couldn't get involved at all. Huaxia protects Sinan Technology too well. The official side won't interfere with overt business activities. For instance, this time, when 65 Western companies came together to visit, pressuring them, the officials didn't take any action. But if they tried to use underground tactics against Sinan Technology, Huaxia wouldn't let it slide easily. It was said that a well-known Western underground organization recently attempted to target Sinan Technology but ended up failing in Huaxia. On the beach, Wang Fan looked at his tablet, and suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. With so much Western capital heading to Sinan Technology, what if one or two of them were to die? On the morning of August 30th, Jiang Chen and Jiang Sinan arrived at the Fengyuan Industrial Park to visit the biopharmaceutical research lab set up by his daughter. Jiang Chen came today because Jiang Sinan had informed him that there were results regarding the research on the strength pill and the cleansing pill. Since he had some free time, he decided to take a look. The purpose of researching the strength pill and the cleansing pill wasn't to make money. He wanted to see what ingredients were in the pills from the island world. Were they made from various spiritual herbs like the pills in the cultivation world? Or were the so-called strength pill and cleansing pill merely an evolution of rules in the island world? They arrived in front of a small 6-story white building, Sinan Biopharmaceutical Research Lab. Looking at the wooden plaque hanging at the entrance, Jiang Chen smiled at his daughter. Jiang Sinan blushed a little and stammered, I just used the company's name. Got it. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh heartily. Jiang Sinan pouted, knowing her father was teasing her. Isn't the name Sinan Technology one you came up with? Thinking this, she felt a bit happy. Her father naming the company after her showed his affection for her. Let's go in. Jiang Chen smiled as he walked into the building. Chairman, miss, you're here. Upon seeing the Jiang father and daughter, Zhou Chang hurriedly stepped forward to greet them. Zhou Chang was a bionic person, assigned to Jiang Sinan by Jiang Chen. Zhou Chang had 29 researchers under him, all of whom were bionic as well. So, while the building seemed bustling with activity, it was really just the two living beings, Jiang Chen and his daughter. Director Jiang, based on the analysis of the pills, the strength pill and the cleansing pill contain a mysterious factor. Through our research, we found that the air on Blue Star contains similar factors, although they are very rare. Zhou Qing earnestly reported the recent research findings to Jiang Chen and Jiang. Sinan, mysterious factor? Jiang Chen pondered, reaching into his pocket to take out a spirit stone, saying, "Test to see if the mysterious factor in the pills is this." Indeed. He suspected that the mysterious factor was spiritual energy. Yes. Zhou Chang nodded and took the spirit stone. Jiang Xinan was a bit curious, wondering what that was. "Any other discoveries?" Jiang Chen asked. Zhou Qing replied, "Aside from the mysterious factor, we found that all other components in the pills can be found on Blue Star." All can be found? Jiang Chen was surprised. So, he could also mass-produce the cleansing pill and the strength pill on Blue Star? He shook his head immediately. He wasn't too concerned about that. After all, the cleansing pill and the strength pill were just low-level pills. They were only somewhat useful during the body refining stage. If he had a large number of subordinates to train and wanted to form a team of cultivators, he would consider mass-producing the cleansing pill and the strength pill, but he didn't need to. He had no plans to cultivate practitioners on Blue Star. At most, he would let his daughter embark on the path of cultivation. If he needed subordinates to handle tasks, he could simply purchase androids. Androids were reliable and indistinguishable from real people. Moreover, the AI computing power of androids was terrifying, comparable to supercomputers. Whatever he instructed would be carried out meticulously. If androids became insufficient in the future, there were always clones, right? He planned to discuss the idea of purchasing cloning equipment and technology with Dai Shuier in a while. Clones were identical to real people, with guaranteed loyalty. When creating them, he could just add loyalty genes into their DNA. After thinking for a while, Jiang Chen asked, "Can you refine great strength pills and cleansing pills?" Zhou Qing shook his head awkwardly. "Director Jiang, although we have researched the components of the pills, replicating them is still quite difficult. Especially the mysterious factor in the air. We currently have no way to extract it unless..." He glanced at the spirit stone Jiang Chen had given him. "Unless this contains that mysterious factor." Jiang Chen nodded. Indeed, spiritual energy was not something everyone could capture. "Forget it, you can take your time to research." Jiang Chen shook his head and continued to tour the laboratory. This lab had more than just the cleansing pill and great strength pill projects. There were other projects as well. "Is there not enough manpower?" Jiang Chen asked his daughter. Jiang Sinan frowned and nodded. "As the projects increase, the lab needs a large number of researchers." "Father, should we recruit some from outside? We could delegate some less important research tasks." Jiang Chen considered. "No need, I'll arrange the researchers myself." Jiang Xinan blinked her beautiful eyes, curious about where her father found so many capable researchers. She didn't ask further and nodded. "All right." Jiang Chen hummed, thought for a moment, and said, "I plan to shift the focus of our industry to Zijin Bay, especially for institutions like the laboratory." "What do you think?" "Zijin Bay?" Jiang Xinan was taken aback. "Isn't that the place where you acquired the 403 machinery factory?" "Yes." Jiang Chen nodded. "Zijin Bay is remote and hidden, making it suitable for certain research projects." Jiang Xinan pondered for a moment and nodded. "That works." Jiang Chen replied, "Once the research building is constructed over there, we'll move." "Okay." Jiang Xinan didn't hesitate. Placing the biopharmaceutical research lab in Fengyuan Industrial Park was indeed inconvenient. With so many people around, if the secrets of the cleansing pill and great strength pill were exposed, it would lead to significant trouble. After all, those were pills that could potentially make someone extraordinary. After touring the lab with Jiang Xinan, Jiang Chen left. His eldest daughter had to go to the company to work, while Jiang Chen? He planned to return to the villa and lie down. No, practice. It's time to hand over the position of group president to Sinan. On the way back to the villa, Jiang Chen pondered. "Boss, there's been a situation with Hu Qi." Just as he returned to the villa and hadn't even gotten out of the car, Jiang Shaoqi suddenly said. Jiang Chen paused. "What's the situation?" Jiang Shaoqi looked grim. "Boss, the situation has changed, and our plan is likely to fail." "Oh." Jiang Chen squinted, walked into the villa, sat on the sofa, and brewed himself a pot of tea, saying, "Go on, what happened?" Jiang Shaoqi said, "Everything was going smoothly." After arriving at the headquarters of the old Ghost organization in Europe, Ghost King Blake introduced most of the senior members of the organization to Hu Qi. Ghost King Blake allowed Hu Qi to participate in the senior meetings of the old Ghost organization, clearly intending to groom Hu Qi as the next Ghost King. Although there were some opposing opinions within the old Ghost organization, under Ghost King Blake's strong leadership, the senior members tacitly accepted it. But 3 days ago, Ghost King Blake seemed to be a different person, activating the old Ghost organization's intelligence network to extensively gather information on Wang Fan. The key point is that the high-level meetings within the old Ghost organization have also kept Hodge out. Originally second only to the leader in the old Ghost organization, Hodge now seems to have suddenly fallen out of favor, and the situation is quite dire. After listening to Jiang Shaoqi's report, Jiang Chen frowned and asked, "Is there a problem?" With Hodge's identity? Hodge had been impersonating a member of the Black family's collateral line. Although Jiang Shaoqi had made it seem real, it was ultimately fake. A fake can never become real. It's only a matter of time before it gets exposed. Jiang Shaoqi shook her head. No, as far as I know, today, the Ghost King Blake spoke with Hodge, subtly indicating that he hopes Hodge can return to the Black family to take on the position of patriarch and stop getting involved in the affairs of the old Ghost organization. This was quite clear. If Hodge's identity were exposed, the Ghost King Blake would only eliminate Hodge, not appoint him as the patriarch of the Black family. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "The great power of fate." He deeply suspected that there was an invisible thread of fate that was forcibly correcting Wang Fan's destiny. The old Ghost organization was crucial to Wang Fan's rise. Wang Fan could do without the Jiang group and without that group of beauties, but he must have the old Ghost organization, right? In fact, by the midpoint of Wang Fan's storyline, the Jiang group had already become dispensable. By then, Wang Fan had numerous companies under his name valued at trillions. A group worth only a few hundred billion RMB would naturally not be taken seriously. After all, in the original storyline, there was no birth of Zhu Rong number 1. Is the bewitching incense useless? Now, Jiang Chen was not willing to give up. Jiang Shaoqi shook her head. The Ghost King Blake seemed to be immune to the bewitching incense. Even if Hodge increased the dosage, it was ineffective. What about using the bewitching incense on other high-level members of the old Ghost organization? Jiang Chen asked. Jiang Shaoqi replied, the bewitching incense is effective on other high-level members, but the Ghost King Blake has absolute dominion within the old Ghost organization. Many secret powers of the old Ghost organization are in the hands of the Ghost King. Simply winning over the high-level members is not enough to control the old Ghost organization. Even if we forcibly sidelined the Ghost King Blake, it would lead to the disintegration of the old Ghost organization. Jiang Chen was speechless, then his gaze hardened. Then let's eliminate the Ghost King. A red glint flashed in Jiang Shaoqi's eyes as she calculated the feasibility. After a moment, she said, we can have Hodge agree to the Ghost King accepting the position of head of the Black family. The Ghost King will definitely attend the ceremony on the day Hodge ascends. At that time, the Ghost King's guard will be relatively weak. Then let's do it this way, let Hodge try to win over the high-level members of the old Ghost organization during this time. Once we eliminate the Ghost King Blake, let him immediately take over as the Ghost King. It would be best to extract the secret powers of the old Ghost organization before the Ghost King dies. Jiang Chen looked out the window. He wanted to see whether the destined storyline was impressive or if his methods were superior. By the way, have you found Wang Fan's location? Jiang Chen asked. I was just about to report to you. Wang Fan is currently in Southeast Asia, with the leader of the Blood Wolf Xiang family. Jiang Shaoqi said. The Blood Wolf Xiang family? Jiang Chen scratched his head. He hadn't heard of this organization. It wasn't in Wang Fan's storyline either. It seemed that his forced alteration of the storyline had caused a butterfly effect. Investigate the Xiang family and block all news about Wang Fan from the old Ghost organization. Additionally, send a team to Southeast Asia. Send 50 people over, let him be buried in Southeast Asia. Jiang Chen said. Understood. Jiang Shaoqi nodded, then said, but after reallocating 50 people, we won't have enough manpower here in Magic City. Leave the manpower issue to me. Jiang Chen was determined. This time he wanted to make a big deal with Dai Shuier. After sending Jiang Shaoqi away, Jiang Chen quickly contacted Dai Shuier. Uncle. On the rooftop, Dai Shuier, dressed in leather, waved at him. Girl, long time no see. Jiang Chen smiled. Dai Shuier pouted. Didn't we just see each other a few days ago? All right. Jiang Chen was speechless. This girl really had no regard for him. The last time they met was over 10 days ago, so saying it had been a long time was not wrong at all. Uncle, just say it. What's the matter? This time? Dai Shuier lazily leaned back on the sofa. Jiang Chen said, this time, I want to make a big deal with you. First, give me 1,000 combat-type bionic people. Then, another 500 research-type bionic people, and we can increase the number later if needed. Dai Shuier widened her eyes and said, Uncle, are you planning a rebellion? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes in silence. You little girl, do you think such a small number of people can start a rebellion? Hee, that's true. Dai Shuier giggled, then immediately became serious. Sitting up straight and asking, Uncle, have you run into trouble? Jiang Chen sighed, yeah, some trouble. Dai Shuier propped her chin on her small hand and said, Uncle, do you need weapon support? Not for now. Jiang Chen shook his head, but prepare a few space-based satellites for me. Let's start with 10. Dai Shuier blinked her bright eyes, looking at Jiang Chen strangely. TSK, no need for weapons, and he wants 10 space-based satellites right off the bat? Is he planning to rule the world with tungsten rods? Jiang Chen sighed again, helplessly saying, human nature is greedy. As I grow stronger, the enemies around me are increasing. Having a few space-based satellites up there is just a precaution. If things turn sour one day, I'll have the confidence to flip the table, right? That makes sense. Dai Shuier patted her somewhat flat chest. Don't worry, I'll make sure to get you those space-based satellites. Jiang Chen glanced at her, doubting whether her wealth was due to her habit of patting her chest. Uncle, what will we trade this time? Dai Shuier, not noticing Jiang Chen's gaze, asked eagerly. What do you want? Jiang Chen inquired. Longevity pills. Dai Shuier answered without hesitation. Jiang Chen was not surprised. The only things he had that would attract Dai Shuier were the longevity pills and the beauty pills. He then frowned. He only had one longevity pill left. As for the beauty pills, he only had 2 remaining. All right. Jiang Chen agreed. How about I give you 2 longevity pills? Dai Shuier's eyes sparkled, and 2 beauty pills on top of that. Deal. Jiang Chen decisively agreed. Dai Shuier. Why did it feel like she was at a loss? Pouting, Dai Shuier said, fine, I'll go prepare. Wait. Jiang Chen said, also, prepare 100 customized bionic people for me. Dai Shuier's eyes widened. 100 customized ones? Yes. After spending a long time with Jiang Shaoqi and the others, Jiang Chen realized that there was a difference between customized and assembly line products. The computing power was a clear distinction. The computing power of assembly line products could at most rival the supercomputers on Blue Star. However, the computing power of customized products far surpassed that of Blue Star's supercomputers. Just think about how Jiang Shaoqi could control all the mobile networks globally and monitor every corner of the world, and you would understand. That computing power was absolutely terrifying. All right. After pondering for a moment, Dai Shuier agreed. Customized products were no big deal for her. As long as she could exchange them for longevity pills and beauty pills, it was worth it. Dai Shuier's strong desire for longevity pills had its reasons. Not long ago, her grandfather's life was nearing its end and the family was preparing for his funeral. But then, one longevity pill immediately extended her grandfather's life by 10 years. She had traded a total of 4 longevity pills from Jiang Chen, taking 1 for herself, 1 for research, and using the remaining 2 for her grandfather. Now her grandfather had been given an extension of 20 years, which could be detected through instruments. It wasn't that they could directly measure the length of life, but rather through assessments of bodily functions. Originally, with her grandfather about to pass away, the Dai family was facing a crisis. This sudden extension of 20 years caught their enemies off guard, and all the crises dissipated. Therefore, her desire for longevity pills was immense. The more, the better. If she could extend her grandfather's life by another 30 to 50 years, the Dai family could potentially rise to greater heights on Kanglan Star. Uncle, aren't you going to treat me to a meal? After the deal was struck, Dai Shuier relaxed. Sure. What do you want to eat? It was just around noon, so he decided to have lunch with her. Dai Shuier tilted her head and said, I want seafood. Jiang Chen was speechless. Had this girl developed a craving for seafood? Didn't I send you a lot of seafood before? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. Dai Shuier shrugged. I want fresh ones, those frozen ones, whoever likes them can have them. Jiang Chen facepalmed. Was she being picky now? He remembered when they first met. She was so excited just to see rice. How long had it been? Now she wouldn't eat anything that wasn't fresh? All right then. Jiang Chen put on a helpless expression and asked, how do you want it? Sashimi? Steamed, boiled, or salt-baked? Spicy? Let's mix it up. Dai Shuier swallowed hard and said, make it a bit more varied. Jiang Chen sighed, okay, I'll have someone prepare it fresh for you. Uncle, hurry up. Dai Shuier was drooling and started urging Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, feeling helpless, left the communication space. Back at the villa, Jiang Chen called Jiang Shaoqi and asked, do we have any seafood at home? Jiang Shaoqi replied, yes. Jiang Chen went to the kitchen to take a look. The variety wasn't very complete. Go buy some more. Get all kinds of shrimp, crabs, and abalone. Just get a bit of everything. Okay. Jiang Shaoqi nodded and started making calls for delivery. Before long, boxes of seafood were delivered. It's all yours, Jiang Chen said, slapping his thighs as he went upstairs, leaving all the boxes of seafood to Jiang Shaoqi. With Jiang Shaoqi's cooking skills, the dishes she made would surely satisfy Dai Shuier. Master Shaoqi was busy for 2 hours and finally prepared a lavish seafood feast. All right, go ahead. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Jiang Shaoqi blinked unhappily, as if to say, scumbag, used and thrown away. Jiang Chen shot her a glance. Do you have that kind of emotion? What was this? Robot getting all emotional about? Jiang Shaoqi tilted her head cutely and said, don't humans like women to be like this? Jiang Chen glanced at her. Where did she learn this? He didn't have time to chat with her and brought the table full of seafood to the communication space. On the rooftop, Dai Shuier had already set the table and was waiting for the food. You're quite eager, Jiang Chen teased, waving his hand as plates of seafood were placed on the table. Wow, It smells so good. Dai Shuier sniffed, unable to resist picking up a crab leg and putting it in her mouth. So fresh. Dai Shuier squinted her eyes in enjoyment. Is it really that good? Jiang Chen laughed. Dai Shuier, looking completely satisfied, said, this kind of taste is simply a luxury on Kanglan Star. Jiang Chen couldn't imagine just how bad the food on Kanglan Star must be. After finishing the seafood feast, Dai Shuier patted her little belly, looking content. Uncle, thank you. Jiang Chen smiled gently. You can contact me anytime when you want to eat. Dai Shuier half lay on the sofa, squinting her eyes to enjoy her post-meal time. After a while, she sat up, stretched, and said, Uncle, is that it for today? The bionic person you wanted will be handed over the day after tomorrow, right? Jiang Chen calculated the days. The day after tomorrow was September 1st. Okay, Jiang Chen nodded, but inwardly he was mumbling. There were indeed a lot of things happening on September 1st. September 1st was the day when the club's matching counts reset. It was also the day when representatives from 65 companies came to China. Now there was one more thing added to the list. After bidding farewell to Dai Shuier, Jiang Chen returned to the villa and promptly contacted Jiang Hong. Speaking of which, he hadn't contacted Jiang Hong in a long time. The last time was probably in early July. It seemed to be about the deal for Huoshan Xiang. He couldn't quite remember. Before long, Jiang Hong replied. Jiang Chen disappeared from the villa and reappeared in the communication space. By the stream, Jiang Chen met Jiang Hong. On the surface, Jiang Hong looked ordinary, with an average appearance and slightly dark skin, making it hard to notice him in a crowd, but the aura around Jiang Hong was much stronger than when they first met. Daoist Jiang. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Jiang Hong cupped his hands. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Hong squinted his eyes in surprise, looking at Jiang Chen. Daoist Jiang, have you broken through to the 6th level of body refinement? Ha, just lucky, Jiang Chen chuckled, pondering whether he should find a time to trade a method for concealing his aura with Jiang Hong. Being seen through right at the first meeting, but being seen through by Jiang Hong didn't seem to matter much. Shaking off those thoughts, Jiang Chen said, Brother Jiang, it's been a while. How have you been lately? Jiang Hong suppressed his shock and nodded calmly. I've been well, and I must thank Daoist Jiang for trading me the silver light sword, nuclear-powered battle armor, and drones, which helped me through several dangerous situations. His tone was flat, but he was genuinely shocked inside. How long had Jiang Chen been cultivating? Not even 3 months, at most. And he had already reached the 6th level of body refinement? That was equivalent to advancing 2 levels every month? This speed. Jiang Hong felt jealous. Of course, saying he was jealous was a bit exaggerated. He wasn't the type to envy a genius, but he truly admired him. Jiang Chen was unaware of Jiang Hong's astonishment and smiled. As long as I can help Brother Jiang. Jiang Hong exhaled and said, Daoist Jiang, I was just thinking of asking for your help and you contacted me first. Oh? Jiang Chen replied, what do you need help with, Brother Jiang? Please, go ahead. Jiang Hong brushed his hand over his storage bag and a dull silver light sword appeared. Daoist Jiang, the silver light sword has worn out. Can we trade for a few more? Jiang Hong asked. Oh, no problem. Jiang Chen patted his chest and said, how many does Brother Jiang want? I'll give you a discount. Jiang Hong was surprised. Had Daoist Jiang struck it rich? If possible, another 20 swords. Jiang Hong said. Jiang Chen was astonished. That many? After a moment's thought, he asked, is Brother Jiang planning to venture into a dangerous area? Jiang Hong was taken aback. He hadn't expected Jiang Chen to be so perceptive. He nodded slightly and didn't hide it. Daoist Jiang guessed correctly. I'm preparing to explore a secret realm soon. Jiang Chen smiled. It wasn't hard to guess. Jiang Hong wanted 20 silver light swords, which, if used continuously, could unleash 20,000 strikes comparable to a full-force attack in the late Foundation establishment stage. Such power would surely leave even a golden core cultivator in a difficult position, right? Clearly, he was preparing for an adventure. Sure, Jiang Chen agreed directly, waving his hand, and 20 silver light swords appeared by the stream. A smile broke out on Jiang Hong's ordinary face as he waved his hand, and the 20 silver light swords were stored in his bag. Is there anything Daoist Jiang needs? Jiang Hong asked. Longevity pills and beauty pills, Jiang Chen replied promptly, stating his requirements. Jiang Hong was surprised. Longevity pills are only effective for mortals and aren't worth much. Jiang Chen laughed. Brother Jiang, my world is just a mortal world. Jiang Hong understood. In the cultivation world, longevity pills for mortals were very cheap, but in the mortal world they were priceless treasures that were hard to come by. That's fine, but I need to go to the market to buy them. Longevity pills are easy to find, but the quantity of beauty pills won't be too much, Jiang Hong said, somewhat troubled. Longevity pills were useless to cultivators and very cheap. But beauty pills were useful for cultivators. They were sold in the market, but the price. No problem, Jiang Chen smiled, as if he thought of something. and asked, Brother Jiang, may I ask a question? Longevity pills are only effective for mortals. If a mortal takes a longevity pill before starting cultivation, will it still have a longevity effect after they begin cultivating? Zhang Hong chuckled, Taoist Zhang, this idea has been considered by others here as well. Some have even tried it, but it didn't work. Once the first strand of spiritual energy enters the body, the lifespan added by the longevity pill will disappear. Jiang Chen was speechless, that was quite rigorous. If it was said to be useless for cultivators, then it was indeed useless. Not even a bug was allowed. However, he also realized that the reason longevity pills were ineffective for cultivators was because of the spiritual energy within them. Is there a conflict between the medicinal properties of the spirit qi and the longevity pill? Is the efficacy of the longevity pill suppressed by the spirit qi? Is that why the longevity effect failed? Jiang Chen thought a lot about it and felt it was necessary to have someone research this. If the issue of the longevity pill being ineffective for cultivators could be resolved, wow, just thinking about that value makes one shudder. Brother Jiang, can you get the formula for the longevity pill? Jiang Chen asked. Sure, Zhang Hong nodded without hesitation. Clearly the formula was not a rare item. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Jiang. Jiang Chen smiled. Zhang Hong chuckled. You're being polite, Taoist Jiang. I'm just about to head to the market to procure some items, and I should be able to deliver the longevity pill, the beauty pill, and the formula for the longevity pill to you in about 3 hours. Jiang Chen calculated the time, 3 hours, 6 hours, it would be around evening. Alright, Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Right on time, in the evening, Zhang Hong sent a message. Taoist Jiang, here are 1000 longevity pills, 10 beauty pills, and the formula for the longevity pill. Zhang Hong handed over a storage bag. So many? Jiang Chen was surprised, then shook his head. This many, just 20 silver light swords won't be enough. Zhang Hong honestly smiled. For me, 20 silver light swords are quite valuable. The 1000 longevity pills only cost me 1000 spirit stones. On the other hand, the 10 beauty pills cost me 30,000 spirit stones. Thinking of the beauty pills, Zhang Hong felt a pang of pain. 3,000 spirit stones each. Too expensive. However, compared to the 20 silver light swords, it wasn't much. According to the last transaction price, 1 silver light sword was 6,000 spirit stones. 20 would be 120,000 spirit stones. This time, he only spent 31,000 spirit stones to exchange for 20 silver light swords, which was a great deal for him. But he also knew that the longevity pills had great significance in Jiang Chen's world, otherwise, he wouldn't be foolishly trading with him. It was a mutual need, after all. Feeling Zhang Hong's sincerity, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and took out 2 silver light swords. Brother Jiang, these 2 swords are a gift for you. This. Zhang Hong hesitated. Jiang Chen smiled, just accept it. The Super Time and Space Club is a platform for making friends. As friends, isn't it common to gift 2 swords? Alright. Zhang Hong laughed freely and accepted the gift, marking this great gift in his heart. With the transaction completed, the two did not part ways immediately but sat by the stream discussing their cultivation insights. Mainly, Jiang Chen was asking questions, and Zhang Hong was answering. Although Jiang Chen's advancement speed was fast, he had accumulated quite a few questions during his daily practice. Now that he had Zhang Hong, a foundation establishment teacher, to answer them, he naturally wouldn't let the opportunity slip by. After a round of exchange, Jiang Chen felt a sense of enlightenment. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Jiang Chen sincerely clasped his hands in gratitude. Zhang Hong smiled and said, no need to be polite, Taoist Jiang. It's getting late. Shall we call it a day? Sure. Jiang Chen nodded. Taoist Jiang, see you next time. Zhang Hong clasped his hands and left the communication space. Watching Zhang Hong leave, Jiang Chen also logged off and returned to the villa. What a great harvest. Back at the villa, Jiang Chen couldn't hide his smile. 1000 longevity pills would last a long time. It's just a pity that there were fewer beauty pills. Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead. The price difference between the longevity pills and the beauty pills was quite large. It seems that the pricing of the beauty pills would need to change in future transactions. Why hasn't Sinan come back yet? Looking at the time, it was almost 7 in the evening. Usually, Jiang Sinan would have returned by now. Shao Qi, let's start cooking. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen decided to prepare dinner first. Okay. Jiang Shao Qi tied on an apron and went into the kitchen. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Shao Qi was really great. Too bad she was a synthetic human. Sighing, Jiang Chen lay back on the sofa. He picked up his tablet and casually opened a news platform to scroll through. TSK, these Westerners really spare no effort. Looking at the news on the screen about the visit of 65 Western multinational groups, Jiang Chen shook his head, knowing that those guys were trying to create public opinion to pressure him. Unfortunately, they were going to miscalculate. He felt no pressure at all and even wanted to laugh. There was nothing he could do, he was just too confident. I need to quickly launch the space-based satellite, but I need to prepare a launch site in advance. Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead. Launching a rocket was a bit troublesome. Looking globally, apart from a few major countries, only some international business giants had the capability to launch rockets. Jiang Chen stroked his chin, wondering if Dai Shuer and her world had more advanced rocket launch technology. Was there any technology that could launch a rocket into the sky without a launch site? If so, that would be fantastic. Dad, I'm back. At 7:30 in the evening, Jiang Xinan returned. She looked exhausted, casually tossed her bag aside, kicked off her high heels, and collapsed onto the sofa as if she had no bones. What's wrong? Why are you so tired? Jiang Chen poured her a glass of cool tea. Jiang Xinan took a big gulp from the cup and complained, sigh. What else could it be? It's all those guys abroad, causing trouble. They could have just come, but they made such a big fuss before arriving, making everyone in the company uneasy. She was filled with resentment towards those Westerners. Their tactics were too disgusting. Besides creating a public outcry online, they also used their influence to pressure Sinan technology in reality. In recent years, Huaxia had been attracting investment for economic development. As a result, many domestic companies had intricate ties with some major international capital. For instance, several domestic internet giants had overseas capital investments. Those Westerners were using these connections to create a lot of trouble for Sinan technology. Although there was official protection from Huaxia, those people dared not resort to underhanded tactics. But just their commercial maneuvers had already put Sinan technology in a difficult position. It was inevitable, even though Sinan technology had risen strongly due to Zhurong No. 1, its foundation was too shallow and it was normal to struggle against international giants. Fortunately, Jiang Xinan was exceptionally capable and could temporarily withstand the pressure. Jiang Chen sighed and shook his head, saying, "This is just the prelude. The real show will start on September 1st. You don't need to worry too much, the initiative is in our hands. I suspect their main goal in coming this time is to cooperate, like securing overseas agency rights. Of course, they won't reveal their bottom line at first. They will probably adopt a strong attitude towards Sinan technology, like directly proposing to invest. Invest? Dream on, Even if we agree, Huaxia won't." Jiang Xinan snorted. For a company like Sinan Technology, which possessed epoch-making technology, Huaxia would absolutely not allow overseas capital to get involved. For Huaxia, the purer the equity structure of Sinan Technology, the better. Once overseas capital invested, there would be a risk of technology leakage. Jiang Chen nodded. So I say their biggest goal is to secure agency rights, obtain technology patent authorization, and share this big cake. The pressure they are applying on us now is just to gain the upper hand at the negotiating table and get a larger share of the benefits. Jiang Xinan nodded. As a business genius, she naturally understood this point. Complaining to her father was just a way to indulge in a little girl's temper. "Boss, miss, dinner is ready." Jiang Shaoqi's voice came over. Hearing that dinner was ready, Jiang Xinan couldn't wait to stand up. She was really looking forward to Jiang Shaoqi's cooking. These days, she had also noticed something. The relationship between Jiang Shaoqi and her father seemed very pure. This made her attitude towards Jiang Shaoqi increasingly favorable, trending towards becoming close friends. "By the way, Dad, this Sunday, a friend of mine is coming over to play." Jiang Xinan suddenly remembered something. "Which friend?" Jiang Chen raised his head. Jiang Xinan had quite a few friends, but only a few could be called close friends, each one worthy of trust. In the later stages, Jiang Xinan was able to confront Wang Fan, even nearly killing him at one point, and these close friends had contributed significantly. "Chen Hui, do you still remember her, Dad?" Jiang Xinan asked, recalling that her father had met Chen Hui. "Oh, that girl? Of course, I remember. I heard she's a doctor now?" Jiang Chen pondered. He naturally knew about this female doctor. She was mentioned in Wang Fan's storyline. She had helped Jiang Xinan and ultimately met a tragic end at Wang Fan's hands. "Yes, she works at the second hospital. Chen Hui is exceptionally skilled. She became an attending physician just 5 years after graduating." Jiang Xinan admired. The next step would be to become an associate chief physician. Jiang Chen nodded, noting that Chen Hui was 5 years older than his daughter, which meant she was around 24. At that age, most people would have just graduated from university, yet Chen Hui had already established herself in a public hospital as an attending physician, which was indeed impressive. "That's great, you're welcome to bring more friends over. It's been a while since the house was lively. We can have Shaoqi prepare a big meal then," Jiang Chen said. Jiang Xinan shook her head. "Forget it, just Chen Hui is fine." She had a few close friends, but unfortunately, they were not in Shanghai or even in the country, they were scattered all over the world. A small gathering didn't warrant calling them back from all corners of the globe. As for acquaintances, there was no need to invite them. Alright then. Jiang Chen felt a bit disappointed, remembering that his daughter had a very beautiful close friend. After dinner, a weary Jiang Xinan said goodnight and went upstairs to rest. Jiang Chen returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the mat to practice. He practiced every day, not to become stronger but for longevity. The next day, August 31st. This day was quite ordinary. Of course, this was the case for Jiang Chen. For the outside world, however, this day was very lively. With a delegation of 65 Western companies about to arrive in Shanghai, online discussions were heating up. That morning, Jiang Chen was sitting in the living room, drinking tea and browsing the internet when a sudden commotion erupted outside. What's going on out there? Jiang Chen asked, looking up. Jiang. Xiao Qi's eyes flashed with excitement as she received information from outside, saying, Boss, Miss Jiang Siki is here, insisting on seeing you. Why is she here? Jiang Chen frowned, almost forgetting about this daughter he had raised. Her name is Zhao Siki, Jiang Chen corrected. Understood, Jiang Xiaoqi nodded. Jiang Chen stood up and walked to the villa entrance, where he saw two bodyguards blocking a girl. It was indeed Zhao Siki, clamoring to see her father and threatening the several android bodyguards to have her father fire them. Jiang Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. Where did she get her confidence? Upon seeing Jiang Chen walk out of the villa, Zhao Siki perked up and shouted, Daddy. It's me, Shichi. Don't you want me anymore? Woo woo. Jiang Chen frowned. Didn't I tell you to go back to the Zhao family? Woo woo. Daddy, the Zhao family doesn't want me, Daddy. Woo woo. Zhao Siki cried pitifully. But from Jiang Chen's understanding of Zhao Siki, he knew this was just an act. You should go back, your last name is Zhao, not Jiang. After saying that, he turned and went back into the villa. Zhao Siki was stunned, not understanding why her father had become so cold. Was all the affection he had shown her as a child fake? Just because she wasn't his biological daughter, he didn't want her anymore? Jiang Chen, you have a heart of stone, don't blame me. With that, Zhao Siki stopped crying and turned to leave. As she walked out of the Huangpu No. 1 villa area, her small face was filled with malice. She picked up her phone and dialed a number. Yinhao, I've made up my mind, you can handle that matter. If you do it well, I promise to be your girlfriend. At 10 p.m. Why hasn't Sinan come back yet? Jiang Chen wondered. It might be a busy day, but it shouldn't be this late, right? Just as he was about to call his daughter back, Xiao Qi hurried over. Boss, there's been a situation with the young lady. Jiang Chen paused in his movement to pick up his phone, his expression darkening. What's going on? The young lady has been kidnapped, Jiang Xiaoqi replied. Bang! Jiang Chen slammed the table. His anger barely contained on his face. Don't worry, boss, the young lady is fine, she's on her way back, Jiang Xiaoqi reassured him. Jiang Chen calmed down. What's the current situation? Jiang Xiaoqi explained. 5 criminals. All desperate fugitives with murder charges. They had just approached the young lady's vehicle when Zhang Hong and Zhang Chang managed to subdue them. Jiang Chen nodded. He had arranged so many bodyguards around Jiang Xinan, all of whom were powerful combat androids. 5 criminals, even if they were ruthless fugitives, wouldn't pose much of a threat. Who did this? Jiang Chen leaned back on the sofa, wondering who would dare attempt to kidnap Jiang Xinan at this time. After all, Xinan technology was currently in the spotlight, attracting global attention. As the president of Xinan Technology, Jiang Xinan was the focus of media scrutiny worldwide. Who would be so bold as to kidnap her? Jiang. Xiaoqi answered. The Yin family. The Yin family? Jiang Chen repeated, somewhat unfamiliar with the name, though he knew there was indeed a Yin family in the Magic City. Jiang Xiaoqi continued. The Yin family operates very secretly. They work behind the scenes, connecting with those 5 fugitives through layers of relationships. It would be hard for anyone else to discover this. Jiang Chen nodded. It would indeed be difficult for others to find out. But in this information age, what could possibly escape Jiang Xiaoqi's notice? Unless they didn't use phones or the internet. As long as they did, they couldn't hide. The computing power she possessed, surpassing even supercomputers, was no joke. She could filter useful clues from chaotic information in mere seconds. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. There shouldn't be any conflict of interest between the Jiang family and the Yin family, right? Could it be that the Yin family has Western capital infiltrating? Jiang Xiaoqi replied, according to our investigation, this incident was instigated by the second young master of the Yin family, Yin Hao, acting on his own. He merely used the Yin family's connections. The higher-ups in the Yin family are unaware. Yin Hao. Oh, the playboy Yin Hao, one of the 4 young masters of the Magic City, right? Jiang Chen pondered, beginning to understand the situation. Could it be that this playboy Yin Hao had become infatuated with his own daughter, leading him to crazily attempt her kidnapping? Jiang Xiaoqi added, boss, to be precise, this incident was triggered by Zhao Siqi. Zhao Siqi. Jiang Chen recalled that Zhao Siqi had just visited in the morning, and now Jiang Xinan was facing a kidnapping in the evening. Elaborate, Jiang Chen instructed. Zhang Xiaoqi explained, it's understood that Yin Hao has been infatuated with Zhao Siqi for a long time. This incident likely occurred because Zhao Siqi slandered the young lady in front of Yin Hao. To win a smile from the beauty, he committed this act. Additionally, Zhao Siqi's main goal in kidnapping the young lady was to force her to sign the share transfer contract for Sinan Technology. Everything became clear, but Jiang Chen felt utterly speechless. It seemed that Zhao Siqi and Yin Hao had been plotting Jiang Sinan's kidnapping for days. However, due to the enormity of the situation, Zhao Siqi had hesitated to make a decision. She decided to come today to gauge his attitude. If he still acknowledged her as his daughter and allowed Zhao Siqi to return to the Jiang family, there would be no need to kidnap Jiang Sinan. But Jiang Chen's resoluteness crushed Zhao Siqi's hopes, leading her to decide to have Yin Hao kidnap Jiang Sinan. This was merely his speculation, but he felt it was quite likely. He sighed, this Zhao Siqi is a disaster. We need to find a way to deal with her. He hadn't intended to pay any attention to Zhao Siqi, just a little girl after all. But since she had taken the initiative to step forward, he wouldn't hold back. By the way, I almost forgot about the Zhao family, Jiang Chen said, tapping his forehead. After his divorce from Zhao Qian, he had originally planned to deal with the Zhao family as well. After all, the Zhao family had benefited from the Jiang family for so long, it was time they gave something back, right? But later, with so many matters at hand, he had forgotten about the Zhao family. Organize the information on the Zhao family and take care of it, Jiang Chen instructed. He felt it was time to sever all ties and grievances with Zhao Qian. Understood. Zhang Xiaoqi nodded, her eyes flashing with a red light as she asked, Boss, how do we deal with Zhao Siqi? According to her calculations, the boss had cared for Zhao Siqi for so many years, so there should be some feelings involved. How should it be resolved? Send her abroad? Or sink her in the river? Lacking an understanding of human nature, her terrifying calculation skills couldn't yield any results. Jiang Chen tapped his fingers on the table and said, let her keep company with her mother, no, with her aunt Zhao Qian. A flash of red light appeared in Jiang Xiaoqi's eyes as she understood. Zhao Siqi's aunt was none other than Zhao Qian, right? Keeping company with Zhao Qian? Wouldn't that mean being in a vegetative state? More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Sinan returned. Jiang Sinan was perfectly fine, not in the least bit flustered, not even scared. After being injected with the gene enhancement serum, she had spotted the 5 thugs as soon as they appeared. However, before she could do anything, the bodyguards around her had already subdued the 5 men. Are you okay? Jiang Chen asked with concern. Dad, I'm fine. Jiang Sinan shook her head and smiled. That's good. Come eat, Jiang Chen said as he walked toward the dining room. Jiang Sinan washed her hands and sat down at the table. How did you deal with those 5 thugs? Jiang Chen served her a piece of rib. Jiang Sinan picked up her chopsticks and said, they were sent to the police station, they probably won't get out. They carry quite a few murder charges, likely facing the death penalty. Jiang Chen nodded, not particularly concerned about the fate of those 5 thugs. He recounted the cause of the incident and the people behind it. Jiang Sinan lowered her head to eat her vegetables, remaining silent. After a long while, she looked up at Jiang Chen. Dad, She wanted to ask her father, have you really given up on Jiang Siqi? Was all the affection you once showed her fake? But when the words reached her lips, she didn't know how to ask. Some things you don't understand, and it's not good to tell you. In the future, you might understand, Jiang Chen said, sensing his daughter's thoughts. Jiang Sinan responded with an O and didn't say more. She didn't have much feeling for Jiang Siqi, so she naturally wouldn't care too much. However, that Yin Hao. She frowned. Dad, how is the Yin family handling this? Jiang Chen put down his chopsticks and took a sip of juice, saying, the Yin family is a prominent family in the Magic City, involved in many industries. Whether in terms of financial power or connections, they are quite formidable. However, my Jiang family is not to be trifled with. The Yin family must give an explanation. Alright, leave this matter to Dad. Oh. Jiang Sinan replied, no longer saying much, and continued to eat peacefully. The next day, September 1st. Early in the morning, a piece of news spread across the internet. The entry hashtag Sinan Technology President Jiang Sinan was kidnapped last night. Hashtag instantly shot to the top of major social media platforms, sparking heated discussions. In recent days, Sinan Technology and Jiang Sinan had already been in the spotlight. Suddenly dropping such a bombshell made countless people shiver. Something big was about to happen. On Weibo, damn, this is insane. What year is it that people are still resorting to kidnapping? Is President Jiang okay? It seems she's fine, according to witnesses. Those kidnappers hadn't even approached President Jiang's vehicle before the bodyguards subdued them. Impressive, those bodyguards are amazing. Indeed, they're quite formidable. Reportedly, those 5 kidnappers are not simple. All desperate criminals with multiple murder charges. Damn, who is so insane? If President Jiang had been kidnapped by such people, how could it end well? Thank heavens President Jiang escaped this disaster. By the way, do you think this was done by that group of representatives from the West? Clearly, no one believed this was a spontaneous action by those 5 kidnappers. There must be someone behind it. The delegation of 65 multinational corporations from the West is supposed to arrive in the Magic City today, right? Just as they were about to arrive, President Jiang almost got kidnapped. What a coincidence. I don't think those Westerners would be that foolish, right? To dare kidnap President Jiang at this time? If they kidnapped her, who would they negotiate with when they arrive? Negotiate with whom? Don't forget about Chairman Jiang. Right. The beautiful president's father, Chairman Jiang, is still around. Kidnapping President Jiang and threatening Chairman Jiang to relinquish benefits. TSK, it's terrifying to think about. These foreigners are really something. Damn, that's quite a scheme. It's confirmed, it's those Westerners who did it. Online, the incident gradually pointed towards the delegation of 65 multinational companies from the West. When the news reached the delegation, the representatives still on the plane were left bewildered, filled with questions. What's going on? What did I do? Oh, the female president of Sinan Technology was almost kidnapped. But what the hell does that have to do with us? Oh, it's confirmed. Are we really responsible? What the hell is going on? How is it confirmed? You can confirm whatever you want. The representatives exchanged glances, and after some discussion, they decided to hold a meeting to figure out who was behind this. Clearly, they were also suspecting whether one of them was involved. After all, the 65 representatives represented 65 capital groups, representing the interests of countless people. With so many people, their thoughts varied. Perhaps it was someone who was desperate, trying to use such means to gain benefits? Just like a certain netizen said, if Jiang Xinan is kidnapped, can Jiang Chen not compromise? Jiang Chen only has this one biological daughter. Oh, it said there's a second daughter, but she's not biological. It's just a pity that the kidnapping didn't succeed. Is someone guiding public opinion? In Villa Number 1 of Huangpu, Jiang Chen also saw the direction of the online discourse, and his first thought was, someone is guiding this matter. His second thought was, it was the Yin family. This is a diversion, attempting to mislead his judgment. Of course, this is just speculation. The specific situation is still unclear. Perhaps no one is guiding it, and it's just the netizens' own guesses? Is the evidence organized? Once it's ready, send it to the Yin family. The Yin family must give an explanation. Jiang Chen's face was serious, regardless of whether the Yin family was guiding public opinion. Online, he, who knew the truth, would not be misled by public opinion. Understood. Zhang Xiaoqi responded, organizing the evidence and sending it to the Yin family. The Yin family, a well-known business family in the Magic City, with family assets reportedly in the hundreds of billions, possibly even more. The specifics are hard to quantify. Families like this have too many invisible industries. Not counting the invisible industries, just the 3 companies of the Yin family on the surface have a market value of around 30 billion, making them a colossal entity. In the Yin family's hall, more than 20 men and women were seated. In the open space of the hall, a young man was kneeling, the notorious second young master of the Yin family in the Magic City, Yin Hao. Clearly, the plan to kidnap Jiang Xinan had been discovered by the Yin family members. You useless fool, how dare you? Sitting at the head was Yin Hao's father, the head of the Yin family, Yin Mingjie. He looked at his youngest son with a face full of anger, filled with disappointment at his son's foolishness. Dad, I just wanted to help the family. If I could get Sinan Technology, it would also benefit the family, right? Yin Hao said timidly. Bang! Yin Mingjie slammed the table. You idiot. Do you know what kind of impact this will have on the Yin family once it's exposed? Yin Hao muttered defiantly. What impact could it have? It's just a Jiang family. Dad, are we really afraid of the Jiang family? Yin Mingjie was so angry he laughed. How could he have such a stupid son? The others in the Yin family also looked at Yin Hao with blank expressions. They were utterly disappointed in this playboy. Sinan Technology is currently under the world's spotlight, protected by the state. You kidnapped their president and still ask what impact it could have? Fortunately, the kidnapping didn't succeed. If it had succeeded and caused a big uproar, leading to official intervention from Huaxia, it would definitely have brought the matter to light. By then, the Yin family would be in trouble. And that Jiang Chen is not someone to be trifled with. He built himself up from nothing to this point. How could his methods be weak? Speaking of the Jiang family, with the emergence of Zhurong Number 1, a vast interest circle centered around the Jiang family has already formed. Once the Jiang family takes any action, the Chinese battery companies that have profited alongside them will follow suit. Is this something the Yin family can handle? This is equivalent to a family opposing an entire industry. The Yin family does not have the capability to confront an industry. Father, I have already guided public opinion to divert attention My younger brother has been cautious in his actions, and through the layers of family connections he has contacted those 5 fugitives. I believe the Zhang family won't discover anything. A young man, around 30 years old, stepped forward to speak. He was Yin Mingjie's eldest son, Yin Ping. Sigh. Looking at his eldest son, Yin Mingjie felt a bit of comfort. Fortunately, his eldest son was useful, unlike his younger son, who was nothing but a wastrel. Just as he was about to say something, a bodyguard rushed in and said, "Boss, the Zhang group has sent something over." At this, everyone in the hall was taken aback. The Zhang family sending something over at this time was a serious issue. Yin Mingjie frowned and glanced at his younger son, Yin Hao. This useless one still hadn't realized the severity of the situation, and looked completely unconvinced. He took a deep breath, having heard that Zhang Chen's second daughter was not biological. He felt it necessary to conduct a paternity test. Yin Mingjie took a deep breath and said to the bodyguard, "Bring it over." The bodyguard handed a document bag to Yin Mingjie. Yin Mingjie opened the document bag and, under the watchful eyes of the Yin family, pulled out a document. As he looked at the contents of the document, the corner of Yin Mingjie's eye twitched, and his expression gradually darkened. The members of the Yin family sensed something was wrong upon seeing this. Only Yin Hao, who was kneeling on the ground, still looked indifferent, unaware of the seriousness of the situation. "Eldest brother, what's wrong? What did the Zhang family send?" asked a middle-aged man sitting on the left, who was Yin family's second son. "Ha, could it be that they are afraid of our Yin family and have sent over shares of Sinan technology?" Yin Hao simply stopped kneeling and sat on the ground like a little thug. This remark made the members of the Yin family frown. How dare he think that? How did such a useless person come from the Yin family? What a misfortune for the family. The corners of Yin Mingjie's mouth twitched a few times as he suppressed the urge to hang Yin Hao up and beat him. Taking a deep breath, he handed the document to Yin Er. "Take a look for yourself." Yin Er took the document with confusion, and after glancing at it a few times, he looked at the indifferent Yin Hao sitting on the ground, sighed, and passed the document down. The older generation of the Yin family remained silent after reading the document, their gazes coldly fixed on Yin Hao on the ground. This made Yin Hao very uncomfortable. Soon, the document reached the younger generation of the Yin family, and they gasped as they read its contents. How is this possible? How did the Zhang family find this out? Impossible. The second brother has been a bit reckless, but this matter was done quite discreetly. How did the Zhang family find out about our Yin family in such a short time? Sigh. They've already sent the evidence over. What else can we say? Seeing this situation, Yin Hao, who had been sitting on the ground like a rolling meat, also became nervous. This situation was a bit off. "Eldest brother, you speak. How should we handle this?" After a long while, Yin Er spoke up. "Uncle, I think it's better to act according to the law. At this time, there's no need to confront the Zhang family head-on, nor is there a need to go against the law." "I think so, too." Sigh. "It's just a bit frustrating." "Yeah, what is the Zhang family?" "Just a new force without much foundation. We, the Yin family, have no need to fear them." "The Zhang family may have a shallow foundation, but they cannot be underestimated." "Indeed. Hasn't there been enough forces targeting the Zhang family during this time? Everyone wants to take a bite out of Sinan technology, but none have succeeded." The younger generation of the Yin family discussed among themselves. After the discussion, they all turned their gazes to Yin Mingjie. Yin Mingjie closed his eyes, and after a long time, he opened them, his gaze becoming indifferent as he looked at Yin Hao on the ground and said in a deep voice, "Call the police." Hearing this decision, the members of the Yin family breathed a sigh of relief. On one hand, Yin Hao was indeed unpopular in the Yin family, even detestable. When they heard about calling the police, not a single person stepped forward to dissuade him. On the other hand, no one wanted to clash head-on with the Zhang family, this emerging force, over Yin Hao, as it would cause tremendous losses to the Yin family. Moreover, the Zhang family had already gained significant power and was not easy to deal with. Just look at the Zhang family's current opponents, they were all international big capital. In front of international big capital, what was the Yin family? Of course, some members of the Yin family felt uncomfortable, believing that this action was a sign of submission to the Zhang family, tarnishing the Yin family's reputation. At this moment, Yin Hao finally realized the seriousness of the situation. He got up from the ground, looked at Yin Mingjie, and widened his eyes. "Dad, what do you mean? Why call the police?" "Surrender," Yin Mingjie said emotionlessly. Yin Hao swayed slightly. He looked at the other clan members. These people had indifferent expressions, and not a single one spoke up for him. At this moment, Yin Hao finally realized that the family was about to abandon him. Thinking of this, he felt weak and collapsed to the ground. "Boss, the Yin family has called the police, and Yin Hao has been taken into custody. Yin Hao has committed many crimes relying on the Yin family, and he will at least be sentenced to 30 years or more." In Villa number 1 of Huangpu, Zhang Shaoqi reported. The Yin family has some guts. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. The Yin family surprised him. He had thought that the Yin family would at least drag things out with the Jiang family for a while. But just as he had delivered the evidence, the Yin family decisively reported themselves and sent the second young master of the Yin family in. This left him with no reason to approach the Yin family for a discussion. They had already sent the culprit in. What else could he say? Keep an eye on the Yin family from now on. Jiang Chen became wary of the Yin family. As the old saying goes, a barking dog doesn't bite. Although he was satisfied with the Yin family's act of submission, he couldn't help but be cautious. After all, they had sent their son in. He didn't believe the Yin family held no grudge against him. Understood. Jiang Shaoqi nodded. Jiang Chen hummed in response, glancing at the time. The Western delegation should be arriving soon, right? Jiang Shaoqi replied, expected at 10 a.m. The flight will land at Huangpu International Airport. Jiang Chen nodded. You go to the company. There are many matters today. Help Zinan share the workload. Okay. Jiang Shaoqi nodded and turned to leave. After sending Jiang Shaoqi off, Jiang Chen returned to his bedroom, communicating with the Transdimensional Club where the monthly matching count had refreshed. He was really looking forward to it. He wondered what kind of world he would match with this time. Just as he was about to proceed with the friend matching, Dai Shuier suddenly messaged him that she was ready to deliver. Jiang Chen didn't rush to match. He flashed to the communication space on the rooftop. Today, Dai Shuier had changed into a red leather jacket and pants, her short red hair giving her a spirited look, like a ball of fire. Uncle, I've brought you the delivery. Dai Shuier wasted no time. With a wave of her small hand, rows of bioengineered humans appeared, exactly 1,500 of them. 1,000 were dressed in black leather, while 500 wore white lab coats. From their attire, it was clear that the former were combat-type bioengineered humans, and the latter were research-type. Thanks. A smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. With these 1,500 bioengineered humans, his power base would be even more solid. No need to thank me. We just had breakfast here. Treat me to a meal, Dai Shuier said. Jiang Chen was speechless. This girl always wanted him to buy her a meal every time they met. But it was a small matter. All right, wait for me a moment. He returned to the villa, called a nearby breakfast shop with good reviews, and ordered an extra-large breakfast. There were pan-fried buns, shrimp dumplings, and soy milk among other things. Dai Shuier was eating with her mouth full of oil. Delicious. Uncle, you have so many tasty foods on Blue Star. Dai Shuier praised. Jiang Chen smiled. Of course, we have 5,000 years of history in Huaxia. Just think about how many kinds of food could have been created in those 5,000 years. I really want to try them all, Dai Shuier said longingly. There will be a day for that, Jiang Chen replied. I look forward to it. Dai Shuier nodded slightly, then her eyes twinkled as she said, Uncle, have you matched today? Not yet. Jiang Chen shook his head. Dai Shuier giggled. After you match today, you'll have completed 5 matches, right? Yeah. 5 times, Jiang Chen nodded. Dai Shuier was his second friend he matched with, so it was normal for her to guess how many times he had matched. With a mysterious smile, Dai Shuier said, Uncle, hurry up and do your 5th match. There's a surprise. Remember to contact me after you match. I want to see your world. Jiang Chen was puzzled. What did she mean? After a moment of thought, he seemed to understand something. Could it be that after completing 5 matches, the club platform will unlock a new feature? Dai Shuier blinked, somewhat speechless. Uncle, being too smart isn't always good. Ha ha. Jiang Chen laughed heartily, feeling a sense of anticipation. He had originally thought that new features would only unlock after upgrading to a silver member. Now it seemed, not necessarily. What kind of feature is it? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Dai Shuier pouted and huffed. I won't tell you. Humph. Uncle, aren't you very smart? Guess for yourself. Alright, I'll guess myself. Jiang Chen crossed his arms and rubbed his chin, saying, You said you want to see my world, which means the new feature allows you to see my world. At this point, he snapped his fingers. Could the new feature allow us to have video calls between our 2 worlds? Dai Shuier opened her mouth, completely deflated. Uncle was too smart, making her feel so unaccomplished. Jiang Chen knew he had guessed right. He raised an eyebrow and then shook his head helplessly. This feature doesn't seem very useful. It only deepens the connection between friends, allowing them to communicate better. Perhaps that's the purpose of the video feature? The Transdimensional Club is just an interactive social platform, after all. But it still felt a bit redundant. If they wanted to meet and chat, couldn't they just meet in the communication space? Why use video? They could clearly talk face-to-face, yet they chose video? What's up with that? Yeah, it really isn't that useful. So after I unlocked this feature, I never used it even once. Moreover, this feature can only be used for video calls if both friends have activated the video function. Dai Shuier shrugged. Is that so? Jiang Chen nodded. Dai Shuier confirmed, yeah. As of now, you're the only one in my friends list who can video call me. Other friends are either out of contact or, never mind, I can't bring it up. Jiang Chen pouted. No wonder you've never used the video feature, it turns out you can't. Dai Shui'er giggled. It's pretty much the same. Jiang Chen didn't want to chat with her any longer. He waved his hand and 2 porcelain vials appeared in his hand, handing them to Dai Shui'er. Here, the payment for you. Dai Shui'er's eyes lit up as she reached to take the vials, but Jiang Chen pulled his hand back and teased, Girl, did you forget something? What? Dai Shui'er tilted her head. Jiang Chen was speechless. What about my 100 custom bioengineered humans? Oh, that. Dai Shui'er shot him a look, annoyed. Uncle, those are custom made. And there are 100 of them. Is that possible in such a short time? Oh, that's true. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding. Dai Shui'er estimated the time and said, the custom ones will be delivered in a week. Alright, I'll give you the payment for now. Jiang Chen tossed the vials to Dai Shui'er. Hee, thanks. Dai Shui'er was very happy. These were longevity pills and beauty pills. Jiang Chen shook his head. It's getting late, and you haven't used your matching times this month, right? Hurry back to match and upgrade to silver member as soon as possible. Okay, uncle, bye-bye. Dai Shui'er waved her little hand and left the communication space. Jiang Chen smiled and logged off as well. As for those 1,500 bioengineered humans, they could only be temporarily stored in the communication space. 1,500 people. They would have to be released slowly. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had prepared identities for these 1,500 people in advance, but they were all foreign identities. There was no other way. It was too difficult to obtain a Huaxia identity. 1 or 2 were fine, just like Zhang Qiqi, Zhang Hong, and Zhang Chang, who all had Huaxia identities. But to process identities for over 1,000 people at once seemed to treat the Huaxia authorities as fools. Foreign identities were much easier to handle. Having money was enough. Find a small country, invest a little, and you could get the identity sorted out. Match. Back in the villa's bedroom, Jiang Chen communicated with the Transdimensional Club to issue the command. Matching, match successful, constructing communication space. Construction complete. Would you like to enter? Enter. As with the previous few times, there was a flash before his eyes, and Jiang Chen was surprised to find himself in a peach orchard. Jiang Chen was curious. Was this match yet another beauty? Such a beautiful scene deserved a beauty to accompany it. Your Excellency. At that moment, a rough voice came over. Hearing this voice, Jiang Chen's heart sank, realizing he had overthought it. What beauty! What a joke! Turning around, he indeed saw a rugged man, about 45 or 46 years old. Finally, he encountered someone older than himself. Big brother, hello. Jiang Chen noticed the other person was dressed in ancient attire and cupped his hands in greeting. Greetings, Your Excellency, I am Tian Hong. Tian Hong cupped his hands. His etiquette was much more formal than Jiang Chen's. There was no helping it. Jiang Chen had only learned from television and couldn't compare to a real ancient person. Big brother, judging by your attire, are you a general? Jiang Chen observed the simple armor and the cloak on the man's back, giving off a general's vibe. Tian Hong laughed heartily and said, Indeed, but I am a self-proclaimed general. Self-proclaimed, huh? Jiang Chen pondered, finding it interesting. It seems the world you come from, brother Tian, is in chaos? A self-proclaimed general could only belong to a rebel army. Tian Hong sighed and said, You guessed correctly, it is a chaotic world. How should I put it? My world is too chaotic. From the tone of his voice, Jiang Chen seemed to sense something and curiously asked, What kind of chaos? Can you elaborate? Tian Hong seemed to be interested as well, sitting cross-legged on the ground and said, Alright, let me tell you. Jiang Chen smiled and sat cross-legged opposite Tian Hong. Tian Hong said, The world I come from is boundless. It is a very large world. As he spoke, he looked at Jiang Chen and asked, From your attire, you should come from a modern technological world, right? In your world, the land should be a sphere? That's right. Jiang Chen nodded. Has brother Jiang matched with friends from other technological worlds? Yes. I met one, but his clothing was a bit duller than yours, a bit old-fashioned. Overall, it was somewhat similar. Tian Hong replied. Jiang Chen pondered, older clothing? From the last century? In the peach blossom forest, Tian Hong sat cross-legged on the ground, speaking with a tone of nostalgia. At that time, when I heard that little guy say the land was a sphere, I didn't believe it. The little guy showed me a lot of proof, but I couldn't understand it. But their world is so small. According to that little guy, it takes 80,000 miles to make a full circle around the sphere. I'll consider that the length of their world, the span is still not as long as one of our empires. If my world is also a sphere, how big would that sphere be? Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched. Blue Star probably also had a circumference of about 80,000 miles, right? The span was still not as long as an empire? This meant that the empire stretched at least 80,000 miles from one end to the other? Not counting the width, just the length alone was terrifying. Enough. Brother Tian, just how big is your world? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask. Tian Hong shook his head. Hard to say. Ancient texts record that our world has many continents. Just the continent beneath my feet is boundless. Even a master would need countless years to traverse the continent. As for overseas, there was once a celestial being who went to explore, but there was no result. Jiang Chen noticed two words: master, celestial being. It seemed this was a martial arts world. He just didn't know how master and celestial being corresponded to the realms of cultivation. The world is too vast. Let's talk about the continent I'm on. This continent is called Shenzhou, and how should I put it? It's a chaotic land. On this continent there are 5 nations and 10 sects, a court, and a martial world, with endless conflicts. Besides the 5 great empires and the 10 major sects, there are hundreds of smaller dynasties and countless minor sections. As for me, I'm actually the leader of a rebel army from one of the dynasties. Tianhong sighed, I can't go on living like this. If I don't rebel, I can only die. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment before saying, Brother Tian, can you tell me about the martial power in your world? Do you practice martial arts? Yes. Tian Hong looked at Jiang Chen. Have you encountered other cultivation systems? Jiang Chen smiled without speaking. Tian Hong immediately understood. He knew the club rules. He didn't ask further and said candidly and enthusiastically, my friend, no, brother, since we've met, let's have an open conversation? Sure. Jiang Chen chuckled at Tian Hong's sudden enthusiasm. This is how the adult world works. Whatever is needed can dictate the expression. Tian Hong said, you've got a basic understanding of my world. What's the situation like on your side? Jiang Chen smiled and said, on my side, it's a technologically advanced world with abundant productivity. There are endless resources in food. Endless food? Tian Hong's eyes twitched. Brother, don't tease me. The little guy I matched with before also came from a technological world. He said there wasn't enough food, and you needed food stamps and meat tickets to exchange for meat and grain. You couldn't even trade for food with gold and silver. If you're not careful, you might get caught by the authorities. Jiang Chen was more certain now. The person Tian Hong matched with probably came from a time similar to the last century, the 60s or 70s. Anyway, it was before the reform and opening up. Brother Tian, do you really need food? Jiang Chen smiled. Having guessed Tian Hong's profession, he deduced what Tian Hong required. A rebel army. What do you need in ancient warfare? Supplies are absolutely the priority. Without food, who would be willing to fight for you? Tian Hong also realized that the friend he matched with this time was somewhat shrewd and not easily fooled. Unlike the last little guy, who was easily led astray by a few words. Yes, I need food. Tian Hong's expression became serious. Jiang Chen curiously asked, Brother Tian, you must be an old member of the club, right? Still short on food? In his view, how could a club member who could trade with other worlds be short on food? Yes. I'm about to be besieged by the soldiers. I urgently need food. Tian Hong saw through Jiang Chen's thoughts and said, to be honest with you, before you, I had 5 matches. The first time, I matched with a girl. Her world had immortal arts and monsters. The girl was also a descendant of an ancient god with a human upper body and a serpent's tail. She looked like a monster but was also very sacred. Overall, that world was quite similar to mine. I wanted to ask her to help buy some food, but that girl had lived on an island since childhood and was as naive as a blank slate regarding the secular world. So I had to give up. The second time, I matched with a post-apocalyptic world. Humanity was destroyed, so naturally, there was no food, and that friend even wanted to buy food from me. At this point, Tian Hong rubbed his forehead, looking distressed. Jiang Chen was also speechless. Tian Hong continued, that friend sent me quite a bit of gold and jewelry. But my territory was surrounded by soldiers, and even with money, I couldn't buy food. Only some merchants who valued money over their lives barely managed to transport a little food, but it was just a drop in the bucket. The third time, I matched with a bizarre world. Their world was eroded by the supernatural, and the food production was shockingly low. Although I could get some, the quantity was too small. I have 50,000 troops to feed. It's just not enough. As for the fourth time, it's that little guy I mentioned earlier. The world he's in has strict food control, and he's just an ordinary person, which makes things difficult. Tian Hong recounted his experiences. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, wasn't this a bit too unfortunate? What was lacking was precisely what was not available. With a shortage of food, the corresponding worlds were all ones with scarce food resources. He really wanted to say, luckily, you met me. Otherwise, old Tian's uprising might have collapsed halfway due to a lack of supplies. Not only Tian Hong but also Chen Xing and Wu Yang all needed him to transport a continuous supply of food and materials. Thinking of this, TSK, he felt quite important. Brother Tian, just say it, how much food do you need? Jiang Chen said generously. Tian Hong looked at Jiang Chen seriously, not directly stating how much food he needed but instead said, as I just mentioned, I have 50,000 troops to support. 50,000 soldiers. That's quite a demand. Jiang Chen frowned. It wasn't that he couldn't gather that much food. It was just that if he did, the food stockpile he had saved for so long would be emptied in an instant. Over the past few months, he had Jiang Shaoqi continuously acquire food from various channels around the world, transporting it in batches to warehouses in various districts of Magic City. After several months, the stockpile was astonishing. But for 50,000 people, how much food would that require? Roughly calculating, 50,000 troops would consume at least 1,500 tons of food in a month, and that was just for the infantry. If cavalry was added, calculating 2 horses per person, it would likely be several thousand tons more. Looking at Tianhong's current situation, surrounded by soldiers, a month's worth would probably be far from enough. At least tens of thousands of tons of food needed to be prepared. Sigh. Another big food consumer. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. Brother, what do you think? Can you provide it? Seeing Jiang Chen silent, Tianhong became a bit anxious. This was the 5th time. Damn it, the 5th time. If he couldn't get food again, his team would scatter. Even if they didn't scatter, without a long-term food supply, the soldiers' combat effectiveness would plummet, and when the soldiers arrived, he could only report to the King of Hell. I can, but your demand is a bit large, and I need time to prepare. Also, Brother Tian, what do you plan to exchange for this batch of food? Jiang Chen got straight to the point. In business, one shouldn't be modest. It's better to clarify conditions face to face. Once everything is clear, the transaction can be settled according to the agreed terms. Some people are vague when discussing cooperation, too shy to state their conditions. When it comes time to settle benefits, they end up flustered. What's the point? Tianhong fell silent, calculating the chips he had in hand. Jiang Chen had food, but what did he have? What could he use to trade for this life-saving food? After a moment, Tianhong relaxed his brow and said, gold and jewels? Soul crystals? Immortal techniques? Monster corpses? Which one does my brother want? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. With a quick thought, he understood the origins of these items. Gold and jewels must come from the apocalypse. Soul crystals should originate from a strange world. Immortal techniques and monster corpses likely came from that descendant of the ancient gods. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry to choose and smiled, asking, Brother Tian, your Shenzhou is so vast, it must be rich in products, right? Don't you have any local specialties? Local specialties? Of course we do. Tianhong spread his hands helplessly on his thighs, saying, the royal family of the Great Qian Empire owns millions of acres of spiritual fields, filled with various spiritual plants. The royal family of the Great Qin Empire possesses the inheritance of strange arts, producing many sorcerers. These sorcerers not only have bizarre combat methods but are also skilled in alchemy. Therefore, Great Qin and Great Qian have the closest relationship. The royal family of the Great Ning Empire has the largest exotic beast park in Shenzhou, producing various exotic beasts. The meat of these beasts can be used to strengthen oneself, and the beasts themselves can also be tamed for battle. The royal family of the Great Jing Empire has the inheritance of divine weapon forging, and the divine weapons they forge are famous across the continent. Additionally, it is said that the royal treasury of Great Jing also hides the notes left by the revered Sanfeng. The Great Song Empire's royal family possesses the inheritance of divine symbols, which have a variety of marvelous uses. For instance, the 1,000-mile divine symbol allows an ordinary person to easily travel 1,000 miles in a day. There are also symbols for shrinking, enlarging, and teleporting, among many others. These are the core inheritances of the 5 great empires. In addition to the 5 great empires, the 10 major sects, such as Wudong, the Buddhist sect, the Heavenly Tao sect, and the Divine Machine sect, also have profound backgrounds and countless specialties. At this point, Tianhong sighed deeply and looked up at the sky. Unfortunately, I can't obtain them. Jiang Chen felt a pang of sadness. Indeed, rare resources are held by a select few. What is the surname of the royal family of the Great Qin Empire? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Tianhong was puzzled as to why Jiang Chen asked this, and he replied, the Min family of Great Qin. Why? Oh, it's nothing, just asking casually. Jiang Chen seemed to ponder, realizing that this Qin was not the same as that Qin. Tianhong found it strange but did not inquire further. Jiang Chen glanced at Tianhong and asked again, Brother Tian, who is the revered Sanfeng you mentioned? Oh, that is the founder of Wudong, the revered celestial. Tianhong said. Jiang Chen nodded. Besides revered Sanfeng, who are the other renowned experts in the Zhenghu of Shenzhou? There are many. Tianhong replied, apart from revered Sanfeng, there are 2 other celestials in the Zhenghu, one called revered Xiaoyao and the other called revered Changsheng. I've only heard their names, there are too few legends, so I don't know the specifics. Besides the 3 celestial revereds, there are hundreds of grand masters stationed in various regions. Jiang Chen exclaimed, realizing he had overthought it. Aside from revered Sanfeng, there were no other familiar figures. Shenzhou was not the world he had imagined, but the Wudong's revered Sanfeng is impressive. There are legends about him in Shenzhou, and this big shot certainly has a lot of mythical elements surrounding him. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Chen said, among the 5 great empires, the Great Qin, Great Jing, and Great Song each possess the inheritance of alchemy, weapon forging, and talisman crafting. The Great Qian and Great Ning hold the largest spiritual fields and beast gardens on the Shenzhou continent. Wow, their foundations are indeed profound. Tianhong nodded in agreement. Yes, compared to the 5 great empires, the dynasty I belong to is much inferior. If I were born in one of the 5 great empires, I probably wouldn't have revolted. In the entire Shenzhou continent, the 5 great empires are the most peaceful places. Other dynasties are almost always at war every year, making it hard to achieve peace. Zhang Chen said no more and added, Brother Tian, I have a type of food that is rich in nutrients, easy to carry, and very filling, but the taste is somewhat hard to describe. I don't know if it would be feasible. Tianhong was puzzled. So you mean, aside from being unappetizing, it has no other drawbacks? Yes. Zhang Chen nodded. The key is that it's easy to carry. Soldiers on expeditions don't need to cook, as the food they carry can last for many days. He was naturally referring to the synthetic food from Dai Shuayer's side. Alright, we'll go with that. Tianhong clapped his hands, quite pleased. The advantages of the food Zhang Chen mentioned were clear. It was filling, easy to carry, and nutritious, making it the best choice for military rations. As for the taste, when people are on the verge of starvation, who cares about how it tastes? As long as it fills the stomach, that's enough. Zhang Chen chuckled lightly, looking at Tianhong without saying anything. The latter understood Zhang Chen's meaning, and after pondering for a moment, he flipped his palm, revealing a diamond-shaped crystal radiating a colorful glow. Tianhong said, This is a soul crystal, a specialty of the strange world. It can enhance a person's soul power and help improve wisdom and comprehension. Zhang Chen picked up the soul crystal and examined it. After a moment's thought, he activated his breathing technique, drawing colorful threads of energy from the soul crystal, which were absorbed by his body. Zhang Chen felt a jolt throughout his body, a tingling sensation in his soul. Seeing this, Tianhong was astonished, secretly admiring Zhang Chen's skill in so easily drawing out the energy from the soul crystal. It seems this brother Zhang's cultivation method is not simple. I wonder what system it belongs to. Indeed, it is a treasure that enhances soul power. Zhang Chen was amazed. It was even more impressive than the divine crystal from the zombie apocalypse world. Although the divine crystal could enhance mental strength, it was far inferior to the soul crystal. This was normal, as the soul crystal could only enhance soul power. But was soul power the same as mental strength? What do you think of the soul crystal, brother? Can it be traded? Tianhong asked. Yes, Zhang Chen nodded in agreement. Hearing Zhang Chen's consent, Tianhong became less anxious and chuckled softly. Brother, please take a look. In the peach blossom forest, Tianhong stood up and waved his hand, and a massive creature appeared in the clearing. It was the corpse of an animal, somewhat resembling a whale, but its size was enormous, at least 5 or 6 times that of an ordinary whale. This is a fish demon, killed by a descendant of that ancient god. According to the assessment from the world of that ancient god's descendant, this is a 3rd-tier fish demon, equivalent to a grandmaster's strength in Shenzhou, Tianhong said. 3rd tier, huh? Zhang Chen thought for a moment, then flipped his wrist, and a silver sword appeared in his hand. Brother Tian, take a look at this sword. What level does it correspond to? In your Shenzhou? As he spoke, he activated the sword's light skill and swept it fiercely across the peach blossom forest. The powerful sword light instantly flattened the peach blossom forest. This Tianhong was astonished, then calmed down and said, I've seen grandmasters in battle that's roughly equivalent to a grandmaster's full-strength strike, right? Grandmaster? Zhang Chen pondered. What are the levels of cultivation in the Shenzhou continent? Tianhong replied, postnatal, innate, grandmaster, great-grandmaster, and celestial. According to the ancient god's descendant, postnatal body refinement is considered unranked. Innate is the 1st tier, grandmaster is the 2nd tier, great-grandmaster is the 3rd tier, and celestial is the 4th tier. By the end, Tianhong seemed a bit deflated. Celestial was the pinnacle in Shenzhou, referred to as the revered one. But the ancient god's descendant he had seen, at the age of 16 or 17, was already a 4th-tier powerhouse comparable to a celestial. In Shenzhou, he was already at the peak. Yet in the other world there were many who were stronger than that ancient god's descendant. Oh, I see. So this fish demon is equivalent to the golden core stage? That's indeed quite precious, Zhang Chen mused, as the 3rd tier corresponded perfectly to the golden core stage. By the way, brother, is this sword for sale? Tianhong's eyes sparkled with desire. If this sword were on the battlefield, wouldn't it be like cutting through vegetables when dealing with enemies? Zhang Hong took out the silver sword, also planning to promote it. Tian Hong held quite a few resources, so he naturally needed to present something that would attract Tian Hong. However, Jiang Chen was a master at keeping people in suspense. He chuckled lightly. Brother, how about we finalize the food trade first? Tian Hong calmed down and said, alright, brother, first let me see the nutrient solution you mentioned. Once we confirm the goods, we can discuss the price? Sure, Jiang Chen nodded, clasped his hands, and left the communication space. Back at the villa, Jiang Chen immediately contacted Dai Shuier. He wondered if she had finished her tasks. Dai Shuier replied quite quickly, appearing on the rooftop. Uncle, are you done over there? Dai Shuier was still dressed in bright red. Jiang Chen shook his head. Not yet, I have something I need your help with. Dai Shuier's eyes lit up. Is there a trade? That's right, Jiang Chen nodded. Dai Shuier sighed. Uncle, you're really lucky, it seems. You've matched with another quality client? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Oh, is it not going well on your end? Dai Shuier shook her head. It's alright, I matched with a martial arts world with extremely high combat power. But the friend I matched with, how should I put it? She rubbed her forehead in distress and said, this friend of mine has a happy family. His grandfather, parents, and older brother are all martial arts experts. This guy also has a genius fiancé, so his life is complete and he has simply chosen to take it easy. Without any goals to strive for, trading with me is just a matter of interest. The only good thing is that this guy has a decent status and can get me quite a few good things. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. This friend matched by Dai Shuier was quite interesting. There are indeed people who lie flat, but they are rare. Alright, uncle, enough about me. What can I help you with? Dai Shuier asked. Jiang Chen briefly explained the situation on Tian Hong's side. Dai Shuier listened thoughtfully and said that Shenzhou continent is quite similar to the world I matched with, both focused on the development of martial arts. And there are constant conflicts in the rivers and lakes as well as in the court. However, the friend you matched with is actually a leader of a rebel army. If they can dominate Shenzhou, the resources they could control, it's unimaginable. Jiang Chen laughed. It's a bit early to talk about that, their power is just starting out. Let's see if they can get through the siege by the officials and soldiers first. Now, let's talk business. Can you get that nutrient solution? Of course, Dai Shuier clapped her small hands and said, we can produce as much as you need on the assembly line. Jiang Chen clapped his hands as well. Great, let's start with enough for 50,000 people for half a year. Sure, Dai Shuier replied. By the way, since it's an ancient war, there should be cavalry, right? I can have someone develop a nutrient solution for warhorses, saving on fodder. Alright, I appreciate it, Jiang Chen said. Not a problem. Dai Shuier waved her small hand, her eyes twinkling as she grinned. Uncle, you must have made quite a profit, right? One longevity pill, Jiang Chen stated directly, cutting off whatever Dai Shuier was about to say. Dai Shuier widened her eyes, huffed, wanting to say something more, but the longevity pill was too tempting. Although one could only take a maximum of 10. Fine, Dai Shuier was actually quite satisfied. A batch of worthless nutrient solution for one longevity pill was a great deal. So, it's a deal? Jiang Chen smiled. By the way, give me some nutrient solution first, I want to show it to my clients. Wait a moment, Dai Shuier said, leaving the communication space. After a moment, she reappeared, holding 3 packages. This is the nutrient solution, 1 tube can last a day. This is the nutrient paste, with similar effects. Inside are some synthetic foods, I thought about it. And for feeding horses, this synthetic food is quite good. Alright, I'll be back soon. Jiang Chen took the 3 packages of synthetic food and vanished from the rooftop. In the peach blossom forest, Jiang Chen reappeared and handed the 3 packages to Tian Hong, who was eagerly waiting. Brother Tian, everything is inside, Jiang Chen said. Tian Hong took out the nutrient solution and nutrient paste, and Jiang Chen provided explanations. Brother, wait for me half an hour. After saying that, Tian Hong disappeared with the 3 packages to find someone to test the effects. Jiang Chen relaxed and returned to the villa. Sitting on the sofa, he noticed it was almost noon. Jiang Chen stretched lazily. The morning had been quite fulfilling. I wonder how things are going on Sinan's side. Jiang Chen picked up his phone to call his daughter and inquire about the situation. Dad, the delegation has arrived and has been arranged to stay at the hotel. Formal negotiations will begin tomorrow, Jiang Sinan said. Alright, I got it. Jiang Chen nodded and hung up. Before he could put down his phone, it rang again. Xiao Qi? Jiang Chen was surprised. This time it was Jiang Xiaoqi calling. Actually, Jiang Xiaoqi could directly contact him through the smart device on his wrist, but she calculated that it was better to communicate like a normal person using a phone. Xiaoqi, what's up? Jiang Chen casually asked as he picked up his teacup on the villa's sofa. Boss, our people have successfully arrived in Southeast Asia's Barodwo and have locked onto Wang Fan's location. We can act at any time, Jiang Xiaoqi reported. Then let's take action. Calculate everything before moving. I want a guaranteed success. As I said before, I want him to be buried in Southeast Asia, Jiang Chen instructed. Understood, Jiang Shaoqi replied. By the way, has that guy had any recent movements? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Jiang Shaoqi said, Wang Fan has joined the Blood Wolf Xiang clan and just booked a flight to Modu. Ha! He still wants to come back? Jiang Chen shook his head. Boss, how should we deal with the Blood Wolf and the Xiang family? Jiang Shaoqi asked. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and asked, how deep is the connection between the Xiang family and Wang Fan? Not too deep, but not too shallow either, Jiang Shaoqi replied. According to the investigation, Wang Fan saved Xiang Zhengyang's daughter, Xiang Shui, in the coastal area of Huaxia. He then used the Xiang family's connections to leave Huaxia and went to Southeast Asia. I see. Then we'll see how it goes. If the Xiang family doesn't make any moves when we deal with Wang Fan, then forget it. If they dare to show their heads, we'll deal with them together, Jiang Chen said thoughtfully. Understood. Jiang Shaoqi responded. After hanging up the phone with Jiang Shaoqi, Jiang Chen comfortably leaned back on the sofa. The day before yesterday, after discovering Wang Fan was in Southeast Asia, he had sent a team of bioengineered soldiers out of Huaxia, planning to have this protagonist buried in Southeast Asia. Now that the personnel were in place and ready to act, he just needed to wait for news. He wasn't worried about failure. He had sent 50 combat-type bioengineered soldiers, each possessing top-tier combat skills from Blue Star, proficient in various firearms and cold weapons. They were skilled in disguise, infiltration, reconnaissance, and counter-reconnaissance. Their bodies were made of materials that far exceeded human flesh in both hardness and toughness. Their skeletal structure was also crafted from special metals, granting them strength far beyond human limits. They felt no pain and possessed computational abilities comparable to supercomputers. With 50 such monsters working together, he didn't believe that an ordinary person like Wang Fan could escape alive. If he could, Jiang Chen would jump off a building immediately. An hour later, news came from Tianhong. Communicating through the transdimensional club, Jiang Chen's body flickered and he arrived in the communication space. In the peach blossom forest, Jiang Chen looked at the blooming peach blossoms, but meeting with a rough man like Tianhong felt completely off. He didn't even know how this communication space was constructed. Previously, he had showcased the silver light sword and intentionally flattened the peach blossom forest. Yet, upon entering again, the peach blossom forest had restored itself. Brother, this is a great thing. So useful, Tianhong said excitedly, completely losing the composure expected of a leader of a rebel army. As long as it's useful, Jiang Chen chuckled, the outcome not surprising him. The taste of this nutrient solution and nutrient paste is a bit lacking, but for the impoverished, this is already considered a delicacy. If this could be popularized in the Shenzhou continent, I bet no one would starve to death. Tianhong seemed to think of something, and his demeanor turned melancholic. Jiang Chen pursed his lips, unsure of what to say. He wanted to argue that even if this stuff became widespread in Shenzhou, those who were meant to starve would still starve. Moreover, despite the disdain for nutrient solutions and nutrient pastes on Kanglan Star, these were the fruits of technology. They could only be produced when the technological level reached a certain point. In a society like Shenzhou, reminiscent of ancient systems, wanting to manufacture nutrient solutions and pastes? That was wishful thinking. After being melancholic for a while, Tianhong perked up and said, Brother, tell me, how do we exchange? Which one do you want? Nutrient solution or nutrient paste? Jiang Chen asked. Tianhong pondered for a moment and said, let's go with the nutrient solution. It's convenient to consume, just a few gulps and it's down. Jiang Chen calculated for a moment and said, Brother Tian, you have 50,000 troops. How about I prepare enough for half a year? That would be 9 million portions of nutrient solution. 9 million portions? Tianhong calculated in his mind and frowned. So that means, on average, each person gets 1 portion of nutrient solution per day? Yes, Jiang Chen nodded. The nutrient solution contains rich energy. 1 tube can support a day's consumption. Tianhong didn't speak but walked a few steps in place. After a moment, he stopped and said, but soldiers expend a lot of energy. I plan to train every day, and that will consume a large amount of energy. Is 1 portion enough? Especially during battles, the physical exertion is even greater. Also, besides the 50,000 troops, I have other subordinates to support. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, Brother Tian, how about this? I'll prepare 10 million portions for you first. You can keep track of the daily consumption here, and I can replenish you based on that. Sure. Tianhong nodded and said, then let's talk about the price for these 10 million servings of nutrient solution. 100,000 soul crystals, Jiang Chen replied. Tianhong's eyes widened. This little brother looked thin and weak, but his mouth was quite fierce. Right off the bat, he asked for 100,000. After communicating with the strange world for so long, he hadn't even saved up 100,000 soul crystals. Seeing Tianhong's incredulous expression, Jiang Chen started to calculate, brother, is 100,000 soul crystals too much? This is for 10 million servings of nutrient solution. At the unit price, that means 1 soul crystal. Exchanges for 100 servings of nutrient solution. 1 serving of nutrient solution can sustain a person for a day. 100 servings means 100 days. 1 soul crystal allows a person to survive for 100 days. Without any food. Is that expensive? Tian Hong. When he calculated it this way, it didn't seem that expensive. Speaking of which, soul crystals were considered precious in their hands. But, in the strange world, they weren't that rare. In the strange world, not only were there large amounts of soul crystal mines, but killing strange beings could also yield soul crystals. Soul crystals had value in the strange world as well. 1 soul crystal could probably be exchanged for 2 months' worth of food. With this thought, Tian Han's eyes lit up frighteningly. Right, the strange world also lacked food. This peculiar nutrient solution would be a bestseller in the strange world, wouldn't it? The more he thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. Deal! Tian Hong shouted, startling. Jiang Chen. Just a moment ago, he looked unwilling. How did he change his mind so quickly? After a moment's thought, Jiang Chen understood. It seemed this brother Tian had something to gain too. Did he quote too low? He shook his head. It wasn't low. 10 million servings of nutrient solution only cost him 1 longevity pill. 1 longevity pill was worth 1 spirit stone from Jiang Hong. 1 soul crystal could at least be exchanged for 10,000 spirit stones, right? Or even more. Such treasures that could enhance soul power were also highly sought after in the cultivation world. He used a nutrient solution worth 1 spirit stone to exchange for 100,000 soul crystals. Jiang Chen scratched his head. Cross-border trade was really outrageous. Feeling the enormous profits of interworld trade, Jiang Chen didn't want to speak anymore. Although Jiang Chen earned a lot, Tian Hong also gained quite a bit. Overall, whether it was Jiang Chen, Dai Shuer, or Tian Hong, they all profited. The question was, who lost? Then it's a deal. Since Jiang Chen had quoted a price, he naturally couldn't go back on it. Quoting 100,000 soul crystals was already a bit of a sky-high price, meant to encourage Tian Hong to negotiate. The result? Alright, straightforward. Tian Hong clapped his hands. He also knew that his visible joy would give Jiang Chen some hints. It might even lead him to raise the price. However, this brother Jiang had good character, which made him very happy. Such a partner was likely to last long. Logically speaking, as a leader of a rebel army, Tian Hong should maintain a calm demeanor. But the benefits were just too great. Once he reached a long-term deal with Jiang Chen, he could not only continuously obtain nutrient solutions but also make a huge profit. Just thinking about the benefits was terrifying. Brother Jiang, please wait a moment. I need to talk to my friend in the strange world. I'll be back soon, Tian Hong said. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded. Tian Hong cupped his hands and left the communication space. Jiang Chen didn't leave. Instead, he strolled alone in the peach blossom forest, admiring the beautiful scenery. To be honest, enjoying this sea of flowers alone felt quite nice. If there were several female companions, the effect would be even better. Let's forget about this rough man Tian Hong. He didn't keep Jiang Chen waiting long. It was only about 10 minutes before Tian Hong returned to the communication space, smiling. Brother, it's done. But you need to send over the 10 million servings of nutrient solution first before we can settle the payment. By the end, Tian Hong felt a bit embarrassed. There was no other way. He needed to exchange the nutrient solution for soul crystals first before he could settle with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen naturally understood, as he had done the same before. It's all about making a profit without any initial investment. Everyone knows that. Okay. Jiang Chen readily agreed, with the witness of the Transcendental Club, not fearing that the other party would default. Tian Hong was very pleased to hear this. Brother Jiang, 10 million servings of nutrient solution is still a bit too little. Let's increase the amount. As for the price, let's calculate it at a ratio of 100 to 1. How does that sound? Sure. Jiang Chen understood that the nutrient solution would be a long-term transaction for soul crystals. Once the deal was struck, the two clasped hands in farewell and left the communication space. Back at the villa, Jiang Chen exhaled and contacted Dai Shuer. Dai Shuer seemed to have been waiting for his message, responding quickly. On the rooftop. First, 10 million servings of nutrient solution. When can you deliver? Upon seeing Dai Shuer, Jiang Chen asked directly. Uncle, are you in a hurry? Dai Shuer was surprised. Jiang Chen nodded, a bit. Dai Shuer said, then I'll have someone expedite the production. It should be done by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Great. Thank you. Jiang Chen replied, by the way, the nutrient solution might be a long-term transaction, so be prepared on your end. Dai Shuer blinked. It seems that the rebel army intends to use the nutrient solution as their main supply for the march. Jiang Chen nodded non-committally. Dai Shuer looked delighted, exchanging nutrient solution, which even dogs wouldn't eat, for longevity pills. That could extend life by 10 years was a great deal. As for the cost of producing the nutrient solution, well, the cost isn't low, but compared to the value of the longevity pills, it's nothing. Those nearly dead old tycoons would definitely spare no expense to buy longevity pills. Of course, she wouldn't foolishly sell longevity pills either. They weren't enough for her own family. Watching Dai Shui are so pleased, Jiang Chen thought of something. Do longevity pills have any effect on martial artists? Probably not, right? Longevity pills are useless for cultivators because they have spiritual energy within them, which destroys the medicinal properties of the pills. Martial artists, while cultivating their physical bodies, also need to absorb spiritual energy. Once they advance to the innate stage, they begin to draw on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for their own use, just like cultivators. However, he could find an opportunity for Tian Hong to try it out. If longevity pills are useful for martial artists, wow, then the value of longevity pills would increase even more. Uncle, it's almost noon, let's have lunch together, Dai Shuier said with a cheeky smile. This girl. Jiang Chen shook his head, wondering how he hadn't noticed she was a foodie at first. She seemed quite aloof when they first met. Alright, you go back and arrange for the production of the nutrient solution, and I'll head back to prepare lunch. Jiang Chen smiled. Okay, uncle, you better hurry. I'm really fast. Dai Shuier hurriedly left the communication space. Jiang Chen shook his head. Just in time, Jiang Shaoqi wasn't home for lunch, so having this girl to eat with was also nice. Back at the villa, Jiang Chen first ordered 6 signature dishes from a nearby restaurant with good reviews, and had them delivered. After putting down his phone, Jiang Chen communicated with the club, informing Tian Hong of the delivery time so he could prepare 10 million servings of nutrient solution. Wouldn't fit without a larger warehouse. After receiving Tian Hong's reply, Jiang Chen stretched, nestled into the sofa, and opened his identity panel. Name, Jiang Chen. Level, ordinary member 5/10. Current permissions, random matching functions, video call member points, 13300. A new function option appeared on the panel, and the member points had increased a bit, with experience rising slightly. So it's 13,300 points now. The last time Jiang Chen checked the panel, the member points were still at 9,700, and now they had risen to 13,300, an increase of 3,600 points. Not bad, he estimated. That once the delivery of 10 million servings of nutrient solution was completed, the member points could rise even more. He was delivering from both ends. First, Dai Shuier would deliver the goods to him, and then he would pass them on to Tian Hong. Both transfers would generate member points. The rules of the Transcendental Club: as long as there is interaction, member points can be generated. Trading is the biggest form of interaction. Before long, lunch was delivered. Jiang Chen went to the communication space. On the rooftop, Dai Shuier had already set the table and prepared the chopsticks, just waiting for the meal to begin. We're having Sichuan cuisine today. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and a variety of colorful and fragrant dishes were neatly arranged on the table. Dai Shuier blinked her eyes, looking at the spread, unable to resist swallowing. She picked up her chopsticks and grabbed a piece of spicy pig intestines to put in her mouth. The taste was incredible. Although it was very spicy, Dai Shuier enjoyed it immensely. A bite of the intestines followed by a sip of ice-cold cola was refreshing. Jiang Chen, influenced by her enthusiasm, also felt his appetite grow. While Jiang Chen and Dai Shuier were enjoying their meal, in the Southeast Asian country of Barogwo, a purge operation was about to commence. On a small island, dozens of figures were hidden around a villa, blending seamlessly with the environment. The leader, with a glint of blue light in his eyes, calculated for a moment before issuing a command through the AI system, act. In Southeast Asia, on a small island in Barogwo, Wang Fan was organizing his gear in the villa: a high-end sniper rifle, 2 handguns, a sharp dagger, and various packets of powder. Clearly, he had prepared all this to stir up trouble. He decided to return to the Magic City and take out a few Western capital representatives for some excitement. On one hand, it was a way to vent his frustrations from earlier encounters. On the other hand, it would frame the Jiang family. Those Western representatives were all high-ranking members of multinational corporations. If they were to die during negotiations with the Jiang family, it would undoubtedly cause significant trouble for them. The Western world would not easily miss the opportunity to strike at the Jiang family. As for whether innocents would be affected in the process, or whether the deaths of the Western capital delegation in Huaxia would bring adverse effects to Huaxia, he didn't consider it. While packing his gear, Wang Fan suddenly felt an ominous premonition. What's going on? Wang Fan frowned. This island was the stronghold of the Xiong family. How could there be danger? Could the Xiong family be plotting against him? Impossible. Xiong Zhangyang had high hopes for him. Xiong Shui got along well with him. How could they turn against him? For no reason? Just as he thought this, a blinding beam of light suddenly erupted before him. Wang Fan's heart raced, a strong sense of crisis filled him with dread. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Sizzle. The beam pierced through one of Wang Fan's thighs, the terrifying heat turning it to ash. Wang Fan was horrified, despair flooding his heart. What was happening? Why was he facing such a terrifying attack? And what kind of weapon was this? A laser? A laser gun? How could a laser gun be so terrifying? Before he could despair for too long, another beam pierced through his chest. The intense heat burned a large hole in his torso. Still not understanding what was happening, Wang Fan's eyes widened. With his organs turned to ash, he was completely doomed. In the end, only his head remained intact. Below the head, everything had turned to dust. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Once Wang Fan was completely dead, three figures jumped into the villa. They looked at the wide-eyed, unblinking head. One of them raised a uniquely shaped gun and pulled the trigger. A fire column enveloped Wang Fan's head, and moments later, it was completely turned to ash. Before coming, the boss had instructed them to burn Wang Fan to ashes. They would naturally carry out the task meticulously. Report, mission accomplished. One of the cyborgs reported to the leader. Inspect the scene. The leader issued the command. Yes. Several cyborgs shot beams of light from their eyes, scanning the villa inside and out for any remaining threats. Report, no threats detected. The cyborgs reported. Retreat. The leader ordered the withdrawal. Yes. The cyborgs leaped away quickly from the villa. About 10 minutes later, a sound of footsteps approached, and dozens of strong men in black arrived at the villa. Clan leader, Wang Fan has disappeared, and no one else was found. A black-clad man reported to Xiong Zhenyang after inspecting the villa. Xiong Zhenyang frowned. Are there any signs of a struggle? The black-clad man shook his head. There are some traces, but they don't look like signs of a struggle. In addition, we found two large holes melted by high temperatures in the villa's living room. One was in the floor, and the other in the wall. Additionally, there were scorch marks on the floor in one area of the living room. High temperatures? Xiong Zhenyang was taken aback. What kind of high temperature could melt a large hole in the wall and floor? Take me to see, Xiong Zhenyang said. Dad, I want to go too. Xiong Shui stepped forward. Xiong Zhenyang nodded and led his daughter into the villa. Looking at the scene in the villa's living room, Xiong Zhenyang's gaze fell on the luggage bag on the coffee table. He saw sniper rifle parts inside, along with a handgun, dagger, and more. Shifting his gaze, he looked at the two holes that were still smoking. Finally, he glanced at the scorch marks on the floor. Have you checked the surveillance? Xiong Zhenyang asked. The man in black nodded, then shook his head, saying, We checked, but the surveillance shows everything is normal. Xiong Zhenyang sighed. What kind of person had Wang Fan offended? Not only was he assassinated at the heavily guarded headquarters of the Xiang family, but he also died without a sound? They only discovered him more than 10 minutes after his death? True, although they hadn't seen Wang Fan's body, he judged that Wang Fan was dead. Perhaps the ash on the ground was left by Wang Fan. It's a bit of a pity. He had high hopes for Wang Fan, and now he was dead just like that. Patriarch, the attackers shouldn't have gone far. Should we pursue them? The burly man in black asked. Xiong Zhenyang questioned. Why pursue? The man in black was at a loss for words. Someone had come onto their territory to kill. Of course, they had to chase them down for an account. Why did there need to be a reason? As Xiong Zhenyang walked out of the villa, he said, those people could silently infiltrate and kill Wang Fan, and they could also silently withdraw. Their strength shouldn't be underestimated. They didn't kill anyone from the Xiang family, so why provoke them? But that's really embarrassing, the burly man in black protested. Xiong Zhenyang rolled his eyes. What's face worth? After saying that, he waved his hand and stopped talking. Wang Fan was just a young man he had a good impression of. It wasn't worth provoking a mysterious and powerful force over someone he had only known for a short time. Daughter, Wang Fan is dead. How do you feel? Are you sad? Xiong Zhenyang looked at his daughter, Xiong Shui. Xiong Shui remained silent for a moment before saying, a bit sad, but not much. What else? Xiong Zhenyang asked. Xiong Shui tilted her head and thought for a moment, then shook her head, nothing more. Xiong Zhenyang was speechless. Your good friend died, and you don't have the urge to cry in your father's arms? Xiong Shui shook her head. Dad, have you forgotten? I played with him just because you thought highly of him. He isn't even my good friend. Why should I be heartbroken? Xiong Zhenyang. He was not willing to give up that kid. Wang Fan is your lifesaver. Xiong Shui rolled her eyes and pouted. Dad, when I fell into the water in Huaxia, he saved me. Others may not know, but you don't know? How could someone who grew up by the sea and often played in the water drown in a river? That Wang Fan was also foolish. I swam in front of him, and he thought he saved me in that little river. Xiong Zhenyang was left speechless. What could he say? Could he say that the kid was probably too busy staring at his daughter's swimsuit to think much? With that said, Wang Fan didn't seem that impressive after all. Why did he bring him back in the first place? He almost brought trouble to the Xiang family. What bad luck. In the communication space, on the rooftop, Jiang Chen, who was enjoying lunch with Dai Shuer, was still unaware that the people he sent to Barogwo had completed their mission. Girl, are you full? On the rooftop, Jiang Chen put down his chopsticks and took out a tissue to wipe his mouth. He smiled at Dai Shuer, who was slumped in her chair, showing no signs of being a lady. The table was cleared of all the dishes. Jiang Chen ate very little. Most of the food had gone into Dai Shuer's stomach. It was hard to tell that this girl, who looked so thin and weak, could eat so much. I'm full. Dai Shuer rubbed her little belly and said, Uncle, can we have some fruit after the meal? Can you still eat? Jiang Chen chuckled. I can eat, Dai Shuer replied. All right then. With a wave of his hand, a fruit platter that had been prepared earlier appeared. It was filled with sliced cantaloupe, watermelon, mango, kiwi, and more. Dai Shuer picked up a piece of watermelon and put it in her mouth, her face full of enjoyment. After eating and drinking to their fill, Jiang Chen and Dai Shuer chatted for a while to aid digestion. They talked about some interesting stories from their respective worlds, like historical anecdotes. After half an hour, Dai Shuer stood up to bid farewell to Jiang Chen. Uncle, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Jiang Chen waved at her, watching her leave. Back at the villa, Jiang Chen raised his right hand. The smart wristwatch on his wrist popped up a message from the bionic person sent to execute a mission in the Southeast Asian country of Barogwo, along with a task report. It included a video. Jiang Chen opened the video, and a projection appeared showing the entire process of Wang Fan's demise. The video was very detailed, starting from Wang Fan organizing his gear in the villa's living room to being burned to ashes, and later the Xiang family members arriving, all recorded. Seeing Wang Fan being killed in an instant, Jiang Chen didn't know what to say. He had sent 50 combat-type bionic people. Why did he send so many? It was because he knew Wang Fan had extraordinary luck and was a bit hard to kill. If he missed, not only would he fail to kill him, but that guy might also turn misfortune into fortune. Just like last time, when the motorcycle explosion he arranged not only failed to kill Wang Fan but also implicated the Southeast Asian Xiang family. As a result, a laser gun just took Wang Fan out? Did he overestimate the protagonist of this storyline? Or was he being too cautious? He felt that being cautious was not wrong. After all, Wang Fan was the protagonist of a storyline. If he didn't prepare adequately, what if something unexpected happened when he took action? In storybooks, protagonists often escape from dire situations due to various accidents, and Jiang Chen could not allow that to happen to himself. Sniper rifle, pistol, dagger, poison, and even a plane ticket back to Magic City. This is clearly preparing for trouble. Looking at the weapons Wang Fan had prepared in the video, Jiang Chen squinted. It was indeed not something to be taken lightly. Fortunately, it had already been dealt with, which was a relief. But this Xiang family is quite interesting, Jiang Chen thought as he watched the video. After the Xiang family discovered that something had happened to Wang Fan, they chose to remain silent. Should this be seen as the Xiang family being sensible? Or are they cold-hearted? Of course, the Xiang family wasn't doing nothing. According to reports from the Bionic People Station in Barogwo, the Xiang family secretly strengthened their defenses. They also sent some subordinates to symbolically search for something in the surrounding waters. This was understandable. Someone had died on the Xiang family's territory, and it wouldn't make sense if there was no movement at all. Additionally, many members of the Xiang family appeared around the airport in Port in Barogwo, secretly investigating something. Most likely, they were looking into the murderer who attacked Wang Fan. Clearly, while the Xiang family didn't want to have a feud with an unknown mysterious force because of Wang Fan, they also didn't want to remain completely uninformed. After reading the task report sent by his subordinates, Jiang Chen marveled at the power of the bionic people. After assassinating Wang Fan, they not only didn't leave but instead hid in the headquarters, monitoring every move of the Xiang family. The Xiang family had not noticed a thing. Next up is the Zhao family. Jiang Chen squinted. Now that this small hidden danger of Wang Fan had been eliminated, he couldn't let the Zhao family, which had drained so much from the Jiang family back then, off the hook. In the evening, Jiang Xinan and Jiang Xiaoqi returned to the villa. Sinan, how was work today? Was it smooth? At the dining table, Jiang Chen casually asked. It was all right, Jiang Sinan replied while picking up food. Those Westerners have become more subdued, putting away their arrogance. Today's reception went relatively smoothly, and as for tomorrow's negotiations, I decided to let the negotiation team talk to them first to wear down their patience. When the time is right, I'll personally step in and talk to them. Jiang Sinan could see that these representatives of Western capitals seemed to have put away their arrogance. However, after a day of interaction, she realized that nothing had changed. Beneath their gentlemanly facade, greed and arrogance still lurked, just buried deeper. So, during the negotiations a few days ago, she simply didn't show up, knowing that no results would come from it. She sent a negotiation team to wear them down, making them understand that it was they who needed Sinan technology, not the other way around. As for whether this would offend the delegation, she wasn't worried. The initiative was in the hands of Sinan. Technology. I see. That works. Jiang Chen pondered, feeling that doing business in reality was truly troublesome. Cross-industry transactions were much more straightforward. Present the needs of both parties, determine the items for trade, agree on a price, and complete the transaction. But in reality, negotiating a business deal could take days, just to haggle over a few points of profit. Sigh. After dinner, the daughter went to the study. Jiang Chen advised her not to work at night, but the girl said, I won't be able to sleep this early anyway. I might as well look over some documents to relax. Jiang Chen was speechless. Relax by looking at documents? Do you think it's like reading a novel? He didn't bother with her and took Jiang Shaoqi out of the villa. Officially, they were going for a walk, but in reality, they were going to release people. In the communication space, there were still 1,500 replicants stored, and they needed to be released as soon as possible. Boss, there's no surveillance here. I've blocked the satellite signals in the area. Through satellites, no anomalies can be detected here. In the darkness, in front of a half-finished building, Jiang Shaoqi reported to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded and walked into the unfinished building. In the empty, bare hall, Jiang Chen waved his hand and 200 replicants appeared before him. Activating this batch of replicants, Jiang Chen said, from now on, you will follow Jiang Shaoqi's arrangements and head to your respective posts. The 200 replicants remained silent, accepting Jiang Chen's orders through the AI system. Jiang Shaoqi also said nothing. A red light flashed in her eyes as she issued the command. The 200 combat-type replicants left the unfinished building with agility, disappearing into the darkness. These individuals would blend into Blue Star under the identities Jiang Chen had arranged for them. Afterwards, Jiang Chen and Jiang Shaoqi moved to several other locations, gradually extracting the remaining 800 combat-type replicants. Jiang Chen had long had plans for the arrangement of these 1,000 combat-type replicants. The Jiang Group had a security company that could send a batch over. Various companies under the Jiang Group, such as the security department of Sinan Technology, could also arrange a batch. This would significantly enhance the security capabilities of the companies under their umbrella. Additionally, a batch could be sent overseas. For instance, Jiang Chen did not plan to recall the 50 replicants sent to the Southeast Asian country of Barogwo for a mission. He would let them develop their own influence there. Who knows when it might come in handy. As for the research-type replicants, Jiang Chen only extracted 100. He would arrange these 100 for Jiang Sinan to expand her biomedical research team's workforce. Let's go home. After finishing up, it was already past 11 at night. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Chen noticed that the study light on the second floor was still on. Frowning, he went to the second-floor study and pushed the door open. Sure enough, the girl was engrossed in a document, occasionally jotting down notes. She didn't even notice Jiang Chen's entrance. Jiang Chen helplessly approached and tapped the table, which finally startled Jiang Sinan. Seeing her father, Jiang Sinan lowered her head a bit sheepishly. Look at the time. Jiang Chen said sternly. It's still early, right? She wanted to say it was still early, but seeing that it was already midnight, she couldn't continue. Go take a shower and sleep. Jiang Chen, being an adult, didn't want to scold her. After all, she wasn't a child anymore. Sigh. The child had grown up. Wanting to discipline her wasn't as casual as it used to be. Children were so much easier when they were young. How to play. When you grow up, you have to consider the child's feelings. You can't speak too harshly, lest you hurt the child's self-esteem. Especially for Jiang Sinan, at her age, she must be at the tail end of her rebellious phase, right? Oh. Jiang Sinan wanted to say to wait until she finished reading the document, but seeing her father's dark expression, she didn't dare to say much and hurriedly got up and ran out of the study. Watching his daughter return to her room, Jiang Chen shook his head and went back to his own room. After taking a shower, he sat cross-legged on the mat and began to practice. The next day, September 2nd. After breakfast, Jiang Sinan went to the company and Jiang Chen began to arrange matters regarding the Zhao family. Since they were in Huaxia, dealing with the Zhao family didn't require the same approach as with Wangfan, where direct extermination was necessary. To deal with the Zhao family, it was enough to leave them impoverished and disabled, unable to stand up for the rest of their lives. That would be the greatest revenge. Submit the evidence to the relevant. Just as Jiang Chen was about to instruct Jiang Shaoqi to execute the plan, Jiang Shaoqi suddenly said, Boss, there's a situation. Jiang Chen paused. What situation? Jiang Shaoqi replied, just now, the Zhao family booked tickets to the Kingdom of Seer on the European continent. A total of 14 people, all of them are going. Jiang Chen fell silent. What could he do? He had originally thought that since they were in Huaxia, it would be better to give the country Some face and avoid extermination if possible. But this Zhao family of 14 wasn't playing by the rules. They were practically asking for their own destruction. He frowned. What on earth is this family going to do in Europe? Tourism? Wait, the Kingdom of Seer? One of the strongholds of the old ghost organization? Jiang Shaoqi's eyes sparkled with red light. According to the information gathered just yesterday, a Westerner contacted the Zhao family, because that person was discussing matters alone with the head of the Zhao family and had no internet-connected devices nearby. We couldn't find out the content of their conversation. Jiang Chen pondered and asked, is that Westerner a member of the old ghost organization? Yes, Jiang Shaoqi nodded. Additionally, several women related to Wang Fan, apart from the Zhao family, have also been approached by members of the old ghost organization. And one more thing, just before noon yesterday, the Ghost King Blake was still vigorously searching for everything related to Wang Fan. The orders for his subordinates to contact women related to Wang Fan were also given before noon yesterday. But after noon yesterday, the Ghost King Blake suddenly reduced his search intensity for Wang Fan. Jiang Chen was speechless. Did Wang Fan's death mean peace for the world? Fine, let's not worry about him. Let's proceed with the original plan regarding the Ghost King Blake. Jiang Chen shook his head. Jiang Shaoqi said, boss, calculations show that the Ghost King Blake's attitude towards Hodge has changed. Hodge might still legitimately inherit the old ghost organization. Jiang Chen stroked his chin. This old Ghost King is ultimately an unstable factor. In that case, let Hodge inherit the old ghost organization first. Once Hodge has control over all the power of the old ghost organization, we can deal with this old Ghost King later. He had a grudge against this Ghost King Blake. The other party came to Huaxia, attempting to steal technology from his company. They even went to the Fengyuan Industrial Park under the Jiang family to cause destruction. With such audacity, how could he let it go? Alright, Jiang Shaoqi nodded. Jiang Chen replied, since the Zhao family has chosen to go to Europe, let's find a nice scenic spot there to send them off. He had deep-seated grievances with the Zhao family. Zhao Qian was involved in everything he had done, according to investigations into the Zhao family. Otherwise, how could a woman have such boldness? If it were domestically, he wouldn't resort to extermination. After all, extermination seems inhumane to outsiders. But in Europe, there were no such concerns. Just right, he had recently added 1,000 combat-type bionic soldiers, which could be sent to Europe. Dealing with the Zhao family was secondary. He could also develop in Europe and help Hodge better control the old ghost organization. Understood, Jiang Shaoqi replied. Zhao family. Led by the old master of the Zhao family, a group of Zhao family members was packing their luggage. A middle-aged man in his 40s, with a plump figure, frowned and said, Dad, are we really going to the continent? What did that person say to you yesterday? The authority of the head of the family was questioned, and old Zhao snorted. When have I ever made a wrong decision? If it weren't for me, the Zhao family wouldn't be where it is today. This trip to the continent is an opportunity for the rise of the Zhao family. Once successful, the Jiang family will be insignificant, and we won't have to worry about them settling scores with us. The middle-aged man was taken aback by his words. My old father, do you have any idea how powerful the Jiang family is now? Insignificant? And wasn't it thanks to my little sister that the Zhao family has come this far? If my sister hadn't married into the Jiang family, the Zhao family would probably still be languishing at the bottom. By the way, bring that girl Siki along, she could be useful. The old man thought of something and frowned. Regarding Jiang Chen's sudden divorce from his daughter, followed by her becoming a vegetable, and now his granddaughter, Zhao Siki also being in a vegetative state, he suspected it was likely the work of the Jiang family, but he had no evidence and didn't dare confront them. On the contrary, he was worried that Jiang Chen might take the initiative to approach the Zhao family. During this time, he had been living in fear, afraid that one day a truck would suddenly come and turn him into a vegetable. Therefore, when the person from the old ghost organization came to the Zhao family and made some promises, old Zhao immediately agreed to go to the continent. Old Zhao was scared of Jiang Chen's revenge. Over the past decade, the Zhao family had done many dark deeds against Jiang Chen, and he was well aware of it. Many of those things he had personally planned. At first, Jiang Chen treated the Zhao family well. Perhaps to outsiders, they seemed like a father-in-law and son-in-law, and Jiang Chen might have some reservations about taking action against them. But old Zhao understood that once someone like Jiang Chen turned ruthless, that fragile father-in-law and son-in-law relationship would be useless. Just look at the fate of his daughter Zhao Qian and granddaughter Zhao Siki. If Jiang Chen ever found out about the Zhao family's past actions, the Zhao family would be doomed. The lightest outcome would be a long prison sentence, or they might even end up sinking into the river. Now that an opportunity had arisen, it was better to use it to leave Huaxia. After all, the Zhao family had accumulated quite a bit of wealth over the years. Where could they not live freely? We need to bring Siki, The middle-aged man frowned. Zhao Siki was his daughter. Although he hadn't raised her, he felt some pity for her now that she was a vegetable. This trip to the continent was uncertain. What use would bringing a vegetable be? Wouldn't it just be an extra burden? Thinking of Zhao Siki, he glanced at his father. When he learned that his little sister was pregnant, his father had used some underhanded means to ensure that the Zhao family's child would grow up to inherit the Zhang family's wealth and give back to the Zhao family, causing his little sister to have an abortion. Even Zhao Qian herself didn't know about this. Zhao Qian thought she had accidentally fallen and miscarried. She would never have imagined that there was a scheme from her maternal family behind it. Yes, bring her, she could be useful. Old Zhao didn't explain much and got up to leave. The eldest Zhao had no choice but to call the hospital, using the excuse of going to the continent for treatment to arrange for her discharge. Villa number 1, Huangpu. Just before lunch, Dai Shui'er suddenly sent a message. Jiang Chen was speechless. This girl really knew how to time her messages around mealtimes. Xiao Qi, go prepare lunch. Let's have Cantonese cuisine. Today. Jiang Chen wanted something lighter today. Okay. Jiang Xiaoqi nodded, her eyes sparkling as she calculated what dishes to prepare today. After finishing her calculations, she began calling to have the ingredients delivered. In the communication space, on the rooftop, when Jiang Chen saw Dai Shui'er, he smiled and said, "Didn't we agree to deliver in the afternoon? Why are you contacting me now?" He. "Uncle, I've got all the goods ready, so of course, I have to deliver early." Dai Shui'er chuckled. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. "I didn't cook today." Dai Shui'er's pretty face fell. "Just kidding." Jiang Chen teased. "Today I made one of the 8 major cuisines of Huaxia, Cantonese cuisine, focusing on light flavors, with freshness, tenderness, smoothness, crispness, and fragrance as the main elements. When Dai Shui'er heard this, she immediately beamed with joy and said, "Uncle, should I deliver it to you now?" Jiang Chen shook his head. "Wait a bit, I need to find a place first. I can't fit so many nutrient solutions at home." "That's true," Dai Shui'er nodded, then raised her delicate brows and asked, "Uncle, do you know what functions silver members have?" "Oh, you know?" Jiang Chen was surprised. Dai Shui'er sighed. "One of my friends has been promoted to silver member." Jiang Chen suddenly realized. He thought of his own friends, wondering if any of them had also been promoted to silver member. For example, Jiang Hong? He remembered when he first met Jiang Hong, he mentioned that he was the 7th world match to the other party. So much time had passed and even he had completed 5 matches. Jiang Hong must have been promoted to silver long ago. Jiang Chen pondered whether he should consult Jiang Hong about it. But after thinking it over, he decided against it. If Jiang Hong had something to say, he would have mentioned it the last time they met. "Do you know what privileges silver members have?" Jiang Chen asked. Dai Shui'er shook her head, then nodded. "That guy is very mysterious and unwilling to say much, claiming that rules restrict him from revealing too much to members below silver level. But one thing he did tell me is that after being promoted to silver member, personal space will expand. I don't know how much it expands, but it should be more than enough to hold my 10 million nutrient solutions." "Wow, that's good news," Jiang Chen exclaimed, no longer asking further. "Alright, there's no rush for the delivery. After lunch, I'll go find a warehouse first." "Okay," Dai Shui'er nodded vigorously. She contacted Jiang Chen just in time for this meal. Jiang Xiaoqi cooked quickly, and an hour later, Dai Shui'er finally enjoyed one of the 8 major cuisines of Huaxia, Cantonese cuisine. After lunch, Jiang Chen left the villa and headed to the largest warehouse nearby. "Let's do the delivery." Jiang Chen tossed a longevity pill to Dai Shui'er. Without hesitation, Dai Shui'er waved her small hand and a dense array of nutrient solutions filled the rooftop. Jiang Chen brought these nutrient solutions back to the real warehouse. After finishing all this, Jiang Chen exhaled and said to Dai Shui'er, "Alright, see you next time. Bye-bye." Dai Shui'er knew Jiang Chen was busy and waved her small hand to say goodbye. After parting with Dai Shui'er, Jiang Chen contacted Tian Hong. "Little brother, delivery?" Tian Hong had clearly been waiting for a long time. As soon as Jiang Chen's message came through, Tian Hong replied immediately, almost with zero delay. "Yes, delivery." Jiang Chen smiled as he looked at the peach blossom forest. "These peach trees are a bit in the way." After saying that, he took out a silver sword, and with a sweep of the sword light skill, the peach blossom forest was leveled to the ground. He waved his hand again, and a dense pile of nutrient solutions accumulated in the cleared space. Tian Hong's breathing became slightly heavier. For him, these were not just wealth, they were life-saving treasures. "Jiang, little brother, I'm off now. I'll settle the payment within 2 hours at the latest," Tian Hong said. Jiang Chen nodded, as if remembering something. He asked, "By the way, brother Tian, is that fish demon still around?" Tian Hong was taken aback, then nodded, "Still here, but I've dissected it." Jiang Chen said, "Give me some meat." "Sure, wait a moment." Without saying much, Tian Hong left the communication space and returned shortly after with a bag in hand. Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched. This bag must weigh at least 100 pounds, right? Little brother, this is the best part of the fish demon. The meat is delicious and contains a lot of energy. It's good for both replenishing the body and enhancing strength. However, those with insufficient strength shouldn't eat too much, Tianhong explained. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding. Got it. Tianhong said, little brother, I'm off now. By the way, next time let's discuss the trade for your silver sword. Sure. Jiang Chen nodded and left the communication space. Xiao Qi, cook this tonight. Back at the villa, Jiang Chen handed a piece of fish demon meat to Jiang Xiaoqi, about half a pound, which was enough to eat. Too much wouldn't be manageable anyway. The energy contained in the fish demon's flesh was too abundant, even with just him and his daughter. Jiang Xinan, they dared not eat too much. All right. Jiang Qiqi took the fish meat. Jiang Chen sat down on the sofa and asked, have the Zhao family boarded the plane? At Villa Number 1, Huangpu. While brewing tea, Jiang Qiqi replied, the flight is at 10 a.m., expected to arrive in the kingdom of Seren Europe at 5 p.m. Huaxia time. Also, the Zhao family brought Zhao Siki along. Jiang Chen responded with an O, understanding why Zhao Siki needed to be included. The Ghost King Blake had found the Zhao family because of Wang Fan. The connection to Wang Fan was Zhao Siki. But Wang Fan was already dead, and the Ghost King Blake had gradually changed his attitude. It was likely that even without his intervention, the Zhao family would not fare well in Europe. What about Zhao Qian? Jiang Chen asked. Zhao Qian is still in the hospital. The Zhao family has paid 10 years' worth of medical expenses for her, Jiang Qiqi said. I see. Jiang Chen nodded. Has everything been arranged on Hua Qi's side? Jiang Qiqi nodded. It's all set. Hua Qi will send his people to the airport to pick them up and take the Zhao family to a location, and then, as she spoke, she extended her right hand and made a gesture across her neck. Recently, she had watched a TV drama where a chubby character often made that neck gesture, so she mimicked it. Tianhong was very efficient. He didn't make Jiang Chen wait for 2 hours, and within about an hour, news arrived. In the communication space, in the Peach Blossom Forest. Little brother, here are 100,000 soul crystals. Tianhong waved his hand and took out 100,000 soul crystals. Jiang Chen took out a storage bag and stored the soul crystals inside. This was a high-level storage bag he had exchanged from Jiang Hong, with a large internal space, more than enough to hold 100,000 soul crystals. This is a treasure for storage? Tianhong couldn't help but ask upon seeing the storage bag. He noticed that Jiang Chen had quite a few good items. The silver light sword, which had power comparable to a full-force strike from a master, and this storage treasure made him both envious and greedy. He had been in the club for a long time. Why didn't he have any stock? That's right. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. Brother Tian, there are no storage treasures on the Shenzhou continent? Of course there are, Tianhong replied, but they are extremely rare. Only those strong or from major powers possess them, and I've only heard of them. Jiang Chen smiled and tossed Tianhong a storage bag. Brother Tian, consider this as payment for the fish demon meat. That's not right. Tianhong immediately said, the fish demon meat is a gift from us to you. How can we accept payment? Brother, just take it. This storage bag isn't very large. It can only hold daily necessities. I'll find a way to get you a better one later, Jiang Chen said with a smile, implying, brother, you should prepare some good items, so when I bring my high-level storage bag, you won't be able to afford it. That's already enough. Hearing Jiang Chen say this, Tianhong no longer insisted on being modest. At worst, during the next transaction, he would just give more benefits to Jiang Laodi. Since Jiang Laodi likes monster meat, should he trade some more with Yuer? By the way, soul crystals should be useful to Yuer as a descendant of the ancient gods, right? If they are useful. Tianhong's eyes lit up, feeling he had found another business opportunity. Monster meat. Whether here with Jiang Chen or in the strange world, it was in high demand. In fact, the exotic beasts on the Shenzhou continent were quite similar to monster beasts. But the exotic beasts on the Shenzhou continent were all domesticated, belonging to major powers. Even if one encountered a wild exotic beast, it would be immediately hunted down. Just like the Daming Empire, which had the largest exotic beast park in Shenzhou. Each year, a small portion of the exotic beasts produced would flow into the market, being fought over by small and medium powers. A small portion would be traded with major powers, and the remaining large portion would be consumed by the Daming Empire itself. It was said that the royal children of the Daming Empire trained their bodies with the blood of exotic beasts from a young age. Exotic beast meat was also a treasure comparable to rare medicines. Consuming it could enhance one's strength. This also led to the Daming Empire growing stronger and stronger. Therefore, although Shenzhou produced a lot of exotic beasts, he couldn't get any of the demon beasts, as the descendant of the ancient gods, Yuer, had mentioned, were countless in that world, capable of contending with the human race, and could not be killed off completely. Brother, we'll meet again next time. With the transaction completed, Jiang Chen proposed to take his leave. Tian Hong suddenly smiled and said, "Brother, don't be in a hurry. Have you ever witnessed a war? A real war, like a siege with hundreds of thousands of troops?" "Oh," Jiang Chen casually replied, "I've seen it in some films and dramas. I've never seen it in reality." "Wait a minute." Jiang Chen paused and asked, "Brother, is a war about to break out on your side?" "Yes." Tian Hong sighed, "The troops can't wait any longer. 250,000 soldiers are about to attack our Feng city. It's a pity that if I had a bit more time, I could expand my army by another 50,000 and the combat effectiveness of my soldiers could be doubled." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen realized that 250,000 troops were equivalent to 5 times Tian Hong's forces. No wonder Tian Hong felt so distressed. "Brother, do you mean to give me a live video broadcast when the war starts?" Jiang Chen asked. "Live broadcast? Yes, that video function. I'll let you witness a real war then," Tian Hong replied. Jiang Chen became interested and nodded, "Sure, thank you, brother." "You're welcome, little brother. We'll see each other again when the war starts." Tian Hong clasped his hands and left the communication space. At 5 p.m. China time, 10 a.m. in the Kingdom of Seer, a flight from China landed at the international airport in Seer Kingdom. 14 members of the Zhao family, along with Zhao Siki, who was in a vegetative state, walked down the plane with the crowd. Upon entering the airport hall, the old man Zhao looked around. He had arranged with the old ghost organization that someone would come to pick them up when they arrived. "Hey, buddy, Zhao from China?" At that moment, the old man Zhao felt a pat on his shoulder, followed by a voice. Turning around, he saw a white man. The man spoke in English, which the old man Zhao did not understand. Fortunately, the younger generation of the Zhao family understood English and quickly stepped forward to communicate with him. After some negotiation, a young member of the Zhao family said, "Grandpa, the other party is called Charles and he is here to pick us up. A car is ready outside." Good. The old man Zhao was pleased to hear this and said, "Let's go, we'll set off right now." Some members of the Zhao family hesitated, wondering if it was really okay to go with a stranger like this. But since the old man had agreed, they could only follow. Upon exiting the airport, they indeed saw a row of luxury cars. The old man Zhao looked at them and was even more satisfied. This reception was quite impressive. It seemed that the old ghost organization valued the Zhao family highly. That was a good thing. Once they got into the luxury cars, a grand convoy of luxury vehicles drove away from the airport, attracting the attention of passers-by. In the front luxury car, Charles, who had negotiated with the Zhao family, turned to look at the convoy behind him, a smile appearing on his face. "This mission is really easy." The driver beside him nodded. "It is indeed very easy, but Charles, is it really okay to kill these Chinese people? They are the ones specifically wanted by His Majesty the Ghost King." In the Kingdom of Seer, Charles shook his head upon hearing the driver's concerns. "Buddy, you're behind the times. His Majesty the Ghost King has changed his mind and no longer cares about the Zhao family. Also, dealing with the Zhao family is Mr. Hodge's intention. You should know that. Mr. Hodge is almost certain to be our next Ghost King." The driver was surprised and asked, "Why did His Majesty the Ghost King suddenly change his mind? Just yesterday, he was urging us to bring anyone related to Wang Fan to the Kingdom of Seer as soon as possible." Charles shook his head. "I don't know, but His Majesty the Ghost King has withdrawn all investigations into Wang Fan, so the Chinese people brought to the Kingdom of Seer are naturally of no use. The others are fine, they are free to settle in Europe or return to China. But the Zhao family, I don't know how. They offended Mr. Hodge, so..." The driver, upon hearing this, stopped asking further questions, since it was the command of the future Ghost King. And the old Ghost King didn't care. Why should those executing the order care about the lives and deaths of a group of strangers? "Dad, why is it getting more and more remote? This doesn't feel right." In a luxury car, the eldest Zhao looked at the environment outside the window, frowning with a bad premonition. Old Zhao also frowned. According to the agreement, the ghost organization was supposed to help the Zhao family arrange a manor in the suburbs of the city. But this place was already far from the suburbs. Old Zhao realized something was wrong and wanted to call for a stop, but the driver completely ignored him. At this point, old Zhao was completely panicked. In a place as unfamiliar as Europe, if these people wanted to do something to them, they had no ability to resist. The only thing they could hope for was the Chinese embassy. But the people from the ghost organization didn't give them a chance to seek help. Old Zhao took out his phone and found there was no signal, clearly another tactic of the ghost organization. Not just old Zhao, but the other members of the Zhao family, looking at the scenery outside and seeing their phones with no signal, also realized something was wrong. In an instant, the Zhao family was in a panic. They wanted to resist, but when an AK was extended from the passenger seat, they fell silent. Each car had 2 members of the Ghost organization, along with such deadly weapons they simply couldn't fight back. Thus, the convoy drove for about 2 hours, amidst the Zhao family's panic, stopping in front of a pile of building ruins. It was evident that this was an abandoned small town. Once perhaps prosperous but now desolate, it was a good place for murder and body burning. Seeing this scene, the Zhao family trembled. Old Zhao felt dizzy, nearly fainting from fear. Get out of the car. The people from the Ghost organization no longer concealed their intentions. They raised their AKs, ordering the Zhao family to exit the vehicle. The Zhao family had no choice but to get out of the car. In the end, only Zhao Siki, the comatose one, remained inside. Sir, is there some misunderstanding? According to my agreement with your organization, you shouldn't treat us this way. Old Zhao stepped forward and said. The group from the Ghost organization remained silent. They didn't understand Chinese. A young member of the Zhao family was about to step forward to negotiate in English. Just then, a voice came. There is no misunderstanding. It was in Chinese. The Zhao family turned in unison to find it was a white man. Sir, who are you? Old Zhao frowned. Hodge. Black. Hodge said flatly. Mr. Hodge, is there some misunderstanding? Old Zhao asked, suppressing his fear. Hodge shook his head. There is no misunderstanding. Blame it on your departure from China. Go ahead. The last 3 words were spoken in English, a command to his subordinates. The gunman from the Ghost organization received the order, no longer hesitating, as flames erupted from the muzzles, consuming the lives of the Zhao family. Old Zhao was the first to be hit, struck by a dozen bullets. Yet, his life was surprisingly resilient. He didn't die immediately but fell to the ground, shouting and screaming. Other members of the Zhao family were also hit by bullets, each letting out a miserable cry before collapsing. The eldest Zhao's face twisted in rage. Seeing his father wailing, he felt no sadness but rather a sense of relief. If it weren't for this old man insisting on coming to Europe, how could the Zhao family have fallen into such a dire situation? The other surviving members of the Zhao family looked at old Zhao with eyes full of resentment. Under the gaze of his sons and grandsons filled with such bitterness, old Zhao couldn't catch his breath and ultimately passed away. Day. The gunfire only ceased when the last member of the Zhao family died. Burn them, Hodge commanded. Yes. A group of subordinates began to stack the bodies, pouring gasoline over them, and set them ablaze until they turned to ash. Sir, how should we handle the woman in the car? A white man stepped forward, pointing at the car where Zhao Siki was. Hodge turned his head. Kill her. It's painful to be alive. He had already consulted Jiang Chen about how to deal with Zhao Siki. Yes. A subordinate held a gun to Jiang Siki's forehead. As if sensing that she was about to die, the comatose Jiang Siki miraculously moved slightly, as if trying to struggle and resist. But this was clearly futile. With a gunshot, Zhao Siki lost her life. Boss, Zhao Siki is dead. In the Magic City, at the Wangpu No. 1 villa, Jiang Qiqi came to report. Jiang Chen fell silent upon hearing this. Although he felt no emotion for Zhao Siki and even had some disdain, she was, after all, someone he had raised. He shook his head and said, just clean it up. As for the Zhao family's wealth, let the people below use it to develop their power. He didn't even care much for the Zhao family's wealth. At most, it was around 1 billion. Understood, Jiang Qiqi replied. Jiang Chen nodded, glancing at the time, said, Sinan will be back soon, go prepare dinner. Jiang Qiqi acknowledged and went to the kitchen. At 7 in the evening, Jiang Sinan returned. Dad, the Zhao family has disappeared. As soon as she got back, Jiang Sinan frowned. Clearly, she had been keeping an eye on the Zhao family. But in a moment of distraction, the Zhao family members had collectively vanished. She was just about to submit the evidence she had gathered to the authorities. And now, they were gone. I know, Jiang Chen said. Don't worry, after today, the Zhao family will be no more. Jiang Sinan fell silent. From this, it seemed her father had arranged it. After a moment, she looked up and said, Got it, Dad. Jiang Chen patted her shoulder and smiled. After today, everything about the Zhao family will be a thing of the past. Don't dwell on what happened before, we need to look to the future. Jiang Sinan responded, feeling her father's warm hand, and leaned her head on his shoulder. Over the past few years, her greatest wish had been to see Zhao Qian leave with nothing and to make the Zhao family pay a price. Now that this goal had been achieved by her father, she felt a bit empty inside. Feeling the warmth and strength of her father's shoulder, Jiang Sinan smiled. Thankfully, she still had her father to rely on. She was not alone. Jiang Chen also sensed that his daughter was feeling down, but he said nothing. A daughter's thoughts are too complex for a man like him to understand. After a while, Jiang Sinan's mood lightened and she sat up from her father's shoulder, saying earnestly, Dad, don't worry, I will live well and have a good future. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Boss, miss, dinner is ready, came Jiang Qiqi's voice. Go wash your hands and eat, Jiang Chen told Jiang Xinan. She stood up. Dad, I'll go upstairs to change my clothes first. She was still in her professional outfit and it felt uncomfortable to wear it at home. Be quick, there's something delicious today, Jiang Chen urged. Jiang Xinan was curious. What could be so delicious that she hadn't tried before? Without asking further, she hurried upstairs and quickly changed into a light yellow dress. Dad, what kind of meat is this? Am I seeing things? Looking at a dish on the dining table, Jiang Xinan couldn't help but rub her eyes. She couldn't be mistaken, could she? Was this dish glowing? Was it true that animated dishes could glow? Had Chi-Chi's cooking skills reached this level? Jiang Chen had no idea that his daughter had conjured up an entire animated scene in her mind. He chuckled lightly. This is a fish meat, come, try it. Saying this, he placed a piece of fish demon meat into Jiang Xinan's bowl. Dad, why is this fish meat glowing? Jiang Xinan asked curiously. You wouldn't understand if I told you. Just eat it, it's good for you, Jiang Chen replied without explanation. Wasn't it normal for the meat of a golden core demon beast to glow? Alright then. Jiang Xinan stopped asking questions, picked up the fish demon meat, and put it in her mouth. Her first impression was that it was tender, smooth, and fragrant. After swallowing the fish meat, she found it incredibly flavorful. Why does it feel a bit hot? Just after eating a piece of fish demon meat, Jiang Xinan felt a wave of heat coursing through her body. If she weren't at home, she would have suspected she had been drugged. However, this heat felt similar to the reaction she had after the gene serum injection. This fish meat contains rich energy. Come, follow my breathing rhythm and breathe, Jiang Chen said. Jiang Xinan, upon hearing this, did not hesitate, paying attention to her father's uneven breathing rhythm and trying to breathe along. After taking a breath, Jiang Xinan suddenly felt less hot, and a comfortable sensation spread through her body. Jiang Chen smiled. This breathing rhythm was just the most basic application of the breathing technique. It was also useful for ordinary people who had not practiced. Speaking of which, it was time to find an opportunity to teach the breathing technique to Xinan. Jiang Chen pondered, but there was no rush. Come, eat another piece, Jiang Chen said. Jiang Xinan nodded, now aware of the benefits of the fish meat. She picked up her chopsticks and ate another piece, feeling the same intense heat wash over her. Fortunately, that peculiar breathing rhythm could alleviate that burning sensation. Let's eat some other dishes, Jiang Chen suggested. I'm not hungry anymore, Jiang Xinan said, rubbing her little belly in distress. Although she had only eaten 2 pieces of fish meat, she already felt full. How strange. Those 2 pieces of fish meat would usually not even be enough to get stuck in her teeth. But today, she was completely full? Can I still eat? Jiang Chen asked. I can eat 1 more piece, Jiang Xinan replied. Jiang Chen picked up another piece of fish demon meat and placed it in her bowl. After eating this piece of fish demon meat, Jiang Xinan felt the heat all over her body and shook her head, saying, I can't eat anymore. Hearing this, Jiang Chen said, since you can't eat anymore, let's go upstairs. Jiang Xinan nodded. After eating those 3 pieces of fish meat, she had sweated a lot, so it was time for a shower. Watching his daughter go upstairs, Jiang Chen enjoyed the remaining fish demon meat by himself. Jiang Chen's physique was much stronger than Jiang Xinan's. He was already at the 6th level of body refinement. No, that wasn't right. Just after a few pieces of fish demon meat went down, Jiang Chen felt a tremor throughout his body and quickly put down his chopsticks, sitting cross-legged on the floor, activating the breathing technique. After a moment, Jiang Chen felt as if something within him had shattered, followed by an unprecedented sense of ease sweeping over him. His strength also began to rise significantly. He had broken through, advancing from the 6th level of body refinement to the 7th level. Jiang Chen marveled. This fish demon meat was indeed powerful. It made sense, considering that this fish demon was comparable to a golden core stage beast. The meat on its body could not be simple. A low-level storage bag is really worth it. Jiang Chen sighed, or rather, he felt he had taken advantage of it. A low-level storage bag exchanged for 100 pounds of golden core stage beast meat, what a bargain. After the breakthrough, Jiang Chen finished the remaining fish demon meat and turned to go upstairs. He had also sweated a lot and needed a shower, otherwise he would feel uncomfortable. Looking at the untouched dishes on the table, Jiang Shaoqi remained silent. Her eyes glowed with a fierce light. She was calculating, since a plate of fish meat was enough to eat, why did they make her prepare so many dishes? Were they trying to make her eat? Although she had a digestive system, it didn't really matter whether she ate or not. Eating was just a form of disguise. Back in his room, Jiang Chen took a shower, sat cross-legged on the mat, and practiced the breathing technique to completely refine the energy that had not yet been absorbed. The massive energy allowed his physical body to undergo another refinement. Now he was not far from the 8th level of body refinement. Let's try the soul crystal, Jiang Chen said, taking out the soul crystal, holding it in his hand, and activating the breathing technique. A trace of pure energy from the soul crystal was absorbed by him. The pure energy entered his body and was absorbed by his mind. His soul, under the cleansing of this pure energy, became increasingly powerful, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. The enhancement of his soul also meant that his wisdom and comprehension had similarly improved. Closing his eyes and recalling the process of practicing the breathing technique, he discovered many issues he had not noticed before. After improving these issues, he found that his cultivation speed had increased again. What a surprise! Jiang Chen exclaimed, pondering for a moment before contacting Jiang Hong through the interdimensional club. Not long after, Jiang Hong replied. Jiang Chen's figure flickered and he arrived at the communication space by the stream. Taoist friend Jiang. Oh, Taoist friend Jiang has reached the 7th level of body refinement? Jiang Hong was about to greet him with cupped hands, but upon seeing Jiang Chen's realm, he fell silent. How many days had it been? Just 3 days, right? Jiang Chen had broken through from the 6th layer of body refinement to the 7th layer? Good evening, brother Jiang. I encountered some good things which led to my breakthrough, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Jiang Hong curiously asked, what good things? Given his personality, he wouldn't usually be so curious, nor would he pry into what others had experienced. This was a taboo in the cultivation world, unless it was someone close. If a stranger inquired, one had to be cautious, as the other party might have ulterior motives. The meat of a golden core stage demon beast, Jiang Chen answered by the stream. Jiang Hong suddenly understood. No wonder. The meat of a golden core stage demon beast was useful even for him who was at the foundation establishment stage, let alone for someone at the body refinement stage to break through a layer of realm. It was almost effortless. However, Taoist Jiang, you are being reckless. At your current realm, consuming the meat of a golden core stage demon beast could likely harm you, even causing your body to explode, Jiang Hong reminded. Jiang Chen replied, I know, so I didn't eat much. Moreover, the energy in this golden core stage demon beast meat is not violent, on the contrary, it is quite gentle and easy to refine and absorb. Is that so? Jiang Hong became interested. Without needing to guess, he knew that this golden core stage demon beast must have come from another cultivation world. The world Jiang Chen was in was merely a mortal technology world, and it was impossible for such demon beasts to exist. He was very interested in the demon beasts from other cultivation worlds. Jiang Chen didn't keep him in suspense. With a flip of his palm, a piece of fish demon meat weighing about 10 pounds, radiating a faint glow, appeared. Feeling the pure energy emanating from the fish demon meat, Jiang Hong's eyes brightened as he said, not bad, the energy is very pure. Even a mortal can absorb it. Just don't eat too much, or it will be harmful rather than beneficial. He paused and asked, what does Taoist Jiang need? He understood that Jiang Chen presenting this demon beast meat implied a desire for a trade. Jiang Chen smiled and said, I need some texts on cultivation, especially analyses of the various realms. Also, I need a formation inheritance. If Brother Jiang has better cultivation techniques, I can exchange with you. He currently only had the basic breathing technique suitable for the body refinement and chi refinement stages. Now that Jiang Chen was at the 7th layer of body refinement, he was not far from the chi refinement stage and needed to prepare for the upcoming cultivation methods. Particularly regarding knowledge about cultivation, he was too lacking. Many things were only half understood. The body refinement stage was manageable, simply absorbing energy to refine the body. But when it came to chi refinement and foundation establishment, his limited knowledge of cultivation was insufficient. He needed to recharge. This, Jiang Hong pondered for a moment, then reached out and tapped his storage bag, producing 3 jade slips. These are what Taoist Jiang needs, but this piece of demon beast meat is not enough, Jiang Hong said. Can I take a look? Jiang Chen asked. Jiang Hong nodded and handed the 3 jade slips to Jiang Chen. Is this the cultivation jade slip? Jiang Chen asked curiously, as it was his first time encountering such an item. The basic breathing technique he had traded for before was still in book form. Holding the jade slip, streams of information appeared in his mind. The 3 jade slips were detailed analysis of the 4 major realms of cultivation, beginner formation analysis, and Hunyuan Ichi formula. Jiang Hong explained, in detailed analysis of the 4 major realms of cultivation, there is a thorough analysis of the body refinement, chi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core realms from shallow to deep. It can deepen your understanding of the 4 major realms and make your cultivation path smoother. In beginner formation analysis, the key points for arranging beginner formations are detailed. It also includes many methods for arranging beginner formations, such as spirit gathering formation, illusion formation, and defense formation. Although they are only beginner formations, they are very practical and suitable for Taoist Zhang's current stage. The Hanyuan Ichiju is a technique I just discovered in a cave. The characteristic of this method is that the magical power cultivated is exceptionally profound, both in quality and quantity, far surpassing that of cultivators at the same level. At the same time, this technique also has the effects of body tempering and soul nurturing, although its effects are not as good as those of specialized body tempering and soul nurturing techniques, they are not far off. With multiple effects, the Hanyuan Ichiju can make one's foundation even more solid. In the future, when attempting to break through to the nascent soul stage and even higher realms, the chances of success can be greatly increased. However, there is one point: the magical power cultivated from this technique has no attributes. Having no attributes means that it's destructive. Power is relatively weak, which is considered a drawback. But the advantages are also quite clear. Because it has no attributes, any attribute-based spells can be cultivated. Whether it's the 5 elements, or spells like thunder, ice, darkness, and wind, all can be practiced. By practicing several destructive techniques, one can compensate for the lack of attributes in the magical power. This technique is said to point directly to the path of immortality, but unfortunately, Jiang Hong shook his head in the end. Unfortunately, what I obtained is a defective version, and I can only cultivate it to the nascent soul stage. Jiang Chen held the jade slip of the Hanyuan Ichiju and felt that this technique was very suitable for him. On Blue Star, there were too few opportunities for him to take action and kill. All around him were weaklings. When encountering enemies, there were still so many bioengineered beings under him. Just like Wang Fan, impressive, right? A few bioengineered beings, and a laser gun, could take them out in an instant. He never even had the chance to act personally. Therefore, he felt that this technique, which could enhance his foundation, was very good. A good technique. By the way, does the cultivation world have a rating system for techniques? What level does this Hanyuan Ichiju belong to? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Jiang Hong shook his head and said, there is no clear classification of levels for techniques. It specifically depends on what realm a technique can be cultivated to. The most widely circulated techniques in the cultivation world, like the Changqing Ju, can only be cultivated to the peak of qi refinement. Next, it depends on the attributes of the technique and the thickness of the magical power cultivated, etc. This Hanyuan Ichiju, even if it can only be cultivated to the nascent soul stage, is still considered a top-tier technique in the cultivation world. As he spoke, Jiang Hong paused for a moment and continued, additionally, regarding subsequent techniques, I currently have some leads. I just need to improve my cultivation level before I can go explore. Jiang Chen nodded, alright, I want this Hanyuan Ichiju. He paused for a moment. Just as Jiang Hong said, the value of 10 pounds of golden core stage monster meat was simply not enough to exchange for so many techniques. Not to mention detailed explanation of the 4 great realms of cultivation, beginner array analysis. Just talking about Hanyuan Ichiju, this is a technique that can be cultivated to the nascent soul stage. How could a piece of golden core stage monster meat be enough? Even a complete corpse of a golden core stage monster wouldn't suffice. Jiang Chen had mentioned in casual conversation with Jiang Hong that there had once been a nascent soul stage technique at an auction, which reportedly sold for several million spirit stones. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen flipped his hand and a gene enhancement potion appeared. After a moment's thought, he also took out 1,000 soul crystals. Jiang Hong's gaze was fixed on the items in Jiang Chen's hand. At this moment, anything Jiang Chen could take out was certainly not simple. This is a gene enhancement potion, a product from the technological world which can enhance one's own genes. Regarding the concept of genes, brother Jiang might not fully understand, but Jiang Chen glanced at the gene enhancement potion in his hand and smiled at Jiang Hong. But one of its effects, you must be very interested in. What? Jiang Hong indeed became interested. In the communication space, by the stream. Jiang Chen didn't keep him in suspense. He held the gene enhancement potion in one hand and looked at Jiang Hong, enunciating each word, it can enhance talent. Jiang Hong's heart trembled. Talent. For Jiang Hong, talent was a sore point. Because his talent was too low, he had faced countless disdain and hardships. While his peers in cultivation had long established their foundations, he was still languishing in the qi refinement stage. Fortunately, he became a member of the Transcendental Club and gained many opportunities, especially the silver light sword provided by Jiang Chen, which allowed him to kill foundation establishment stage opponents even while in the qi refining stage. Killing foundation establishment opponents brought opportunities, and he was lucky enough to obtain a bottle of foundation establishment pill, enabling him to successfully break through to the foundation establishment stage. Otherwise, he might still be languishing in the qi refining stage. Really? Jiang Hong's face was calm, but his heart was not at peace. He desperately needed treasures that could enhance his talent. Of course it's true, Jiang Chen nodded. Jiang Hong fell silent, while simultaneously resolving a doubt in his mind. For instance, why had Jiang Chen's realm improved so quickly? He remembered that when he initially assessed Jiang Chen's qualifications, they were not outstanding. Yet, Jiang Chen was able to rapidly elevate his realm in a world with scarce spiritual energy. This was unreasonable. Now the answer was revealed. Confirming the authenticity of the talent enhancement, the composed Jiang Hong couldn't help but feel excited. He suppressed his excitement and turned his gaze to another item Jiang Chen had taken out, a pile of crystals radiating a colorful glow. This is Soul Crystal. Jiang Chen introduced its function. Soul crystals contain pure soul power, and absorbing and refining them can enhance one's soul strength. Brother Jiang, you understand the value of such a rare item, right? Jiang Hong naturally understood. Once he reached the golden core stage, cultivation would involve the soul. Especially when advancing to the nascent soul stage, the stronger the soul power, the higher the success rate of condensing the nascent soul. The importance of the soul only increased as one progressed further in cultivation. Good stuff, Jiang Hong praised without reservation. Whether it was enhancing qualifications or soul strength, both were urgently needed by him. The enhancement of soul strength could increase wisdom and comprehension, allowing him to grasp techniques more quickly. Jiang Hong showed no restraint in expressing his desire for these two items. Can they be traded? Jiang Chen smiled. Yes, Jiang Hong nodded, then shook his head again. Sighing, compared to the treasures you provided, the items I offer are somewhat lacking in value. After thinking for a moment, he took out some cultivation items, such as pills, spiritual fruits, spiritual tea, talismans, magical treasures, formation plates, storage bags, and so on. Jiang, Taoist, how about I use these to make up the price difference? Jiang Hong asked. Jiang Chen glanced over. Most were basic resources for cultivation. In large quantities, just what he needed for his current realm. These are third-tier magical treasures used by golden core stage cultivators. Right? And these few are all top-tier second-tier magical treasures, aren't they? Brother Jiang, are you willing to part with them? Jiang Chen smiled as he looked at a mirror magical treasure. Third-tier magical treasures are considered golden-grade items in the island world. Jiang Hong did not hide anything and replied honestly, I obtained this by killing a family member. That family has golden core cultivators, so it's not easy to sell. Jiang Chen was speechless. Are you trying to sell stolen goods to me? However, this transcendental club is indeed a good place for disposing of stolen goods. After all, it's not the same world, so there's no fear of trouble. Could that golden core cultivator really cross time and space to find Blue Star? If that were the case, they wouldn't be a golden core cultivator but a golden immortal. Alright, we can make the deal. Jiang Chen nodded. A smile appeared on Jiang Hong's ordinary face. The transaction was completed, and both parties were very satisfied. For Jiang Hong, it was not a loss at all. By exchanging the techniques, he could still cultivate. As for those pills, talismans, and magical treasures, they were all obtained through killing and looting. Some were unusable, and some were unnecessary, so it was just right to trade them to Jiang Chen. For Jiang Chen, it was also not a loss. It was just a gene enhancement potion. One longevity pill had already been exchanged for 10 from Daishuaer. As for the soul crystals, that goes without saying. With the ongoing nutrient solution trade, the soul crystals would only increase. A mere 1,000 soul crystals is nothing. What matters is being able to exchange for what one needs. Brother Jiang, you are now a silver member, right? After the transaction was completed, the two chatted casually. Jiang Hong nodded, saying, yes, but I apologize, Taoist friend, the club has rules and I cannot disclose too much. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding and did not ask further. After discussing some cultivation issues, the two logged off. Back at the villa, Jiang Chen lay on his bed. Reflecting on the gains from tonight, a smile crept onto his lips. This transaction had greatly enhanced his foundation in cultivation. With no intention of sleeping, he simply sat cross-legged and delved into the Hunyuan Ichi-Ju. This technique was far more profound than the basic breathing techniques. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was no longer a novice in cultivation and he could understand many obscure terms. A night passed, and Jiang Chen thoroughly studied the body tempering section of the Hunyuan Ichi-Ju. He prepared to switch his cultivation tonight. Truly a top-tier technique. This body tempering method is indeed profound and comprehensive. In the morning, Jiang Chen opened his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim. After getting up to freshen up, he walked out of the bedroom. Upon entering the living room, Jiang Chen was surprised. Hey, where's Sinan? Still not up? Usually, at this time, Jiang Sinan would already be awake. Boss, it's the weekend today and the young lady is resting. Also, we have guests coming over today, Jiang Shaoqi said. Oh, I see. Jiang Chen nodded, almost forgetting. One of Jiang Sinan's close friends was coming over to play today. In that case, Shaoqi, go prepare the ingredients. The weather is just right today, let's have a barbecue. set up a grill on the lawn outside. I remember that Chen Hui really likes barbecues. Jiang Chen glanced at the sky outside. It had cooled down today, with a gentle breeze, perfect for a barbecue. Okay, Jiang Xiao. She agreed, her eyes flashing red as she calculated the ingredients needed for the barbecue, then began making calls to have fresh ingredients delivered. Dad. At 9 in the morning, Jiang Xinan rubbed her eyes as she came downstairs. Seeing Jiang Chen, she felt a bit embarrassed. This was the first time she had slept in. After moving to the Huangpu No. 1 villa. Mainly, the previous few months had been too exhausting, with no rest days. Plus, after eating fish demon meat last night, the energy had integrated into her body, making her a bit drowsy. You're up, wash your face. Your friend is probably on her way, Jiang Chen said, looking up from the newspaper. Jiang. Sinan responded with an and went to freshen up. She casually tied her hair into a ponytail, making her look much more spirited. Jiang Chen glanced at his daughter. Indeed, she was naturally beautiful. Young lady, have a little something to eat first. We're having barbecue for lunch, Zhang Xiaoqi said, bringing over a glass of milk. And a sandwich. Thank you, Xiaoqi. In the living room, Jiang Xinan thanked Zhang Xiaoqi, sat down next to her father, and took a sip of the milk. Oh, Dad, what kind of tea is this? It smells so good. Jiang Xinan looked at Jiang Chen's teacup, which held a vibrant green tea leaf, exuding an enticing aroma. Jiang Chen smiled. It's good. Tea that a friend got for me. As he spoke, he took out a tea canister from the drawer of the coffee table. If you want to drink it, just brew a piece at a time. This was spirit tea he had traded from Jiang Hong, and regular consumption was beneficial for the body and helpful for cultivation. Jiang Xinan took the tea leaves, opened the canister to take a look, and the fresh tea aroma invigorated her. After sealing the canister, she placed it back in the drawer. Jiang Chen set down the newspaper, looked at his daughter, and took out a book. This is a breathing technique. Practice it when you have time. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Breathing technique? Jiang Xinan blinked her big eyes. Is it the breathing rhythm you taught me last night? Yes, but that breathing rhythm is just the basic application of the breathing technique. Saying this, Jiang Chen became serious. This is a secret of our Jiang family, do not let it out. Jiang Xinan became serious as well and nodded. Don't worry, Dad. She knew her father had many secrets, but since he hadn't brought them up, she wouldn't pry. Jiang Chen responded with an turned back and continued reading the newspaper. He had long planned for his daughter to cultivate. Today was an opportunity to pass on the basic breathing technique to her, allowing her to gradually get acquainted with cultivation. Having been injected with gene enhancement agents, her talent was not lacking. It probably wouldn't be long before she could get started. At 10 in the morning, Jiang Xinan's friend Chen Hui arrived. Hello, Uncle Jiang. Seeing Jiang Chen, Chen Hui quickly greeted him. Looking at Jiang Chen, Chen Hui was surprised. Uncle Jiang seemed to have become younger. The last time they met at the hospital, although it was just a fleeting glance, she could tell that Jiang Chen appeared much more mature than compared to now. It seems Xiaonan didn't lie to me. Uncle Jiang's toxins have really been completely eliminated. With some maintenance, it's normal for him to look a bit younger? Chen Hui mused to herself. Xiao Hui is here, make yourself at home. We're having barbecue for lunch, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Thank you, Uncle. Chen Hui replied obediently. Xiao Hui, let's go chat outside, Jiang Xinan called out, leading Chen Hui outside the villa. Xiaonan, has your dad become younger? Chen Hui asked quietly on the lawn outside. Jiang Xinan blinked and smiled. Yes. Wow, how does Uncle maintain himself? Chen Hui became interested. Becoming younger, what woman wouldn't want that? Although Chen Hui was still quite young, Jiang Xinan smiled mysteriously and said, soon, the newly established beauty company under the Jiang family, Changcheng, will launch a new product, and then you'll know. Really? Chen Hui pondered. It seems your Jiang family has developed another amazing product. When will it be released? Around mid-month. The product launch conference will be held on September 15, Jiang Xinan replied. Chen Hui nodded, expressing her anticipation. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoqi came out, ready for the barbecue. It was Chen Hui's first time meeting Jiang Xiaoqi, and she was a bit curious. Jiang Xinan explained that she was a relative from their hometown. Upon hearing that Jiang Xiaoqi's surname was Jiang, Chen Hui didn't think much of it. At noon, the three of them sat on the lawn, enjoying the barbecue. Wow, Sister Xiaoqi's cooking is really good. After tasting a skewer of lamb, Chen Hui couldn't help but praise. She was a barbecue connoisseur and had no idea how many barbecues she had eaten. From Korean barbecue to Brazilian barbecue to Xinjiang lamb skewers, she had tried them all. But after tasting Jiang Xiaoqi's barbecue, she felt that all the barbecues she had eaten before were in vain. If it's delicious, eat more, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Thank you, Uncle. Chen Hui thanked him obediently, turning to Jiang Xiaoqi. Sister Xiaoqi, come over and eat with us. Jiang Xiaoqi responded and placed a fish on the grill before sitting down at the table, picking up a skewer of meat and chatting while eating with Chen Hui and the others. Although Jiang Shaoqi was a synthetic human, she simulated humanity well, and the topics she discussed were very much to their liking, gradually connecting with Chen Hui and the others. By the way, Xiaonan, have you been in touch with Qian Sun recently? Chen Hui suddenly asked. Qian Sun, we just had a video call a few days ago. I was thinking of inviting her over today for a gathering, but she's still in the US and doesn't have time to come back, Jiang Xinan said regretfully. Alas, what a pity, us sisters don't know when we can all get together, Chen Hui sighed, reflecting the helplessness of adulthood. When they were kids, they played together every day. Now that they were grown up, it was hard to even gather for a meal. Jiang Chen listened to their conversation while skewering some meat. He knew about Qian Sun too. Her full name was Lu Qian Sun, and she was the prettiest among his daughter's friends. Saying she was stunning would not be an exaggeration. They thoroughly enjoyed the barbecue feast. After the meal, once they cleaned up, Jiang Xinan took Chen Hui and Jiang Shaoqi upstairs to chat about girl talk. Jiang Chen found himself with some free time. With nothing to do, he decided to go out for a stroll. Speaking of which, it had been months since he had properly explored outside. Jiang Chen left the Huangpu No. 1 villa alone, and he didn't drive, planning to walk and take a good look at the surrounding environment. The Huangpu No. 1 villa was located near the Huangpu River. Just a few steps away, he arrived at the riverbank, with Lujiazui visible across the river, truly at the center of the magic city. Many world-renowned landmark buildings were located in this area, which made the nearby property prices astonishing. Glancing at the Oriental Pearl Tower across the Huangpu River, Jiang Chen began to stroll along the riverbank, enjoying the surrounding scenery. Not long after, he saw a commotion ahead, with countless passers-by gathering around, unsure of what had happened. At that moment, Jiang Chen had little interest in the spectacle and decided to bypass the crowd and leave. However, he could hear someone expressing despair, wanting to jump into the river. Jiang Chen couldn't understand it. Why would someone who was living well want to seek death? Isn't living good enough? Why couldn't they see it? Jiang Chen shook his head, not lingering, and continued walking past the crowd. After walking for about a few hundred meters, he reached a corner and turned back to look in the direction of the river jumping incident. As a cultivator, Jiang Chen had keen senses and could see clearly, even from several hundred meters away. Due to the angle, he finally got a clear view of the person about to jump into the river. It was a girl, seemingly around 17 or 18 years old. Jiang Chen frowned, initially thinking it was a middle-aged person who had lost everything and was seeking death. But it turned out to be a young girl. He could see that the girl had sparse hair, an unusually pale face, a strong sense of despair, and a lingering attachment to this world. Jiang Chen frowned, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a flute. Having studied the platinum-level music skill book from the island world, he was proficient in music and skilled with various instruments, including the flute. I might as well try the power of platinum-level music. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Since learning the platinum-level music skill book, he had yet to use it even once. He had long wanted to test the power of platinum-level music. It should be noted that in the cultivation world, platinum level corresponds to the nascent soul stage. However, unlike the cultivation system, where only those at the nascent soul stage can unleash the full power of their spells, in the island world, whether it's platinum or diamond level, as long as you learn it, you can exert its power. This is a rule that defies logic. Jiang Chen held the flute, pondering what kind of tune to play. He had never been very interested in music, at most listening to pop songs, and knew little about pure music, especially the flute. He had only occasionally stopped to watch a few short videos of flute players. However, being proficient in music, even without a ready-made piece, he could compose one on the spot. After contemplating for about a minute, Jiang Chen brought the flute to his lips and a melodious tune flowed out. Despite being several hundred meters away from the girl about to jump, the platinum level skill was no simple matter. Under Jiang Chen's conscious control, the ethereal melody clearly reached the ears of the girl and the surrounding crowd. In an instant, the previously chaotic scene suddenly quieted down, as everyone listened intently to the wonderful melody. It was a piece imbued with a dreamlike quality, having a calming effect. Under the enchanting ambience of this melody, the restless minds of the people involuntarily drifted back to the past, their hearts immersed in the beauty of former times. The girl, who had harbored thoughts of death, also quieted down at that moment. Having already held a lingering attachment to this world, she completely lost the courage to die. She squatted down, hugging her legs and weeping bitterly. As the melody came to an end, Jiang Chen looked at the girl being rescued by the emergency personnel, a faint smile appearing on his face. He wasn't exactly a good person, but inadvertently doing a good deed in saving a life felt quite satisfying. Just like some people who may not be very wealthy or particularly kind, but when they see disasters in certain areas or witness tragedies, they can't help but donate money or goods. Although they lose money, their hearts feel at ease. Thinking of donations, Jiang Chen glanced at the girl being carried away a few hundred meters away and remembered that the Jiang group had a relief fund. It was specifically set up to assist the impoverished without soliciting external donations, with all funds covered by the Jiang family. This project, how should one put it, could be considered a face-saving initiative. After all, in this day and age, one wealthy person donates tens of millions today, and another donates billions tomorrow. A company like Jiang's, which isn't small, certainly couldn't remain indifferent, right? Social image still needed to be taken into account. Of course, since the establishment of this fund project, it has indeed helped many people and is not merely a facade. A few hundred meters away, at the scene of the girl jumping into the river, as the girl was carried away, the onlookers finally came to their senses. Wow, did you hear that melody just now? Whoa, I heard it. That melody was amazing. It actually awakened something in my heart. Just now, I think I saw my brother. Woo. I clearly pushed him. That sounded like a flute, right? It sounded like it, but I don't know which master played it. The girl was initially full of despair, but one melody managed to awaken her hope for life. That girl was also a pitiful person. It said she has a terminal illness and wanted to end her life to avoid burdening her family. Fortunately, a kind-hearted person awakened her hope for life with that beautiful music. Poor thing. By the way, is there a donation channel? Yes, that was a blossoming young girl. Count me in for the donation. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Some proposed donations. Some talked about the flute music from earlier. Some recorded the melody to share online with friends. Others remained indifferent. Putting away the flute, Jiang Chen continued to stroll leisurely. During this time, nothing else happened, and everything was quite ordinary. After circling the Huangpu No. 1 villa area, Jiang Chen returned to the entrance of the villa area. He walked into the villa area and back to his own villa. Dad, Uncle Jiang, Jiang Xinan and Chen Hui, who were chatting on the lawn, quickly stood up and called out when they saw Jiang Chen return. Jiang Chen looked at Chen Hui and smiled. Shall we stay for dinner tonight? After dinner, let Xiaoqi take you home. Okay, uncle. Chen Hui nodded in agreement. Jiang Chen smiled. You all chat. Xiaoqi, come in with me. Xiaoqi stood up and followed Jiang Chen into the villa. Watching Jiang Chen's back, Chen Hui scratched her head and said, Xiaonan, has uncle changed a bit? Changed? Jiang Xinan was taken aback. Not really, right? Not really? Chen Hui murmured. Why do I feel like Uncle Jiang has gained a touch of a compassionate aura? Jiang Xinan laughed. What do you mean compassionate? Why don't you say my dad has become a saint? He. Chen Hui chuckled and started playfully teasing Jiang Xinan. Jiang Xinan felt helpless. This girl just loved to mess around with her. It was fine before, but now she was afraid she might accidentally hurt her best friend, mainly because her strength had increased too much. Just now, there was an incident by the Huangpu River where a girl jumped in, checked the girl's identity and had the Jiang family's relief fund step in to help. On the villa's sofa, Jiang Chen casually said. For him, it was just a matter of a few words. Okay. Jiang Xiaoqi responded, her eyes flashing red, and within a fraction of a second, she found out the entire story. At the same time, she also gathered information about the girl who jumped into the river. Boss, the girl's name is Lin Ji. She is seriously ill and needs 600,000 for surgery. To fully recover, she will need more medical expenses. Currently, there are people online voluntarily donating to her. Jiang Xiaoqi reported. I see. Jiang Chen picked up a newspaper and said, have the relief fund get in touch with that girl. Understood. Jiang Xiaoqi nodded and added, Boss, there's another matter related to you. What matter? Jiang Chen didn't look up. Jiang Xiaoqi said, a piece of pure music has been uploaded online and has received quite a bit of attention. It seems to be trending towards becoming a hit. After calculations, it should be related to you. Jiang Chen glanced at her, surprised that this could be figured out. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen didn't pay much attention. The wonderful artistic conception of the melody could only be felt by those who listened live. Listening to the audio online could only reveal that the piece was of good quality, world-class, and nothing more. At the second hospital of Magic City, in a hospital room, a mother and daughter were embracing and crying. A middle-aged man sat to the side, his face etched with bitterness. He pulled out a cigarette pack, wanting to light one, but thinking of the hospital, he put the pack back in his pocket. He lowered his head in pain, cradling it in his hands. This family of three included the girl who jumped into the river, Lin Ji, and her parents. My daughter, how could you, sigh? The mother opened her mouth, wanting to scold her daughter, but the words died on her lips. As parents, they felt ashamed. In the end, it was their inability as parents that led to this. Otherwise, how could the hundreds of thousands in medical fees drive their daughter to such despair? Dad, Mom, I'm sorry, the girl said softly. Sigh. Daughter, we are a family. Don't think like that anymore. 600,000 for the surgery is a lot, but we can manage to gather it together, the father said, lifting his head. But the girl wanted to say something. To gather 600,000, they would first have to sell their house in the county. Then they would need to borrow a large sum from relatives. This way, not only would they deplete their savings, but they would also be burdened with a huge debt. The key was that her illness was not guaranteed to be cured. Even if the surgery was successful, they would still have to spend a large amount on medication for many years to come. Every time she thought of this, Lin Shi felt a deep sense of unease. The will to die, suppressed by Jiang Chen's beautiful song, surged back to her heart. If she died, would her parents no longer have to suffer? At their age, having a second child, while risky, was not impossible. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. The family turned to look and saw a man and a woman in sharp suits, both around 30, exuding an air of competence, clearly workplace elites. Hello? May I ask if this is Miss Lin Jiwa? The woman, looking polished, asked the girl in the hospital bed. Yes, that's me. May I ask who you are? The girl, still a girl, felt a bit timid in front of such a commanding presence. Her parents also looked at the unexpected visitors with caution. The woman smiled, took out a business card, and said, "Hello, my name is Yang Hong, and I am a staff member of the Jiang Group's Relief Fund. After hearing about Miss Lin Ji's situation, the company sent us to see how we can help. If needed, the Relief Fund will provide assistance to Miss Lin Ji." The Jiang Group's Relief Fund? The Lin family felt a bit bewildered. They were just ordinary people and rarely paid attention to such matters. This time, with Lin Shi suffering from a terminal illness, they hadn't thought of seeking any charitable organizations. They had once believed that those so-called charitable organizations and donations were merely a show put on by the wealthy. When someone truly needed help, they could hardly expect any support. Lin Shi's father took out his phone and searched for the Jiang Group's Relief Fund quickly, finding related topics. As he saw the people the Jiang Relief Fund had helped over the past few years, a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. He wasn't familiar with the Jiang Group, but he had often seen news about Sinan Technology, a subsidiary of theirs, recently. A company this large shouldn't deceive ordinary folks like them, right? His only concern was whether the two in front of him were imposters. But soon, he needn't worry, as Yang Hong and her companion contacted the Jiang Group to verify their identities. Additionally, the Jiang Group's Relief Fund sent several more staff members to assess Lin Ji's situation and formulate a relief plan. Villa Number 1, Huangpu. Zhang Xiaoqi reported Lin Ji's situation to Jiang Chen. Listening, Jiang Chen nodded. The relief fund is doing well. However, the relief fund is tied to the Jiang family's reputation. Given the significant funds involved, keep an eye on it to prevent anyone from tampering and damaging the Jiang family's name. Also, check the accounts of the relief fund over the past few years, especially the allocation of relief funds, to ensure they accurately reach those in need. Understood, Zhang Xiaoqi replied. After arranging all this, Jiang Chen leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. It seemed like he was dozing off, but in fact he was studying the knowledge in his mind. The detailed explanation of the four major realms of cultivation and beginner's array analysis exchanged from Jiang Hong needed his careful study, especially the array analysis. He needed to master it quickly to set up a spirit gathering array. The spiritual energy on Blue Star was too thin, and relying solely on spirit stones for cultivation was becoming insufficient. If he could use spirit stones to set up a spirit gathering array and change the spiritual environment in the villa, it would greatly benefit his cultivation. Jiang Chen had once read a novel where the protagonist would go to the gambling stone market to buy jadeite raw stones using their sensitivity to spiritual energy to set up arrays. Jiang Chen, however, skipped that step. He had a large number of spirit stones in hand. Why would he need any jade? That would be quite embarrassing, wouldn't it? Dad, dinner's ready. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Xinan's voice came through. Jiang Chen sat up, glanced at the time, and realized it was already past 6 in the evening. He had actually been lying on the sofa, studying array analysis for several hours. Got it, Jiang Chen replied, washed his face, and headed to the dining room. Dinner was a seafood feast with various fish, shrimp, and all sorts of strange and delicious seafood, cooked into various dishes. By Jiang Xiaoqi. Wow! Sister Xiaoqi, this shrimp is really delicious, Chen Hui exclaimed after finishing one. If it's good, eat more. Come on, let's toast to welcome Hui to our home, Jiang Chen said, raising his glass with a smile. This was fruit wine, quite tasty, with a low alcohol content, perfect for gatherings. Jiang Xinan also raised her glass. Cheers. Thank you, uncle. Chen Hui quickly put down her chopsticks and raised her glass to clink with theirs. The dinner was enjoyable. After dinner, Chen Hui did not leave immediately but chatted with Jiang Xinan and Jiang Xiaoqi again. Jiang Chen couldn't understand where they found so many topics to discuss. He had often been quite silent when hanging out with friends. Around 9 o'clock, close to 10, Chen Hui finally said her goodbyes. Jiang Xiaoqi drove her home. did you have fun today? After sending Chen Hui off, Jiang Chen smiled at his daughter. Jiang Xinan's pretty face was full of joy as she bounced over to the back of the sofa and began to massage her father's shoulders. Dad, thank you. For what? I'm your dad. When your friends come over, of course, I have to treat them well, Jiang Chen said, enjoying his daughter's massage, closing his eyes with a smile. Jiang Xinan's eyes twinkled as she felt her father had changed a lot. In the past, when her friends came over, her father would be friendly and hospitable but would never be like today. Huangpu No. 1 Villa. At home. Jiang Chen patted his daughter's hand resting on his shoulder and said, Alright, it's getting late. Go back to your room and rest. You need to study the breathing technique I gave you well. If you don't understand something, just ask me. Once you understand it thoroughly, you can start cultivating. Although he enjoyed his obedient daughter's massage, it was getting late. She had to go to the company tomorrow. He could enjoy his daughter's filial piety later. Oh, okay, Jiang Xinan replied, bouncing up the stairs, looking very happy. Jiang Chen sat alone in the living room for a while, drank a cup of spirit tea, and then went upstairs to his room. After washing up, he sat cross-legged on the mat, preparing to practice. However, not long after he sat down, the Transdimensional Club made some noise. Someone contacted him. Pulling out his friend list, he saw that it was Wu Yang trying to reach him. Speaking of which, he had the most frequent contact with Wu Yang, because every few days Jiang Chen would send a batch of medals over, but after each handover, they would hurriedly part ways without much conversation. Contacting me in the middle of the night, is the medal running low again? Jiang Chen wondered. Speaking of which, Wu Yang owed him a large sum of debt. The last time he traded 100 tons of gold from Chen Xing, he had given it all to Wu Yang. That's 100 tons of gold. Converted to the calculation method of the island world, that's 100,000 units. Note, 1 unit equals 1 kilogram. In Blue Star, the current gold price is 420 yuan per gram, so 100 tons equals 100 million grams, which is 42 billion renminbi. In the communication space, on the small island, Jiang Chen appeared and saw Wu Yang. At this moment, Wu Yang was full of vigor. Wu Yang had been doing well lately, and the slacker aura around him had been washed away, replaced by the dominance of a local lord. Brother Jiang. Seeing Jiang Chen, Wu Yang greeted him enthusiastically. He was a grateful person, although he had developed well now. He had never forgotten who helped him when he first arrived in the island world, isolated and helpless. Without Jiang Chen, he might have struggled to survive. Among the nearly 10 billion people in their Blue Star, in just a few months in the island world, less than 3 billion remained. Even now, the numbers were still dwindling. This elimination rate. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's support, Wu Yang would have collapsed long ago. Little brother, what good news do you have? You're smiling so happily? Jiang Chen said with a smile. I just explored a dungeon and got something good, so I immediately thought of you, brother Jiang. Wu Yang laughed heartily. Wu Yang had been a club member for over 2 months and had completed 3 matches. The other 2 worlds had also helped him a lot, but he felt closest to Jiang Chen. The other 2 friends were purely relationships of interest. Perhaps this was the significance of the first time. They say the first time is the most profound. The first person Wu Yang met when he joined the Super Time and Space Club was Jiang Chen, who also helped him the most, so naturally he felt closer to Jiang Chen. What good thing? Jiang Chen became curious. Wu Yang flipped his right hand and a building model appeared in his palm. What is this? Jiang Chen squinted and carefully observed the little gadget. It looked like a barracks? A barracks shrunk countless times. This is a barracks, Wu Yang answered, just as Jiang Chen had thought. Wu Yang explained, this barracks can recruit soldiers once it recognizes its master. The key is, there's no cost involved. The soldiers recruited will be absolutely loyal to the barracks master. Of course, the recruited soldiers, like real people, need food to survive. What a good thing. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up and he suddenly asked, if the barracks are taken by enemies, will the soldiers rebel? This. Wu Yang was speechless. Brother Zhang's question was really tricky, but fortunately, he had done his homework. Wu Yang shook his head and said, no, the barracks master can decide the soldier's life and death with just a thought. Moreover, once the barracks recognize their master, unless destroyed, there's no possibility of being seized. I see. Jiang Chen nodded. Wu Yang said, Brother Jiang, how about I use this barracks to settle my previous debts? Jiang Chen was surprised. Isn't this barracks exactly what you need? Aren't you keeping it for yourself? This can help you quickly amass soldiers, right? Wu Yang sighed, I'm already a silver-level island lord and promotion to gold level is just around the corner. The strongest soldiers recruited from the barracks are only bronze level. Although the barracks have growth potential, in my situation, I don't have time to let it grow slowly. Rather than that, it's better to trade it to you, brother Jiang. Jiang Chen suddenly understood Wu Yang's meaning. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Are the recruited soldiers humanoid?" He knew that the types of soldiers in the island world were all kinds of strange, just like Wu Yang's soldiers, who were mechanical mermen. "They are humanoid," Wu Yang replied. Jiang Chen stroked his chin and said, "In terms of value, this barracks must be worth more than the metal I gave you." Wu Yang was speechless. "My brother Jiang, for us who are engaged in cross-world trade, can we calculate the value of goods like ordinary merchants? To me, what is useful is the most valuable. If it weren't for Brother Jiang continuously providing metal resources, could I upgrade so quickly? I still think you, Brother Jiang, are the one at a loss. If I didn't temporarily have nothing good on me, I would have wanted to make up the price difference for you. Alas, my peach tree hasn't borne fruit yet, otherwise, I would have invited you to taste the legendary peach." Jiang Chen smiled, patted Wu Yang's shoulder, and said nothing. Wu Yang seemed to be getting more excited, waving his hand to take out 100 gleaming golden axes and said, "Brother Jiang, these 100 golden axes are a gift for you." Jiang Chen nodded and didn't stand on ceremony. Golden-grade weapons, equivalent to the golden core stage of cultivation, were quite impressive. "How much does it cost to make one golden axe?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. 10 units of gold, Wu Yang replied. Jiang Chen calculated in his mind, 10 units equal 10 kilograms. For 100 axes, that's 1,000 kilograms of gold, equivalent to a ton of gold. TSK. Wu Yang was becoming increasingly generous. The golden axe, like the silver sword, has two skills, axe light and armor break. The durability is the same, both lasting 1,000 uses. The difference is that the golden axe has immense power, far surpassing the silver sword, Wu Yang explained. Jiang Chen nodded. This golden axe could fetch a good price. It was equivalent to an axe with golden core stage attack power. TSK, giving it to Jiang Hong would definitely make him excited. Besides Jiang Hong, he could also ask Tian Hong. Although Tian Hong was currently quite weak and had almost zero control over resources in his world, the worlds he matched with were not to be underestimated. Every member of the transdimensional club held resources from multiple worlds, and even if they were temporarily down on their luck, like Tian Hong, they would eventually rise as long as they didn't act recklessly. Brother Jiang, Wu Yang scratched his head awkwardly, clearly wanting something. Jiang Chen looked at him with amusement. He was still young. If it were Dai Shuai or Jiang Hong, they would have directly stated their needs without any hesitation. It was just a fair trade. "Speak up, what do you need?" Jiang Chen said gently. "Gold," Wu Yang said seriously. He then sighed. "Most of the 100 tons of gold you gave me back then has been used to make golden axes and arm my subordinates. I'm about to be promoted to a golden level island master, and the troop altar will also be upgraded to golden level, so I will definitely need a large amount of gold to fill the gaps. I need to prepare in advance." Jiang Chen pondered. It was time to contact Chen Xing. If anyone could handle gold, it would be in the apocalyptic world where Chen Xing was. However, Chen Xing wanted laser guns. Although the reconstruction of the 403 mechanical factory wasn't finished, a workshop had already been built, allowing for a temporary batch of laser guns to be manufactured. The last time they sent a cyborg to Southeast Asia to kill Wang Fan, the laser guns used were made on the spot. They produced 200 guns that time, and the cyborg only took 50, leaving 150 that could be handed over to Chen Xing. "Alright, how much gold do you need this time?" Jiang Chen asked. "Let's go for another 100 tons, Wu Yang said cautiously, worried about the large amount. "Okay," Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Wu Yang hesitated, saying, "Brother, getting 100 tons of gold isn't easy, right? You've already helped me get 100 tons. Will getting another 100 tons cause any problems?" He knew Jiang Chen's identity in his world was not simple. At the very least, he was a big-time entrepreneur. But with so much gold, he was concerned. After all, some major countries only have a little over 1,000 tons of gold reserves. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Did you forget? I have a friend in the apocalyptic world." Wu Yang slapped his forehead. Indeed, after the apocalypse, humanity fought for survival, and once valuable precious metals like gold and jewelry became worthless. Unfortunately, he had not matched with an apocalyptic world, or he wouldn't have to trouble Brother Jiang. Then Wu Yang began to talk about the world he had matched with. Wu Yang matched with two other worlds, one being the martial arts world and the other the dwarf world. Jiang Chen was amazed. There were indeed many martial arts worlds. Whether it was himself, Dai Shuai, or Jiang Hong, they had all matched with martial arts worlds. Especially Jiang Hong, who had matched with the martial arts world more than once. In contrast, the immortal cultivation world was quite rare. As far as he knew, only Jiang Hong and Tian Hong had matched with a world that possessed immortal techniques and ancient god descendants. In summary, the immortal cultivation world was relatively scarce, while the martial arts world was the most abundant. After chatting for a while, Jiang Chen and Wu Yang took their leave. Back at the villa, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and decided to wait until tomorrow to contact Shen Xing. He still needed to practice the Hun Yuan Ichi Ju today. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, he cleared his mind and slowly began to operate the Hun Yuan Ichi Ju. As the technique circulated, tremendous changes began to occur within Jiang Chen's body. The flesh, bones, and organs that had already been refined once by the basic breathing method underwent an even deeper refinement. The impurities that had not been refined last time were now completely exposed. Not only the flesh, bones, and organs, but even the bone marrow underwent a refinement, making his body even more transparent. After a night passed, Jiang Chen opened his eyes, feeling as if he had been reborn. He raised his arm to take a look and found that his skin had become even more tender. Jiang Chen was speechless. His skin was increasingly resembling that of a woman. Feeling the changes within his body, Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel. It was indeed a technique that pointed directly to the path of becoming an immortal, far beyond what the basic breathing method could compare to. Standing up, he moved his muscles and bones, mastering the newfound strength he had gained. After a night of hard training, there was no improvement in his realm, but his strength had greatly increased. Zhang Hong had said that the limit for body refinement was about 10,000 pounds of strength. However, Jiang Chen now, even if he didn't have 10,000 pounds, was close to it. He had only reached the 7th level of body refinement, and the Hun Yuan Ichi Ju had not yet been fully practiced. Once he completely finished practicing the Hun Yuan Ichi Ju and raised his realm to the 9th level of body refinement, who knew how much his strength would increase. After washing up, Jiang Chen left his room. He happened to run into Jiang Xinan, who had just woken up. Seeing her father, Jiang Xinan was taken aback, her bright eyes blinking in disbelief. "Dad, did you get whiter?" Jiang Xinan asked hesitantly. "Really?" Jiang Chen smiled and ruffled his daughter's hair as he walked downstairs, saying, "Once you master the breathing method, you can also become whiter." "Really?" Jiang Xinan's eyes lit up. Although her skin was already very fair, who wouldn't want their skin to be even more radiant? "Of course it's true," Jiang Chen said. "Once you master the basic breathing method, I'll give you a surprise." Hearing this, Jiang Xinan became even happier. She made up her mind to shorten her work hours a bit each day to free up some time to study the breathing method. Arriving in the living room on the first floor, Jiang Xiaoqi had prepared breakfast. Jiang Chen took a sip of milk, pondering that it was time to prepare for improving their meals. They were already cultivating immortality, yet still eating these mundane foods every day. It was a bit unreasonable. The spiritual rice and the fruits and vegetables infused with spiritual energy from Jiang Hong's side. Plus, they could raise spiritual beasts specifically for meat. They could bring a batch over. That way, eating spiritual rice, spiritual fruits, and spiritual meat every day would accelerate their realm's improvement. However, Jiang Chen shook his head. It wasn't feasible for now. At the very least, he needed to set up a spirit gathering array. Otherwise, even if he transplanted the spiritual plants, the spiritual energy would gradually dissipate over time. Also, if he wanted to create a paradise filled with spiritual energy, the villa they were currently living in was too small. Jiang Chen thought of Zijin Bay. That place was quite nice. "Shan'an, how about we move to Zijin Bay in a few days?" Jiang Chen smiled and asked his daughter across from him. "Move to Zijin Bay?" Jiang Xinan was taken aback, then frowned and said, "I've been to Zijin Bay, the environment is nice, but isn't it too remote? Every day at work, I end up wasting a lot of time on the road." Whether it's the Jiang Group or Sinan Technology, the office buildings are all located in the Huangpu area. She only has a 10-minute drive to get to the company. But if they move to Zijin Bay, it would take at least an hour, and that's without traffic. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "What if we move the entire group company to Zijin Bay?" In the villa's dining room, upon hearing Jiang Chen's suggestion, Jiang Xinan couldn't help but blink. What was her dad thinking? Moving the research institution to Zijin Bay wasn't enough. He was also planning to move their home and the company there. She immediately began to consider the feasibility of it. If it were in the past, it might not have been possible. That would hinder the company's development. But with the rise of Sinan Technology and the Jiang Group possessing core technology, there was no need to worry about whether the office location was remote. There's a saying, a mountain doesn't have to be high, it becomes divine with a spirit. The Jiang Group is that spirit. As long as they relocate there, no matter how remote Zijin Bay is, it can thrive. No problem. After coming to this realization, Jiang Xinan nodded in agreement. Jiang Chen responded with an preparing to plan out Zijin Bay further. At the very least, he needed to outline the group's office building and their new home. He planned to build a manor in Zijin Bay, setting up a spirit gathering array to envelop the entire estate. He would also create a rice field there, planting spiritual rice. Additionally, there would be a spirit beast park, a spirit fruit orchard, and more, all to be arranged. It's time to take a trip to Zijin Bay, Jiang Chen thought. On one hand, he needed to plan the new home. On the other hand, the barracks he had exchanged from Wu Yang should be released. Keeping the barracks near the villa wouldn't work, it would fit perfectly in Zijin Bay. In the future, Zijin Bay would be his stronghold. By the way, Shaoqi, have someone repair the mountain road over in Zijin Bay. That road is a bit broken. Remember to widen it a bit, Jiang Chen said, looking at Jiang Shaoqi. Just have our own people do it. By our own people, he naturally meant the bioengineered humans. Understood, Jiang Shaoqi replied. Jiang Chen continued. Shan'an, how much funding can the group allocate now? I want to buy up all of Zijin Bay. Most of Zijin Bay is wasteland, and the remaining small fishing village has been almost cleared out by Jiang Chen. Now only a few elderly people remain. The other residents have naturally sold their houses and land to the Jiang family, taking the money to enjoy life in the bustling city. Jiang Xinan didn't expect her dad to have such big ambitions. Zijin Bay is a full 5 square kilometers. She thought for a moment and said, Dad, the company is developing well. Currently, reallocating 100 billion is not a big issue. It won't affect the company's operations, right? Jiang Chen asked. Jiang Xinan smiled and said, Dad, you're underestimating our company. Even if we reallocate another 100 billion, it won't have much impact. It's just that the company is growing rapidly and many projects need to be launched, so there are plenty of places to spend money. Alright, Shaoqi, you contact the authorities and negotiate the price. Let's acquire all the remaining land in Zijin Bay, Jiang Chen instructed. 5 square kilometers is equivalent to 7,500 acres, even if calculated at 1 million per acre. That's only 7.5 billion, and 100 billion is more than enough. Moreover, 1 million per acre is on the high side. The price can be negotiated down, and the officials in Moda should offer a preferential price. After all, the Jiang family is investing tens of billions to buy the land in Zijin Bay, and they are definitely planning to invest in construction. Once the construction begins, the Modu officials will also benefit. At the very least, the officials in Insu district will definitely do their best to facilitate this land transaction. That would be a significant achievement. Dad, the company's negotiation team has been talking with the Western delegation for so many days, their patience is wearing thin. I estimate that in a few days I will have to step in and negotiate with them myself. Do you want to come along? Jiang Xinan asked. Jiang Chen shook his head. Forget it, I won't go. Jiang Xinan sighed. Dad, that's a business deal involving tens or even hundreds of billions. Are you really not going to show up? How vast is the European and American market? With the consumption capacity of the European and American markets, not to mention anything else, just the annual technology patent fees alone amount to a huge figure. You can negotiate yourself, but the technology licensing fees must be higher than those in the domestic market. The specifics, you can consider, Jiang Chen said. Alright, Jiang Xinan had no choice but to nod. After breakfast, Jiang Xinan took a car to the company. Jiang Chen returned to his bedroom to communicate with the Transdimensional Club and contact Chen Xing. About half an hour later, Chen Xing replied. Jiang Chen's figure flickered, arriving at the communication space in that dilapidated square. Jiang Chen, you're here. Chen Xing, I'm here. Jiang Chen, long time no see. Chen Xing, long time no see. Jiang Chen, it's been over a month, right? Chen Xing, 1 month and 4 days. Jiang Chen, you remember it quite clearly. Chen Xing, I'm calculating when you will deliver. The two exchanged words, surprisingly not feeling awkward. Hearing Chen Xing's last sentence, Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He had promised to provide her with a batch of laser guns quickly, but the wait had turned into over a month. What could he do? The factory wasn't built yet. How could they produce? Did you just finish a battle? Jiang Chen looked at Chen Xing, who was clad in silver battle armor with quite a bit of blood on it. Chen Xing replied dully, living in the apocalypse, fighting was part of daily life. Not wanting to dwell on that topic, she asked, are you contacting me this time to deliver? After saying that, she walked over and sat down on the steps by the fountain, her cold, beautiful face showing signs of fatigue. A woman fighting in a brutal apocalypse while managing a considerable force was very tired. But she knew she couldn't stop, otherwise there was only one outcome, death. Jiang Chen nodded. The newly built weapon manufacturing plant isn't finished yet, so I had someone temporarily produce a batch of laser guns for you to take a look at. With that, Jiang Chen waved his hand, and 150 laser guns appeared on the ground. Chen Xing's eyes lit up as she stood up and picked up one of the laser guns. The laser guns produced by Jiang Chen had a very sci-fi design for their shells. Chen Xing didn't care about the appearance. For her, practicality was key. She raised the laser gun and fired a shot at the wall not far away. The powerful laser instantly melted a large hole in the wall. Not bad, very strong, Chen Xing said happily. Is that all? Chen Xing frowned. This was just over 100 guns, not nearly enough. Because Jiang Chen had provided her with a large amount of food, the number of people in her base had increased significantly, and her soldiers had expanded considerably. This amount of weaponry was simply insufficient. Jiang Chen said, in a month, at most a month. After a month, I can provide you with 5,000 laser guns in the first batch. From then on, however many you need, I can supply. It's no problem to support you in forming several legions. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing's lips curled slightly, looking forward to Jiang Chen's description. What do you want? Chen Xing asked. Next came the discussion of prices. Jiang Chen paused for a moment, looking at Chen Xing and said, as a weak woman, struggling in this brutal apocalypse, it's not easy for you. I'll give you a discount. Let's settle in gold. How about 10 kilograms of gold per gun? Hearing that Jiang Chen was willing to settle in gold, Chen Xing was first taken aback, then pleasantly surprised, but finally, she frowned, looking at Jiang Chen in silence. Jiang Chen's willingness to settle in gold was something Chen Xing had never expected. She thought Jiang Chen would try to take her divine crystal again. The divine crystal was her main resource for becoming stronger, and she was reluctant to settle in divine crystals easily. Jiang Chen's proposal to settle in gold made her happy. However, this price, 10 kilograms of gold for one laser gun, she calculated briefly, and just for these 150 laser guns, it would require 1,500 kilograms of gold. Upon calculating this price, Chen Xing's rosy lips twitched slightly. A profiteer. Even if gold wasn't worth much in her world, it wasn't infinite. It was still a matter of using a little, losing a little. If it were just a small transaction, it wouldn't be a problem. She would definitely equip her soldiers with a large number of laser guns in the future. By then, what she would need are hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of them. According to Jiang Chen's quote, 10,000 laser guns would require 100,000 kilograms of gold. Too black, way too black. Impossible. Chen Xing decisively shook her head. Jiang Chen blinked. Then what price do you suggest? Chen Xing hesitated for a moment, steeled her heart, and bargained, at most 1 kilogram. Deal. Jiang Chen clapped his hands in agreement. Chen Xing, did she just lose out? She calculated carefully. At this price, trading for 100,000 laser guns would only cost 100 tons of gold. Not expensive. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, doing some calculations in his mind as well. 1 kilogram of gold equals 1,000 grams. The current gold price on Blue Star is 420 yuan per gram, making 1,000 grams worth 420,000 yuan. Jiang Chen didn't know much about the arms trade, but he was aware that a high-end sniper rifle typically costs around $70,000 to $80,000. Many firearms easily cost several thousand to tens of thousands of dollars. So, when calculated this way, trading one laser gun for 1 kilogram of gold isn't expensive at all. In fact, the manufacturing cost of a laser gun isn't high either. Once the factory is built and mass production begins, the cost will be even lower. Alright, stop calculating, you're not losing out. This price is very fair. Seeing Chen Xing still struggling with the numbers, Jiang Chen said helplessly. Chen Xing came back to her senses, a faint smile appearing on her cold face as she said, "Okay, let's finalize the deal at this price." As she spoke, Chen Xing blinked her beautiful, icy eyes and looked at Jiang Chen. "You seem to need gold quite a bit, right? How about trading me another batch of silver light swords? I can settle in gold." Jiang Chen did not refuse. Wu Yang indeed needed gold very much. He had high hopes for this little brother Wu Yang, wishing for him to reach the pinnacle of the island world. Jiang Chen had a gut feeling that as a member of the club, it was inevitable that they would battle across countless worlds in the future. Making more friends in the club would be beneficial. Of course, it also depended on the person. If the person turned out to be a backstabber, then it would be a disaster. Fortunately, the few friends Jiang Chen matched with had good character and were not like backstabbers. 1. Silver light sword for 100 kilograms of gold and 100 kilograms of silver. How does that sound? Jiang Chen smiled. You still want silver? Chen Xing was surprised, thinking Jiang Chen only wanted gold. Jiang Chen smiled without speaking. Could he say that silver light swords are made from silver? A considerable amount of silver is used to manufacture silver light swords. Rather than purchasing it on Blue Star, it would be better to trade directly with Chen Xing. No, that's too expensive. Chen Xing shook her head, realizing that Jiang Chen was no longer indifferent to precious metals like gold and silver as he had been when they first met. Then what price do you suggest? Jiang Chen asked. 30 kilograms of gold and 30 kilograms of silver. Chen Xing directly slashed a large portion off the price. Deal, Jiang Chen said, without even raising an eyebrow. This was already a deal he was making a profit on, regardless of how the other party quoted. Chen Xing. She felt like she was losing out again. How about this? Let's round it off. I'll give you 3,500 silver light swords and you pay me 105,000 kilograms of gold and 105,000 kilograms of silver. How does that sound? Jiang Chen proposed. Okay, Chen Xing nodded. Shall we set a time for delivery? Jiang Chen asked. Chen Xing's breathing became a bit heavy. With these 3,500 silver light swords, she could start eliminating the opposing force. I've prepared the gold and silver. Once your goods arrive, we can settle the payment immediately, Chen Xing said. Jiang Chen glanced at her. Chun. Xing smiled and remained silent. As a member of the Super Time and Space Club, she had matched with many worlds, most of which used gold and silver as currency. So every time she went out exploring, she would instruct her subordinates to bring back all precious metals like gold and silver they found. Although her subordinates didn't quite understand, no one dared to say anything due to her prestige over time. Her warehouse was piled high with gold, silver, and various jewels. Alright, wait for me a moment, I'll deliver in about 2 hours. With that, Jiang Chen logged off and left. Back at the villa, Jiang Chen greeted Jiang Shaoqi and drove alone to the warehouse where the silver was stored. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Jiang Chen took out the silver light sword production template and began pouring in silver to manufacture the silver light swords. About 5 hours later, 3,500 silver light swords were finally completed. Jiang Chen sighed. Making the silver light swords wasn't tiring, but the repetitive actions were a bit annoying. Next time, he would let the android handle it. He had been careless this time. Contacting Chen Xing, Jiang Chen presented the 3,500 silver light swords before him. The sight of the 3,500 swords stacked together was visually impressive. Especially knowing the power of the silver light swords, Chen Xing's heart raced. 3,500 silver light swords could unleash 3.5 million powerful attacks. Who could withstand that? This is 105 tons of gold and 105 tons of silver. Chen Xing waved his hand, and dazzling gold and silver appeared. Pleasure to cooperate. Jiang Chen extended his hand to Chen Xing. Chen Xing hesitated for a moment before shaking hands with Jiang Chen. The touch was warm. Jiang Chen was surprised. Chen Xing radiated a cold aura, yet her hand was warm, which was unexpected. They quickly separated, but neither left immediately. They began to chat. They wouldn't forget the original intention of the transdimensional club. It was a club, a social platform, not merely a trading platform. So, appropriate interaction was necessary. In fact, Chen Xing also felt that in the future, they might traverse countless worlds. By then, friends from the club would be their support. How many times have you matched? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Including you, 7 times. Chen Xing replied. Then your experience is even older than mine. How come you were still short on food back then? Jiang Chen asked, somewhat surprised. This decisive and cold-tempered beauty couldn't be as unfortunate as Tian Hong, right? Matching so many worlds and still not finding one rich in food resources? In the communication space, in the dilapidated square, Chen Xing sighed, feeling quite helpless. Most of the worlds I've matched are feudal ancient societies. While there are some martial arts, they don't help me much. What I really want is food, but unfortunately, if I had matched a friend from the elite class, that would have been great. But the highest status among the friends I've matched is just a scholar, and a poor one at that. The rest are all commoners who can't provide me with much food at all. I could pay some gold and silver in advance to have them help me procure food. But in a feudal society, doing that would be equivalent to harming them. Jiang Chen nodded. That was true. In a feudal era where human rights were hard to guarantee, a commoner suddenly producing large amounts of untraceable silver to buy food would surely attract attention. Once targeted, their life would be in danger. Chen Xing glanced at Jiang Chen and continued, later, I matched a technological world. It was a resource-rich, highly productive technological world. At that time, I thought I was set. I wouldn't lack food anymore, but unfortunately. Saying this, Chen Xing sighed again. The friend from the technological world was a young man around 20, somewhat impulsive. When I proposed to exchange gold for food, he immediately agreed, looking quite excited. Since he was still a college student and didn't have much capital, I had to pay him some gold in advance. As a result, after successfully completing a transaction for 10 tons of food, that person went offline. Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched. He must have accidentally exposed himself and been targeted by someone with ill intentions. Despite Jiang Chen's large-scale acquisition of food and metals on Blue Star, he had remained unscathed. That was because he had a business group worth over 100 billion as a cover, especially after acquiring a group of bionic subordinates like Jiang Shaoqi. It became even easier for Jiang Chen to stockpile resources. With their terrifying computing power, every batch of supplies entering the warehouse would undergo meticulous calculations, drawing no attention and withstanding any investigation. Jiang Chen imagined for a moment, if he were an ordinary person, rather than the chairman of the Jiang Group, how would he accumulate wealth after becoming a member of the Supertime and Space Club? After thinking it over, Jiang Chen felt that he should have first asked Dai Shuier for a few bionic people, allowing them to use their formidable computing abilities to earn some money in the financial market. Then, with the money earned, he could purchase food and reach a deal with Dai Shuier, completing his initial accumulation of wealth. Of course, this was just a hypothetical. After all, Dai Shuier was not his first friend. Imagine if he were a poor person with less than 10,000 in savings. What could he trade with Jiang Hong when they matched for the first time? Jiang Chen shook his head, dismissing these meaningless hypotheticals. By the way, I'm planning to eliminate a rival force soon. Do you want to watch? Chen Xing suddenly asked. Jiang. Chen was speechless. Here was another invitation to watch a battle. Last time it was Tian Hong, and now it was Chen Xing. However, he was indeed interested. He had never seen a battle between extraordinary beings. Someone like Chen Xing, who possessed special abilities and had a strong physique, should be considered extraordinary, right? After chatting for a while, Jiang Chen parted ways with Chen Xing. Leaving the communication space, he returned to reality. Jiang Chen checked the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. After storing the gold and silver he had traded from Chen Xing in his storage bag, Jiang Chen walked out of the warehouse, the sunlight a bit blinding. Shielding his eyes from the sun, a smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. This transaction with Chen Xing had resolved the issue of gold. Wu Yang had a high demand for gold, and even he would find it quite challenging to acquire it. On Blue Star. After all, it was gold. A national strategic resource. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen stopped thinking about it. Calculating the distance to his villa, he decided not to drive and prepared to walk home. Halfway there, Jiang Shaoqi called to say that the big leader from Modu wanted to talk to him, probably about the matters concerning Zijinbei. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen said, "We're on South Street, you can come pick me up." "Okay," Jiang Shaoqi replied and hung up. Not long after, Jiang Shaoqi arrived by car, and Jiang Chen got in, heading towards Administrative Street. Entering the official administrative building of Modu, Jiang Chen met the big leader. This wasn't Jiang Chen's first meeting with the big leader, they were somewhat familiar with each other. After greeting, the big leader first praised the achievements of the Jiang Group before getting down to business. "Chairman Jiang, you've invested in buying the entire Zijinbei. Do you have any new plans?" the big leader asked with a smile. Jiang Chen replied, "I plan to move the company there." The big leader was somewhat surprised. Jiang Chen continued, "As you know, the current office space of the Jiang Group is too small. With the company's development and expansion, we definitely need to change our office space. So, I want to find a larger piece of land to build a new office building all at once." The big leader was speechless. A new office building wouldn't even require 5 square kilometers of land. Of course, buying such a large piece of land will definitely not just be for constructing an office building. All the research institutions under the Jiang Group will also relocate there, Jiang Chen added. The big leader nodded, deep in thought. He knew that the Jiang Group had already obtained a weapon production license and had reached a cooperation agreement with the Eastern Theater Command. They were currently rebuilding a weapon manufacturing plant in Zijinbei. Now, they planned to relocate the entire Jiang Group there. It seemed that Zijinbei would become the core of the Jiang Group in the future. Ha. With you doing this, the folks in Yingxin district will be thrilled. But the leaders over in Huangpu will probably be worried, the big leader said with a smile. Jiang Chen chuckled, but said nothing. His large-scale relocation would surely not please the leaders in Huangpu, but he didn't care. Reaching this point, nothing could limit his development. After chatting with the big leader for about half an hour, Jiang Chen stood up to take his leave. He knew that the big leader had called him over this time just to understand the Jiang Group's next development strategy. Was it really preparing to enter the arms business? Or was it going to delve deeper into the battery field? Jiang Chen shared what he could. In any case, the big leader was very satisfied. With the big leader satisfied, he wouldn't have to worry about the subsequent matters. As for the land issue in Zijinbei, he could just talk directly with the leaders over in Yingxu district. Those leaders would surely be happy to discuss it. Leaving Administrative Street and returning to Villa Number 1 in Huangpu, it was already nearly 5 in the afternoon. Around 6 in the evening, Jiang Xinan came back. Seeing his slightly tired daughter, Jiang Chen asked with concern, "Busy today?" Jiang Xinan shook her head. "Not really busy, Dad. Weren't you planning to move the group to Zijinbei? I need to prepare in advance. I don't want to be flustered when the time comes." In the villa's living room, hearing that Jiang Xinan had started preparing for the company's relocation, Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled. "No need to rush in the next couple of days. Take your time." Jiang Xinan replied, tossing her bag aside, changing her shoes, and plopping down on the sofa without any grace, letting out a long sigh. Home was so comfortable. She felt completely relaxed. Even when she wasn't busy at the company, she would still feel tired. Moreover, she couldn't sit still at the company, always wanting to find something to do. But it was different at home. Home was a harbor. "Miss, would you like a glass of cool tea?" Jiang Shaoqi came over with a glass of cool tea. "Thank you, Shaoqi," Jiang Xinan said gratefully, picking up the teacup and gulping down several big mouthfuls. On a hot summer day, drinking a large glass of cool tea felt so refreshing. After downing more than half the glass, Jiang Xinan put down the cup and said to Jiang Chen, "Dad, I'm thinking of finding a manager to take over my position as president of Sinan Technology. What do you think?" Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Xinan in surprise. This girl had once been determined to take charge of Sinan Technology. After just a few months, as president, she wanted to step down? Seemingly sensing her father's thoughts, Jiang Sinan's face turned a bit red. Back then, her desire to control Sinan Technology was not just because of Zhao Qian, that venomous woman. She knew Zhao Qian was plotting against Sinan Technology. Sinan Technology was built by her parents, a culmination of their life's work. Her mother had passed away, partly due to overwork. How could she bear to see Sinan Technology fall into the hands of that venomous woman, Zhao Qian? Now, that venomous woman had become a vegetable, lying in a hospital bed. Her ambition had faded quite a bit. Dad, last month, you were planning to let me take the position of group president, right? Once I join the group, I definitely need to find a suitable manager for Sinan Technology. Most importantly, Dad, weren't you going to have me practice the basic breathing technique? I'm so busy every day, I don't have time, Jiang Sinan said with frustration. Jiang Chen glanced at her and replied irritably, you have so many excuses. Do you think being the group president is easy? Won't there be even more things to deal with then? Won't you be busier? Hearing this, Jiang Sinan couldn't help but mutter, you seem pretty free every day. Jiang Chen. This daughter was unbearable. Hee, can you let me, Dad? Jiang Sinan said, pulling on Jiang Chen's arm and acting cute. Jiang Chen felt a bit dazed, as if he saw her as a child. Back then, she often acted like this to him. Let me think about it. Jiang Chen began to consider Jiang Sinan's suggestion. Speaking of which, he really hadn't been to the group in a long time. As the chairman and president of the Jiang Group, he had indeed been too idle. In the past few months, he had only visited Sinan Technology a few times. However, even though he hadn't been to the group much, his control over it hadn't diminished at all. Not to mention having Hao Donglai, his trusted aide, serving as the general manager at the group. Just saying that Jiang Xiaoqi, his secretary, often represented him to inspect the group. In addition, he sent several androids to join the company in management positions. Although the innovative capabilities of the androids were lacking, their management skills were absolutely top-notch. The financial investment department of the group saw a significant increase in profits due to the addition of the androids. Alright, as you wish. In the end, Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Dad, you're the best. Jiang Sinan smiled happily. Do we have suitable candidates? Jiang Chen asked. How about Qianshuan? Jiang Sinan's eyes brightened. Qianshuan? Your childhood playmate, Lu Qianshuan? Jiang Chen recalled Wang Fan's storyline, and indeed, this Lu Qianshuan had quite a knack for business, comparable to his own daughter. Yes, Dad, you remember her, right? Our former neighbor. Jiang Sinan laughed. Jiang Chen nodded. Of course I remember. You used to follow her around all the time. But after you grew up, we didn't see her much. I think she came over once when you were in middle school, right? She was quite a pretty girl. Jiang Sinan nodded. Qianshuan is indeed very beautiful, almost on par with me. Such vanity. Jiang Chen shook his head in exasperation. Although his daughter was naturally beautiful, she still fell a bit short compared to Lu Qianshuan. However, ever since his daughter injected the gene enhancement serum and later consumed fish demon meat, her physique improved, her skin became better, and her looks naturally gained a lot of points. I heard Qianshuan has good abilities, we can let her come over to give it a try. Jiang Chen pondered. This Lu Qianshuan was reliable in character and was a good friend of his daughter, making her a good fit to manage Sinan Technology. Thank you, Dad. Jiang Sinan cheerfully got up and went upstairs. She wanted to tell Lu Qianshuan the news and let her consider it. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Sinan came down from the second floor. Dad, Qianshuan said she will return to the country in mid-month and will come to see us then. I feel like Qianshuan should agree. Our Sinan Technology is well known both domestically and internationally, and its development prospects are clear. She has no reason not to come. Jiang Sinan bounced over to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Changing the topic, the father and daughter began discussing the negotiation progress with the Western delegation. In fact, there wasn't much progress. The conditions offered by the Jiang family did not satisfy the Western delegation. The Western delegation wanted to enjoy the same equal treatment as Chinese enterprises, which Sinan Technology naturally disagreed with. The two sides began to haggle over this issue. Jiang Sinan wasn't in a hurry, they could take their time. After all, it wasn't them who needed to be anxious. This was the confidence that came from mastering core technology. Boss, young lady, dinner is ready. Jiang Xiaoqi's voice came, and the father and daughter stood up to head to the dining room. After dinner, Jiang Chen returned to his bedroom. After freshening up a bit, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on the mat and continued to practice the Hunyuan Ichi Ju. He wanted to break through to the qi refining stage as soon as possible. Once he reached the qi refining stage, he would open up his dantian and refine spiritual energy into magical power. With magical power, he would be able to perform various spells. At that time, a simple cleaning spell would keep him clean without the hassle he faced now. Spells. I really look forward to it, Jiang Chen murmured. Speaking of spells, there was no inheritance of spells on Blue Star. Once he broke through to the chi refining stage, he would have to trade with Jiang Hong. Settling his thoughts, Jiang Chen closed his eyes and began to practice. A night passed without a word. Jiang Chen had another sleepless night. Previously, when practicing the basic breathing technique, he would only practice for 3 hours each night before going to sleep. After switching to the Han Yuan Ichi Ju, he had stayed up for 2 consecutive nights. Fortunately, he was cultivating immortality and didn't feel tired. I should set up a small spirit gathering array. Jiang Chen stood up, washing up while considering the next steps. He had a basic grasp of elementary array analysis and could attempt to set up a small spirit gathering array. The coverage didn't need to be too large. Covering the villa would suffice. September 5th morning. Dad, I'm going to the company. After having breakfast, Jiang Xinan changed into a black suit, greeted Jiang Chen with her bag in hand, and left the villa in a cheerful mood. Jiang Chen checked the time, stood up, and said to Jiang Xiaoqi, get ready. We're going to Zijing Bay today. Okay, Jiang Xiaoqi replied. Around 9 a.m., Jiang Chen arrived at Zijing Bay by car. He went to the reconstruction site of the 403 machinery factory to check the progress of the project, which was expected to be completed in about 10 days. Jiang Chen hopped onto an A999 all-terrain construction vehicle, sat in the driver's seat, and spoke to the vehicle's intelligent AI. I want to design an office building and a manor. Received. Please select the construction area. The AI responded. Jiang Chen tapped the screen, and a map of Zijing Bay projected before him. Since he intended to buy the entire Zijing Bay, he naturally needed to plan it as a whole. Of course, this was just preliminary planning, preparing for the future. Once the land was approved, construction could begin. Jiang Chen looked at the map. The original site of the 403 machinery factory was located in the northern direction, close to Zijing Mountain, which could be designated as an industrial area. Important factories in the future, such as a weapons manufacturing plant, could be placed in this area. Here, Jiang Chen pointed to the central area of Zijing Bay and said, the group headquarters will be built here. He planned to center the headquarters and create a comprehensive park that radiated throughout Zijing Bay, integrating office, entertainment, and research facilities. After deciding on the location of the headquarters, Jiang Chen slid his finger down the map, pointing to the southern coastal area, and said, build me a manor here, with an area of. Jiang Chen paused and said, design it for an area of 100 acres, and leave some land around the manor for future expansion. The reason for building such a large manor was naturally not just for living. His residence would only be a 2-story small building at most. Other areas would be divided into various zones, such as a spirit beast park, a spirit plant garden, and a spirit fruit orchard, among others. Jiang Chen glanced at the sea, wondering, if spirit rice could be cultivated in the ocean, he couldn't just open a rice field in the manor, could he? Well, it wasn't impossible. He could allocate 10 acres of land for a spirit rice field, and the yield would surely be enough for their family. Received, generating design drawings. Generation complete. Soon, 2 optimal design plans were generated. One was the design drawing for the group headquarters, and Jiang Chen smiled as he looked at it. He was very satisfied with this design. Once built, it would be quite impressive. At least in terms of design, it had a strong sense of technology. The building would be quite tall, reaching a height of 600 meters. It seemed high, but compared to the skyscrapers on Kanglan Star, which often reached thousands of meters, it was nothing. Not bad. This is the one, Jiang Chen decisively said. By the way, has the geological survey been done? Is it suitable for building such a tall building? Zijing Bay was by the sea, so he couldn't help but worry. Survey completed. Geology is suitable. Jiang Chen nodded and looked at the design drawing of the manor. It was also quite good, primarily featuring a Chinese garden style while incorporating some Western elements. This design extended the manor into the sea, directly enclosing a section of the ocean, transforming it into a large swimming pool for the manor. Not bad, Jiang Chen said, his eyes sparkling at the design. Once the manor was built, with the spirit gathering array and the illusion mist array set up, it would definitely be a fairy tale manor. The illusion mist array was a mesmerizing formation that could prevent outsiders from spying on the manor. From the outside, it would just look like an ordinary small courtyard, but in reality, it would be a vast manor. This array was very necessary. Once Zijing Bay developed, the surrounding area would surely be filled with tall buildings. If a set of illusion mist arrays wasn't set up, outsiders standing in high buildings would be able to freely spy on the entire manor, which was unacceptable. Alright, once the factory is built, we should be able to start constructing the group headquarters. After saying that, Jiang Chen jumped off the construction Vehicle, mumbling to himself whether he should find Dai Shui or to trade for a few more construction vehicles. 3. Construction vehicles just weren't enough. Leaving the 403 machinery factory construction site, Zhang Chen took Zhang Shaoqi to the only fishing village in Zijin Bay. There were still a few elderly people living alone in the village who hadn't moved away, and today Zhang Chen planned to take care of this matter. Otherwise, the construction of the estate would be delayed. The planned location for the estate was right on top of the fishing village. It must be said that the geographical location of the fishing village was indeed quite good. A few elderly people are unwilling to move? What's the reason? Is it hard to leave their homeland? Or do they think the conditions offered are too low? Zhang Chen asked Zhang Shaoqi as they walked. Zhang Shaoqi replied, originally, there were 7 elderly people unwilling to leave, but after our persuasion, 5 of them agreed to relocate. Now only 2 elderly people are left. They say it's hard to leave their homeland and that they are about to be buried soon, not wanting to leave the place they've lived their whole lives. Do you think what they said is true? Zhang Chen asked. Zhang Shaoqi said, they spoke very sincerely, but from their facial expressions there seems to be something off. Zhang Chen nodded and didn't ask further. Entering the fishing village, the dilapidated houses and muddy streets made it clear how poor the conditions were in the village. In this big metropolis of Magic City, such a poverty-stricken fishing village still existed. It's hard to imagine. No wonder when the Zhang group proposed to buy the land and properties, the villagers agreed without hesitation and left with money without any reluctance. They had truly had enough of the hard life in the fishing village. If they had the means, they would have moved long ago. The opportunity presented by the Zhang family was something only a fool would refuse. Soon, Zhang Shaoqi brought Zhang Chen to the front of a dilapidated courtyard. The gate was a bit broken, but the area in front was very clean. Zhang Shaoqi knocked on the door. Coming, an old voice came from inside the yard. After a moment, the gate opened, and an old woman appeared. Upon seeing Zhang Shaoqi, the old woman's expression changed, and she said unhappily, "It's you again, girl. We've already said we won't move, no matter how much you offer." Zhang Shaoqi's expression remained unchanged. She was a synthetic human, devoid of emotions. Naturally, she wouldn't get angry because of someone else's bad attitude. "Elder, may I ask why? Isn't it more convenient to move to the city? Are you dissatisfied with the conditions offered by the Zhang family?" Zhang Chen asked. In fact, the conditions offered by the Zhang family were quite good. Each household was given proper arrangements. The Zhang family wouldn't ruin their reputation for a bit of compensation. Of course, if they encountered those greedy, stubborn residents, no matter how good the conditions were, it wouldn't matter. When faced with such people, alternative measures would have to be considered. Zijin Bay Fishing Village. In front of the small courtyard, Zhang Chen looked at the elderly person in front of him, who appeared to be a very kind old man, not like someone greedy. Perhaps there were other reasons for not wanting to move? Hearing Zhang Chen's inquiry, the elderly person fell silent. "You must be this girl's leader, right? Come in and talk." An old man's voice came from the yard this time. The old woman, upon hearing this, invited them inside. Zhang Chen thanked her and walked into the yard with Zhang Shaoqi. Looking around the yard, it was very simple, yet clean, with 2 elderly people who seemed to be quite particular. "Hello, elder." Zhang Chen greeted the elderly people with a smile. They looked to be at least in their 70s. "Please, sit down, leader," the old man said, moving a few stools to a cement stone table and bringing a teapot to brew tea for them. Zhang Chen sat down and started chatting with the elderly people. Soon, Zhang Chen steered the conversation towards the relocation issue. The old man held the teacup inside. "It's not that we don't want to move, nor is it that we think your company's compensation is too little, it's just..." As he spoke, a look of pain crossed the old man's face. The old woman beside him couldn't help but wipe her tears. Zhang Chen paused for a moment and said, "Could you elaborate?" The old man steadied his emotions and said, "We have a grandson who has been working in Deep City for years. He is very filial. Although he doesn't come home often because he is busy, he calls every 3 to 5 days to check in. But 3 months ago, he suddenly lost contact. For 3 whole months, he hasn't called home even once. I called the electronics factory where my grandson worked, and they said he quit 6 months ago. We reported it to the police, and until now, there has been no news. Even his phone number has become inactive. This fishing village is the only place we have contact with our grandson. If we old folks move away, where will he look for us when he comes back?" Zhang Chen listened to the old man's account, unsure of what to say. He could only think. Forget it, no more words. He wanted to say, even if your grandson comes back and finds the house demolished, he could easily ask around and find you. If worse comes to worst, doesn't he know to seek official help? The Insu district authorities are quite clear about the resettlement of fishing village residents. Old man, what about your son? Jiang Chen asked. The elderly couple looked sorrowful. Our son and daughter-in-law passed away many years ago. Now we only have one grandson left. I'm sorry, Jiang Chen expressed his condolences, helplessly saying, Old man, waiting like this isn't a solution. How about this, once you two settle down in the city, I will send someone to keep watch here. If your grandson returns, we will notify you immediately. How does that sound? The elderly couple hesitated. They were old and didn't want to move. They originally just wanted to stay in this little courtyard and wait for their grandson to return until their lives ran out. But they also knew that the company was developing Zijin Bay. All the other residents had moved away, and they were the only ones stubbornly staying behind, which could easily be seen as a nuisance. If word got out, they would be the subject of gossip. Seeing the couple silent, Jiang Chen sighed and said, How about this? Please provide your grandson's information and I will send someone to investigate. The couple was moved by his words. They could tell that Jiang Chen might be the big boss who bought the fishing village. Alright, we'll trouble you then. The old man nodded. The old woman went back to the room and brought out an album and a household registration book. This is my grandson, a photo taken when he came back for the spring festival this year. The old woman pointed to a man in the album. And this is where Jiang He works. The old man took out a folded A4 paper. Jiang Chen glanced at the photo. It was a young man around 30 with an ordinary appearance. Looking at the household registration book, the name was Lu Jianghe. Xiaoqi, Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Xiaoqi. When it comes to finding people, Jiang Xiaoqi is the best at it. Jiang Xiaoqi glanced at the photo, noted the information from the household registration book and the A4 paper, and said, I'll arrange it right away. After saying that, she walked out of the small courtyard and stood under a sycamore tree not far from the courtyard, her eyes flashing with a red light. She didn't have any arrangements, it was just that when she used her computational power, her eyes would glow, and she was worried it might scare the elderly couple. Please wait a moment, there will be news soon, Jiang Chen said to the elderly couple. Thank you. The elderly couple expressed their gratitude upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. About half an hour later, Jiang Xiaoqi returned. In fact, it didn't take that long, it could be done in seconds. It was just to make it convincing that it took so long. Boss, I found out, Jiang Xiaoqi said calmly. The elderly couple immediately became excited. Was there finally news? Jiang Chen asked, What's the situation? Jiang Xiaoqi replied, According to the investigation, Lu Jianghe has been working at an electronics factory in Deep City for the past few years. He suddenly quit 6 months ago and has been doing odd jobs in Deep City. 3 months ago, he left Huaxia with a group of people. Following the clues, I found out that the last place Lu Jianghe was seen was in a small country in Africa. Africa? Jiang Chen was taken aback. The elderly couple was also stunned. I never expected that my grandson, who had been missing for 3 months, was no longer in Huaxia. Jiang Chen frowned and said, The elders have already reported to the police. They should have opened a case. If Lu Jianghe left Huaxia, the police should have found out, right? Jiang Xiaoqi replied, Lu Jianghe left Huaxia on a black ship, so there are no official records. Jiang Chen was speechless. He even doubted whether Lu Jianghe was still alive. If he was alive, how could he not have called home in all these months? Can we confirm the other party's situation? Jiang Chen's question was clearly asking, Can we determine whether he is alive or dead? Jiang Xiaoqi shook her head and said, In the area where Lu Jianghe disappeared, there is no network information. I checked through that, but the area is too remote, filled with caves and jungles, and I couldn't find anything with that either. Jiang Xiaoqi pointed to the sky. That clearly referred to satellites. The satellites on Blue Star could be called upon at will without being detected. This was also why Jiang Chen dared to boldly use ultramodern technology to construct projects in Zijin Bay, because the satellites would only see a very normal construction site in that location. Jiang Chen looked at the elderly couple. Tears streamed down their faces. They were old and confused, but they understood that their grandson was likely in grave danger. Otherwise, how could he not have made a single phone call in 3 months? Jiang Chen could only watch silently, not saying anything. He just instructed Jiang Xiaoqi to monitor the elders' health so they wouldn't be overly saddened and faint. Jiang Xiaoqi understood and quietly approached the two elderly people. In the small courtyard of the fishing village, after about 10 minutes, the two elders stabilized their emotions. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, fearing they might get too agitated and faint. After all, they were too old, to put it bluntly. If the two elders were too. Thank you, the old man said as he stood up and bowed to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen got up to support the old man and said gently, There's no need to thank me, sir. Regardless, I must thank you. Don't worry, we will move today. We won't delay your project, the old man said with a vacant look in his eyes. Jiang Chen nodded. All right, I will arrange for your move. The house is ready. The building you will live in has neighbors who are all from your community. The old man nodded, hesitating. Before asking, may I ask which country in Africa my grandson disappeared last? Jiang Chen understood that the old man wanted to seek help from the authorities. He wanted the officials to contact the local embassy and use their influence to find his grandson. Of course, Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. The elderly couple had only one relative left, so naturally, they were unwilling to let their only kin go ahead of them. Even if they knew deep down that the hope of finding their grandson was slim, they still wanted to try. At the very least, they wanted to confirm their grandson's fate. After bidding farewell to the two elders, Jiang Chen walked out of the fishing village. The village was very close to the coast, and after just a few steps, they arrived at the seaside. Looking at the boundless ocean, Jiang Chen felt an unprecedented sense of openness in his heart. Experts on Blue Star had said that the current ocean was once a continental plate long ago. Later, the continents sank and became the ocean. And now, the land plates were once the ocean in ancient times. If this is true, how many civilizations have been submerged in this endless ocean? Jiang Chen walked along the beach, stepping on the sand. Soon, they reached a relatively flat area behind the fishing village, and Jiang Chen stopped. This will do. Jiang Chen came to Zijin Bay today not only to plan the group building and the construction scheme for Jiang's manor but also to address the issue of the two elders' unwillingness to relocate. The most important thing was to set up the barracks. Jiang Chen was quite curious about the barracks and wondered what the principle of recruiting soldiers was. Were those soldiers puppets? Or were they real flesh and blood people? The rules are really hard to understand, Jiang Chen muttered and said to Jiang Xiaoqi, block the signals in this area, including from above. Yes, Jiang Xiaoqi replied, and a few seconds later said, boss, it's done. Jiang Chen raised his right hand, flipped his palm, and a model of a barracks appeared. First, he dripped blood to recognize the master and establish a connection with the barracks. A surge of information flooded into his mind, the legacy information of the barracks. The amount of information was somewhat overwhelming, and Jiang Chen decided to take his time to study it later. He looked at the barracks and realized he had absolute control over it. With a single thought, he could destroy the barracks or decide the life and death of the soldiers. Not bad, Jiang Chen nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. He reached out and tossed the barracks model into the air. The barracks began to rapidly enlarge in mid-air, its shape also starting to change. By the time it landed on the ground, it had transformed from a grand barracks into an ordinary courtyard. The courtyard, with its blue bricks and tiles, covered an area of about 300 square meters. Jiang Chen was speechless, thinking it would be restored to a 1-to-1 scale according to the model. Instead, it was just a model for reference. Of course, the barracks could be upgraded. As it upgraded, various facilities within the barracks would gradually be completed. Jiang Chen pushed open the barracks main gate. Inside the barracks courtyard, there was only a simple tile-roofed house, and in front of the house was a large playground. The playground featured stone stumps for strength training and some weapon racks. It was a proper ancient barracks. Crack! At that moment, the door of the tile-roofed house swung open, and a man in his 30s, clad in armor, stepped out. Jiang Chen looked over, and the man also saw Jiang Chen. Through a mental connection, he instantly understood who Jiang Chen was. The man walked up to Jiang Chen and knelt on one knee. Subordinate pays respects to the Lord. Jiang Chen nodded. From now on, you shall be called Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi pays respects to the Lord. The man bowed again and stood up straight. Can your outfit be changed? Jiang Chen asked. This armor was too eye-catching to walk around in. Yes, Jiang Yi replied. Jiang Chen took out his phone, found a stylish outfit that was entirely black, somewhat resembling a Zhongshan suit but less rigid. It could be considered a casual sports version of the Zhongshan suit. How about this? Jiang Chen showed the photo to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi glanced at it, nodded, and with a flash of light, changed into the outfit Jiang Chen requested. His long hair was also transformed into short hair. Jiang Chen examined Jiang Yi closely and was quite satisfied. Not bad, you look more spirited. From now on, this will be your uniform. Saying this, he set the parameters for the barracks. Soldiers recruited in the future would automatically wear the uniform he had designated. Yes, my lord. Jiang Yi had no objections. The only rule for the soldiers in the barracks was absolute obedience. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Also, don't call me my lord anymore. Just call me boss. He couldn't think of a better title. If he were the leader of a certain faction, he could have his subordinates address him according to the faction's honorifics. For example, in the old Ghost organization, the leader was referred to as Your Majesty the Ghost King. Although it sounded a bit silly, it did carry some weight. Understood, Jiang Yi nodded. Jiang Chen responded with an and added another setting for the barracks, so that the soldiers he recruited would uniformly address him as boss. What is your strength? Jiang Chen asked. Boss, I am at the 9th level of bronze. Jiang Yi answered. Jiang Chen nodded. The 9th level of bronze corresponded to the 9th layer of qi refining and cultivation, which was stronger than himself. Not bad. Can your strength be improved in the future? Jiang Chen asked. This was crucial. He could see that the strength of the recruited soldiers was linked to the level of the barracks. Currently, the barracks were at the bronze level, so the highest strength of the recruited soldiers could only be at the 9th level of bronze. But if that were the case, wouldn't the soldiers he recruited in the early stages be destined for elimination in the future? It should be possible, but I'm not sure of the specifics, Jiang Yi replied. He was just a soldier and didn't know much. Jiang Chen nodded, closed his eyes, and quickly flipped through the legacy information of the barracks in his mind. Soon, he understood. Once the barracks upgraded, Jiang Yi could, how should he put it, be remade? For example, if the barracks were promoted to silver level, having Jiang Yi remade would allow his strength to be upgraded to silver level. Crack! At that moment, the door of the brick house was pushed open again, and a young man stepped out, also around 30 years old. This person made Jiang Chen frown. Judging by his aura, his strength was far inferior to Jiang Yi. What is your strength? Jiang Chen asked. Boss, I am at the Black Iron 9th stage, the soldier replied. Looking dejected as he knelt on one knee. I have disappointed the boss. In the barracks. Hearing the second soldier's answer, Jiang Chen remained silent, closing his eyes to quickly search through the information in his mind. Soon, he opened his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed. This barracks has flaws. Logically speaking, a bronze-level barracks can recruit soldiers with a maximum strength of bronze 9th stage. Listen carefully, maximum. The word maximum implies probability. If luck is bad, a bronze-level barracks might recruit soldiers with black iron-level strength. The key is that soldiers recruited from a bronze-level barracks will have their future strength fixed at black iron level. According to the classification of barracks, they should be considered defective products. They don't even have the chance to be remade. This made Jiang Chen frown as he scrutinized the second soldier. The other party was flesh and blood, undoubtedly a real person. Since he couldn't rely on the barracks to grow stronger, could he practice cultivation and martial arts instead? If so, this so-called defective product could still be useful. As for cultivation, forget it. He could trade a few martial arts techniques with Tian Hong. Half an hour later, 10 men dressed in black and exuding a fierce aura stood on the barracks playground. Each of them was a human weapon. Among these 10 soldiers, 7 led by Jiang Yi were all of bronze-level strength. The weakest among them was at bronze 5th stage. The remaining 3 were black iron level. Unfortunately, the bronze-level barracks can only recruit 10 people a day. Jiang Chen flipped through the inheritance information, understanding the recruitment mechanism of the barracks. Every day, 10 soldiers would be automatically recruited. These soldiers were no different from real people. They needed to eat daily, and if they fasted, they would die. Of course, this was due to their low strength. Once their strength increased, perhaps they would be able to fast. Alright, after today, you will patrol at Purple Gold Bay. The specific tasks will be assigned to you by Shaoqi, Jiang Chen said. Yes, the soldiers responded loudly. Jiang Chen nodded and left the barracks with Zhang Shaoqi. As they walked, he muttered to himself, these guys are quite strong. If I were a poor man, I could have them move bricks to earn money. Leaving the barracks, today's business in Purple Gold Bay was considered complete. Have those 2 old men been arranged properly? Jiang Chen asked, looking towards the fishing village. Boss, don't worry, it's all taken care of, Zhang Shaoqi replied. Jiang Chen nodded and waved his hand, saying, let's go home. If they return now, they could still catch lunch. In the afternoon, he could set up the spirit gathering array. With the spirit gathering array, he wouldn't have to laboriously practice with spirit stones anymore. Practicing with spirit stones requires first extracting the spiritual energy from the stones, then operating the technique to absorb the energy into the body to refine the flesh. Once the spirit gathering array is set up, he could directly absorb the spiritual energy from the air, eliminating the hassle of extracting it from the spirit stones. Arriving at the parking area, Jiang Chen sat in the back seat of the car, continuing to study the barracks inheritance information. I can also recruit female soldiers? Not bad, Jiang Chen muttered, not because he had any particular thoughts. Rather, female soldiers could sometimes be more convenient than male soldiers, for example, to protect his daughter. And there was also Jiang Xinan's friend Lu Qianxuan, who was about to return to the country. After taking on the role of president of Sinan Technology, she would also need to arrange for bodyguards. It would be quite inconvenient to have male bodyguards protect them. These female soldiers could be sent to act as their bodyguards. Although using androids as bodyguards is also good, how should I put it? The combat power of androids is ultimately limited. The strength of androids comes from their materials, unless Daishuair and their side make breakthroughs in material technology. Otherwise, in terms of individual combat power, they really can't compare to the soldiers recruited from the barracks. Returning to Villa Number 1 in Huangpu, after making a lunch for Jiang Xiaoqi and eating a few bites casually, Jiang Chen began preparing to set up the formation. Setting up the formation sounds simple, and it is quite simple. But if you say it's difficult, it can be very challenging. The key is whether one has grasped the tricks. The first step in setting up the formation is to carve the formation flags. These flags don't necessarily have to be in the shape of flags. Any material that meets the requirements will do. Jiang Chen was going to set up a spirit gathering formation, so he gathered the 5 elemental materials and carved the formation patterns on them. After completing all this, Jiang Chen selected positions around the villa to place the formation flags. Setting up the flags wasn't the end. It also required using spiritual energy as a guide to activate the formation. This needed spirit stones. Jiang Chen placed the spirit stones at the core of the formation's operation. These stones were enough to keep the spirit gathering formation running for 3 years. Buzz. The moment the spirit gathering formation was activated, a buzzing sound was heard. Above the Jiang family's villa, a layer of invisible multicolored shield enveloped it. This shield emitted a halo, invisible to mortals, attracting spiritual energy from all directions to converge here. When the spirit gathering formation was activated, and spiritual energy filled the entire villa, the scene in the villa's courtyard changed at a visible speed. The flowers and plants in the courtyard became even greener, and the flowers appeared more vibrant and enchanting. Stepping into the villa's courtyard, a refreshing sensation hit her face. It should be noted that the weather in Magic City during this month is quite hot. But stepping into the courtyard felt like entering an air-conditioned room. No, to be precise, it was even more comfortable than an air-conditioned room. How to put it? If one had to say, this is the coolness of nature, which is different from the chill of air conditioning. Not bad, saved on air conditioning. How much electricity can this save? Jiang Chen stood in the courtyard, breathing in the fresh air infused with spiritual energy, feeling better than ever. This is how the environment changes one's mood. In the evening, Jiang Xinan returned home from work. As she walked into the villa's courtyard, Jiang Xinan paused, her pretty face showing surprise. What's going on? Is there air conditioning in the courtyard? She stepped back out, and the heat hit her again. Walking back into the courtyard, the coolness made her feel completely comfortable. Jiang Xinan blinked her beautiful eyes, and after a moment's thought, she realized it was probably another new gadget her dad had come up with. Dad's skills are getting stronger and stronger. Jiang Xinan felt unsettled, not knowing what kind of fortuitous encounter her father had obtained, as he often pulled out things that shocked her. Thinking about the basic breathing technique she was about to master, Jiang Xinan exhaled and walked into the villa. Pushing the door open, Jiang Xinan immediately saw her dad sitting on the sofa watching TV. Dad, I'm back, Jiang Xinan called out as she began to change her shoes. Jiang Chen responded with a grunt, not saying anything. Jiang Xinan was curious, her dad rarely watched TV. She walked over to take a look and pouted. Dad, why are you watching this old show? Jiang Xinan said helplessly. Jiang Chen didn't look up and replied, is there any new show to watch now? That's true, Jiang Xinan said, at a loss for words. There really weren't any new shows. To be precise, there weren't any good shows, just some eye-watering stuff. Thinking about it, this old show really has its charm. Jiang Chen smiled. Today was just out of interest. He turned on the TV and happened to catch this classic old show themed around ancient warfare. This old show that Jiang Chen was watching was very classic and had been popular on Blue Star for many years. In terms of popularity, it was comparable to Jin Yong's martial arts dramas on Earth. This old show also had martial arts elements, but overall it focused on ancient warfare, with the martial arts world only taking up a small part. Thinking of war, Jiang Chen thought of Tianhong, wondering when Tianhong and the soldiers would go to war. According to Tianhong, the soldiers should be getting impatient soon. Oh! Jiang Chen let out a light exclamation, a smile appearing on his face. What a coincidence! Just as he thought of Tianhong sent a message. He pulled up the club's friend list to check the message. Tianhong, brother Jiang, the soldiers are moving. It looks like they will attack the city tomorrow. I'll video call you then, so you can see what real war looks like. Looking at the message from Tianhong, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered after glancing at the war scenes on television. They were quite grand, and the portrayal of the war was very realistic. I wonder how it compares to real warfare. Is the chance of victory high? Jiang Chen replied with a message. Tianhong, if it were before I met you, the odds wouldn't be great. But now, we are strong and well-fed. I can't say it's a guaranteed victory, but at least, we have an 80 to 90% chance. Jiang Chen could sense Tianhong's confidence. This reassured him. The Shenzhou continent is a treasure trove. If Tianhong were to die in battle, it would be a loss for him as well. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen replied, I'll send you a silver light sword. It could be useful in critical moments. The silver light sword can unleash a strike equivalent to a full-force attack from a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, which is comparable to 1,000 full-force strikes from a late-stage grandmaster on the Shenzhou continent. According to Tianhong, grandmasters are significant figures. In Shenzhou, in the dynasty where Tianhong resides, there are only a couple of grandmasters in position. Only empires have great grandmasters in command. As for the celestial beings, they are transcendent existences, akin to deities, and would not confine themselves to any particular power. Sending Tianhong a silver light sword would allow him to walk almost unimpeded in the dynasty. On the Shenzhou continent, in Feng City, at the Lord's residence. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's reply, Tianhong's face lit up with joy. He had witnessed the power of the silver light sword and had long coveted it. However, Jiang Chen had never offered it before, so he couldn't say much. Now that Jiang Chen had taken the initiative to offer him a silver light sword, it was undoubtedly a timely gift. A full-force strike from a late-stage grandmaster. It could definitely intimidate quite a few people. Thank you, little brother, I won't be polite. If you need anything, I'll do my best to get it for you. Tianhong immediately replied. Jiang Chen responded, if you have time, could you gather a few martial arts techniques for me? Tianhong looked at the message, thinking that this younger brother Jiang intended to practice martial arts? Martial arts techniques? No problem. After all, I'm also an innate martial artist. Getting a few techniques shouldn't be a big deal. We have a grandmaster technique in our treasury. 12 innate techniques, and 35 acquired techniques, all for you, brother Jiang. Jiang Chen pursed his lips. Is the highest level only grandmaster techniques? That's a bit low. Grandmasters are only equivalent to the Foundation establishment stage, which isn't quite enough. Before he could reply, another message from Tianhong came in. Alas, our current level is too low. We can only obtain grandmaster techniques. As for great grandmaster or celestial techniques, only the royal families of dynasties, empires, or those major sects possess them. Jiang Chen understood. This is knowledge monopoly. Tianhong continued to send messages. Brother, consider these techniques as a gift from me to you. The silver light sword is too precious. A few techniques can't compare. Let's do this. I'll remember this favor. If you need anything, just let me know. As long as I can do it, I'll do my utmost to help you. Looking at the string of messages from Tianhong, Jiang Chen replied, okay, let's meet in the communication space tonight. All right. Tianhong replied. After ending the chat with Tianhong, Jiang Chen noticed his daughter, Jiang Xinan, staring at him face to face. What's wrong? Jiang Chen tapped her forehead with his finger, pushing her head back a bit. Ouch. Jiang Xinan winced in pain and said, I was just curious seeing you in a daze, Dad. Jiang Chen shook his head and asked, how's your research on the basic breathing technique going? Is there anything you don't understand? Jiang Xinan became serious and said, I encountered a few difficulties today that I couldn't figure out. As she spoke, she shared some of the challenges she faced with Jiang Chen. These questions were naturally no challenge for Jiang Chen, who explained them to his daughter in detail, gradually clarifying her confusion. In no more than 3 days, I'll completely master the breathing technique, Jiang Xinan said, a bit excited. Jiang Chen nodded. The sooner you master it, the sooner you can start cultivating. I've set up a spirit gathering array in the villa. Once you begin your cultivation, it will help you get started faster. Thinking back to when I could only hold spirit stones to cultivate, my own daughter, right from the start, gets to enjoy the rich spiritual energy brought by the spirit gathering array. There's no comparison. Spirit gathering array? Jiang Xinan blinked her beautiful eyes, understanding the changes in the villa. Looking at the vibrant flowers and plants in the villa's yard, it resembled descriptions from some novels. In those novels, flowers and plants nourished by spiritual energy grow rapidly. Jiang Chen glanced at his daughter and found that she wasn't too surprised or confused. After a moment's thought, he realized this was the result of subtle influence. Over the past few months, Jiang Chen had often brought out some surreal things, like gene potions and fish demon meat, so she had long been shocked into numbness. What's a spirit gathering array compared to that? Dad, those flowers and plants, they won't become sentient, will they? Jiang Xinan asked curiously. Jiang Chen was speechless. It's not that simple. At most, it will just speed up their growth. If you want them to become sentient, don't even think about it. Jiang Xinan responded with an O, realizing the truth. For plants to become Sentient, even in a mythical world, it wouldn't be easy, let alone in Blue Star? However, fruit trees nourished by spiritual energy should bear sweeter fruits, right? That could be worth a try. After chatting with his daughter for a while, Jiang Xiaoqi's voice came through. Dinner was ready. After dinner, Jiang Chen chatted with his daughter for a bit longer before heading back to his room. Once in his room, after washing up, Jiang Chen communicated with the club and contacted Tian Hong. Tian Hong replied almost instantly. Jiang Chen's figure flickered and he arrived in the communication space. It was still that peach blossom forest. Little brother is here. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Tian Hong appeared very enthusiastic. He couldn't help but be enthusiastic. This little brother Jiang is his benefactor. Not only did he solve his food problem, but he also helped him make a fortune. If he were a woman, he wouldn't be able to resist offering himself. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was unaware of Tian Hong's thoughts, otherwise, he might. In the communication space, amidst the peach blossom forest, Jiang Chen and Tian Hong exchanged pleasantries for a few moments. With a wave of his hand, a silver sword radiating cold light appeared. Jiang Chen introduced, the silver sword can unleash skills 1,000 times. Brother Tian has seen the power of the skills. Additionally, the power unleashed by the silver sword is the sword's own power, with no consumption for the wielder. However, after unleashing its power 1,000 times, the sword will be rendered useless. 1,000 times? Tian Hong's eyes widened. He thought this silver sword could unleash 3 to 5 full-force strikes from a late-stage master, which would be impressive. What was he hearing now? Such a terrifying attack could unleash 1,000 times? The key is, this thing has no consumption for the wielder. 1,000 strikes. Comparable to a late-stage master's full-force attack, with no consumption on himself. Then, Tian Hong swallowed hard. He knew he owed a huge favor. With this silver sword, he even had the courage to directly attack the imperial city. After all, there were only 2 masters stationed in the dynasty. 2 masters, how many attacks from the silver sword could they withstand? Of course, being masters, their speed and strength were not something he, as a congenital, could compare to. If the masters were on guard, even if he had the silver sword, the outcome would still be uncertain. But if it's unexpected, taking out those 2 old masters of the royal family shouldn't be a big problem, right? Tian Hong calculated in his heart, starting to prepare for taking down the entire dynasty. As for tomorrow's siege battle, he no longer cared about it. Then, Jiang Chen introduced the silver sword's armor-breaking skill. This was a melee skill, very suitable for martial artists to utilize. Little brother, without further ado, this favor, I, old Tian, will remember. Tian Hong solemnly clasped his hands and bowed to Jiang Chen in gratitude. Jiang Chen helped Tian Hong up, smiling, as fellow members of the club. It's only right to help each other. That makes sense. Tian Hong laughed heartily, waving his hand. A large stack of books appeared. Little brother, this is the martial arts technique you wanted, Tian Hong said. Jiang Chen picked up a technique and glanced at it. Cultivating origin technique. Tian Hong explained beside him, this Peiyuan Gong is a congenital skill that has the effect of solidifying the foundation and strengthening the roots. Jiang Chen nodded and picked up another book. Upon seeing this technique, Tian Hong's expression became solemn. This is the master-level technique Wu Zhang Daoyin Fa passed down in my family. In the postnatal stage, it focuses on refining the 5 internal organs. When breaking through to the congenital realm, the 5 internal organs will produce the qi of the 5 internal organs, which contains the power of the 5 elements. The qi of the 5 internal organs is extremely lethal, much stronger than the true qi of ordinary congenital martial artists. Once you break through to the master realm, the qi of the 5 internal organs will undergo a transformation, and at that time, every move will possess tremendous power. Jiang Chen casually flipped through it and nodded slightly. This martial arts technique does have some unique aspects. However, it still feels less comprehensive than cultivating immortality. Each has its own advantages, I suppose. Immortal cultivators fight using various techniques, while martial arts focus on close combat. Of course, when one reaches the Grandmaster level, martial arts can also exhibit techniques similar to those of immortal cultivation. That's right, sorry to trouble you, Brother Tian, Jiang Chen said. Tian Hong waved his hand. Jiang Chen gestured, putting away these martial arts manuals, and cupped his hands to Tian Hong, saying, Brother Tian, I have to go to war with the soldiers tomorrow, so I won't take up any more of your time. Tian Hong nodded and did not try to keep him. He indeed had to make some preparations tonight, especially for the few powerful weapons he had traded for. They needed to be arranged properly. Tomorrow, he wanted to give those soldiers outside the city a big surprise. After bidding farewell to Tian Hong, Jiang Chen returned to the bedroom of the villa. He sat cross-legged on the mat and continued to practice the Han Yuan Yi Qi Ju. As he practiced, his physical strength had already surpassed 10,000 pounds. 10,000 pounds of physical strength. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, marveling at the power of the Han Yuan Ichi Ju. He was only at the 7th level of body refinement, yet his physical strength had reached 10,000 pounds. This strength refers solely to physical power, not punching power. Just with a casual tremor of his arm, he could unleash a force of 10,000 pounds. If he used his fist to exert force, the power would be even greater, at least 2 to 3 times that of his physical strength. So, does that mean I can unleash 30,000 pounds of force with a single punch now? Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. Fortunately, this strength was cultivated through his hard work, allowing him absolute control over it, so he wouldn't risk losing control of his power. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to approach his daughter, fearing that one careless move. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen closed his eyes again and continued to practice the Han Yuan Ichi Ju. He needed to complete his practice as soon as possible to break through to the next realm. The next day, September 6th, after breakfast, his daughter went to work, and Jiang Chen sat in the living room waiting for news from Tianhong. At 9 in the morning, Tianhong's message arrived. Your friend, Tianhong, has sent you a video request. Do you accept? A prompt popped up from the Super Spacetime Club. Jiang Chen chose to accept. The next moment, a virtual screen appeared before him, showing a city wall filled with soldiers. Is this Feng City? Are these Tianhong's subordinates? Jiang Chen looked at the video and exclaimed, indeed, it was worthy of a high martial world. These people were all incredibly strong, far beyond what the people of Blue Star could compare to. A world with Yuan-ing level combat power, can it be considered high martial? Little brother, can you see me? Tianhong's large face appeared on the screen. Jiang Chen was startled and said helplessly, brother, I can see you, no need to get so close. Ha ha, good, little brother, just wait to see the show. Tianhong moved aside, revealing the scene below the city wall to Jiang Chen. Looking at the densely packed enemy troops below the city wall, Jiang Chen felt a chill run down his spine. This is an attacking force of 30,000 soldiers considered cannon fodder, mainly used to deplete Feng City's defensive strength. Tianhong's voice came through. Jiang Chen nodded. Tianhong continued, alas, little brother, I lost out this time. This video function requires a fee. A fee? Jiang Chen was taken aback. Yes, it charges membership points, consuming 20 membership points per hour, Tianhong explained. Jiang Chen blinked. Was the function of membership points starting to emerge? So, does that mean that any new features the club introduces in the future will require the consumption of membership points to use? By the way, this seems to be a one-sided charge, right? Jiang Chen glanced at his membership points, which had not decreased at all. He calmed down, stopped overthinking, and began to focus on watching the battle. This virtual screen feels so unfamiliar. Can it be projected onto the TV? Jiang Chen muttered. Swish. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice fell, the virtual screen disappeared, and a scene appeared on the TV showing Tianhong's side. Not bad. Jiang Chen smiled, took a pack of beef jerky, and lazily leaned back on the sofa, watching the impending battle as if he were just watching TV. In the living room, Jiang Chen's gaze swept over a few large, dark figures on the city wall, and he froze for a moment. Brother Tian, where did you get those big guys? Jiang Chen perked up. It seemed Brother Tian was planning to use technology for this battle. No wonder Tianhong was so confident. Modern cannons might be helpless against martial arts experts, but against ancient armies, it would be a complete massacre. You must be talking about the artillery. The creations from your technological world indeed have their unique features. These cannons were exchanged from a friend in the bizarre world, Tianhong said with a laugh. I plan to use these cannons for decapitation at critical moments. Jiang Chen nodded. He didn't know much about cannons, but he could tell these were high grade. They had a long range and great power. Once they locked onto the enemy's command center, a single shot would definitely throw the enemy into chaos. Tianhong then pointed to a large weapon beside him and said, for today's city defense battle, I rely on this thing. Jiang Chen looked over and, seeing the familiar shape, couldn't help but exclaim, Gatling gun, and so many of them? Also exchanged from the bizarre world? Not quite, Tianhong shook his head. This was exchanged from another technological world. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Another technological world? Could it be? He remembered that Tianhong should have matched with 4 technological worlds. He counted himself as one, and there was another world that had destroyed itself due to technological development. One was a modern bizarre world, and one was similar to the world on Blue Star. In the 60s and 70s, Jiang Chen guessed it was the third one. You guessed it, brother. Yes, it's from the brother Chang Jianjun of Water Blue Star. I told you about that world with strict food control. Tianhong laughed. Oh, Chang Jianjun. What a name that feels. Very much of the times. Jiang Chen nodded, then became confused. If Chang Jianjun's side has such strict food control, how did they manage to get such a devastating weapon? Wait, could it be? Jiang Chen took a deep breath, guessing a possibility. Did you figure it out, brother Jiang? Tian Hong's slightly deep voice came through. That's right, Chang Jianjun has allied with the court and revealed the secrets of the transdimensional club to them. This devastating weapon is provided by the court behind Chang Jianjun. Well, to put it accurately, my trading partner now is not Chang Jianjun but the court behind him. Chang Jianjun is just a messenger. Jiang Chen fell silent. Indeed, he had guessed correctly. Ally with the authorities? He had never thought of that. After all, he had money and power, controlling a multinational group, and could trade well with friends from countless worlds on his own. Naturally, he wouldn't consider relying on others. However, given the situation of Chang Jianjun from Water Blue Star, Jiang Chen could understand. In the world where Chang Jianjun was, various resources were strictly controlled. In that case, if Chang Jianjun wanted to gather enough resources and rise using the transdimensional club, he could only ally with the authorities. It seems these Gatling guns are Brother Tian's confidence in winning this battle, Jiang Chen said with a smile. That's right. Tian Hong nodded. Although we in Shenzhou practice martial arts, the soldiers are generally ordinary people. At most they have a slight understanding of martial arts, not even reaching the acquired stage. Under this dense rain of bullets, I can already imagine the scene of the enemy falling in droves. Jiang Chen fell silent. He could also think of that. It was like harvesting leeks. Dong dong dong. At that moment, Jiang Chen heard a series of drumbeats. He knew that the enemy was preparing to attack the city. Brother Tian, are the bullets sufficient? This thing consumes a lot of ammunition, Jiang Chen reminded. Gatling, with a firing rate of over 1,000 rounds per minute. Without sufficient logistical support, it simply couldn't be sustained. Tian Hong confidently replied, Don't worry, my brother, I've made arrangements with the court behind Chang Jianjun. I support their development of martial arts, and in return, they provide me with technological weapons to help me conquer the world. Jiang Chen paused and said, Is it credible? Although under the witness of the transdimensional club, no one dared to violate the agreed terms. But how should one put it? It wasn't Chang Jianjun negotiating with Tian Hong, but the court behind him. If the court behind Chang Jianjun were to go back on their word, or try to take advantage of the tense war situation to manipulate Tian Hong for more benefits, there would be no way to stop it given Chang Jianjun's situation. By then, even if the club wanted to punish someone, it would be Chang Jianjun who would face the consequences. Upon hearing this, Tian Hong calmly said, I don't think they will be so short-sighted. At least not before they gain enough benefits. Moreover, I've made arrangements with my friend from the Bizarre World. If any issues arise on my side, the Bizarre World will immediately provide me with support. Clearly, Tian Hong was also wary of the court on the Water Blue Star side. He feared being betrayed at a critical moment. Fighting for the world is no child's play, one must be cautious. Although under normal circumstances, a court wouldn't be so short-sighted and would consider long-term interests, one could never be sure that someone wouldn't be clear-headed. While Jiang Chen and the others were talking, the war had already begun. Tian Hong did not immediately deploy the Gatling, a weapon of mass destruction, but instead used traditional city defense methods, employing crossbows, gold juice, and catapults. Jiang Chen understood that the ones attacking the city were merely cannon fodder. The real elite troops were still in the rear, recuperating. Tian Hong naturally wouldn't reveal his trump cards right from the start. Even so, Jiang Chen was stunned by the scenes of war. The club's video function was remarkable, allowing Jiang Chen to observe the war as if he were there in person. He watched groups of soldiers rushing towards the city walls under the supervision of the military officers. Most of the soldiers died on the way to the charge, some shot by arrows, others crushed by stones thrown from catapults. The entire battlefield was drenched in blood, a sight too horrific to bear. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had a good temperament. Although the tragic scene before him made him somewhat uncomfortable, he could still endure it. The feeling of being there is really not good, Jiang Chen exhaled. If he were just watching a normal video, he wouldn't feel any discomfort. It would be like watching a movie. But that immersive feeling made him feel as if he were on the battlefield, witnessing soldiers fall one by one, blood flowing like rivers. An ordinary person, seeing such a scene, would probably have nightmares for several nights. The siege battle was prolonged, not something that could be resolved in a short time. This war lasted a day without any results. He only saw that the attacking side suffered heavy losses, with deaths reaching at least several thousand, and the number of injured was countless. On the Shenzhou continent, in a certain dynasty, at the Fengcheng battlefield, the attacking side suffered greatly, and the defending side also incurred significant losses. Most of the defending soldiers were hit by arrows. The official soldiers had a systematic group of archers, and in terms of the number and quality of archers, they were far beyond what Tian Han's side could compare. Archers needed years of training to develop combat effectiveness. How long had Tian Han's army been formed? It was already impressive to quickly raise a fearless infantry dot on the city wall, watching the soldiers being carried away. Tian Han's face showed no sadness or joy. War signifies casualties, and he was mentally prepared for it long ago. Of course, if he had the means, he wouldn't just stand by and watch his soldiers die from minor injuries. Through the club, he had traded a considerable amount of medicine with the court behind Changjianjun, such as penicillin, to provide timely treatment for the wounded. Dad, I'm back. In the villa, his daughter's voice came through. Jiang Chen then realized that he had been sitting there all day, watching the battlefield slaughter. Oh, Dad. Is this a new drama? The war scenes are so spectacular and so realistic. Jiang Xinan looked at the television, somewhat surprised. Jiang Chen remained silent, watching the screen. After the halftime break, the troops launched another attack on Fengcheng. This should be the last attack of the day. Little brother, this must be your niece, right? Tian Han's voice came through. Ha! Startled by the sudden voice, Jiang Xinan jumped a bit. It was indeed a bit rough. Jiang Chen shook his phone and smiled. It's a friend of mine, you can just call him Uncle Tian. Tian Han's voice was indeed coming from the phone. Today's conversation with Tian Han was all done over the phone. The video was on the television, and the voice was on the phone. This was basic operation. It was like watching a movie while chatting with an old friend. Oh, hello, Uncle Tian. Jiang Xinan politely called out to the phone. Hello, my dear niece. When we meet, I'll give you a gift. Tian Han laughed heartily and then said to Jiang Chen, little brother, let's call it a day. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded, having detected Tian Han's fatigue. Tian Han chuckled and his voice faded away. But he didn't turn off the video. Damn it, charging 10 membership points for an hour. You have to make it last a full hour. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a loss? Jiang Chen chuckled. This old brother Tian was quite frugal. Dad, I'm going upstairs. Jiang Xinan said and walked towards the second floor. Dressed in professional attire, it was quite uncomfortable. If it weren't for maintaining a so-called authority at the company, she would have preferred to wear casual clothes to work. Jiang Chen nodded, his gaze returning to the television. When the last wave of the troops' attack reached a critical moment, the screen went black and Jiang Chen was taken aback. That guy Tian Han must have set a timer, and when the time was up, the video automatically disconnected. Why did it turn off? At that moment, Jiang Xinan came down from the second floor. She still remembered the realistic and exciting battlefield scenes from the television. It finished playing. Jiang Chen smiled. All right. Jiang Xinan nodded, not thinking much of it. Dad, I feel like I can try practicing the breathing technique tonight, Jiang Xinan said, sitting beside Jiang Chen. Are you confident? Jiang Chen asked. Jiang Xinan nodded affirmatively. Then give it a try, but don't force it. Stop immediately if you feel something's off. Jiang Chen reminded her. Don't worry, Dad. Jiang Xinan said confidently. Jiang Chen hummed in response and stopped talking. In the evening, Jiang Shaoqi prepared dinner. The father and daughter had dinner and then went to Jiang Xinan's bedroom. Jiang Chen glanced around. Beside the big bed was a mat, just like the one on his side. Let's begin, Jiang Chen said, sitting on the sofa, addressing Jiang Xinan. It was her first time practicing, and she needed his protection. Jiang Xinan nodded seriously and sat cross-legged on the mat. Closing her eyes, she began to operate the basic breathing technique she had studied for several days. As she breathed, Jiang Chen could clearly sense that the surrounding spiritual energy began to be drawn towards her, converging around her. About an hour later, she finally absorbed a trace of spiritual energy into her body. Jiang Xinan felt a slight tingling sensation on her skin. With the experience imparted by Jiang Chen, she knew that this was the result of spiritual energy entering her body, the initial refinement of her physical form. A look of joy appeared on Jiang Xinan's face, knowing she had succeeded. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Her speed was slightly faster than his. But that was normal. After all, he didn't have the same conditions as his daughter back then. First of all, there was her aptitude. When he first started cultivating, he didn't use gene enhancement drugs to change his aptitude. But his own daughter had injected the drug early on. Moreover, there was the spiritual energy. Back then, he could only rely on spirit stones. Now, with the support of the spirit gathering array, it was naturally faster. There's a saying, the predecessors plant trees and the later generations enjoy the shade. Once the Jiang family develops in the future and passes it down to the next generation, their descendants will enjoy better treatment. Dad, I did it! Jiang Xinan exclaimed with joy. Although she had always believed in her father, the confirmation that cultivation was real made her happiness hard to conceal. Jiang Chen nodded, not bad, keep working hard. After saying that, he got up and left his daughter's room. After sending off her dad, Jiang Xinan looked at her arm, noticing some black beads of sweat on the surface of her skin, knowing that they were impurities refined out. After taking a shower, Jiang Xinan felt an unprecedented lightness in her body. It's truly amazing, Jiang Xinan marveled. Thinking of her father's kindness towards her, an uncontainable happiness spread across her face. Dad is really great. A night without conversation. That night, the father and daughter both spent their time practicing. Excited Jiang Xinan stayed awake all night. Fortunately, she was cultivating, nourished by spiritual energy. After a night passed, she still felt energetic. The next day, September 7th, in the morning. Dad, good morning. Jiang Xinan greeted her father cheerfully. Jiang Chen was speechless. Why was this girl still so excited? He had only been happy for a moment when he first started. And then he calmed down. Alright, time to eat, Jiang Chen said irritably. Jiang Xinan responded with an "oh" and obediently sat down at the dining table. After breakfast, Jiang Xinan went to the company. Jiang Chen didn't have a video call with Tian Hong today. Witnessing the war was enough. There was no need to keep the video on for the entire time. After all, it consumed membership points. This would be very useful in the future, and he couldn't let old Tian waste the membership points on this. However, Jiang Chen noticed that his membership points had increased quite a bit, rising by 300 points yesterday alone. After a moment's thought, Jiang Chen understood. Video calls were also a form of interaction. He just didn't know if old Tian's points had increased as well. Jiang Chen pulled up his personal information. Name, Jiang Chen. Level, ordinary member, 5/10, current permissions, random matching functions, video. Call membership points, 19500. Jiang Chen looked at the panel information and calculated his membership points. He remembered that on September 1st his membership points were still at 13300. In just a week, it had risen to 19,500 points, an increase of 6,200 points. Jiang Chen knew this was due to the frequent transactions during this period. First, he acted as a middleman, exchanging 10 million units of nutrient solution from Dai Shuayer. Then he traded those 10 million units of nutrient solution to Tian Hong. Later, he completed a transaction of 3,500 silver light swords with Chan Xing. There were also transactions for laser guns. With such frequent and large transactions, it was normal for the membership points to rise so quickly. Closing the panel, Jiang Chen looked around the villa and suddenly felt a bit bored. Should he go out for a stroll today? Staying at home was quite dull. As for practicing, he could do that in the evening. There was no need to stretch himself too tight. At that moment, the phone rang. Jiang Chen picked it up and saw it was a call from a friend, a business partner. They hadn't collaborated much, but their relationship was good. They used to go fishing together often. Hello, old Pooh. Jiang Chen answered the phone, greeting him with a smile. Old Jiang, what have you been busy with lately? It's been a while since we hung out together. Are you free today? Let's go to Xianhe Tower. There are 2 foreign friends who want to meet you. Old Pooh's voice came through. Foreign friends? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and replied, sure. Then shall we meet at noon? Old Pooh asked. Jiang Chen said, alright, see you at noon. After setting the time, Jiang Chen hung up the phone. Putting down his phone, Jiang Chen contemplated this meal gathering. At their level, meeting for a meal was definitely not just about eating. In the past, Lao Pu would invite him out to find a place to fish. When mealtime came, they would enjoy a meal at a local farmhouse. Only when discussing serious matters would they meet at a restaurant or a club. Thinking of Lao Pu's business, if he remembered correctly, Lao Pu was in the foreign trade business, holding a significant share in the overseas market. Plus, Lao Pu mentioned that 2 foreign friends wanted to meet him, and his eyes narrowed slightly. At noon, Jiang Chen brought Jiang Shaoqi to Xianhe Tower. Xianhe Tower is a well-known restaurant in the Magic City. After awakening his memories, it was Jiang Chen's first visit. The only impression he had was that the food prices were exorbitantly high, with a casual meal costing over 10,000. Old Jiang. As soon as he got out of the car, Jiang Chen heard someone calling. Turning around, he saw a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, slightly overweight, walking over with a cheerful smile. This was Lao Pu, the chairman of Pu Group. Pu Jiannan. Looking at Jiang Chen's handsome appearance and tall figure, Pu Jiannan touched his belly, feeling a bit envious. How is this guy getting younger as he ages? He remembered that Jiang Chen was only a few years younger than him, right? Now he looked like a man in his 30s. How does he maintain himself? Lao Pu. Jiang Chen smiled and shook hands with him. Old Jiang, those 2 foreign friends have already arrived. Shall we go in now? Pu Jiannan stepped forward and whispered. Jiang Chen replied with a half-smile, Lao Pu, who are those 2 foreign friends of yours? Ah, old Jiang, you should have guessed it too. Pu Jiannan sighed and said, you know, there are too many things beyond our control in this circle. I'm just making a connection, you don't have to give me face later. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding. There truly are too many things beyond one's control in this circle. He had also been approached by others asking for help. Due to various interests, it was hard to refuse, so he could only agree. Jiang Chen had once sought Pu Jiannan's help when his company faced issues with overseas business. Knowing that Pu Jiannan had extensive connections abroad, he reached out to him. At that time, Pu Jiannan pondered for a moment before agreeing. It was through his connections that the problem was resolved. Got it, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Shall we go in now? Pu Jiannan smiled and glanced at Jiang Shaoqi. In his heart, Pu Jiannan clicked his tongue. This old Jiang not only looked younger, but his secretary was also getting younger and more beautiful. He remembered old Jiang's last secretary was a man, right? Entering the reserved private room, Jiang Chen saw two foreigners. After introductions, he learned that one was named Phyllis and the other Lit, both vice presidents of major multinational corporations from Europe and America. If Jiang Chen remembered correctly, Phyllis and Lit were part of a joint delegation of 56 Western companies. They held a relatively high status within the delegation and had a certain degree of influence. Director Jiang, it's a pleasure to meet you. Cheers. Phyllis raised his glass and spoke in awkward Chinese. Lit remained silent but also raised his glass in a friendly gesture. Jiang Chen lifted his glass to clink with theirs and said, Gentlemen, since you are friends of Lao Pu, I won't be polite. You didn't come to see me just for a simple meal, right? If you have something to say, just say it. Phyllis and Lit exchanged glances, both showing some dissatisfaction in their eyes. They had hoped to follow the Chinese custom, to drink a few rounds and enjoy the food before discussing serious matters when everyone was a bit tipsy. But Jiang Chen was not following the script. What happened to the drinking culture? They looked at Pu Jiannan. Pu Jiannan was happily eating, not meeting their gaze. Phyllis realized that he could not count on Pu Jiannan. This had been agreed upon beforehand. Pu Jiannan was only responsible for bringing Jiang Chen out. How they talked with Jiang Chen was none of his business. Since Mr. Jiang wants to discuss serious matters first, we have no objections, Phyllis said, using a Chinese idiom he had just learned. Pu Jiannan knew it was time for him to leave, that he put down his chopsticks, stood up, and said, I'm going to the restroom, you all take your time chat.